Who knows, female frequency is simply too suitable for demon cultivation. Introduction. Good news, Lu Zichen has crossed over. Bad news, crossing over to the female frequency, and becoming the heart demon of the Miss Xia Wanqing of the Xia family. Fortunately, after many days of hard work, Xia Wanqing's determination wavered, giving him the opportunity to take control of his body. He is determined to bring a little shock from male frequency to female frequency. At the beginning, Xia Wan was falsely accused, and his patience during the partnership period was wearing thin, unable to reason with anyone. Lu Zichen lamented his lack of resistance, raised his fist. What is this? Xia Wanqing, fist? Lu Zichen, wrong, completely wrong. That's the reason. The next second, Lu Zichen directly took over the body, laughing weirdly. I have achieved a combined cultivation level. You ants dare to slander me, you should kneel down and be executed immediately. Death. Xia Wanqing was shocked. Can it still be like this? After a period of time, she found this way of doing things. Surprisingly, she made her mind clear and her spiritual platform bright. Xia Wan suddenly realized that this is not the demonic path, but the great path. And, like this, it feels so good. Chapter 1, Good News, I crossed over. Bad news, did I become a demon on purpose? Eastern Wilderness Divine Land, Xia family. In a secret room, a woman in white clothes, exceptionally beautiful, sat cross-legged inside. Long legs, beautiful face. Evil thoughts, leave me. The smooth and fair forehead was covered with sweat beads, talking to oneself in the empty and uninhabited room. Just at this moment, inside her mind, it was far from being as calm as it appeared on the outside. As the coquettish voice sounded, suddenly, white light appeared. The pure and holy aura kept washing over a figure shrouded in black energy. Just that figure was not affected in the slightest. Instead, he just shrugged. Lu Zichen was a little helpless. Sister, I said, I am not a demon, I just want to temporarily take over your body. Nonsense, wanting to take over my body, and saying you are not a demon. Lu Zichen was too lazy to continue speaking, so he simply lay down lazily. It's up to you, anyway, I've almost figured it out myself. He, your perfect body will soon be mine. After saying that, he closed his eyes and looked as if he had fallen asleep. But in my heart, I couldn't help but curse silently. Outrageous, it's really outrageous, crossing over is one thing, but why crossover as a heart demon? He's a bit crazy. In his past life, he stumbled upon a comparison video of men and women on a slow-footed brush. Couldn't help but comment, this woman doesn't know how to be reasonable in reality, and she's talking about it in a novel. As a result, I was sprayed by a group of little fairies, and I couldn't help but argue with them for several nights. Sudden death crossed directly. I had hoped to make great achievements in this world. As a result, he actually came to the female frequency and became a heart demon? Heart demon, don't be complacent. I am now in the combined period. I don't believe I can't get rid of you. Xia Wanning started to use her skills. She was also a bit on the verge of collapse, always clear-minded. How could she have such inner demons? Always cultivate feelings with family. Influence her to make her kill. And why is it that she, a mere daughter, has a male image as the demon in her heart? Although he is handsome in appearance, he has nothing in common with her. It's embarrassing. You also know that you are in the harmonious period. I thought you were the maid of that White Lotus sister. Whatever she wants, you give it to her, and you just swallow your losses. If you ask me, even if I don't come, you will sooner or later have inner demons. Lu Zichen remembered her performance, it was simply indescribable. This Xia Wanning, in the period of integration, although not the strongest in the world, but in the remote area of the Xia family, it is the younger generation, even the strongest person in the entire Xia family. But she, every time something happens, she only talks about reason. Lu Zichen imparts the truth every time. She not only did not listen, but also said very proudly, I have cultivated to the stage of integration, and I have never even killed a chicken. The people who are listening to Lu Zichen are all stunned. Can women's novels improve their cultivation just by drinking water? In male frequency, don't talk about merging. It's about tempering the body, laying the foundation. Without a few hundred lives in hand, it's impossible to pass, right? It's really just having a body of combined cultivation. Demon, what do you know? The heavens have the virtue of good life. We cultivators should be compassionate. Yes, your stepmother's sister is almost stepping on your head. You just continue to be merciful. Lu Zichen said. Xia Wanning's biological mother passed away long ago. Mrs. Xia is now a second wife. The younger sister born later, she simply put all her talent points on the White Lotus flower woman. Now it's just a physical training. But I got all the resources of the Xia family tilted, and I still have to come and make trouble. Lu Zichen felt that Xia Wanning was really formidable. This environment has been cultivated to the stage of integration. Xia Wanning was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute. Might as well continue using the method of dispelling the inner demons, trying to erase Lu Zichen. Lu Zichen didn't care. Instead, he looked at Xia Wanqing's spiritual platform, not knowing if it was because he was a demon. On the spiritual platform of this self-proclaimed pure and noble young lady, surrounded by a layer of black mist that only he could see clearly. Every time the Xia family picks a fight, the density of the black mist increases a few points. Now, it's almost completely dark. When the Lingtai is completely dark, it's when he ruled the mountain. He had a premonition that if the Xia family came a few more times, the opportunity would come. In the closed room, Xia Wanqing recited the mantra with her mouth, and her 10 slender jade fingers kept moving. Mysterious runes of profound mystery continued to emerge, preparing to erase Lu Zichen. At this critical moment, click! The door of the secret room opened, light poured in, and a sweet voice could be heard. "Oh, sister, did I disturb you?" The newcomer's appearance is completely inferior to Xia Wanqing, and it can't even be described as pretty. I can only say that she is delicate, but those eyes are pitifully clear. The temperament of the white flowers is perfectly reflected. Looking at a delicate appearance, this secret technique requires absolute silence around it. Sudden change in the environment. Xia Wanning was distracted for a moment, and a mouthful of sweet fresh blood gushed out. Lu Zichen looked forward to it. Sure, here is the translation of the source text to English. Translated text, sure enough. The black mist on the spiritual platform increased a bit more. Xia Qianxian looked at the pale-faced Xia Wanning, a look of satisfaction flashing across her face. This good older sister, clearly targeted repeatedly, but still progresses rapidly. She envies, she is jealous, she goes crazy. On the mouth, it is said, "Sister, are you okay? I didn't mean it." A soft, small white flower. Kill her. Lu Zichen was so anxious inside that he was jumping up and down. Knowing that it has an impact, I still came in. It's not intentional, just careless. This is not the first time she has done this. Obviously, the more she acted, the faster Lu Zichen could master this body, but he still felt a heartache. This Xia Qianxian is like something bug, always able to come in and disturb Xia Wanqing at the most critical moment of enlightenment and inspiration. If this were in a male-oriented novel, disturbing my cultivation would be no different from killing my whole family. How did you get in? Xia Wanning said. It's from my father. I haven't seen my sister for several days, and I missed her a bit, so I took the key and came in. Well, what's up? Xia Wanqing also knew clearly that this little sister would take something every time she came over. Exactly. Can I switch bedrooms with my sister? No way. This time Xia Wanqing refused decisively. That bedroom was arranged by Xia Wanqing's biological mother, and she treasures it very much. Lu Zichen was somewhat relieved. After being here for so long, Xia Wanqing finally learned to refuse. Not in vain he bewitches every day, no, imparts the truth. The current arrangement of cultivation levels is as follows: body refining, foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, void refinement, unity, great vehicle, tribulation crossing. Chapter 2. How many lives do you have? How dare you speak to me like this? Xia Qianxian seemed a little sad when she heard the words. The body swayed a few times, revealing a jade bracelet worn on the wrist inadvertently. After seeing clearly, Xia Wan's pupils contracted. Notice her expression. Xia Qianxian's face once again flashed a touch of pride. How come my mother's jade bracelet is with you? Xia Wanning lost her voice. She has always kept this jade bracelet in her own boudoir bedroom. It is also the only relic left to her by her biological mother. I think it's fun, so I brought it to play with. Sister, you won't be angry, right? Xia Qianxian said coquettishly. Give it back to me. Sister, don't be so stingy, I'll just try it on. Xia Wan's face grew darker and darker. Just when Lu Zichen thought she was finally going to make a move. Just saw her take a deep breath. I will report to my father and ask him to return the jade pendant to me. Sister, can you go up and grab it? Lu Zichen looked helpless. You are in the harmonious period, A physical training dares to take your things, and you are still talking reason here. Just give him a couple of slaps and he'll say anything, right? You ninja turtle you. Xia Qianxian glanced around and saw that there was no one else around. A flash of cunning in the eyes. Sister, you shouldn't speak like that. You scared me. Xia Qianxian took a few steps back as she spoke. The body staggered, fell directly to the ground, and then the jade bracelet on the wrist also shattered with a sound. Killing intent, pure killing intent. This is the first time Lu Zichen has felt this fluctuation on Xia Waning's body. He looked towards the spiritual platform, and sure enough, it was already pitch black. Opportunity has come. Lu Zichen quickly mobilized, and the demonic energy on his body kept emerging. Start invading the spiritual platform. Xia Wanning didn't even have time to speak. Ah! A scream. And then just a few short moments. A dignified man and an elegant lady walked at the front, followed by a handsome and refined man. Following that, there was a large pile of servants. Lu Zichen's eyelids twitched, and the familiar plot came again. Really classic. No matter where Xia Baiwa is, as long as there is a scream, brainless passers-by will come over. Like a strange tale with rules. The one leading the way is the head of the Xia family, Xia Zhentian. The cultivation level of the nascent soul stage, in this relatively remote area of the eastern wasteland, can be considered quite remarkable. That noblewoman is Xia Wanyan's stepmother. And that handsome man, it is the young master of the Su family, Su Zhuoyan. The cultivation during the Yuanming period is also one of the inner disciples of the Taishan Holy Land. At the same time, there is also an identity. Xia Chanshan's loyal dog. Lu Zichen felt that he was also blind. Men in women's novels always seem to like the delicate and weak white flower type. Xian, what's wrong with you? Sweet daughter, are you okay? How did you fall on the ground? Xia Chanshan leaned weakly in her mother's arms, sobbing softly. It's okay, sister didn't mean it. Xia Zhentian's eyebrows furrowed. Xia Wanqing, what's wrong with you? Why is your heart so vicious? Do you think that just because you are in the Unity realm and have a higher cultivation level than me, I can't do anything to you? Su Zhuoyan also sat on the side. I will not like you, you wicked woman. Do you think you can get my attention this way? Only innocent and lovely, pure and kind girls like Shanshan can captivate me. Xia Zhentian saw the broken jade bracelet. Even more furious, outputting directly. You scoundrel, is this how you treat what your mother left you? I don't think you deserve to stay in that bedroom, so let Xian have it. The servants all said in unison. Miss, apologize, the head of the family and the second young lady will forgive you. Yes, miss, you really made a mistake this time. Xia Chanshan and her mother exchanged a glance, joy in their eyes. It's not me, you have to believe me. Even if my cultivation is higher than yours, I will not bully others. Xia Wanning wanted to explain. However, I found that I couldn't move at some point, and I couldn't even open my mouth. In the midst of horror, she found that she could no longer suppress Lu Zichen. And father, those servants, the malicious words, are now transforming into Lu Zichen's strength. Father, brother Zhuoyan, don't say this for my sake, sister. I feel sad for her too. My good daughter is sensible, unlike you, a mess. Xia Chanshan is the obedient daughter, Xia Wanning is the full name. Xia Wanqing, no, now, it should be said that it is Lu Zichen. Watched the few people with great interest. TSK, the difference is obvious. Heart demon, give me back my body. Quickly help me explain it. Inside the spiritual platform, Xia Wanqing appeared as a phantom. At this moment, she deliberately became a demon. Now, the offensive and defensive momentum has changed. Lu Zichen felt Xia Wanqing's memories and went through the magical treasures, gaining a basic understanding. He also discovered with surprise. As a demon in one's heart, it is actually equipped with magic techniques. The moves he read in those male-oriented novels from his past life actually exist. Although not complete, it is also a good thing. Jage. Explanation of what? I haven't read many books, and I don't know many words. I only know how to speak with my fists. Let me teach you what is the true code of conduct for us cultivators. Xia Zhentian shouted sternly, why are you not speaking? Are you mute? In their eyes, Xia Wanqing just stood there, suddenly starting to remain silent. Xia Chanshan just thought of saying a few words to fan the flames. Just saw Xia Wanqing, Lu Zichen, clothed suddenly without wind, hands behind his back. In a flash, the pressure of the fusion period covers the entire chamber. The stone wall kept trembling. Xia Zhentian and his group were puzzled, their faces pale. The servants were so intimidated that they could hardly speak. Until this moment, they realized how big the gap was between themselves and the integrated period. They only felt that Xia Wanqing's temperament seemed to have changed. The aura on the body is chilling. The originally beautiful appearance has become somewhat neutral. That look of grievance also became indifferent. The gaze was indifferent, as if watching a few ants. Xia Wanning, what are you pretending to be here? What are you up to? Don't think that just because I'm a nascent soul, I would be afraid of you, a core formation. If you did something wrong, you have to admit it. Su Zhuoyan wanted to show off in front of Xia Chanshan with a sense of justice. Lu Zichen smiled. Laugh out loud. He really can't figure out what this is all about. How can these words form a sentence? Just heard that at the beginning, Lu Zichen's laughter was still normal, but later. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 jia jia, jijage, jejejejejej. The terrifying laughter, even after devouring hundreds of soul emperors, still couldn't laugh. The next moment, the laughter stopped. He looked at Su Zhuoyan with a calm tone. How many lives do you have? How dare you speak to me in such a confrontational manner? Chapter 3 You ants dare to slander me, you should be punished immediately. Evil demon, stop laughing, give me back my body. Xia Wanning shouted loudly inside her body. Don't worry, I won't do anything, just temporarily borrowing your body. Then you do as I say, as long as you do this, our father will definitely forgive us. They are not unreasonable people. Lu Zichen shook his head directly. Raise your fist and ask, What is this? Fist? Wrong, absolutely wrong, this is the truth. Xia Wanning was speechless for a moment. Xia Wanning, no matter what you say, I will not like you, Su Zhuoyan still stubbornly said. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are in the foundation establishment stage? If you make a mistake, you have to admit it. After speaking, he actually activated his spiritual power, as if he wanted to take action. Boom! The next moment, a figure flew out directly. Su Zhuoyan's body slammed hard against the wall, blood in his mouth, looking incredulously at Lu Zichen. Ah! Xia Chanshan screamed, and the head of the Xia family was also shocked. It's as if I never thought he would lay a hand on me. Lu Zichen shook his sleeves, and the secret room exploded suddenly, creating a huge commotion that attracted the entire Xia family. Many people are rushing over here. There was a look of satisfaction in Lu Zichen's eyes. Today, he is going to establish his authority here and kill the chicken to scare the monkey. What? What are you doing? How could you hurt someone? Xia Wanqing was also somewhat shocked. This is something she never thought of. She is wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao, and such matters are simply not within her consideration. But she didn't notice. After Lu Zichen's behavior, her spiritual platform actually became much clearer. You don't want me to explain, I'm helping you. Don't speak, just watch carefully. Saying that, he no longer paid attention to Xia Wanning. Lu Zichen looked at Su Zhuoyan, a hint of sarcasm flashing in his eyes. What kind of puxian is it after all? Only then will a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage fall in love with a waste in the nascent soul stage. This is not even worthy of picking up my shoes. Stepping on him is rewarding him. A mouthful of saliva could probably make him ascend on the spot. In the midst of contemplation, the Xie family members had already arrived, all of them looking at the young lady who usually treated everyone with a smile on her face with shock. What's going on? A man who looked somewhat similar to Xie Jintian asked. It is Uncle Xie. The other brothers and sisters of the Xie family are expanding outside. Only Xie Jintian and second uncle remained in the Xie family's main lineage. Second uncle, I don't know why my sister went crazy. She pushed me first, and even hit and injured Master Su. It's not a big deal, it's just my sister. Xia Chanshan saw everyone arrive together, her courage increased a few more points, and she started chatting casually. I'm fine, Xian, don't worry about me. Su Zhuoyan struggled to get up, and a jade pendant had already shattered. I don't know who left him the life-saving amulet. What's going on, Xia Wanning? Do you not regard our Xia family, your father, in your eyes? Uncle Xia scolded. There was a gleam of light in Lu Zichen's eyes. Why is Xia Chanshan wronged, and this second uncle is even more anxious than her own father? It seems that there is an opinion among them. Could it be the whole rich girl act from women's novels? Not raising your own daughter, but helping others raise her. Xia Wanqing, you hurt people, my Su family, I have the mysterious Holy Land behind me, I won't let you go. Su Zhuoyan also stood up, spitting blood as he spoke. Humph. This seat has achieved a combined cultivation level. You ants dare to slander the seat, quickly kneel down and accept punishment. After speaking, Lu Zichen flew into the air, stood with his hands behind his back, did not restrain his pressure, and completely released it. Everyone present was pressed down to their knees on the ground. Some people with low cultivation directly spit out blood and die. But I don't know what happened to Xia Chanshan, who was refining her body. She just kneeled down and didn't die. You still want to kill me? Su Zhuoyan said arrogantly. Lu Zichen smiled. That's right. Die. Reach down a little. A woman of integrity dares. Uncle Xia spoke. Suddenly, the neck of Su Zhuoyan, who had just been speaking loudly, was twisted by a strange force. The head flew high, the body separated, and the scalding blood splattered directly onto Xia Chanshan's face. The pale face, dyed bright red with blood. She opened her mouth wide, not knowing what to say. Quiet. Deathly silence. The people present seemed to be all intimidated. Xie Jintian dared not speak. After all, he was the head of the Xie family, and his insight was still quite sharp. He felt that his daughter seemed different. Su Zhuoyan's soul, a flash, seemed to want to escape while everyone was unprepared. Just the next moment, he appeared in Lu Zichen's hands. I was wrong, please forgive me. Su Zhuoyan's soul knelt on both knees, constantly kowtowing. I think he is truly repentant, otherwise this time will be forgiven. Xia Wanqing said. In the end, there are still some things that are hard to bear in the heart. Nonsense, if I don't kill him today, he will come to kill me tomorrow. Su Zhuoyan is still begging for mercy. Lu Zichen said lightly. You don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to die. No, you can't kill me, the Su family behind me, the Taishan Holy Land won't. Before he could finish speaking, he was crushed directly by Lu Zichen. However, a touch of heartache flashed across the latter's face. What's wrong? From your expression, it seems like your conscience is troubled. Watching Su Zhuoyan being extinguished, Xia Wanning also felt a trace of imperceptible pleasure in her heart, but she still wanted to advise this demon. Yes, a good soul, wasted like this, I can't even refine it, such a waste, such a pity, no, I have to quickly get my 10,000 souls. Oh, no, the human emperor's banner out. Lu Zichen nodded, really feeling sorry, even though mosquitoes are small, they are still flesh. Fortunately, there is a method to refine the emperor's banner in my mind. I'll go get it later. Xia Wan Ning. Lu Zichen turned his gaze towards Xie Qianshan. Uncle Xia took a step forward. You don't regard me highly. In front of so many elders, you dare to kill. Disable your cultivation and face the wall for 3 years. Idiot. Lu Zichen cursed directly. Okay, today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Uncle Xia's fake aura spread out, but it didn't last 3 seconds. Directly slapped in the face by Lu Zichen, he spun in place 3 times. Disrespecting the elderly, acting old and selling old, it's you who deserves to die. Uncle Xia forcibly suppressed a mouthful of blood in his heart. Directly produce a chessboard. The whole body is green, extremely smooth, with the words Tianyan engraved on the back. Between the flickering of the brilliant light, strands of spiritual energy floated out, confronting Lu Zichen. Just looking at it is a good treasure. Even Lu Zichen didn't react, and was pulled into a strange space. There was nothing around, only the chessboard that had just been placed in front of me. And Uncle Xie also stood face to face with him. Proud expression. Chapter 4, from now on, I'm in charge of the Xie family. Humph. This is the immortal Tao's greatest treasure. The heavenly diffraction chessboard. Although it's an imitation, it should be enough to deal with you. In this space, both sides need spiritual power to support every move they make. But the key to victory or defeat is over the success or failure of the game. And to lose is to die. Only if one person dies can the other one get out. Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, but this side of space can only use the chessboard to determine the winners and losers. After playing a game of chess, in the chess game to win you, or no problem. After saying that, Uncle Xia laughed out loud. Lu Zidian just watched quietly without interrupting him. After all, who's going to introduce him to the rules if he interrupts? More of these villains who like to narrate as they fight. Please. Xia Lian Ning in the body anxious. You quickly, I let me. Second uncle his go attainments. In the eastern wasteland are famous. You can't win him. Let me explain it to him properly. Get it out of the way and everything will be fine. Between the words, Uncle Xia Ershi had already landed a son. You can only win or lose by the board. And one person dies so the other can get out? Lu Ziduan whispered. Repeating. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Sinful animal. Are you afraid? The corner of Lu Zichen's mouth lifted into a smile. That's not so bad. Playing chess. He hadn't thought about it. He didn't even know the basic rules. But it's nifty to fix a fairy. Uncle Xia Ershi watched Lu Zichen make a move and was trying to see where he landed. Instead, I heard him say something puzzling. In that case, wouldn't it be better to use the board to get you killed? Lu Zichen directly took the chessboard and slapped it at Uncle Xia's head. Slap. Uncle Xia's head was directly slapped into a bloody mist. The strike was too fast and too fierce. And under the power of the chessboard, the divine soul was grabbed by a handful of people before it could escape. Refined in a moment, the illusion dispersed. Lu Ziduan's white clothes were already stained with a bit of blood. He was a little disgruntled. It seems better to wear all black from now on. While thinking about these things, everyone was already in an uproar. Just now Uncle Xia Ershi wanted to show his majestic side to the outside world. As a result, he didn't expect that Lu Zidian would break the game like this. But the scene just now is really, don't know what to say. And when you think about it, there's really nothing wrong with it. People do win with the board. They just break new ground in their approach. Xia Wanning didn't know what to say. This heart demon acting is simply the devil of devils. Not following the rules at all. Lu Zichen looked towards Xie Qianshan who was sitting paralyzed on the ground weeping. Jia. Little white lotus. Now it's your turn. Xia Zhentian couldn't help but speak. But his tone was a few points weaker. That, and she's at least your own sister. So why don't you let her go? A tone of consultation. Lu Zichen squinted. But has learned a lot. The tone was pretty good. But the pro-sister. It's kind of funny, when I was just refining, this Uncle Xia's memories were quite a bit to look at. That good stepmother of hers was a dignified person in front of people, in Uncle Xia's bed, but I do not know how to wave. It's also true that if Xia Wanning and Xia Qianshan come from the same lineage, the two cultivated, how could one be heavenly and the other underground? He could certainly release that memory. Let him kill in name only, but why would he do that? He's a harmonization stage cultivator. And he still needs others to explain what he does? You need a reason to kill someone? Ridiculous. Aren't you afraid of a bad reputation if you do this? Xia Wanning said. Fame? A man with great love in his heart once said that insults add nothing to me, only shallow-minded people care about the opinions of others, such people are destined to be pitiful. Xia Lanning was silent, seemingly touched by these words. Lu Zichen withdrew his mind and didn't talk nonsense. Big Sleeve flung Xia Qian directly into blood mist. Screams are held in the throat. That whole tea-talk thing only works for people who follow the rules. And he, Lu Zidian, will make the rules. Cool. Lu Zichen's sudden question caused Xia Wanning, who was still thinking about the words she had just spoken, to freeze. After thinking about it, or answering honestly, kind of. Ha 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 ha. That's right. You have to understand that power comes from strength, not status. Lu Ziduan looked towards the shocked Xie Zhentian. Lao Dang. You're old, so go be a Taishang emperor in the future and take care of yourself. Effective immediately. I am in charge of the Xie family. Who is in favor and who is against after my words? For a moment, there was silence. The stepmother pushed Xie Zhentian as if to say, "Hubby, say something," but how dare he retort? It was just a dark thought that the stupid woman couldn't recognize the situation now. Her daughter has someone who's a real killer. Seeing that she could not instigate Xie Zhentian, the stepmother took a strong breath and prepared to do it herself. If she let Xia Wanning be in charge of this, she would still have a good life. I'm against. Bang! The blood mist exploded, so fast that it actually maintained a faint human form. Lu Zichen said with a puzzled expression, "Did someone just speak?" A few seconds later, neither said anything, so it seems to be a tacit admission. Well then, pass on this seat's decree that the leaders of the Xie clan's external expansion return to the Xie clan within 3 hours to be deployed. If the time limit is exceeded, or if you do not comply, you will be killed. There was still a dead silence at the bottom. No one answered, as if trying to resist in the way that all poor weaklings do. Lu Zichen didn't care and said softly with a warm smile on his face, "If the news didn't get out, you're the ones who died." After saying that, his body flickered and disappeared in the same place. Only a crowd of faces were left behind. Eventually someone stood up and rushed off to deliver the message. They knew that the Xie family was going to change. Xia Lianning's bedroom. Lu Zichen sat down with a big horse, looking at the heavenly diffusion chessboard in his hand. Baby is such a treasure. Too bad it's a knockoff. I'll have to find a way to snag the real thing later. Do you really want to take charge of the Xie family? Xia Lianning asked, in a tone of humble curiosity. Everything that happened today was so shocking that it simply cracked her 3 senses a little. She realized that Lu Ziden's means of doing things were simple and rough. But it just gets the job done. His own previous seemed really a little too indecisive. Of course not. My generation of cultivators, when they regard competing with the great Tao and raising their cultivation as the most important thing, everything else is just floating clouds. It's too much of a waste of time if I'm in charge of the Xie clan. What comes later, comes later. But those who are expanding out there, the pinched spirit stones in their hands, the magic treasures, first it all has to be spit out for me. Lu Zichen had a calculation in his mind. A few trifles, not all of which he could be expected to do in person. Moreover, the Xie family had a bloodline relationship with Xia Wanning after all. Just in case before you reshape your own body, this body is seriously injured. Let them make sacrifices and draw out the essence blood of the same clan and origin in their bodies to refine it a bit. Make up for the origin. It's not a bad bottom line either. He's not just a reckless guy who kills people mindlessly. It's the stability that counts. After all, the great thousand worlds, except for the Griffin realm and the Daoyu realm, there's still the former realm. Chapter 5, I told you. Latecomers, shoot to kill. Xia family, council chamber. 3 hours later, Lu Zichen sat at the main seat, dressed in black with a cold face. Behind her, her hair was tied into a ponytail high behind her head. Paired with his current complexion, his features gave birth to some harshness for no apparent reason, and there was actually some androgynous beauty. He swept his gaze across the lobby. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat serious. 10 seats, still too empty at the moment. In Xie Zhentian's generation, there were 10 brothers including him. At this moment, Lu Zichen was sitting in the seat that originally belonged to Xie Zhentian. The other 2 empty seats. One is dead Uncle Xie. There was another, Uncle Xie's 6. Who hadn't appeared yet. Uncle Xie's 6th should have been delayed by something. You're not really going to kill him, are you? Xia Lianning asked weakly. I told you. Latecomers, shoot to kill. Lu Ziden sipped his tea lightly and said slowly. Besides, hasn't their lineage always been at odds with you? After inheriting Xia Wanning's body, Lu Ziden also gained her memories, and the rest of the Xie family was fine. Only dare to play smart. It's the second uncle. The sixth uncle who keeps making small movements. Xiaozhentian is also really old and confused. It's amazing that people like that aren't killed and are let off the hook. Even let this Uncle Xie 6 go outside to develop. He was also cuckolded by Uncle Xie. Come on man. Lu Ziduan shouted. Yes, Missy. What are your orders? Family master. A servant fell to his knees and said in a hurry. Xia Lanning's divine soul looked unimpressed. When he was in control of this body, the servants in the house had never respected him so much. Have you brought the words I asked you to bring to Uncle Xiaolu? Home to the Lord's word. Bring. Brought. Well, go on down. The servant answered yes repeatedly, and only after going out did he realize that his back was drenched in cold sweat. It's like walking through a ghost gate. It couldn't be helped. The Xiaowaning in their eyes right now was really scary. Lu Ziden opened his mouth. Someone in the hall then also spoke up, and Uncle Xie Fifth asked, Late Ning, where is your father? He was old and wanted to live in seclusion, so I found him a place to stay and let him enjoy his life. That's what they say, but they understand. What seclusion? It's not just house arrest, and call me master of the house from now on. Didn't anyone tell you the rules? Uncle Xia Wu choked, his face a little embarrassed. I'm still your uncle. Oh, so what? You're stating the fact that you're older than me, but a loser with a lower cultivation level than me? Uncle Xia Wu's face exploded red for a moment, nearly going straight to red warmth. But it's also true. It's not what it used to be with all the blood out there now. He forced down the anger in his heart and looked towards Uncle Xia Lu's empty seat. Several of their brothers had come to prepare for a joint power grab. After already discussing it on the way, it was up to Old Six, who had also recently broken through to the harmonization stage, to come first. Let Lao Lu give Xia Wanning a surprise. Lu Ziduan wasn't in a hurry and just waited slowly. After burning 3 incense sticks, the door to the council chamber was pushed open. A middle-aged man stepped in with a haughty look and leisurely steps. Looking at Lu Zichen, who was sitting at the top, he said in a disdainful tone, I'm sorry, I had a problem with my carrier and I'm late. You don't blame me, do you? Thanks, home, Lord. A few of the other uncles looked different. They were all watching to see how Lu Zichen would react. Almost the instant Uncle Xia Lu stepped in, Lu Zidian then felt a wave of harmonization stage cultivation. Snickering, is this their base card? If Xia Wanning had mastered this body herself, she might still have a few scruples, but now he's the one in control. So sorry. Then he was invincible at the same rank, and could fight beyond the rank. However, what excited him even more now was that this Uncle Xia Sixth was in the harmonization stage cultivation. I'm just afraid that I've been raking in a lot of grease out there, and I'm afraid that the bottom line is rich. If you kill him yourself, you'll just have another bumper crop. Lu Zichen looked down at Uncle Xia Lu. Oh, carrier problem? What kind of carrier are you in? Uncle Xia Lu froze. Why was this asked? It was a bit puzzling for a moment. I come with the royal stick. Royal stick? We're all riding on the spiritual ship. All of us are heavenly young divine colts. Your royal stick. No wonder you're having problems. You, royal stick, have no business coming to this meeting. By being 3 joss sticks late, you're not taking this meeting seriously and you're disrespecting us. I told you, latecomer, shoot to kill. All of a sudden, Lu Zichen's harmonization stage cultivation erupted, filling the entire hall. The black clothes on his body hunted, and he slapped his palm without any effort. Uncle Xia Lu's face was shocked. Big sis, say something before you start fighting. The other uncles didn't expect it. Lu Zichen really does strike at the drop of a hat. And, by the looks of it, it seemed like they really wanted to get him killed. Sixth uncle, his strength is not lower than yours now. You should either think about it yourself. Xia Wanning discouraged. Don't worry. I'm invincible at the same rank and will win. The large palm slapped down, and Uncle Xia Lu crossed his stick in front of him, struggling to fend it off. A few of the other uncles watched with their eyes and noses as they got up and vanished into the distance. This kind of war between ensoulment stages, it's not for them to get involved. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. Uncle Xia Lu retreated a few steps backward. He really didn't expect that he would just make a move before he even took a sip of tea. Now that the fight had begun, there was little use for any of the machinations he had thought of before. That's better. Much simpler and rougher. Uncle Xia Lu mouthed the spell. A divine pattern lit up the stick he held, filling it from the center all the way to the ends. The pressure of the conformity stage on his body was released with a roar, but it only occupied a small portion of the battlefield, and it was being suppressed to death by Lu Zichen. Who was stronger and who was weaker? The highs and the lows. He let out a cold snort, and with a flick of his wrist, the shadow of his stick flipped. Broken you 3 strikes. It was a trick he had acquired while out exploring. Each stick contained the power of 9 mountains and 9 seas. It's what he stands on when he has encounters with people on the outside. Under the 3 sticks, no one had been seen able to block it. He believed that this little hairy girl, who only knew how to cultivate on a daily basis, was no ass in a real fight. However, Lu Zichen just stood there. Fingers moved 3 times, and tides of air rolled in. The power of those 3 sticks then disappeared without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. Lu Zichen didn't do anything at all except for the corner of his coat moving a few times. Xia Wanning looked dumbfounded. You turned out to be so strong? The crowd watching the battle from afar also looked dumbfounded. They thought that this Miss Xie, who had always kept her door closed, would never leave the house. It was expected that it would just be a matter of suppressing people by their cultivation. But I didn't expect that when they really fought, they actually didn't lose the slightest bit of ground. Uncle Xie Wu shouted, running thunder by day. The top burst open, revealing a muscular body. A golden stick with a top-heavy top surfaced. It stood behind his head, golden in color. There's no pattern on it whatsoever, quaint and unadorned. Along with Uncle Xie Wu's movements, the golden stick poured down, with a mountainous momentum. The surrounding space was crushed, revealing a pitch-black void. This is your divine ability? Lu Zichen stood with his arms folded. It's too weak to even let me have my fun. He raised his hand to press it down, his tone even. The Great Hand Seal of the Void. Chapter 6, Confused. Kill you, what's yours isn't mine too. The Great Hand Seal of the Void. Lu Zichen raised his hand and pressed down, speaking indifferently. The dome of the sky that was originally topped by that golden divine stick suddenly changed. Lu Zichen seemed to have become the center of a vortex. All the auras in the vicinity madly surged towards him. The sky was overcast. It seems to roar with thunder. An incomparable aura covered the area. Not good. Retreat! Uncle Xie-san shouted. With this kind of momentum, if they didn't retreat farther, I'm afraid that any onlooker would be shocked to death by the aftershock. The crowd pushed their divine abilities with all their might, and their speed increased to the extreme for a moment, afraid to run a little behind and get caught in the aftermath of the battle. Fourth Uncle Xie sighed. Originally I wanted to scare this yellow-haired girl, but I didn't think that she would actually not give any mercy. So is the oldest 6, and so is she. Now whoever ends up as the head of this family, this Xie family residence, I'm only afraid that nothing will remain. Uncle Xie Chi also agreed. Yes, this Xie Evening Ning feels just like she was taken over by the extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Obviously, he used to be a soft touch, but now, how come he's so hard? To say that he put his father under house arrest. This tactic, it's a little too ironic. There's no mercy at all. Yes, now really no reasoning at all, but also no respect. You just heard what he said about me. Xie's 6th uncle said angrily. Between the words, the crowd didn't know how many miles they had run away to. Looking back, he saw that the sky of the original Xie family had become completely black. Lu Zichen stood with his arms folded, his back to the crowd, his wide sleeves blowing in the wind. The high ponytail had come apart at some point, and her black hair danced wildly. Above a black coat, white runes appeared. It went from his shoulders down to the hem of his shirt, spreading out at his feet into the space around him. Mysterious white characters formed several chains, stretching out towards the 8 points of the world, as if to imprison everything. Next moment, a scene that shocked several Xie family members even more appeared. Above the originally ink-like dome of the sky, the dark clouds looked as if they had been oppressed by something. It was squeezed apart and a huge hole appeared in the sky. Uncle Xie Lu looked up. A big hand, an immense and incomparable palm slowly pressed down. Mt Meru or Sumeru, the Great Hand Seal of Buddha. Although the speed was slow, the pressure was overwhelming, and the breadth was as vast as an ocean. A mountain not far away was insignificant in front of this palm. Uncle Xie Lux's proud golden god stick was set off by this palm as if it was an embroidery needle. God is in a trance. He heard the sound of clicking coming. On the golden stick, cracks emerged. Before he could react, a mouthful of blood spurted out violently. His face was filled with incredulity before his palm fell. His sunrise running thunder had then dissipated. The gap in strength was desperate. Uncle Xie Lu wanted to escape, but realized that the space around him had been locked up. Looking to Lu Zichen, he did nothing but press his palm. The rest made no movement whatsoever, just looked at him with a death stare. This is my body. Within the spirit platform, Xia Lianning could hardly believe it. This body of his own actually had such potential. Could it be that one is the demon of the mind, and the demon of the mind is the body? She was doubting herself a little. Lu Zichen didn't answer, leaving it for her to think slowly. as if irritated by his gaze. Uncle Sia's sixth strong tidal spirit. Yellow hair shaking his head. Let's look down on people. He threw the stick he was holding into the air. Both hands immediately cast a spell, and his mouth recited the mantra. The stick floated above his head and actually shook as he mouthed the words. Go! Uncle Xia Lu reached out and pointed, and the stick shot toward the dome of the sky. The number grew during the flight. In the end, it transformed into 99 sticks and met the giant palm. Ha 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 ha, I've made it. I've made it. A critical breakthrough. Messy Point Heavenly Palace. Uncle Xia Lu was ecstatic, like he was young again. He had practiced this move for so many years, but he had never thought that today, he would actually break it. The heart can't help but feel a little feverish. He looked at Lu Zichen, but still had nothing to show. 99 sticks crashed into the large palm. The aftermath spread around, and the few people watching the battle from the side could vaguely feel the ghastly sensation. No! How is this possible? Uncle Xia Lu raised his head and looked down at the giant palm. His fevered dreams were shattered with a slap. In the blink of an eye, 99 sticks wore out. The large hand was not affected in the slightest, and its speed remained neither fast nor slow. He broke down and fell to his knees. Keep praying. I have lots of spirit stones, lots and lots of treasure. Let me go. I'll give up all I have. Let me go. Let me go. Confused. Kill you and what's yours isn't mine too. I said. Beyond the time limit. Shoot to kill. The great handprint of the void mist was still some distance away from the ground. It didn't even fall into place. With a cry of supplication, Uncle Xia Lu was worn out. Lu Ziduan saw this. Unlocking the avatar, he detained Uncle Xia Lu's divine soul. What is this for? Xia Lanning asked, a little curious. Even she herself hadn't noticed that she hadn't opened her mouth to dissuade Uncle Xia sixth when he prayed just now. The spiritual platform was even getting clearer and clearer, and the Taoist heart was permeable. Don't waste it. This is a divine soul of the harmonization stage. When you refine the 10,000 soul streamer in the future, this is a good treasure. Xia Evening Ning. Between the two men talking, the Xia family's crowd had already flown back. Sliding on his knees, he stepped forward, fluent and incomparable. Greetings, Family Master Xia. Guys, get up. I'm not an unreasonable person. I'm still a nice person to talk to. The crowd broke into a sweat. Do you want to see what you're talking about? Good talk. What just died? Since you have been stung by the personality of this seat has a good idea. From now on, all of you obtain treasures, spirit stones, all of them will be given to this seat. This seat will unify the distribution. Uncle Xiejio cupped his fists and stepped forward. Family Master Xie, there's something I want to ask? I wonder, how much of a cut we'll get later? Lu Zichen revealed a nuclear good smile. This is to be determined. Don't worry, you will never be treated poorly. But for now, it's still the same thing, pay up or die. The crowd showed a touch of dismay. They had understood. Xia Lianning had changed. No longer the one who used to be able to press her by virtue of her status. Nowadays, with little strength, I'm afraid I'm not even qualified to talk to her. Yes, we'll turn it in right away. Lu Zichen smiled and said, don't play smart. And, he looked at his feet. The Xia clan residents had still suffered quite a bit of damage from the battle just now. Although that great handprint of the void mist didn't fall into place, but the fallout was pretty much all over the place. Only Xia Lianning's bedroom. Nothing major under his intentional control. It will also be a labor of love for you all to have someone come and fix them up properly. This money? Someone asked. Lu Zichen had a rightful look on his face. Of course it's out of my pocket. Before the people at the bottom could rejoice, they heard him add, what is not yours is mine. The Xia family's uncles could only grit their teeth and respond. Yes, Chapter 7 Lazy talk is worthy of listening, and you already have a way to take your death. Xia Late condensed within the spirit platform, taking it all in. Looking inside the Xia family residence, only his own residence remained. Hey, who the hell are you? To this day, she has come to realize that this is by no means a demon of her own mind. She had never heard of a mind retaining its sanity after a heart demon had devoured its master. Moreover, she felt that even if she had bred a heart demon, she would not be so murderous. It's just an extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Lu Zichen casually made a perfunctory remark, and then his eyes eagerly looked at the treasures handed over by the Xia family's crowd. Sure enough, this moment of taking stock of one's harvest was the most enjoyable after every time one killed and seized a treasure. Especially Uncle Xie. This old six. That's a lot of good babies. According to the method of making the 10,000 soul streamer within his mind, Lu Zichen sat up and refined. The purple-black demonic auras permeated in the cramped space. Jia jia jia. The heavenly materials kept turning into the purest spiritual energy, which turned purple and black. Lu Zidong picked up a few bones of divine beasts placed by his feet, and a sheet of fine fur. The woozy sounds chanted continuously from within his mouth. About a couple hours later, a small black and purple streamer emerged, with a faint devilish aura floating around it. This suggests that there are no living souls in it yet. Lu Zidong flipped his hand, and Uncle Sa's sixth soul was still begging for mercy. Noisy. A suction force came from the human emperor streamer, and a harmonization stage cultivator was just refined. Didn't even have time to scream. As expected, the purple-black mist on top of the human emperor streamer grew quite a bit. What are you doing? Xia Lian-ning was alarmed. It's just a matter of asking your sixth uncle to help me with my cultivation. Such a good soul can't be wasted. Lu Zidong laughed like a demon. The human emperor streamer transformed into a small flag and fell into Lu Zichen's palm. He said carelessly, "Don't you think that it's missing something?" Xia Wanning froze. "What?" "Report, Family Master Xie," a boy shouted outside. "The Taishan Holy Land has sent a messenger, and it is now outside the main gate. A few uncles are waiting outside." That messenger said. Say what? The boy was sweating profusely. It says that you should kneel to hear the decree of the law. Lu Zichen laughed out loud, scaring the informer half to death. It's so true that when you doze off, you get a pillow. This human emperor streamer of his own happens to be a few thousand raw souls short. He had been wondering if he should go to destroy the Su family first, or the Taishan Holy Land. Now, instead, someone else has made the decision for himself. I know. With that, Lu Zidian stood up and stepped forward. The figure appeared at the main entrance, only to see a young man with an arrogant demeanor, humming disdainfully when he saw Xia Wanning. "Xia Wanning, killing my sect Su Zhiyan. Are you trying to go against my Taishan Holy Land?" The young man didn't even look at me square in the eye. The Taishan Holy Land was a first-class inheritance in the Eastern Wasteland. The Xie clan reigned supreme in this remote place, but in the entire Eastern Wasteland, it was only a second-rate level. It's nothing in their eyes yet. Extraterrestrial demon. Or you'd better explain it quickly. The Holy Lord of the Taishan Holy Land isn't something we can mess with, Xia Lian-ning said anxiously. Lu Zichen didn't say anything. That young man from the Taishan Holy Land thought he was afraid. The corner of his mouth quirked as he continued. "Kneel and listen. Master Xia." The rest of the Xia family laughed inwardly. This Xia Evening Ning is not always relying on her high strength to do whatever she wants. Right now, the Holy Lord of the other person's Taishan Holy Land was at the Mahayana stage of cultivation. Let's see what you do now. A few moments of schadenfreude flashed across the faces of a few people, and the pain of having just been gutted by Lu Zidong was reduced by a few points. What Xia Lian-ning was worried about just now was really the same. The young man's chin lifted slightly, his heart excited. Although he was only at the Jindan stage, he could make a harmonization stage kneel, or a beauty like this. What a relief to the heart. His eyes opened slightly, but surfaced that Xia Wanning was still standing in the same place. "Family Master Xie, don't kneel yet." After looking up and down at Xia Wanning's appearance, surprisingly, a touch of lechery flashed across his face, and he was just about to open his mouth. Next moment, he was then looking down at his body from above. When did his head separate from his body? Talking so much and being so arrogant. Those who don't know, think you're a Mahayana. Lu Zichen's tone is flat. It's just a dogfight. How dare you be so arrogant? When two countries are at war, they don't cut off their envoys. Xia Wanning, have you thought this through? The young man's divine soul shouted. Lazy talk deserves to be heard. You already have a way to get killed. Lu Zidian raised his hand, and the human emperor streamer emerged, fluttering in the wind. The rolling purple chi wrapped around that young man at once and inhaled into the streamer. It's just the Jindan stage. It's still too weak. So I guess that the Holy Lord of the Taishan Holy Land is not bad. The rest of the onlookers were shocked. No way. You really killed him? But after seeing that 10,000 soul streamer, everything seemed to make sense. It turned out that this Xia Evening Ning was really possessed. No wonder. This black dress, coupled with a treacherous and temperamental personality, was truly more devilish than the Devil's Gate. Fourth Uncle Xia was furious and stomped his feet, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart and said in the most calm tone, "Family Master, you are confused. You killed the incoming ambassador, and killed the second and sixth in our family, and your father was soft, sent to retirement. They are the mainstay of my Xia family, the rest of them don't have enough cultivation. How are we going to fight against the Taishan Holy Land? It's good that you're a merged body, but the Taishan Holy Land has a Mahayana stage. Lu Zichen waved his hand and smiled lightly. It's very simple. I'm not a Mahayana. Of course he knew that the Holy Lord of the Taishan Holy Land was at the Mahayana stage. But, what the hell? In his eyes, the Mahayana stage was only barely a Daoyu realm. Now he's not even afraid. What's more, such resources had just been seized, paired with Xia Lianning's female frequency's unique physique that grows cultivation even when drinking water. The pile can be piled up to the Mahayana stage, and it won't leave any aftereffects. What is there to fear? The rest of the people just thought that he was completely possessed and had lost his mind and was talking nonsense here, but it also gave them renewed hope. I will ask the monks of the Putuai temple to purify my heart and remove the demons. Let Xia evening gel heavy new change back to the original that nature. Maybe, a few of them would still have a chance to take control of the Xia family. Uncle Xia Si still wanted to speak. Lu Zichen's gaze was morose. Talking so much, is it because you want to enter my human emperor streamer to have a talk with your sixth brother? The demonic aura surged and a silhouette emerged. It was none other than Uncle Xia Lu, who had been completely refined. At the moment, his eyes were dull and incomparable, but the aura on his body was viciously chilling. He says he misses you guys. The rest of them were trembling with fear and trembling, and it was a long time before they spoke. Dare not, dare not. We still want to continue to be out there for the family master. Keep doing things. Lu Zidian threw out his big sleeve and his figure dissipated away, as if the sword hanging over the heads of the people had also been withdrawn. The crowd breathed a long sigh of relief. Chapter 8, Send some Hongming Purple Chi. Extraterrestrial Heavenly Demon. You were just in too much of a hurry. People are right. What about two countries at war, not cutting off their envoys? Xia Lanning worried. Under Lu Zidian's influence, it wasn't as if she was having a motherly heart attack and wanted to spare the messenger. Just thought it would get me in trouble. Humph, that's also based on mutual respect. A small Jindan being so arrogant. Isn't it looking for death? As Lu Zichen flew, he remembered the messenger's disgusting eyes just now. Being a man himself, he certainly knew what the messenger was thinking. He doesn't want to be pouting. Besides, even if I let him go back tomorrow, when I overthrow the Taishan Holy Land, he will still die. Is it really a breakthrough? Don't worry, it's wrapped inside a hidden cave. Lu Zichen sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly closed, inside the lightless cave. But instead of darkness, there was a vague blue light. If someone came in, they'd just be shocked. Inside this cave, there were countless spirit stones placed densely. The spiritual light it emitted filled the entire space. It was all snatched from the hands of those in the Si family. Among them, Uncle Xia Lu's hand had the most, and Lu Zichen braced his arms upwards. All the spirit stones all floated up. The spiritual light contained on it began to flicker. Faintly. 10 seconds later, the spiritual light was absorbed by Lu Zichen in its entirety. And this Xia family congregation had accumulated spirit stones for an unknown number of years. At this moment, all of them turned into ashes and drifted between heaven and earth. Lu Zidian's hand was making a grab towards the void. The pills that clattered like flowing water spread over the entire cave. A medicinal scent filled the air. Lu Zichen didn't hesitate in casting the spell. The elixir began to melt, turning into a long river that seemed to run into the sea, drilling into his body. The medicinal power that had just been absorbed, the spiritual power, flowed to the limbs and swam between the meridians. After an unknown number of cycles, all is calm. Sure enough, as Lu Ziduan guessed, this body of Xia Wanning was simply an innate cultivation holy body. This kind of infusion of spiritual power, medicinal power, was actually able to be absorbed perfectly. The efficiency of those pills, spirit stones utilized, was almost 100%, and what with all the side effects, Danmaku, and rooting, there is even less. With a burst of energy, he directly elevated to the Mahayana stage. He couldn't help but let out a loud laugh at the thought. Jie's laughter resounded throughout the cave. It's so true that it's a female frequency, and it's just so easy to practice. Extraterrestrial heavenly demon. If you forcefully raise your cultivation level like this, even if you are a Mahayana, will you be a match for the Taishan Holy Land? Xia Lianning asked. No, you've got it wrong. My cultivation comes from absorbing pills, spirit stones, combining the best of 100, tamping it down. Their cultivation. All of them are foolishly practicing there, vapid and unimaginative. How can they be my opponent? Lu Ziduan replied. Xia Wanning stopped talking. This extraterrestrial heavenly demon always has all sorts of strange and weird reasoning, leaving her speechless. The favorites are still alright. And things that couldn't be done before have been done. So what do you think? What should I do? Xia Lian Ning lit up. This extraterrestrial heavenly demon finally came to ask for his opinion. She was too busy to answer. I think in this case, both sides are at fault. We should make amends and they should apologize to us. Everyone is a cultivator and will be reasonable. Xia Lanning analyzed the head. Lu Zichen nodded. It is indeed necessary to give them some gifts. Great. I see some treasures that are just fine. I can help you refer to them. Xia Wanning said happily. No need. I already have plans. With that said, he flipped his hand and the human emperor streamer appeared in his palm, a trace of demonic chi being constantly played with by him. In my opinion, just send some Hongmeng purple chi. They will be happy. Jia. Isn't this a demonic aura? Nonsense. Children can't be taught. This is only because the purity is too high. Lu Zichen shook his head. I'd normally give it to someone who wanted it in this concentration. Xia Wanning stopped talking again. She figured it out. Nowadays, at least until Lu Zichen recovered his body, they are one. There doesn't seem to be any harm in what he's doing now at least. She was also watching and pondering. Lu Ziduan searched for feats within his mind, and he was dazzled by those male frequency feats. After half a day of searching, his eyes lit up. It's decided that it's you. Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. This is the most suitable move at the moment. Start rubbing when you get to the road. As soon as you arrive at the Taishan Holy Land, you'll just throw it. After all, according to the intelligence, the Taishan Holy Land had more than just one Mahayana. Let's take them by surprise first. Blow up as many as you can. Although he had been packing his bags with Xia Lian here, but stability was the first guideline. But it can't be too powerful. When the time comes, let's simply throw a four-colored fire lotus first. Otherwise the power is too great. It wouldn't be good to blow up the treasures he had stored in the Taishan Holy Land that he had never met before. The mind was made up. At the end of the day, Lu Zichen suddenly remembered something. Xia Wanning, do you want me to help you return that marriage partner of yours? Ah, I'm alright. I haven't really met him. And besides I don't want to marry him. Xia Lanning said indifferently. This marriage partner was originally instigated by Xia Qianxian. Xia Jintian casually found a small family that seemed to be a family named Shao. That's stupid. You should at least find a big family. Wouldn't it be better to have a marriage between two families? This is the way to maximize the value of Xia Evening Ning. This Xia Jintian's really. Every day just think about some pulling flower things. There is no benefit at all in doing so. Aha. Lu Ziduan nodded. Still, who knows how long I'll be in this body. He's not a little boy pussy and doesn't want to be pouted at. Arrangements were made for an individual to deliver the letter. Lu Zichen tore through the void and headed in. The destination, however, was not the Taishan Holy Land. He hadn't forgotten that this was a female world, and that one's apparent morals were quite high. The Taishan Holy Land as a first-class power, if it was tragically wiped out overnight, if you don't give a yourself, it might suffer the siege of those famous sects and become the target of everyone's death. When the time comes, the world's scholars will be proud of killing themselves. And they will be in trouble if they do anything and put it on their heads. After all, this eastern wasteland still had quite a few old monsters of the transitional stage in it, and it was no problem to deal with one or two of them by himself overstepping his steps. But you know the truth about ants biting elephants. Between thoughts, Lu Zichen had already appeared above the heavenly demon palace and inwardly said, Jia. Don't most of those famous sects like to have a name for their division? I'll give a statement no less. Gazing down below, the Sky Demon Palace was filled with an eerie aura, 4,000s of miles around. The concentration of demonic chi had already exceeded that of spiritual chi. At the center, you can barely detect the aura, and the demonic aura is monstrous. Lu Zichen concealed his figure and strolled through it. The human emperor flag at his side hovered out. Due to the fact that this place was already full of demonic energy, the high purity of the human emperor's streamer's Hongmeng purple chi did not need to be concealed in the slightest, but instead was like a fish in water. Lu Zichen's divine sense covered the heavenly demon palace. Quickly choosing his object, he grabbed it with a big hand. Immediately, several disciples and offerings disappeared in place, losing their lives. The corpse was put away in a storage bag. The divine soul was also absorbed into the 10,000 soul streamer and stayed with Uncle Xiaolu. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in a dark cave in the heavenly demon palace. At this moment, a devil Dao cultivator of the Mahayana stage was in seclusion, his body and mind both immensely engaged. He also didn't even think that someone would still come in, so he didn't notice Lu Zichen at all. Without hesitation, a palm slapped him in the back of the heart. and that devil cultivator directly sprayed out a mouthful of blood, eyes alert and angry. Who? Get out! The dark black aura centered on him and attacked with no dead angle in 360 degrees. The mountains and buildings shook, and the entire heavenly devil palace was in a state of emergency. Lu Zichen didn't dwell on it. His figure flashed again and disappeared in the blink of an eye, and when he reappeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. Extraterrestrial heavenly demon. What did you just mean? Xia Lanning was a bit puzzled. Based on the observations made in the past few days, Lu Zichen by no means looked like someone who would miss. When the time comes, it will be the Heavenly Demon Palace's Mahayana stage powerhouse who will lead a group of disciples to sneak up on the Taishan sacred ground, causing it to be tragically annihilated. Lu Zichen flew towards the Taishan Holy Land, laughing strangely. Whether it was real or not he didn't know, and those people wouldn't care anyway. At that time, when the righteous factions besieged the Heavenly Devil Palace, they might even be able to pick up the slack themselves. But the Heavenly Demon Palace didn't mess with you, Xia Lanning said. Does the fact that he didn't mess with me have anything to do with me trying to get him? Lu Zichen took it for granted. Besides, they are devils, and as a decent person, I should get rid of the devils and defend the way. Xia Evening Ning. Lu Zidian's figure cut through a long black rainbow in midair. Looking closely, one could also see several flames swirling and fluttering in the palm, gradually tending to merge. Jia, Taishan Holy Land. This seat comes too. Chapter 9, Taste the power of these disciples of yours. Taishan Holy Land. The land was in the western part of the eastern wasteland, close to the central state and the northern barbarians. A completely different scene from the Heavenly Devil Palace. There were flocks of cranes in many immortal lakes, with white mist steaming up above them, just like a fairyland. It is really a land of bells and forests. At the moment, the disciples were practicing in cutting, and it was peaceful. Lu Zichen just appeared in the sky without any warning. The eyes looked down indifferently. The lotus of Buddha's wrath on his left hand had already taken shape, and the terrifying power it contained could be felt even from a long distance away. Beneath his feet, a pattern spread out in all directions. It formed a large formation that not only wrapped around the Taishan Holy Land, but surrounded the thousands of miles around the Taishan Holy Land. Now, one can't walk away. Lu Zichen looked at the Buddha's Fury Fire lotus flower made up of 4 flames in his hand. Taishan Holy Land. I'll give you 3 breaths to escape. 1, 2, 3, go you. Lu Zidian waved his hand, and the 4-colored fire lotus quickly floated towards the Taishan Holy Land. The lotus flower grows in the wind and spreads rapidly. In the center of the Taishan Holy Land, before the lotus flower had even erupted, its terrifyingly high temperature had already vaporized the numerous lakes dry. The auras were burned dry. What man? What 3 breaths to escape? What is this? Who has eaten the guts of a bear and dared to commit an offense against my Taishan Holy Land? The disciples of the Taishan Holy Land whispered, just as quickly that lotus had bloomed. Didn't you say you'd give 3 breaths to escape? No martial virtues. The Buddha's Fury Fire lotus was too fast to react. Boom! The lotus flower erupted with a brilliant light. 4 colors were brilliant and colorful, and the terrifyingly scorching temperature seemed to be able to burn heaven and earth. The rocks above the earth were melted. It turned into reddish golden lava. For a moment, the screams were endless. Today, I have a great gift to give. Lu Zichen raised his hand. The Hongmeng purple chi of the human emperor's streamer spread over the heavens and covered the universe. The living souls of various animals, plants, and cultivators were sucked in. Who has come to violate my Taishan Holy Land? Damn it! I shall whip your excellency into shape and send him to the infernal hell. Several figures rushed up into the sky. 3 paths of Mahayana, which were followed by some refined void, harmonized. The man at the head had the most vigorous chi and blood, with a serious and immortal appearance. It looked like it was the Holy Lord of the Taishan Holy Land. The rest of them aren't in great shape. Under the bombardment of Buddha's anger, several of the Mahayana stage powerhouses in the center directly died. Only one person escaped. These are some of the strongest on the periphery. Several people looked toward their feet. The originally mountainous and beautiful Taishan Holy Land was already dark, and the air was still emitting strong fire elemental fluctuations. The bodies of the disciples were burned and their souls were absorbed. The Lord of the Taishan Holy Land took a step forward, and his pupils shrank when he saw the silhouette. Xia Wanning, you have big dog guts, killing my disciple Su Zhiyan, and now not only are you not accompanying you to apologize, you are also destroying my Holy Land. I want you to serve as a slave for my Holy Land for 3,000 years. Lu Ziduan laughed. Jia, Such a good Hongmeng purple chi. You guys actually don't know what you're talking about. You're really dog-eyed. You came to harass me? And instead I helped your disciples to live forever. Isn't that repaying kindness with kindness? What quackery. If you enter my human emperor streamer, and I don't die, and they don't perish, won't you live forever? You've actually fallen into the devil's path. I've come to make you sober. The Holy Lord of the Taishan Holy Land said angrily. You actually dare to speak loudly about the Hongmeng purple chi and the human emperor streamer. I vow not to kill you. The Taishan Holy Land's face twisted, giving Lu Zichen such a hard time. Taishan Holy Land was only in not a first-class power anymore. Lu Zichen pointed his finger. The human emperor floated, and the demonic aura swept forward. Alas, good intentions are treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. I help kill and set fire to a one-stop service. And you still blame me? Since you don't believe me, then please come into my human emperor streamer and see for yourselves inside. Purple-black waves of chi rolled over after absorbing the disciples of the Taishan Holy Land. The color deepened quite a bit more. The mouth of the Taishan Holy Land's claimer exhaled a mouthful of Xian Qi. Playing God. Taishan creation Qi. A cool sensation came over me, as if a breeze was blowing. The Taishan Holy Land's gong method was very special. It was rumored that the ancestor of their founding sect had accidentally obtained a jade slip in a Taiku battlefield. The word Taishan is written on it. Thus, there was the origin of the Taishan Holy Land. The interior is all about cultivating Xian Qi. It speaks of a person's mouthful of innate energy. Whether it was defense or attacking, it all relied on a mouthful of Xian Qi at the dantian in his body to attack. As soon as the turquoise gas appeared, the crowd of spectators behind them just felt the temperature drop quite a bit. The injuries all seemed to be mended. This Xia Evening Ning wasn't a harmonization some time ago, but now it's a Mahayana. So what if it's a Mahayana? Can it be compared to our Holy Lord? Indeed. Once this mouthful of Taishan creation Qi comes out, in this eastern wasteland, who is the enemy of those in the same realm? Let alone a girl who has just entered the Mahayana? A Mahayana spoke. No, I mean, this woman cultivates so fast, definitely has a strange fate. Either there is a secret treasure on her body, or it is a problem with her physique. That's right, if it's the former, how can this kind of secret treasure fall into the hands of the devil's way? It must be used for us. If it's the latter, this physique must be tortured well. Another Mahayana laughed. Lu Zidian took their words into his ears, showing a hard strained expression. This big clan is just good at talking. It's really high emotion. Still torturing, not just want to catch yourself. Double cultivation as a furnace. Looking down at the arcane energy, the eyes moved slightly. He also saw the wonder and magic of it. Not bad for a first-class power. This feat is indeed a bit interesting. Offense heals defense and seems to be a trinity. It's just a shame that feats are fine, but people aren't. The dark purple gas collided with the turquoise gas. Both are being rapidly consumed. Although the demonic chi could be suppressed, it would only take a while before he wanted to take down the Lord of Taishan Holy Land. Finger pinch. The demonic chi was like a wave, wrapping the Lord of the Taishan Holy Land in this Taishan creation chi within. Those watching the battle outside could only see a cloud of purple gas. The figures of both the Lord of Taishan Holy Land and Lu Zichen disappeared. Should we help the Holy Lord? A practicing void asked uncertainly. No need to worry. This yellow-haired girl is merely bluffing. How can something as lowly as demonic chi be a match for my Taishan creation chi? Within the mists, the Lord of the Taishan Holy Land was sweating profusely. At this moment, he was already sweating profusely, and the turquoise gas was all around him, wrapping him up as if he were a cocoon. There was already some dense pinprick sensation coming from the one at the dantian. This is the manifestation of Taishan Qi bottoming out, pulling out a gourd. He took the last elixir. All he could do now was hope that he could hold his own against it. I hope it's not that stupid out there. Come on, help him. Lu Zichen let out a sardonic smile, and a flash of ghostly green fire flared up in his hand once again. Jia Jia Jia, taste the power of these disciples of yours. Say it. The green fire floated directly into the 10,000 soul streamer. It scorched the divine soul inside. Various stern ghosts let out shrill whistles. The resentment in his body doubled at once. At the same time, the Hongmeng purple chi, which was based on them, suddenly increased. The dead souls in the human emperor's streamer were still relatively small now, just a few thousand. If you take it out directly to fight against Taishan Qi, that was using one less than the other. And Lu Zichen was really heartbroken. Just whip them a little. The Lord of the Taishan Holy Land was greatly alarmed. Taishan Qi was being consumed at an alarming rate. Xia Wanning, if you use this heaven-defying demonic weapon, Every portion of your soul is a huge portion of karma and sin. Aren't you afraid of falling into the infernal hell? Lu Ziduan smiled, and for some reason, suddenly burst into poetry, only to hear him chant in a loud voice. The soul abyss births a demonic treasure, swallowing spirits and controlling yin and yang. Karma fire devours the heart and soul. Only the virtuous can harness it. I am the great merit, the great perseverance, the great creator. What is there to fear? The lord of the Taishan Holy Land collapsed, unable to fight or speak. In the blink of an eye, the creation chi on the surface of the body had already been devoured. Lu Zichen flashed in front of him and made a point towards his brow as his divine soul drew out. It was absorbed into the human emperor's streamer. The body's bone marrow, chi and blood, skin, and sinews, on the other hand, were turned into a puddle of blood in midair, like a big, invisible hand, kneading him wantonly, gradually rubbing and kneading into a blood elixir. Extraterrestrial demon. What is this? Well, this is a good thing. The essence of a Mahayana stage powerhouse is all here. Lu Zichen doesn't want to eat. Doesn't mean someone doesn't want to eat it, though, when the time comes to take it directly to trade, it's another great payday. Or, it's okay to take it and refine something. After all, human beings are the essence of heaven and earth, and Mahayana stage powerhouses. It was even a huge collection of heaven and earth aura. It can still be like this? Xiao Lian-ning asked with a crooked head. Of course. Chapter 10, I do not kill the young or the old. Outside the Putra temple, the mountains are full of Buddha's light. The 99 pathways are above the ladder of self-existence. The three Xia family uncles picked up the stairs, their faces filled with pain, but also on their foreheads were fine beads of sweat. Observe the self-stepping ladder. It was rumored to have been left by a Buddhist giant at Putua temple. It can be used by all living beings in the world to sharpen their minds, and the positive consciousness tries to listen to it. This ladder is so hard to climb. Every step I feel like someone is jerking us around. It can't be helped. That pure sinner had to make us come and walk this ladder. And what a test of the heart. I doubt he could walk many steps himself. It can't be helped. It can only be done in order to deal with Xiao Wanning. The three of them were sweating profusely, and all of them were not allowed to use their spiritual energy on the Quan Zi ladder. All action depends only on the mind. The three Xia family uncles were sweating profusely, and they had actually only traveled 5 steps. Uncle Xia Wu shouted, Master Pure Sinner, we really have no destiny in your temple. Please, show us a clear path. Amit Ba. One moment. The sky spins. The three of them appeared within a hall. The interior was full of incense, and an old monk in a robe was rubbing his hand over his rosary beads. Dharma Realm generalized subdivision of subdivision of subdivision of Dharma Realm. What is the meaning of this? If someone fills the 3,000 great worlds with 7 treasures, with the use of giving, there was a meritorious golden light shining on his body, and he was preaching to the disciples underneath. Behind it, a statue of a kindly Buddha with a smiling face. On either side, there are statues of Lohan Guanyin. All of them are bejeweled and golden, which is a good indication of how strong the incense is. The several Xia family members didn't dare to speak and just stood silently. 3 hours passed in a flash. The old monk waved his hand. That's all for today. You guys go down and practice well. A couple of you, still not awake? The Xia family was stunned and startled, having just stood and listened to the scriptures. At some point, they actually lost their minds. This Buddhist compulsion is really powerful. Master Pure Sinner, although we are not related to the Buddha sect, our heart to get rid of the demons is still there, so I hope you will show us a clear path. Pure Sins recited the Buddha. Several people, the 5 steps, are also enlightenment. I think several monks must not be low in enlightenment. There is a way. It just depends on whether or not you can understand it. Amit Ba Buddha. After the pure sinner finished speaking, he clasped his hands together in obeisance and said no more. A few of the Xia family members were dumbfounded. Uncle Xia Bashi's gaze swept and saw the box of incense. Blessed to the core. Master, after this is accomplished, we will be able to thank you with a great deal of money. Amit Ba Buddha. Although it's a lowly method, but the thoughts are visible. Pure Sin slowly said. However, it's not a thank you to me. It's a thank you to the Buddha. Yes. Thank you Buddha. Thank you Buddha. Several members of the Xia family compensated with smiles and said in succession. Outside the Taishan Holy Land, the 2 Mahayanists and some refined void hopes nervously gazed at the dark purple mist. The tumbling demonic aura gradually calmed down. The concentrations also slowly decreasing. A few people showed a flash of joy. Great. It looks like the Holy Lord has won. I told you. I don't know what you guys are worried about here. I'll be sure to go to the Xie family later to get a statement. A few people were so serious that outsiders would think they were arguing. In reality, it was discussing how to divide up the Xie family later on and how to take advantage of the fire to knock the bar. The demonic aura disperses. Lu Zichen stepped out from inside in a black robe. The clothes weren't half wrinkled, like there hadn't been a big battle at all. Guys, you all have great solutions. I'm really learning. The great hand seal of the void. Lu Zichen raised his hand and pressed it down. There was no half a chance given to these few people of the Taishan Holy Land to react. The sky is dark. The huge palm pressed down. This side of space was also confined together. The crowd watching the battle in the Taishan Holy Land was filled with disbelief. It seemed to be impossible to imagine that their Holy Lord had actually lost. Holy Lord is gone. While the crowd was swaying, the figures of several people quickly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. These were some of the more heavily injured void practicing stage cultivators. In the face of the void mist great handprint, the figure was crushed and smashed just by facing the mighty pressure. The banner of the human emperor streamer floating behind Lu Zichen rolled. Several channels of demonic chi were like tentacles. It directly reeled in the divine soul. Some of the remaining harmonized, refined void were directly scared out of their wits. Fall to your knees. A Mahayana shouted. What are you waiting for? Everyone converged their spiritual energy on me. We only have to fight to the death now. His injuries are by far the least severe. The other Mahayana agreed, both arms dancing and his abdomen visibly bulging. A mouthful of Xian Qi was then sent ahead of him. The rest of the group did as they were told one after the other. One by one, their abdomens bulged, and mouthfuls of Tai Xian Qi were given to the least injured Mahayana stage powerhouses. He's standing in front, raising his head to look up at the huge palm. He could feel the terrifying pressure just by looking at it. He was now shaped like a toad, with the sides of his mouth bulging out and his abdomen looking like a balloon. His face was blue as he desperately tried to control the Tai Xian Qi of everyone in his body. He pressed his hands downward and sank his qi into his dantian, and his entire body unexpectedly shrunk back to normal. And then he opened his mouth and took another deep breath. The whole body swelled up again. Swallow the weather in one bite. White light surfaced like a long river stretching for 3,000 miles, turning into streams of light. It stabbed straight up into the air. On the other hand, the Mahayana stage powerhouse who had sent out that stream of light had his aura shriveled up and directly sat down on the ground in a disheveled state. The qi and blood were depleted, and the whole person seemed to have aged considerably. This strike brought out all of the innate qi in his body. The qi was weakened, and all the foundations of the establishment were greatly impacted. This was the last resort of the Taishan Holy Land. Before the previous Holy Lord could make use of it, it was refined by Lu Zidian. The rest of them didn't take it well either, only with slightly better faces than his. The large black hand and the white pie collided together, grinding away everything around it, leaving nothing but a void. Lu Zichen floated in midair, his gaze icy cold as he gazed down below. The crowd of people from the Taishan Holy Land sat paralyzed on the ground, their eyes looking expectantly toward the place where the two collided. The miracle didn't happen. The giant palm continued to fall, and that mouthful of heaven-swallowing qi was ground within the palm. Those powerful men fell to their knees. With tears in her voice, Xia Wanning, I'm not asking you to spare us, just please spare our grandson. Clan Elder. Lu Zichen laughed jaggedly. Of course there's no problem. I indeed don't kill old people or children, but it's a shame that your grandchildren aren't old men and your clan elders aren't children. The people from the Taishan Holy Land were furious and shouted, full of resentment. Xia Wanning, if you do more than one thing, you'll die. We won't let you go even if we die. Lu Zichen's eyes twinkled and he suddenly had a good idea. With a wave of his hand, the giant palm dissipated. Only the forbidden land remains here, binding everyone. Microprobe. Anyone? Is anyone watching? Chapter 11, Taishan Holy Land Extinction. A few streaks of color flashed in Lu Zichen's eyes. An aura surfaced in his brain. Raising his hand, he lifted the void mass great hand seal. The pressure that covered the sky dissipated and the sky regained its brightness. When the crowd saw this, a flame was lit in their hearts, and they thought he was afraid. The joy of the aftermath washed over them. Can't help but keep jumping face. That qi and blood withered Mahayana stage powerhouse accused. Xia Wanning, now you know you're afraid. The center of my Taishan Holy Land has been destroyed by you in this manner. You Xia family must build it all back up for me. That's right, and I must also be given. Before the man could finish his sentence, his throat felt like it was wrapped around something. A suffocating sensation like an anaconda wrapping around a snake came. The rest of them wanted to speak. Everyone found it impossible to make a sound and could only howl dryly. Xia Wanning within the spirit platform couldn't help but shake her head as she watched. It's silly to jump in the face when you know you're not strong enough. The average person might actually let them go, but the Taishan Holy Land had gotten into trouble with this extraterrestrial heavenly demon. It's practically murderous. Jia. Since you guys hate me so much, then I'll ask you all to see a good show. Lu Zichen raised his hand. Those on the periphery, all those who had survived the aftermath of the Buddha's wrathful flame lotus were taken into the air. The face was terrified, and his arms and legs kept shifting around. Among these people, there were young children, old men, and disciples that these imprisoned powerhouses had just been instructing. All of their eyes coalesced on Lu Zichen, hoping for their forgiveness. Xia Wanning looked at it with pity and wanted to persuade, but she also knew that Lu Zichen would not listen to her, eventually chose to shut up. The Taishan holy ground, which covered an unknown number of feet, was silent at this moment. Everyone's eyes converged on one person. Today, let me tell you what true cultivation is. Lu Ziduan finished. Fingers formed claws and closed mercilessly. Bang, bang, bang. Blood flowers bloomed in the crowd. Various people begged for mercy, screamed, cursed, and all sorts of voices were heard. Those Mahayana, harmonization, and void refining realm cultivators who were confined by Lu Zichen were unable to make a single sound. All that could be done was to watch, with eyes wide open, as the men were killed. These normally high and mighty elders of the Holy Land. His eyes were bloodshot, but he couldn't even curse. He couldn't even die. One could only stare at Lu Zichen with a deadly stare. That's how pathetic the weak are. Without power, a high position is ultimately nothing. Lu Zichen watched this with satisfaction. The curses of those people just now, the resentment reminded him. The souls absorbed within the human emperor's streamer. The stronger the grudge before death, the higher the strength after being absorbed into it. These people are going to die anyway. Might as well come and motivate them. In the income streamer, only the grievances will grow a lot, and it will add a lot of strength again. In the twinkling of an eye, the crowd had then been mostly wiped out. In mid-air, the blood mist that exploded the people transformed into dots of raindrops and fell to the earth. It also fell on the shoulders of those kneeling, bloodshot elders. It was as if they were seeing them off. Countless divine souls were absorbed into the human emperor streamer. Their faces were full of resentment. Blood was spilled and none survived. Lu Zichen lifted the confinement of those people. Xia Wanning, you shall not die. You are simply not human. Xia Wanning, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Aren't you afraid that you'll breed demons in your heart and go off the deep end when you cultivate in the future? Xia Evening Ning. A sentence of curses struck. Extremely vicious words. Lu Ziduan's heart had no ripples. The curse was useful. It was just a means for the weak. Besides, the one who scolded was Xia Wanning. What does it have to do with him? Lu Ziduan. Xia Wanning, theirs is innocent. That chi and blood depleted Mahayana stage powerhouse finally spoke. That kind of talk, it doesn't mean much. No civilian was innocent the moment the war started. If our two identities were reversed today, you wouldn't let me go. Besides, you guys humiliated me so much, I'm afraid you didn't think you'd have this day. Lu Zichen's tone was flat. A flash of green fire ignited at his fingertips, and these cultivators were absorbed into the human emperor streamer with their endless grudges against him. At this point, the Taishan Holy Land was completely destroyed. A first-class inheritance of the Eastern Wasteland was just annihilated by a single person. Xia Wanning was still like she was in a dream. She wondered, did she actually have such a talent for fighting? Besides, the two divine abilities that Lu Zichen had performed were even more so something she had never seen before. You know, her as a heavenly child. Not to say expository books, but, on this world's mainstream feats, divine powers are a minimum understanding. However, the gongfu that Lu Zidian displayed was tremendously powerful and had an astonishing aura. If it was here, there was no way she hadn't heard about it. Did Xia Wanning had a guess in her heart. Could this Lu Zidian be a person from the legendary immortal world? Or maybe it's really a strange man from beyond the domain. Her little brain tubes were racing and her brainstorming skills were top-notch. It's the only thing that makes sense. Between thoughts, Lu Zichen had arrived at the treasure vault of the Taishan Holy Land. The formations on it lit up and tried to attack him, only to be worn out in the snap of a finger. The heavy doors moved slowly to either side. Lu Zichen, however, couldn't wait and directly kicked it open. The precious chi inside nearly blinded him all of a sudden. Okay, that's a lot. Xia Evening Ning couldn't help but say that as a Xia family miss. She had never even seen such jewelry. Does it feel good to get something for nothing? Lu Ziduan asked. Xia Evening Ning but seriously retorted. It's not unproductive. You still moved your hand. Lu Zichen was stunned by his words for the first time, then laughed out loud. That's right. It's still cool to rob things. Xia Wanning also had an indescribable feeling in her heart. This was something she had never felt in the previous decades of cultivation. Lu Zidian rolled his large sleeves. All the spirit stones, magic treasures, were all pocketed, ready to wait to go back and slowly looking at them and counting them properly. The spirit stones were unknown and the treasure weapons were of extraordinary quality. The imitations of the heaven diffracting chessboard all looked mundane in this. There was a flash of emerald green light in his hand. A jade slip lay quietly in his palm. There was no pattern on it, and it was even a bit tattered. There were only two big words, Tai Shen. Lu Zichen's divine sense entered it. A scroll of scripture floated through his mind, only to end abruptly halfway through. It looks like it's a scrapbook. I really didn't expect that this first-class powers Taishan sacred ground was actually relying on just a remnant scroll. If this were to let them get the complete one, I'm only afraid that they would all be the top forces of the Eastern Wasteland, or even the top forces of the entire continent. Lu Zichen had feelings in his heart. Walking out of the treasure trove, Lu Zichen did not leave in a hurry. Chapter 12 Haha, just playing with you. Lu Zichen walked out of the treasure trove. There was no rush to leave, but he closed his eyes again and felt it carefully. After confirming that the Taishan scriptures were all in his mind, with a pinch of his fingers, the jade slip with the word Taishan on it turned into powder. Lu Zichen opened his mouth and spat out a greenish vapor. A patch of soil that had been burned black so suddenly began to tremble. Immediately afterward, a shoot actually broke out of it. It is a vibrant situation. Lu Zichen had admiration in his words. Good gong method. He directly sat down at this place and closed his eyes. Extraterrestrial heavenly demon, why are you still staying here? Xia Lanning asked in disbelief. Don't worry, it's not over yet. I'll see if there's anyone left. Divine sense swept through the Taishan Holy Land over and over again, checking to see if anyone remained. But it is indeed empty. But that's what's wrong. Extraterrestrial heavenly demon, you're also too careful. Xia Wanning laughed, as if she didn't expect Lu Zichen to still have such timid moments. Besides, even if there's someone left, it's nothing, right? Don't make flags. What sub-keel? Speechless, Lu Zidwan opened his eyes, pinched his fingers, and mouthed the words. In an instant, the earth trembled throughout the entire sphere of influence of the Taishan Holy Land. A crack spread out towards the surroundings with him at the center. What had been hard soil was now transformed into batter, kneaded and tossed about at will. It's like a stir-fry. Up! Lu Zichen opened his hands upwards and bellowed. The land in the area belonging to the Taishan Holy Land's power was directly suspended in the air. Mahayana stage powerhouses, moving mountains and filling up the seas are just a matter of fingers. The mountains, the water, the trees, the flowers were all turned over. Suddenly, Lu Zichen's gaze condensed, and two shots of sharp sword intent shot out from his pupils. In the tumbling soil, a jade-white box directly burst open. A figure fell from within. A 17 or 18-year-old boy. Young, plain-looking, with a somewhat tanned complexion. However, there was a touch of aura in his eyes and his face was resolute. There is an air of defiance flowing through the body. Lu Zichen secretly said, right flavor, this is the flavor. Toward this battle, that's a lead. The young man was a bit disoriented when he saw that he had been discovered, and that jade-white box just now was a magic treasure that had no means of attacking or defending. However, it can shield divine sense, which can be called an old 6 divine artifact. I thought I could still get away with it and was planning my revenge later. But I didn't expect this man to be so cautious that the ground had been turned over a few times by him. The plows don't even know how to turn a field as well as this Xia Evening Ning. And, actually, the thing exploded with a single glance. The teenager also stopped hiding and began to angrily curse Xia Lian Ning. Devil, you're just bullying people here based on your high cultivation. If you were at the foundation establishment stage, would you dare to do this? Lu Zichen nodded in understanding. That's right, high cultivation means you can do whatever you want. I was coy and cared about what others thought during the foundation stage, and I still cared about what others thought when I had a high cultivation level, so I didn't cultivate for nothing. Don't you dare give me time to catch up. Let's make a bet. The young man is a hothead. With his head held high, Lu Zichen nodded again. Even Xia Wanning was puzzled. This extraterrestrial heavenly devil transformed? The teenager didn't expect his mouth to work so well, and was a little incredulous. He thought he was going to say something more at least, or manifest anything. He looked at Xia Evening Ning's stunning face and inwardly said, could it be that he is looking at me and is overwhelmed by my charms? This was done on purpose to pique my interest. Muttering, he asked, "How long?" Lu Zichen saw what was in his mind and shook his head. This female frequency inside. How everyone just thinks about falling in love every day. And then 3 fingers were raised. The teenager was even more surprised and immediately nodded. 3 years? Well then, let's have a 3-year engagement. If I lose in 3 years, I'll die without regret. Lu Zichen shook his head. 3 months? The teenager asked, testing the waters again. No. 3 days? You're funny, right? Lu Zichen shook his head again. Wrong. It's 3 seconds. The teenager jumped to his feet and pointed at his nose. You play me. Ha ha ha, just playing with you. Lu Zichen laughed. 1, 2, 3, die. The teenager's body disintegrated, and the human emperor's banner rolled. The young man's divine soul was also included in the bag, his eyes full of resentment. Still, Lu Zichen didn't leave. A ball of flame fell from his palm, and as soon as it touched the Taishan sacred ground, a large fire blazed up. Burn everything to the ground. Now, Taishan Holy Land looked around. Except for the location that had just been blasted by the lotus of Buddha's wrath. The outside is all scorched and lifeless. What are you doing? Xia Lian Ning asked. His divine soul has already been sucked into the human emperor streamer by me, and will not enter the cycle of reincarnation, ruling out the possibility of rebirth. Lu Zichen explained, but, in case he has a fragment of his divine soul that falls, in case it's parasitized on a plant, an animal somewhere, that's not good. Xia Wanning was still puzzled. But I still don't understand why I have to be so careful. Anyway, it's right to do so. Lu Zichen didn't bother in explaining. This kind of face is not the protagonist. He Lu character written backwards. What's more, there's also clan hatred to add to it. This kind of person's cultivation speed is only fast. Lu Zichen flew to midair and took one last look at the devastated Taishan Holy Land. With a wave of his hand, dozens of bodies fell from the sky. It was the group of people who had plundered from the heavenly demon palace earlier. Think about it. Lu Zichen struck out a few more black scriptures. Ha ha ha, a bunch of trash from the righteous path. Taishan Holy Land. Nothing more than that. The formation was lifted, and the Taishan Holy Land, which had originally been a sacred place for immortals, completely disappeared. On this day, the people who live outside, only a figure dressed in black with a demonic aura behind him was visible. Slicing through a long rainbow in midair, he left with a big smile on his face. Some of the more curious were not afraid of dying and poked their way in. Brought back amazing news. The Taishan Holy Land was destroyed by the heavenly demon palace. For a time, the entire eastern wasteland shook. Countless small sects trembled with fear. Thought the war between the righteous and the wicked was about to begin once again. The leaders of the various righteous paths gathered together. In the end, a result was discussed. The Taishan Holy Land was never exterminated by the heavenly demon palace. After all, no one would be so stupid as to leave such an obvious trail. It's almost written on your own brain. But, now that he couldn't find anyone, this was now on the head of the Heavenly Devil Palace. The Heavenly Devil Palace is now the yellow mud falling from the crotch. Not also anymore. Everything was as Lu Zichen had guessed. The righteous and devilish sects have long been harboring grudges, and the righteous sects are too lazy to continue probing further. Solely, he used this ready-made handle to prepare to go within the Heavenly Demon Palace to ask for a claim. Anyway, they didn't care who destroyed the Taishan Holy Land, as long as you can get the benefit of your own division. It's also a good opportunity to preach their glorious image to the world for a bit. Chapter 13, I Kill and Never Regret It. Lu Zichen had been out for a few days. He found a hidden corner and took a good inventory of the looted supplies. It's really generous. No wonder they all liked to be robbers. What had been accumulated over several lifetimes was all looted in one day by a single fire. Sure enough, strength is right everywhere. 10 years of cultivating immortality dry is 3 generations of you in business. He looked at a long sword hovering in front of him. The body is turquoise and crystalline, with no overly patterned embellishments. It was just a simple outline on the hilt of the sword, but it looked exquisite. At the bottom of the grip, there is the word Taishan. It just floated quietly, but it was impossible for anyone to ignore. This is probably the Taishan Sacred Land's treasure weapon in the bottom of the box, but I came too suddenly, leaving them unprepared, and that's why they didn't even have the chance to use this sword. It just so happens that there are no other weapons besides the human emperor streamer, so let's take this while it lasts. Lu Zichen said inwardly. Every man has the romance of a sword fight in his heart. He is no exception. Now, having come to this world, naturally, he also had the dream of opening the mountains and rivers with a sword. Take the sword back into the storage space. Lu Zichen got up. On the way back to the Xie family, it was just time to destroy the Su family together. They were slightly better off than the Xie family, but they were only a second-rate power. With the snap of a finger, it can be exterminated. A hand raked forward and a spatial crack appeared as Lu Zichen stepped into it. In a flash, across 10,000 miles. Suddenly, Ba. In the darkness of the incomparable void, a soft sigh resounded in Lu Zichen's ears without warning. The view in front of me changed. Lu Zichen had appeared above a vast ocean. Upon closer inspection, I realized that it was a lake. It's just too broad to be mistaken for an ocean. The perimeter was empty. Only the mirror-like surface of the lake reflected Lu Zichen's figure. Lu Zichen's eyes narrowed up. A hand grabbed towards the void and a long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Taishian sword from before. With a flick of his wrist, the sword emitted a sword sound. Get out! Lu Ziduan picked up his longsword and slashed at the surroundings. The sword blade swept across the area, sending shocking waves across the lake and separating even the clouds in the sky. A spot under the lake. Master Pure Sinner. You should be able to kill her. Yes, this niece of mine is now completely possessed. Look at this 6 parents. If we don't solve him, not only us, but I'm afraid that Putua Temple will be in great trouble, and the holy land of the Buddhist sect will be bloodied. Several members of the Xie family said anxiously, their voices trembling with fear. The psychological construction they had built before all fell apart after seeing the current Xie Lian Ning sword split the sky. Now they realized that this time it was a desperate move. If this invited master can't kill Xie Wanning, they are literally going to die. Amitabha Buddha. Monks don't make delusional statements, and it is incumbent upon us to get rid of demons and defend the way. You have added enough Joss money and Buddha will bless you. Several monks. Protect your mind. Master Pure Sinner smiled, with a confident look on his face, and then folded his hands together. With a solemn treasure image, the Buddha beads hanging around his neck floated up and he spoke again, his voice becoming muffled. Female cultivator, why do you need to make such a big deal out of it? I see that you have too many killing sins in you. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The worldly realities are like dreams and bubbles, like dew and lightning, and should be viewed as such. The ethereal voice came from all directions, echoing continuously on the lake, stirring up ripples. Those Buddhist words also lingered in Lu Zidian's ears. The sound seemed to have some kind of marvelous and peculiar rhythm. Surprisingly, the spiritual energy within Lu Zichen's body began to riot, running uncontrollably within his tendons and veins. The power of the compulsion kept intruding on his mind. One time, the landscape in front of me darkened at some point. After Lu Zichen descended into this peace to this world, all the people he had killed, those cultivators, the children, even the Taishian Holy Land elder he had just killed, and that teenager, all appeared in front of him in the situation of evil spirits, reaching out as if to pull him into infernal hell. Ho ho ho! First it made a dry howling sound, and then gradually it formed one hoarse sentence after another. You, why don't you leave my kids alone? Big sister, why did you kill me? Come stay with me. Do you regret it? Afterward, the voices gradually united, to the point where they were actually shouting in unison at the end of the day. Down, 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 one after another. Come down and come down. Matched with those horrible twisted faces, as if they had really come to hell. As it was Xie Wanning's name that was called out. Where have people who were once afraid to kill chickens ever seen such a scene? Within the spiritual platform, she was all scared and crying, her face full of tears at the moment, deflating and letting out a sob. Extraterrestrial heavenly devil. Extraterrestrial heavenly devil. You quickly think of something. Shut up, it's noisy, Lu Zichen said impatiently. It wasn't just Xia Lian Ning's voice. Those Buddhist words, surprisingly, made him unable to think of fighting. These evil howls actually struck fear into him. There was a sense of urgency inside. Want to put down the butcher's knife and convert to Buddhism on this. Xia Wanning directly covered her mouth and nodded, but the eyes were still praying for him to think fast. Those evil spirits had already wrapped themselves around Lu Zidian's body and began to pick at his feet, a cold smile hanging from the corner of their mouths. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of losers, can't do anything about me alive, but still want to trouble me when they're dead? I kill and never regret it. A purple golden light flashed in Lu Zichen's eyes, demon-breaking dual pupils, with the ability to see through all illusions. From the moment he heard that Buddhist phrase, he knew that it was nothing more than an illusion. All those thoughts of yourself wanting to give up, the feeling of fear, are all false. Buddhist monks, the best thing they can do is to compel people's hearts and minds to give up without a fight. The moves were bizarre and very difficult to deal with. Cyan Tai Xian Shi rose from within his dantian and filled his body. Wash away all those fears of his, all those thoughts he shouldn't have had. The purple light that shoots out of his pupils. It's already been roaming around a bit. Disperse me. The darkness recedes and the evil spirits disappear. Lu Zidian reappeared above that lake again. This time, his eyes containing divine light simply swept and locked onto a spot. There was no figure in sight, but there was a force interfering with his probing, drawing his sword in a sweeping motion. The sharp sword light did not split the lake this time. A clang was heard, as if it had been blocked by a blunt object. Lu Zichen asked with a cold smile, "More hiding?" Chapter 14, I mean to add a little more incense money. Seeing that the other party still had no intention of coming out, Lu Zichen raised his arm and poured his spiritual energy onto the Taishian sword. Once again, he slashed 3 swords in a row. For a while, the lake was choppy. Wherever the sword chi crossed, the lake water was parted, revealing the muddy bottom of the lake. Dang! 3 voices that sounded like ringing bells came, like a flood of bells trembling. Net Sin sighed, knowing that he couldn't hide it anymore either. I was thinking of using Brahmacharya. Lu Zichen carried his sword with a calm gaze. An old man clad in a robe manifested, his eyes slightly narrowed and his hands folded. With Buddha beads around his neck, he looked like a kindly man, like an ordinary old man. Just looking at it, one's mind is at peace. It makes the mind not want to fight with it, just want to worship at his door and quietly listen to his teachings. At this moment, his body was emitting a faint Buddhist light, and a golden bell shroud wrapped him in it. Only the cracks on it were all over the place, especially the 4 sword marks were the most obvious. At the same time, the figures of the 3 uncles of the Xie clan were shown together. After locking eyes with Lu Zichen, both of them revealed an awkward and unobtrusive smile. On that day, Lu Zichen's performance in the Xie family had long since scared the guts out of them. At this moment the sudden glance at each other, the heart and soul trembled. To think that this master pure sinner was a peak Mahayana stage powerhouse. It was hard to get up the nerve to say, "Let me tell you, Master Pure Sinner is at the peak of the Mahayana stage, a first-class figure of the Putuwa temple. Xia Lian Ning, you've already become a demon. If you obediently bind your hands at this moment, we can still spare your life. Otherwise, you devil will wait to be transcended by Master Pure Sin." Xia Wanning within the spirit platform was sad. She knew, these uncles of his own will not survive. She hadn't noticed that she now seemed to feel as if Lu Zichen was invincible. Even before the fight started, it was known that Lu Zidian would win. The pure sinner's hands rested on his head, and the golden bell that had originally encompassed several people shrank and transformed into a small bell. Only the sword marks on it still hadn't dissipated. And opened his mouth, but he was looking at the 3 members of the Xie family. "Several of you. This voodoo bell is the most precious treasure of my Buddhist sect, but now it has suffered such a heavy blow. It's really unfortunate. What does Master mean?" The 3 members of the Xie family were puzzled. "Add some incense." Uncle Xiabashi's face changed, secretly saying that this old Biden was actually still here to take advantage of the fire. On the face was a smiling face, stretching out a finger and hastily said, I understand. After the matter is accomplished, double it again. Ha 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 ha." Lu Zichen laughed maniacally. This old Deng was somewhat interesting. A fellow traveler. "Old monk, you're quite interesting. In your words, it's fate that you and I know each other for a while, so why don't you help me out for once? Lend me your collar." The great hand seal of the void. Lu Zichen's face changed as he pressed his hand downward and the sky dimmed. The huge palm fell mercilessly. "Thank you, monk. Don't make any more killings." Master Pure Sinner's joined hands parted and pushed upward. A gleaming swastika seal greeted the palm directly above. "Brahma Voodoo." The old monk's voice rang out. The 2 attacks continued to fight. Although this old monk was only at the peak of the Mahayana stage, but he had an instinctive gut feeling. This Net Sin is definitely not simple. According to Xia Evening Ning, Putuwa Temple was a top-tier power, and this pure sinner was not the number 1 person there, but it's also on the first rung of the ladder inside. Moreover, his origins were strange, and it was rumored that he hadn't been practicing since he was a child. Rather, after beheading an unknown number of people, he suddenly realized that killing hurt heaven in peace. From then on, he converted to Buddhism and practiced Dharma. The speed of cultivation was amazingly fast. Lu Zichen didn't just look on indifferently this time. Instead, his hands continued to rub together and a 4-colored lotus flower emerged. The void milky hand seal and Brahma possession fought against each other, and in the end, it was the former that was superior. The large palm fell, crushing the surface of the lake into a void, But the pure sinner remained unperturbed and cast another Brahma Vorpal. The swastika seal crushed the large black palm. This undoubtedly added a lot of confidence to Uncle Xia and the others. Last time, Uncle Xia Lu was under this big palm, but he had used all his means, and none of them had any effect. They just feel like the money wasn't wasted. Amitabha Buddha. Female cultivator, it's better to be obsessed than to let go and be at ease. The pure sinner opened his mouth to persuade again, wanting to compel God's mind. Lu Zichen suddenly asked, I still don't know your name. High priest. The old monk froze, folded his hands, and subconsciously returned. The poor monk's net sins. I hope. The words were not finished. A brilliant lotus flower flew straight up. Go you! The Buddha's fury fire lotus exploded, and the lake's surface was vaporized by the heat with white water mist. It was hard to see the figure for a while. After the fog cleared, the pure sinner was already furious, and for the first time, there was an emotional fluctuation on his ancient, unperturbed face. The robe he was draped in was in shreds, and his monk's uniform was in tatters, revealing his withered body. Uncle Xiejio exclaimed, Xia Wanning, you're actually so unmartialized. Just now the net sins were not finished speaking. That lotus flower just flew straight in without warning. If it wasn't for the critical moment when he used his surplice to roll it up and suppress the power in it, he would have been seriously injured without dying. Lu Zidwan was also not expecting it. Just now, the Buddha's wrath fire lotus was still a few seconds away, so he asked in passing, not expecting this old bald ass to really answer. However, there was one thing that was strange. The golden light that was coming off of this pure sin had a claim. It seemed to be something that would greatly enhance his strength. That's what allowed him to block both of his attacks with relative ease. Old thing, you have quite a lot of magic treasures. Sinner, today I will overpower you. Master Pure Sinner was incomparably angry. He looked at the surplice in his hand with heartache, something that had taken him an unknown amount of effort to compile. Now, it was actually blown up directly by Lu Zidian just like that. He pulled off the Buddha beads hanging around his neck with one hand. The Zen seals on his hands kept changing. Om Mani Padme Hum. Each rosary bead is engraved with one of the words Om Mani Padme Hum. At this moment, under the urging, it lit up as much as it could. 108 of the rosaries flew towards Lu Zichen from all directions, with the power to subdue the devil. Powerful. Lu Zichen intended to try the Taishian sword. He merged his left hand into a sword finger and swept it over the body of Taishian sword, and a stern sword intent rose up. 10,000 swords return. As he danced his arms, the Taishian sword left a trail of residual shadows in midair. On the surface of the lake, countless water tornadoes rushed up to the sky and surrounded him before transforming into water swords. Lu Zichen flicked his right hand toward the empty space. The water swords shot out in all directions, clashing with the rosary beads. The beads were hard, but the water sword was continuous. As long as Lu Zichen's spiritual energy wasn't depleted, he would be able to use the vast and boundless lake to continuously launch attacks. Ka-chow! There was a soft sound as a rosary bead shattered, and then a succession of sounds followed. The rosary beads burst. Chapter 15, Xia Wanning, it's so great to swing for the fences. Thousands of water swords shot towards the pure sins. Only under this strike, he actually didn't die. Only the golden light that was originally bright on his body completely dimmed. It looked like that glow had saved his life. The Buddha's light on pure sin dissipated. The feeling of compassion was all gone, and the original folds of skin looked hideous in the present. It was as if he had actually become a droopy old man. The Xia family members were too stunned to speak. Master Pure Sinner actually couldn't beat her. What to do then? Uncle Xiabashi murmured. Kai, what kind of joke is this? We're going to die, aren't we? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Uncle Xiejio couldn't believe it. At this moment endless feelings of regret flooded his heart. It was clear that he could have lived a good life. Why did he have to make a fool of himself? They know that they are not alive. Only Uncle Xiabashi carried a hint of fluke. Good niece, we are here to see that you are haunted by demonic thoughts, so we have specially invited a master to come here to do the magic. The remaining two uncles agreed. Yeah, we're doing you a favor. Just with rough tactics. You mustn't blame a few uncles. The net sinner didn't speak or make any movements, only narrowed his eyes and looked as if he had given up resisting. Lu Zichen didn't give any indication and just slowly walked over with his sword. One step was like stepping on their hearts. Uncle Xiabashi and the others were getting flustered and panicked. Finally, he said, Xia Evening Ning, a few of your other uncles have also done it. They are also involved in this matter. They thought about the fact that the law is not responsible. Xia Wanning couldn't really risk universal condemnation by killing all of her uncles except her father. They just couldn't believe that Xia Wanning could be so cold-blooded. Between thoughts, a line of blood appeared at the necks of the three men, and their heads slid off in unison, the cuts in their necks smooth. That Taishan sword, on the other hand, was not stained with a single trace of blood. Lu Zichen spoke indifferently. Oh, so what? I'll just go back and kill them. He's already given them a chance. Now it seems that except for Xia Wanning's father to listen a little, the rest of you must not stay. With a roll of the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand, Uncle Xia VIII and the others were caught up in it and met with Uncle Xia VI and the streamer. If you don't make an effort to cultivate immortality, you'll be a brother again in the human emperor's streamer. Feeling this demonic aura, the pure sinner's face seemed to be a little excited and a little disappointed before he finally lost his voice and said, "It's you, the one who exterminated the entirety of the Taishan Holy Land. It's really you. It's you." Lu Zidwan was not surprised. Since the Xie family had sought out the pure sins, they must have told their whereabouts as well, to be able to stop him halfway. Lu Zidwan had wanted to admit that he had just probed with his divine sense. Now that there was no one else here, he could have just admitted it and had a good time afterward. But then it suddenly occurred to me that villains die from talking too much. Eventually chose to shut up. The Taishan sword was already on the neck of the pure sinner. The net sin, however, was still rambling as if he hadn't felt it, constantly speaking of the original past, like entering a state of transcendence before death. "I'm so stupid. Really? I would have thought I could have taken care of you on my own. I can't believe I didn't bring anyone else. It's because I was too greedy, knowing that you overthrew the Taishan Holy Land all by yourself, thinking that if I killed you, perhaps I would be able to achieve great success in my feats. Lu Zidan's sword beat, Gong Fu, and perhaps the Buddha's light on him. It seems to be a kind of golden body." The hilt of the sword retracted as the net sinner sensed his movement. Awakening from that walking sensation, the fear of death reoccupied his entire body. Are you interested in my Gongfu? I can give it to you. I can give it to you. This Gong method of mine, cultivated to a certain realm, is something that can save lives. It can block a certain death blow. As long as you let me go, I will never bring anyone after you for revenge. I can even promise, on my honor, that the Temple of Putua will never be involved in the pursuit of you in the future. The net sins kept telling. Lu Zidian's movements didn't have the slightest delay as his palm pressed directly on top of Pure Sin's forehead. "There is no need for that. I shall pay a visit to the Temple of Putra on another day. As for the feats you mentioned, I'll just pick them up myself." A purple light flashed in his eyes and his black hair flew. Soul Search. The net sinner opened his mouth, and drool continued to flow out of it. The eyes became completely cloudy, and the body continued to twitch. Soul-searching technique was already extremely damaging to the spirit, not to mention being as careless and extremely rough as Lu Zichen. For a while, a scene from Pure Sinful Life kept flashing before Lu Zichen's eyes. After roaming around his sea of consciousness for a while, he finally locked his eyes on one spot. Countless scriptures converge into two big words, merit. Lu Zichen understood. The flesh of the pure sinner was condensed into a blood dan, and the divine soul was absorbed into the human emperor streamer. Extraterrestrial demon. What's wrong? What's this feat? Xia Lanning asked curiously. Now that she was within the spiritual platform, every day was like watching a play. It's just so comfortable to swing for the fences without having to practice. Besides, he watched Lu Zichen move every day. The behavior was a bit inappropriate to her values, but I have to say, it was really refreshing to watch. After reading the life experience of the pure sinner, Lu Zidian also felt some emotions. This net sin is really a lord. He turned out to be a murderer, and got lucky with a feat. He actually suddenly realized that he had put down his butcher's knife, became a Buddha and converted to Buddhism. This Gong method is also peculiar. It is based on the cultivation of the light of merit, and the means of cultivation is to increase by killing those who have sins in their bodies. The greater the sins, the more the light of merit increases. At the end of the day, one can use this to mold a golden body and use a special alternative method to cross the threshold to become an immortal. Moreover, at this critical moment, the light of merit can also withstand a fatal injury. This was also the reason why the pure sinner did not bring anyone else with him this time, wanting to use the beheading of Lu Zichen to seize the great creation, the great merit. Lu Zichen definitely wouldn't go for the alternative means of becoming an immortal. He doesn't want to be a monk either, but no one can have too much of that to save his life. Besides, he kills people. This everyone carries more or less sins. One ordinary person is less, but 1,000 of them isn't enough. Thinking of this, Lu Zichen couldn't help but feel that the pure sins still weren't ruthless enough. If they were like him, killing them in pieces. If you don't become an immortal, you're only afraid that you've already crossed the threshold. Xia Wanning was also surprised to hear this, never having thought about the infamous master pure sinner. I can't believe it has such a past. Lu Zichen no longer thought much about it, got up, and flew towards the outside of the lake. Next, it's off to overthrow the Su family. Chapter 16 Elder Xie, don't laugh. I'm scared. The vast expanse of the lake. A black figure cut through. Lu Zichen muttered. This old monk doesn't know where to me. Is this still the eastern wasteland? Xia Lianning covered her mouth and snickered. This is the Heavenly Heart Lake. It seems like there is some kind of secret rumor here that there is actually an immortal treasure or something underneath that is being guarded by demonic beasts of the transitional stage. However, it has not been found for so many years, and gradually no one came behind it, so I guess it's a fabrication. Anyway, it's still on the way to Su's. I know, I'm just being emotional. Lu Zichen nodded. The previous monk of pure sin certainly didn't have the ability to just move himself around at will without warning. One can only force oneself out after disturbing the void. Waves of flying air cut across the lake, rippling in all directions. But long after Lu Zichen disappeared, the water waves still didn't disappear. Instead, they cascade into waves. Tenshin Lake. Wow! So many people. Xia Lianning's voice rang out. Indeed, there was a hint of caution in Lu Zichen's eyes as the spiritual energy at his dantian began to be mobilized. A young man in a Taoist robe suddenly walked up and said with an arch. After seeing Xie Evening's absolutely beautiful face, she was slightly stunned, but then he remembered the things she'd done and closed his mind. Thank you, senior. I'm a disciple of the Taiyin Holy Land. Duan Scarlet Moon. I don't know if senior came here with any important news? Xia Wanning was originally one of the top geniuses in the Eastern Wasteland. Many people knew of her talent for cultivation. It was just that she was too weak in the past, but no one felt that way since she had taken charge of the Xie family since then. Lu Zichen didn't move. No, I was recently in seclusion and happened to pass by this place and saw this. Did something happen? Elder Xie doesn't know. The Heavenly Demon Palace brutalized my fellow members of the Righteous Path, and we were arranged to come here by the elders. Duan Shangyu was a bit nervous, but he had heard that this Taishan Holy Land was destroyed by this stunningly beautiful woman in front of him, only to then think how one person could possibly destroy a holy land. Moreover, the benefits gained from looking for the Xie family to settle the score were not as good as looking for the Heavenly Devil Palace to settle the score, which was why he stopped. It was not pursued further. Aha! Lu Zichen's tone was light. A few more questions were asked. Understand that right now, such as the Putua Temple, Tai Yin, Sun, and Taiping. Several holy places are strangling the devil cultivators. Ask the Heavenly Devil Palace to give a statement. In response, Lu Zichen said, it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with me anyway. After getting a rough idea of the situation, Lu Ziduan's killing heart grew. Divine Sense began to check if there was anyone else around here. There was no way around it. He really didn't want to kill anyone. It's just that whoever called this group had bad luck, preferring to be here at the Lake of Heavenly Hearts. The news of the death of the pure sinner will surely spread in a matter of days. If we don't kill the group, we'll be in trouble if we have ourselves present at every crime scene. Was thinking about it. Spiritual energy with the transmission channel fingertips. Duan Shangyu suddenly blushed and twisted her body, somewhat embarrassed. Elder Xie, the moon is beautiful tonight. In the conversation just now, he discovered that this Xie Evening Ning wasn't as ferocious as rumored at all. It's just a little bit colder, but he's good with the cool fairy thing. As for the gap in cultivation, he believed, as long as we love each other, we can cross all difficulties. Love is great. Heavenly kings can still be with mortals. He, Duan Shangyu, and Xia Lianning were at least both cultivators. Wouldn't this be another beautiful story if he became one? The conversation shifted too quickly and too sharply. 1 second you're getting the lay of the land, and the next you're confessing? Well, we're meeting for the first time today. Lu Zichen was controlled for the first time in this world, even forgot to kill. There is some weird rule in the female world that a hormonal reaction occurs between men and women whenever they spend too much time together. Due to being too shocked, Lu Zichen subconsciously returned. Sorry, I don't like guys. Duan Shangyu was a little disappointed. He also wanted to play with the loyal and innocent boy in the next year x the cool and royal girl in the next year. A woman's big brother is a gold brick. I didn't realize that the first step was aborted. After hearing Lu Zichen's words, a young girl was the one whose eyes lit up. The young girl had a sweet face, a small white dress, and a pure and lovely temperament. except for a lily hanging from her hair. Thank you, sister. Then you. Consider me. I can lie down. She also has a dream of a year down sweet straight ball attack X Europe clear tear inducing imperial sister acceptance. The other way around is fine. Sorry, I don't like people. Lu Zichen looked back. It's not that men and women get together and have reactions that arise. It's that people get weird when they stay together. It's horrible. You don't have anyone else in there, do you? Lu Zichen asked. Duan Shangyu and that young girl shook their heads. Lu Zichen Jie laughed strangely. In that case, I have a good way to make you guys stay with me. What? Enter into my streamer. And if I achieve enlightenment in the future, you will not be able to stay with me all the time. A large streamer shook in Lu Zichen's left hand, and demonic chi surged. A formation pattern flashed beneath his feet, pressing this space into confinement. Duan Shangyu was horrified. Elder Xie, don't laugh. I'm scared. The young girl, on the other hand, gazed in fascination at the goddess floating above, her hands cupping her face. She's so bad. I love her so much. There must be some reason she can't talk about. There must be something she's suffering from. The demonic aura filled the four directions. When it dissipated once more, the place was already empty except for Lu Zidian. After thinking about it, he left 2 more sentences here. A bunch of wastes. So few people. Just want to come and capture my heavenly demon palace? If you're capable, you can send a fairy stage powerhouse to get me. Lu Zichen's figure flickered and disappeared in place. Only a little bit of demonic aura remained hovering here. Su Beishan sat in the main seat with a sad face. There was also a beautiful woman who was crying. Scorching him, there's no news yet. Su Beishan shook his head. No, the Xie family said that he was long gone. His soul lamp shattered. Most likely dead. I don't believe it. How could my son be dead? In this eastern wasteland, who would dare to kill him? Mother Su cried out in pain. Foolishness. The Taishan Holy Land has been destroyed. Our one Su family. What would others not dare? Don't think about your son for now. Now that the friction between the righteous and demonic paths is getting bigger and bigger, we'd better think about how to preserve the Su family. Su Beishan said angrily. I contacted Tai Yin Shang. Just before he could finish his sentence, he heard a mournful scream from outside, pushing open the door to see that, at some point, Su's house had been turned into a hell on earth. The clouds were thick and there wasn't a ray of sunshine. There was only one man in black in the sky, whose face could not be seen. Behind it was a large streamer with the words Human Emperor written on it. Inside, there was a constant stream of evil souls rushing out, devouring the people of the Su family. Chapter 17, let him run away first, then kill the whole family of the person he's running to. Lu Zidon was over the Su family. His face was covered by a demonic aura, making it impossible to see his true appearance. The Su family was low in power and didn't have to worry about the dead souls being worn down too much. Behind him, the human emperor's streamer was constantly dancing, and the vast demonic chi was ejected like the eruption of a million volcanoes. Tens of thousands of dead souls continued to pour down. The wind is gusting and the temperature is dropping below zero at a very rapid rate. The souls covered the sky, and only now were the people able to see them clearly. It wasn't a cloud at all, but rather the appearance of 10,000 souls gathered together. No one in the room could hear anything else. The only thing is the roar of evil spirits. Ah, don't. Stay back. Damn. Why didn't it work? Why didn't it work? Terrified voices came from the Su family's crowd. In just a few breaths, the Su clan had already been exterminated for the most part, and they haven't even figured out their attackers yet. Su Beishang's mouth was wide open as he looked at this unbelievably. It was not in the least expected that the Su family, which was still windy in Hitachi a few seconds ago, would be ushered into extinction in just a matter of moments. Your Excellency, who are you? Our Su family has always been kind to people. I don't know where we have offended you. Su Beishan asked, thinking about the figure in the sky. Spiritual energy gathered around his eyes, wanting to take this opportunity to see Lu Zichen clearly, but he was always blocked by a layer of black and swirling demonic aura. No one answered him, and there was still just the sound of the dead souls gnawing and the pleading of the Su family. Kitayama. Look, who is that? Su Mother's eyes were full of tears and she pushed Su Beishan, only in the direction her finger was pointing. A spirit's face froze. ABA. This is scorched words, Su Beishan murmured, raising his head again, his eyes already blood red. Kill my son. I want you to pay for it. Just before he got close to Lu Zichen, he was stopped by a black shadow. He lost his voice. Holy Lord. And then trembling, he pointed at Lu Zichen, who was covered in black aura. You're the one who slaughtered the Taishian Holy Land's entire clan. The Taishian Holy Ground was covered in pitch black, with both grievance and demonic aura, making it creepy from afar. The people of the Su clan below also saw this. The human emperor streamer did not only create a sea of souls, but its pressure, too, had a deterrent effect on one's mind and soul. He lost his mind to resist and could only hug and cry. The Taishian Holy Land had been destroyed, and their Su family, a second-rate power, asked who could still hold them back. What's more, they were actually rushing directly into the Sea of Souls. Some even directly cut off their own heart and veins, not wanting to endure the pain of 10,000 souls devouring their hearts. Who the hell are you? Su Beishan asked. The demonic aura on Lu Zichen's face dissipated, revealing his true face. Xia Wanning, how could it be you? You actually killed Scorching Words. He grew up with you as a child. Where is the love between you? Su Beishan accused. Humph. Affection. Don't you know how he treats me? Su Beishan's tone stalled, and his anger dissipated quite a bit. Mother Su flew into the sky with a protective tone. You are the older sister, cannot let him. Besides, he is still a Yuaning, do not understand things. With him to bother what? Lu Zichen didn't bother answering them anymore. It was just a pinch of a spell. Originally, I just wanted to take a good look at the faces of these people before they died, but I didn't think they would dare to stomp on their noses. At that moment, the deceased soul of the Lord of Taishian Holy Land opened its mouth and sucked violently. Su Beishan didn't have the slightest strength to defend against resistance, and the whole person's physical body quickly dried up, and his soul was absorbed into it. Su's mother couldn't take it all in. Cloaked, he tried to rush towards Lu Zichen, but the result didn't change anything. As of this moment, the entire Su family was wiped out. Lu Zidian, however, didn't rush to retrieve his soul, but used his divine sense to probe. Within a short time, a child of 7 or 8 years old was seen hiding in a water tank. At the moment, the big eyes were round and open, with fear and helplessness written all over them. Truly the son of heaven's destiny, hiding in a water tank. He could also escape the probing of the Sea of Souls. What do you think I should do? Lu Zichen suddenly asked Xia Wanning within the spirit platform. Killed and decimated? Xia Lanning asked tentatively. Or adopt him? Indeed, still a bit young still. And perhaps teach him to commit hatred against us. Lu Zichen nodded and shook his head again. Indeed. You must kill, but I'm teaching you a new move. As for the back of that, do you have some kind of cat disease? Xia Wanning skimmed her mouth. All have ideas, but still ask people what to do. With a pinch of his fingers, the sea of thousands of souls was collected into the streamer, and the sky returned to normal again. Next moment, the wizened boy had appeared in front of Lu Zidian. I'm not afraid of you. The child put up a boxing stance. Only his eyes remained terrified. Lu Zichen smiled warmly. There's really no need for you to be afraid of me. What's your name? Su. Scorchline. So Scorchy is your brother? Yes. Seeing that the person in front of him didn't seem to have murderous intentions, Su Zhuoxing's reply became more and more resounding. Do you want to take revenge? Lu Zichen asked and answered, with a smile on his face, not seeing that he had just slaughtered a family. Want to? Very much. I'll kill you later. Su Zhuoxing hesitated for a moment, but still answered honestly. That's what the book he was reading said, and answering that way might make the killer appreciate himself and let himself go. Everything was as he had expected. Lu Zichen nodded. Good. Men are indeed full of ambition. I'll give you a chance. I'll be waiting for you at Xie's house, and you can come to me afterwards for revenge. With that said, his hand flipped over and a money bag appeared. It was thrown to the feet of Su Zhuoxing. Take this money and live. Su Zhuoxing asked, pressing the dialogue in the book. Why did you spare me? Lu Zichen's smile did not diminish as his figure faded away. Only the voice echoed in the ears of the childish boy. You'll find out after a while. Hide yourself in the void. Lu Ziduan gazed downwards with an expressionless face. What are you doing? Xia Lanning asked. Hush, a good show is coming. Only Su Zhuoxing picked up the money bag and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. To himself, he said, Father, Mother, don't worry. I will live well with your last wishes, and will surely avenge you all. He kowtowed a few times, eyes flashed with determination, and then, toward the distance. You see, he took the money and went off to find someone else to throw in the towel. Wouldn't it be safe if I followed him all the way there and killed the family he had thrown himself into? Too? Lu Zichen spread his hands and said with a serious face. Xia Evening Ning. She had nothing to say. This extraterrestrial heavenly devil tactic was simply unheard of. It felt like if someone casually glanced at him that day on the street, this extraterrestrial heavenly demon might have already figured out how to kill someone's entire family. Chapter 18, you're a Su family member for one day and for the rest of your life. Ragged trail. Stained with blood and limbs. Su Zhuoxing stumbled and ran forward. Didn't even notice that there was someone else behind him. While going over a high mountain, he stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the Su mansion not far away from the foot of the mountain, which was already in flames at the moment. Obviously, Lu Zidian, after he left, helped him to take care of the aftermath thoughtfully, and burned down the entire Su house with a single fire. There wasn't much good stuff inside. Compared to the Taishan Holy Land, it was far worse. Lu Zichen was a bit dissatisfied. One day, he would have to visit all of these historically heavy Dao lineages. Su Zhuoxing shed another tear and sniffled hard, continuing to walk forward without looking back. Lu Ziden followed behind and watched with interest. The fingertips flicked out a touch of breeze and blew it to Su Zhuoxing's feet. The latter was a lot faster all of a sudden. It can't be helped. His speed is just too slow. Have a clear wind spell to help speed him up. Su Zhuoxing first felt puzzled as to how his speed had increased quite a bit all of a sudden, and then a joy. It must be father and mother helping me from heaven. Su Zhuoxing lifted his chi and continued to start his journey to death. Now the speed is accelerated, bringing the time of his death to the end of his life with the family he is about to join much earlier. Finally, after going over the third hill, Su Zhuoxing's eyes appeared in front of an incipient mountain village. Instead, he took a turn in his stride and headed toward a dense forest. Xia Lanning looked relieved. If he took a few steps forward, this village would just not stay. The pavement in the forest was a little damp. Su Zhuoxing took one step at a time, and in a short while, he came to a dilapidated wooden house. Grandpa Zhou. Inside the house emerged a disabled old man with an empty left sleeve and a black right eye. Good waif. You did come after all. Su Zhuoxing looked forlorn. Yes, Grandpa Zhao. At first you said that my family was in great trouble, and that if there was a chance, I could come to join you. Now I'm the only one left. Grandpa Zhao nodded. Good waifu. As things stand, you have no choice but to cultivate well. You must remember to never reveal that you are a member of the Su family until your strength has risen, and you must now forget the fact that you are a member of the Su family. The old man's words just fell. An overcast wind picked up. Jia jia jia. Forget the fact that you're a Su for one day and you'll be a Su for the rest of your life. Lu Zichen no longer concealed himself and his figure was revealed. Why are you here? Su Zhuoxing was shocked before looking behind him. Grandpa Zhao. It's him. He's the one who destroyed our Su family. Why am I here? Didn't I tell you that you'd soon find out why I let you go? You. Su Zhuoxing was about to cry from anger. He had never seen such a shameless person. Let him go. I can make him swear that he will never be a member of Su's family again, and he will never mention the matter of revenge. Grandpa Zhao took a step forward and stopped him behind him. As soon as he met, he knew that he was in no way a match for Lu Zidian. Just now, he tried to take Su Zhuoxing to escape, but realized that this side of space had been blocked. Ha 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 ha, I told you, he's a Su family member for one day, and he'll be a Su family member for the rest of his life. The great streamer shook, and Lu Zichen killed people but also put them to death. The spirits that were released to attack were all from the Su family's own house. At the head of the group were Su Beishan and Su's mother. Father, mother, Su Zhuoxing cried out in pain. 10,000 soul streamer. How did you get this kind of demonic weapon? The old man surnamed Zhao's face was serious, and the aura on his body began to gradually emerge. It was the harmonization stage cultivation, and you killed so many people. What 10,000 soul streamer? This and other human emperor streamer. This streamer into the aura of heaven and earth should be born. In the streamer cultivation is even more twice the effort. Lu Zichen said while watching the souls swoop down. But I'm worried about them getting a foothold in the immortal cultivation realm, so I've specially sent them to experience, and if I were to cross the tribulation and ascend in the future, I could still bring them along to the immortal realm. So isn't that a piece of heaven's great merit? Nonsense. This thing is black and smoky and screaming. This is merely used to deter evil. The old man surnamed Zhao was dumbfounded and could only keep repeating, crooked reasoning, crooked reasoning. Raising his hand, a cane flew from the house. He gently made a point above the ground, just before his might was emitted. It was then wrapped in a force, squeezed, and then its body exploded. Whether it is or not, you won't know if you go in and see. The current Lu Zichen, to kill a harmonization stage cultivator, was no different than stepping on an ant on the side of the road. Grandpa Zhou. Before Su Zhuoxing could finish his words, he was swallowed up by the Sea of Souls, went into that cabin and explored. Nothing good and no one else. Lu Zichen stepped out from inside in disappointment. He was expecting to pick up some great treasure. With a hand forward, space was torn apart and a passageway appeared. Before he left, a flicker of fire fell silently, consuming everything that had happened here. The Shay family. Lu Zichen appeared at the gate. Without much ado, he went straight toward the innermost part. That was exactly where several other Xia family uncles lived. At this moment, within the compartment, there were bursts of voices of putting wine on the table. Ha ha ha, with Master Pure Sinner taking action, this Xia evening Ning will only die 10 deaths. Yeah, we'll just wait here for Buster and the others to come back. The door was pushed open abruptly. Lu Ziduan walked in, and within the room, it was quiet to the extreme for a while. I don't know whose glass fell to the floor with a bam. This, if it isn't Mr. Xia evening. Master Xia, our uncles have missed you. Uncle Xia said with a smile. Lu Zidian shook his head with a tone of hatred. Ugh, why is it that you just don't listen anymore and have to do all these little things? I really don't want to kill anyone. Uncle Xia-san stood up. Calm down. Think twice and die. As if a king issued a decree. His words followed the law, and the words fell. In Xia Jintian's generation, all of them passed away except for him, who was still in retirement. Only Uncle Xia is a lonely soul. The rest, on the contrary, were all reunited in an alternative way at the human emperor's streamer. Men, wipe up the blood. Lu Zichen then commanded. Before returning to the bedroom, there was a knock on the door and a few boys walked in. One of them was the very person who had arranged to go to the Shao family to withdraw from the marriage last time. What is it? The boys looked nervous. They just came home and killed without saying a word. No one else could hold out. One of them took the lead. Family Master, Kangwu City is going to hold an auction recently, and the city master has sent an invitation for you to go. The boy said, handing a red envelope forward. Chapter 19, The world is changing. The difficulty seems to have escalated. A big red invitation was handed over to Lu Ziduan. The word invitation is stamped in gilt. I know. Go down. What about you? Did anything happen when you went to withdraw? Lu Ziduan looked at the other person. The man replied cautiously. No, young Master Shao didn't say anything. Lu Zichen, however, was a bit skeptical. Isn't this fictional world, whether it's male or female withdrawal, usually the trigger for any plot? Are you sure? The man immediately fell to his knees. Young Master Shao really didn't say anything. That's that. Oh, yeah. Her sister, Xiao Yan, the trashy sister of their family when I was gone, seemed to suddenly go crazy, and her sanity seemed a little unclear, talking to young Master Shao about not being sad, and saying a lot of nasty things to you. I don't remember anything else, just one sentence that stuck out to me. She said, 30 years, 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 30 years. Is there a portrait? Yes, yes, my lord. I'll bring it over to you. Lu Ziduan's face stared as he swept a glance at the young girl. It's not bad, with a heroic brow, waving his hand. Go down. I know, you did a good job. Go get your reward. The boy was delighted, not realizing that there was such a good thing, and answered, yes. Inside the bedroom, Lu Zichen was left alone. Xia Wanning within the spirit platform said approvingly, that's a good thing to say. Lu Zichen ignored her. Based on his previous observation, this was clearly a female frequency world, so why would Xiaoyan's template appear? But it's not like it's a guy or she's being bounced. It feels more like a big heroine novel with Xiaoyan's template applied. It's still essentially a women's world. But isn't the female lead Xia Wanning? After thinking about it, he, who had read a lot of novels in his previous life, slowly came up with a guess. This is presumably because the addition of myself has changed the way this female world originally worked. Let the world be falling apart. The will of this world then needs to correct it. But, the tactics of those in the female genre can only deal with people who speak the rules, keep the rules, and bend the rules to power as of now. But he's acting in these styles now, and it's clear that it's all about power over power. Those what palace fighting tricks in front of him. Lu Zichen simply employ the kill or be killed move, and it's a one-trick pony. It also seems to only be used to arrange some male frequency tactics against him. It's still scheduled to be a big female lead now, so maybe there's a male all the way out later. It's like the world is slowly changing. In the future, one is only afraid to face the means of men and women frequently together. No wonder, These 2 times of exterminating the clan, there would be a few people left in the end, so it's already starting to take shape. Lu Zichen muttered. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Xia Lanning listened to his self-talk with a blank expression. You don't need to understand. All you need to know is that we're going to be dealing with both male and female frequencies from now on. And it's never going to be the simple baby bus model of the female frequencies again. What? Nothing. Lu Zichen looked at the snatched heavenly treasures, but he didn't rush to absorb them. The Mahayana to transition stage is not simply a matter of cultivation. It's more about realizing your immortal intentions. Constant hammering and torture during the transition period. With the help of this trace of immortal intent, he passed through the thunder tribulation and became immortal. Now, there's one more critical point. He still hadn't found a superior method of remodeling his body. On the Taishan Holy Land, the Su family, and the Xia family's uncles, there were all of them in reverse. It's just that the laws are so common. The bodies that were molded were of such a low grade that they were all mortal. Slightly better is the monk Pure Sin's method of remodeling the golden body. However, Lu Zidian didn't want to be a monk or a eunuch either. When that body comes out, it's less of a bird than an unusual man. There were some things, I guess, that he could live without, but definitely not without. Moreover, compared to Xia Wanning's physique that grew in cultivation even when she drank water, it was still too much worse. If it's no good, it might as well stay in this body. Anyway, Lu Zichen's gaze swept to Xia Lianning within the spirit platform. At the moment, she was lying in the sea of consciousness, cozy. By the looks of it, it seems like she doesn't really want to be in charge of this body either. He's out there killing people and setting fires every day. And Xia Wanning is just lying in here, right? Now Lu Zichen kind of understood that when he was at home during the original summer vacation, how his own mother always looked down on him for playing with his cell phone. A slight inventory of supplies. In addition to the Taishan sword and the Taishan Holy Land's cultivation method. The rest, not so much. It's more common, putting some things that were not needed for the time being within the Xia clan's treasury. Right now, he was the only one here who could open it. In the event of an attack on the treasure trove, he knew immediately. After things were organized, Lu Zichen stepped forward. When he reappeared, his form had already arrived above the Shao family. Jia, I'm not the sole heavenly emperor. If you have the ability, you can just get a transition stage dragon Aotian out. Otherwise, if I find one of these protagonist templates like this one, I'll get one killed. Lu Ziduan said inwardly. He was about to make a move, but he let out a soft eek. Just now, when the divine sense was locking onto the Shao family, it also scouted the area together, but there was no sign of the figure in the portrait. In the next moment, Lu Zidian's figure appeared in a corner of the Shao family. With a casual grab, a servant appeared in front of him. Lu Zichen reached out and pressed his hand on his head. Direct soul search. Fragments of memories frantically flooded into Lu Zidian's mind. It really doesn't seem to be a mistake. A flash of flame ignited at his fingertips, incinerating the servant's body. This Xiao Yan is really the template of the protagonist. The original talent is outstanding, and then suddenly become useless. At the time of the withdrawal of the marriage that he had sent, there was another sudden awakening and a return to strength. The current her said that she was going out to travel for a while, and her destination seemed to be Kangwu City. Lu Zichen's eyes narrowed slightly as he put away his thoughts of directly exterminating the Shao family. It was really unexpected that the fight between the Heavenly Devil Palace and the Righteous Path that he had provoked had actually evolved to such a point. Since then he has issued notices in the proper way. Still, after exterminating the Su family and Duan Shanyu's group, a group of people from the Righteous Path burst into a rage, believing that they had been slapped in the face. I can't believe that every single one of them has laid runes underneath the family that defected to them. As long as they sensed that a clan was under attack, a steady stream of nearby cultivators would arrive. Even like the Putuwa temple, the Tianwu dynasty had even sent out a number of Mahayana stage cultivators. Lu Ziden sighed. If he made a move to exterminate the Shao family, in case he was stalled by the people who arrived, by that time, if another transitional cultivator arrived, it would be the end of the line. Chapter 20. Just want to kill someone, and someone comes to your door? This chapter is overdone, and may not be as enjoyable as the previous one. Please give me more patience. Righteous fathers. In the middle of a forest, a young girl with her hair in a ponytail was walking through the dense forest. The young girl's face declined in the west, with a hint of ing-chi between her eyebrows and fair skin, especially those eyes. Shining. Master, where are we going now? Xiao Yan suddenly said to the empty forest interior. The one on his hand wore a jade bracelet that lit up with a little glow, and then a raspy male voice reached his mind. Let's go to the auction first. Don't take the main road. And when you're rushing, remember to use the escape technique I gave you, so that no one can find out except for the strongest people of the transitional succession stage. Got it, Master. During this time, you must grow in strength. Within the space of the jade bracelet, an incomparably dark figure was covered in a demonic aura. The scarlet tongue licked the corner of his mouth and added, "That way, it's better for me." The voice echoed in this space, but he was the only one who could hear it. The dark voice Jiejie strange laughter. Really did not expect. He a ferrying stage cultivator. After failing to cross the tribulation, he actually didn't get killed by the thunderbolt, but instead retained a piece of his residual soul down. It was also fortunate that he had obtained a spell to reshape his body earlier in his life. Didn't think I'd get a chance to use it. However, he didn't expect to run into Xiao Yan and be able to utilize this young girl's special physique to create a supreme divine body for himself. Come into the world again. It's almost as if God is helping him. He looked greedily at the young girl's face through the space of the ring. A lustful color flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach the young girl just yet. One mustn't let her be discovered until he can get out. Almost there. Almost there. Just build the body, and with the help of her body constantly double cultivate with me to grow the physique. One day I will obtain the innate devil body Dao child. I, for one, shall become immortal. At this moment Xiao Yan still knows nothing. Still full of joy to actually be able to get the guidance of a powerful person of the transitional succession stage. The idea was to get stronger quickly and reach the realm where he could help shape his body. As Master said, my brother understands now that he's been withdrawn from marriage. She also has strong guidance nowadays. No worries for parents. They all have bright futures. Xiao family residence. Lu Zichen's figure disappeared and flew back into the air. The world is slowly changing. It's like a game, and the difficulty is slowly increasing. Some of your own behavior and thinking needs to change. Can't move to kill. Rather, it is important to kill from a comprehensive perspective. From an objective point of view, kill slowly, kill with deliberation, kill with dialectic, kill all, kill clean. Now go ahead and kill Xiao Yan first. Well, what a great idea. See him move. Xia Lian Ning looked curious. Extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Are you on the wrong medication today? Showing great mercy and actually killing just one person? Shut up and just keep lying down. Lu Zichen said without a trace of anger. He himself is really the first generation to fight in this cultivation world. It was Xia Wanning's good fortune to have him. Crossing the void, Lu Zichen flew in the direction of Kanwu City. Divine sense covered the earth over and over again as if it were radar. But after turning around, there was still nothing. Hiss. Strange. This son is truly blessed with good fortune. I can't believe I didn't find her. That's just it. She'll definitely show up at the auction then. Returning to the Xia family, Lu Zichen immediately pulled a person and asked, "Is there any talk of laying down any runes these days?" The servant shook his head. "Well, I know. And in the meantime, if anything happens, no matter how big or small, I must be kept informed. Otherwise, you know my methods." Yes. The servant sweats and retreats. Inside the bedroom, it was quiet. Lu Ziduan pondered inwardly. Ever since the Taishan Holy Land was destroyed, the Xia clan hadn't looked for a new dependency. There are extenuating circumstances for not laying out the runes. However, it was also possible that it was these righteous people who still had suspicions about themselves. It's so annoying. If only I could just get rid of it. Damn, I'm in an annoying mood. I want to kill someone. If only someone would send it up for me to kill. Lu Zichen sat down cross-legged. Now all this, can't blame others. It's all because his own strength is still too low. The entire Eastern Wasteland did not have a predecessor realm though, but there was still a Taoist realm at the transition stage. If everyone was at the Molehill realm, what else does one need to think with one's head? Closing his eyes, he began to sense the immortal intent between heaven and earth. Immortal intent is the embodiment of the Tao, and the stronger the Tao, the stronger one becomes immortal. Hold your breath. A few incense sticks later. All kinds of colors are splendid, and they are all manifestations of the Tao. Ordinary people would only have to spend a lot of effort just to sense them out. However, these were all too low in quality in Lu Zichen's opinion. Sitting withered for several hours. It's also the only one where Thunder Road is still quite satisfactory. It's just that Thunder is as hard as it is young, and under normal circumstances, it clashes with something like the human emperor streamer, just about to stand up. Then a loud noise was heard from outside. It sounds like a couple of servants arguing with an outsider. My lord, why don't you guys wait outside for a bit? She's got something going on with our housemaster. Yeah. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. By the time the head of the family gets angry, things will. At that moment, a male voice came from outside. Whatever your business is, we are now here under the orders of the Demon Removal Alliance. Let your family head come out to see me. In the middle of the chamber, Lu Zichen hooked up the corner of his mouth. So good to be in a bad mood. Actually, someone really sent him to kill him? It's something they find themselves up here. It's just that if you kill him, you can't sit down and realize that he's the one those righteous people are looking for. With a flash of his figure, he appeared outside the secret room and spoke in a cold voice. Noisy. As soon as the words came out, everyone present was crushed to their knees. His gaze swept over the servants who had just blocked the outsiders and were doing quite well. Another look at the visitors. 3 men and a woman. At the head of the group was an old man. Xia Wanning, we are here under the orders of the Demon Removal Alliance. You better show me some respect. What Demon Removal Alliance? Never heard of it. Lu Ziduan said. Humph. Let me tell you. This is a demon elimination alliance formed by the Sun, Taiyin, a few holy places and the Putua Temple, among others. Your Xia family has not defected to the Holy Land, so naturally, you are not qualified to participate in the alliance. However, after we remove the Devil's Path and return the world to a clear sky, your Xia family is also considered to be tainted with benefits, so you have to make some contribution. The old man's face was arrogant and smug. In one breath, he named the amount of spirit stones as well as the number of magic treasures, as if he was reporting the name of a dish. Family Master Xie, bring something. Xia Lianning's divine soul was shaking her head straight as she watched, and her thinking had shifted a lot now. This Demon Removal League is awesome, and it's not like you guys are the ones who spread the word that it's awesome. It's just a bit of power, pretending in front of this extraterrestrial demon. She had seen what happened to a few people. Chapter 21, Inverting the Big Dipper. You'll have to pay me back. Lu Zidian laughed. What he ate in, he didn't have to be spitting out. This league is also hilarious. They are now arresting themselves and telling them to come and give them money. What are you laughing at? The old man asked. Laughing at you dying. Are you trying to provoke the Demon Removal Alliance? The old man remained unconscious of the danger. You trespassed into my Xia family and injured my family's servants. That means killing you, and your alliance will have nothing to say. You're talking nonsense. When did we ever hit anyone? Really? Have you all been beaten? Lu Zichen suddenly twisted his head to look at the koi servants. The latter froze for a split second, nodding his head repeatedly as his acting skills exploded. Lay straight down on the ground. Yes, we're all beat. Ouch. My knee. My hand. Family Master, you have to give us justice. You're snakes and rats, and you're deliberately slandering, and the league won't let go. He hadn't finished his sentence. The next moment, a hand pressed against his head. Direct soul search. At the same time, the other 3 were confined in place. The 5 senses didn't know what expression to make, as if they didn't expect Lu Zichen to really make a move. Probed some memories. It was much the same as what the old man had said, crushing and exploding the bodies of several people. He put their souls into the streamers, and then he looked at the several people who were lying on the ground, still spiking their acting skills. All right, get up, all of you. You're still loyal. You won't be servants anymore. I'll set you up with something else to do. Lu Zichen flicked his fingertips. Several purple-black marks drilled into the sea of consciousness of several people. If you do something you shouldn't. With a thought, the marks that several people had just been planted flashed with light, and drilling pain filled their minds. Do you understand? Got it. A few people retreated. Xia Lianning asked, what should we do in case that group of alliance people come looking for us? Lu Zichen sneered. We don't need them to find us. We'll go find them ourselves. Are you going to make amends? Xia Wanning was a bit puzzled. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine how Lu Zichen would be able to deal with so many Mahayanas and transits with the power of one person. No, the situation has changed now. They injured my Xia family's servants. If I don't go, I'll rather look weak-minded. Lu Zidian stood up and explained. And then the picture changed. On this visit, I want him to apologize to me. Xia Wanning, Inverted Big Dipper. Inside the Demon Removal League. Throughout the Eastern Wasteland, the lords of the Great Holy Lands, the heads of the sects, and the heads of the clans sat together, discussing matters. Nowadays, those clans that didn't join us have already handed over their resources to us. This alliance is such a good idea. Now even if we can't reap the benefits within the Heavenly Demon Palace, with this resource alone, it's still a lucrative harvest. Xiao Yan's father was also sitting here. but with his status and position in the Xiao family, he naturally couldn't participate in the discussion. Speaking of which, I don't know who has so much energy that they were actually able to destroy the Taishan Holy Land and the Su family in one fell swoop. I heard that the pure sins were also destroyed. Could it be that my eastern wasteland still has old monsters of the transitional succession that have not been known? Whatever. Let's just find the heavenly demon palace and ask for a statement. No, 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 no. Ha 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 ha. That's right. On point. A white-clothed man sitting at the highest seat, with a handsome appearance, smiled faintly, raised his wine cup, and looked at the crowd on the stage. Gentlemen, it is incumbent upon you to get rid of the demons and defend the way. The crowd raised their glasses and shouted. It was an ill-timed voice that rang out. It's the Xie family's resources that don't seem to have been turned in yet. Humph. Paying so late? Let him pay half more. The speaker's voice was rough and domineering. It was none other than the Holy Lord of the Sun Holy Land. But I've heard that Xie family master is not one to be messed with. A man with a feminine face and a shadowy aura wafting from his body spoke. Sissy, I think you're out of your mind. There are so many of us and he still dares to go against us? You, Amitabha Buddha, Tai-in, Sun two holy lords, don't be arguing. Sitting in the second seat from the top, the Putua temple's presiding officer had not yet finished speaking. A loud shaking sound came from the top of the temple. At the same time it came to mind. There was an unrecognizable male and female voice. Is everyone in there dead? Lu Zichen looked at the cluster of buildings below, his tone icy cold. There were silhouettes flying out from inside, and the one who flew the fastest was none other than the previous Sun Holy Land. At this moment, his body was covered in a vapor of yang qi, and from afar, he looked like a real sun. Xia Wanning, how dare you? Do you really want to go against us? You have injured my Xie family's servants. You must give an account today. Say the words? I'll destroy you. The Sun Sage claimed to open his arms, his hair flying, and a white light lit up in his eyes. A great sun gradually emerged at the top of its head. Inside the fireball, dragons roared and tigers roared, and the divine patterns were dense. The light shook one's eyes, like an extraterrestrial star descending into the human world. There was no one present except for some of the gate masters of the top-tier and first-class forces. Both stared with unblinking eyes. Even from such a distance, one could feel the searing heat stimulating above one's skin. After all, some forces didn't have a single Mahayana stage inside. At this moment, there was one of the number one Sun Saint Lords amongst the Mahayana stage powerhouses striking out. It's really rare, and it's a great opportunity to observe and comprehend. The Saint Lords of several great powers, on the other hand, applauded as if they were watching. Good for the Holy Lord of the Sun. What a spirit. No shame. It's so nice to roll through thousands of cultivators. Xia Wanning saw this. Extraterrestrial heavenly demon. If you can't beat it, run away. Are you sure it's okay? Will you win? It's going to win. He's the challenger. Lu Zichen took a step forward. The aura on his body transformed and climbed up. And then came the second step. The third step. And with each step, the aura on Lu Zichen's body climbed nearly double. When he reached the sixth step, a huge shadow of the underworld god appeared behind him. It is 1,000 feet tall and 100 feet wide. The aura was even more intimidating, seeming to suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 7 strides of the underworld. When fighting, momentum is most important. The narrow way is the way to go. Special footwork to crush the enemy with aura, directly shattering others' heart to fight. The brilliant golden light of the Sun Holy Lord's dazzling and inaccessible great sun. Just the first 6 steps of the aura were worn down a lot. The whole person was even born with fear. Lu Zidian was taking a step forward. The 7th step falls. The aura climbed once again, completely ascending to the top, coming to an absolute summit. Not only the Sun Saint Lord who was directly facing this strike, but the Tai-in Saint Lord who was watching the battle from the side, and the Ling Shao sect patriarch, were all heart-stopping. Even the abbot of the Putua temple and the others at the transitional stage were shocked by the aura and were secretly frightened. As the last step fell, the Hades god's shadow behind Lu Zichen moved with it. Strike out with a big foot and cover the sky. Chapter 22, You hurt my Xia family's immortal root? You'll pay $100 million. An immense and incomparable foot ran through the entire space. Stepping towards the Sun Saint Lord, the sound of disintegration came. The large formation that had originally protected the crowded complex was directly crushed. The great sun above the head of the Holy Lord of the Sun was also worn out, but he couldn't afford to put up any resistance. Being the one who had faced the blow head-on, the aura suppression of the 7 steps of the underworld god was too shocking. The big foot was about to fall, and the Sun Saint Lord had already been crushed to the point of bleeding from his 7 orifices. Amit Ba. The sound of the Buddha's voice rang out, and a volume of Buddhist scriptures made up of golden characters spread out flat and appeared underneath the big foot, deflecting this certain death blow for the Sun Saint Lord. It was just that he wasn't in too good of a state at the moment, just surviving by a fluke, with blood pouring out of his mouth. With this kind of injury, unless a miracle came from the heavens, this life would have no chance with crossing the threshold. The person who had struck was none other than the abbot of Putua Temple, the Eastern Wasteland region's transition stage powerhouse, Monk Pure Heart, also the elder brother of Pure Sins. Thank you, monks, don't make any more killings. The Pure Heart appeared in front of the Sun Saint Lord, his face calm, looking as if he was casually blocking. However, if one looked closely, his hands, which were clasped together, were shaking slightly. If he hadn't blocked it, and Lu Zichen's blow had landed, there would have been no one present except for the Lord of the Sun's sacred land. I'm afraid there will be many more deaths and injuries. The people watching the battle were shocked. Even a ferrying stage powerhouse could resist now? If it wasn't for the aura on Lu Zichen's body, quite a few people would have thought that he had also reached the ferrying stage. But this was even more surprising. When could a Mahayana resist a transition? The Shao family head was also shocked, but it was more of a relief. Xia Wanning has reached this realm and possesses this kind of strength. It's only right that she doesn't see my son. How many men in the entire Eastern Wasteland are worthy of her? Thinking about this, the Shao family head instead became the one with the most comfortable mood among all the people present. I said, injure my family members and pay compensation. Lu Ziduan said. Everything was as he had guessed. Before he had exposed himself as the murderer who had wiped out the Taishan Holy Land and the Su family. This group of rabble from the Demon Removal Alliance, with no name in their division, really didn't dare to attack him in a group. Otherwise, they can't plug the world's languid mouth. It's a world where morality is still too high. Instead, you can come over and fight backwards yourself. Thank you, monks. Money is something outside the body. It's better to. An old monk of the Putua Temple is just an old monk. How dare you answer? Let your ally come. Pure Heart's words were suddenly interrupted, and Lu Zichen's voice was flat. The Pure Heart, who was usually offered everywhere, when had she ever been so abused? But everyone didn't think anything was wrong. It was only because the battle power that Lu Zidian had just displayed was too heaven-defying. With just one strike, the cultivation path of the Lord of the Sun Holy Land was cut off. Plus, Lu Zichen was currently indeed the one who had the upper hand in the eyes of the crowd. Fellow Daoist, don't be so angry. Of course we compensate. You said the number. A mild and elegant voice came. It was the handsome white-clothed man who sat at the top before, with a scholarly appearance. He was the ruler of the Martial Emperor dynasty. It was also the strongest person in the entire Eastern Wasteland righteousness, Wu Lingkong. Seeing him appear, Pure Heart also retreated. The Holy Lord of the Sun's breath shriveled as he flew into the crowd. Saint Lord Taiyin taunted with a smile. The ones you injured are the 4 people with immortal roots from my Xia family, so the compensation should definitely not be less. 100 million spirit stones. And Lu Zichen was in pain, and then stretched out a finger. This was followed by a string of names of treasure weapons, pills, and medicinal herbs in succession. Isn't that too much? Xia Wanning was stunned. What's the point of panicking? Report high to have room to maneuver later. And besides, I'm in the driver's seat now. Don't you guys just love it when whoever has the sense talks? Lu Zichen had now sort of realized that dealing with this world's predecessor realm, with the word reason, it is overcome. The atmosphere was quiet for a moment. Lu Zidian's offer was so high that Lion's mouth doesn't even describe him. Wu Lingkong's gentle and elegant face was nearly taut. Roots, you're just saying that, aren't you? Not to mention the Eastern Wasteland, even in this world. How many people dare to say that they can become immortal? The corners of his mouth twitched. Fellow Daoist, this price of yours, it's a bit too high. High, I would say. Or low. Wu Lingkong took a deep breath to calm down. If it weren't for so many people here watching, it's not like he's ignoring it himself. He would have struck out a long time ago. You allow me to confer with the others. A barrier shrouded in front of Wu Lingkong and the several holy lords, isolating their ears and eyes. 10 minutes later, he flew up again. Fellow Daoists, yeah, see if this is good. You are powerful. We hereby invite you to join us and sit on an equal footing with several of our heads. When the time comes to exterminate the devil's way, that's stolen money, you and in accordance with our share for equal division, we are compensating you $50 million. Can be good. Lu Zichen didn't answer immediately. I didn't expect such a surprise. If one could join this so-called alliance, one would not only be able to probe for information, moreover, one could continue to instigate the conflicts between the righteous and the devilish and make money on both sides. He came to be the fisherman for the snipe. However, one has to pull a little more to do so. Sounds good to me, but that's just a blank check. Seeing as you're pretty sincere. $75 million. Fellow Daoist, it's too much. Wu Lingkong tried his best to maintain his expression. 65 million it is. When had he ever been so angry? Lu Zichen pretended to ponder for a moment. Alright, however, I still have one more request. All these spirit stones and treasure weapons will be borne by your Taiyin son, Putua Temple and other first-class and above forces. The words fell. Quite a few family heads rejoice. They had thought that this money, certainly to roll them these second-rate, third-rate forces inside the roll. Unexpectedly, Lu Zichen actually made such a request. I don't know how to describe the mood for a moment. It just felt that it was true that the ones who came out of the second-rate forces knew best about the suffering of these small forces of theirs. Now, Lu Zidian's image in their hearts was all of a sudden tall and magnificent, practically the leader of the righteous path. The Shao family had even sighed repeatedly. Such a woman, how could that son of his family be worthy of her? Still upset, go back and grab him and beat him up. Wu Lingkong's face twitched as he agreed in one breath. Can't let him keep breaking it up? It's not even joined. That's how good you are at buying people. Tossed a ring over. Here is $20 million. And the rest, along with those magic weapons, we will send someone to your residence in a few days. Lu Zichen cupped his fists. Fellow martial artist, I'll leave first. Let me know if anything happens in the alliance. I'm obliged. Having said that, turn around and leave. After making sure no one heard, he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Cool. It's really cool. Extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Why are you flying towards Kangwu City again? The auction is about to start. If I don't kill Xiaoyan as soon as possible, I can't rest in my bed. Chapter 23. Why buy when you can grab it? Wu Lingkong looked at Lu Zichen's distant back. The smile finally hung on. I didn't expect that such a character actually existed in the Eastern Wasteland. Ben was also thinking that when the time comes, based on this strength, let's just say that he was the one who destroyed the Taishan Holy Land and the Su clan. But he had just made those remarks, which could be said to have collected the hearts of the people. Now, if he can't come up with the key absolute proof, I am afraid that it is difficult to convince the public. Bloody hell! Kangwu City. Xiaoyan had traveled a long way and had finally arrived here, but she didn't know that the very moment she stepped into the city, it was then quickly locked by a divine sense. Lu Zichen had already been here for 2 days and thought, since he couldn't find it on the road, he might as well squat in this city. For several days in a row, he was constantly probing with his divine sense. Finally it was given to squat. Lu Ziduan's figure was hidden in the void, looking at the young girl not far away who was talking to the spirit within her wrist. Sure enough, it's an old grandpa stream, or an old grandpa from the transitional stage. Their conversations were communicated directly in their minds though. However, Lu Zichen cast a secret technique and took it all in his ears. I have to say, Xiaoyan does look good as the big female lead. Although it is not as good as Xia Lian Ning's appearance that is like the bright moon in the sky, as beautiful as a fairy, but it was counted as the second best looking woman Lu Zichen had ever seen when he came to this world. Especially the figure. The exposed legs are straight and slim, the body looks full of power, like a panther, very capable. However, all of this, in the eyes of Lu Zichen, who viewed beauty as white bones, was nothing more than a red powder skeleton. In the end, it's all a bunch of yellow dirt. There was killing intent bursting from his eyes. In the old days, the routine was that the younger came to the older, and the strength increased one level at a time. Today, he, Lu Zidian, has come to give Xiaoyan a direct pull of intensity. Spiritual energy was poured into his right palm, and he was ready to slap Xiaoyan on the back of her head. But when he heard the two of them talking, his movements stalled. Master, where is the immortal treasure you spoke of? I don't know. I can feel it when you're near it. A dry, raspy voice came from inside. Okay, Master, I'll find it for you, and when I get stronger, I'll help you recover your body then. Xiaoyan was full of vigor, her eyes were glowing, and she didn't even realize that she had just walked on a ghost gate. Nor would he have thought that a Mahayana stage powerhouse would actually assassinate himself. Oh, of course, my good apprentice. I'm looking forward to that day. It's now one day before the auction begins. Now it's all the stalls and vendors taking advantage of this higher traffic to set up their stalls here. It does fit the usual fiction trope. The protagonist just manages to pick up treasures at low prices amongst the pile of vendors. And what made Lu Zichen's heart flutter the most was, he was talking about immortal treasures. Treasures that could only be used by immortals after the transition. All of the things he had just lionized for, all of the things he had just asked for, combined, could not even compare to a single immortal treasure. In this eastern wasteland, this is something that can be encountered but not sought. Just listening to the conversation they just had, the old grandfather inside Xiaoyan seemed to not know what that treasure looked like either. It can only be felt by the senses. Otherwise Lu Zidian would have just searched his soul, and he just set away to remodel his body. Lu Ziduan also rose a few points of interest. This protagonist's kung fu should be better than average. Maybe, it could really create a special physique to help him recover. Lu Zichen reconcealed his figure, waiting for an opportunity to move. In the blink of an eye when Xiaoyan got her hands on the immortal treasure, he will strike directly with a thunderbolt, capture the treasures and snatch the feats. Above the fairgrounds, Xiaoyan kept wandering amongst the various stalls and vendors. Lu Ziden, on the other hand, followed her unhurriedly, listening to her talk to that old grandpa in her jade bracelet. Master, is there one here? No, you're spinning. What about here? Neither. Wait, go check that compass. Oh, okay, I read it wrong. Listening to their nutrient-less conversation, Lu Zichen swore that it was necessary to send that old grandpa into the 10,000 soul streamer to be properly refined. Is this woman some kind of magic? Xia Wanning suddenly asked. She just thought it was strange. According to Lu Zidian's style of behavior, this woman named Xiaoyan, being stared at by her for such a long time, dying 10 times would be too little. Wait, you're not looking at someone else, are you? Xia Wanning was suddenly alert. I'm warning you, it's okay for you to kill and set fire to my body, but I don't like females, and you definitely can't do anything weird with my body. And then he remembered that he couldn't do much with Lu Zichen either. If you really, do this, I won't do anything with you. Xia Evening Ning gasped a bit in a fit of pique, and the nest was incomparable. You're so out of a female channel. Can't you have anything else in your head every day besides relationships? Lu Zidwan was speechless. Why did it feel like Xia Wanning was getting stupider and stupider? With nothing to do, Lu Zichen gave Xia Wanning a rare explanation. She was also very surprised and looked at Xiaoyan, creating a few more hints of suspicion. Immortal treasure. This is the stuff of legends. This girl can be found? This is the power of qi. A person like you who has never killed a chicken before can safely cultivate to a merged body. But people can't find immortal treasures? Lu Zichen asked rhetorically. At this time, the old grandfather's voice in Xiaoyan's jade bracelet came out again. There shouldn't be any here. It's probably in tomorrow's auction. Well, master, what if we don't have enough money tomorrow? There's no rush. This kind of auction is usually bookable. If it's really not enough. The voice in the ring hesitated for a moment. I still have a few hidden treasures, one of which, near this Kangwu city, should be enough to pay for it inside. Master, you're so nice. Just cultivate well and help me recover my body sooner. Lu Zichen's eyes lit up. It seemed that there was going to be another financial income. The next day, inside the auction, Kangwu City was one of the several larger cities in the eastern wasteland. The auction venue was also decorated in a very posh manner. Lu Zichen, however, was bored, his gaze just looking at Xiaoyan who was not far ahead. I can feel the immortal treasure right here. So when I tell you to buy it when I come up later, you buy it. Yes, master, I'm ready. Xiaoyan always seems to be full of energy. Extraterrestrial demon, are you going to bid against her later? What if you don't have enough money? Bidding? Why would I want to bid? Wouldn't it be better if I just grabbed it? Lu Zichen was a bit amused. He'll pay for it? Why buy it when you can rob it? Anyway, no matter what Xiaoyan had shot, it wouldn't be better to grab it when the time came. Otherwise wouldn't it be another loss to give the money to the auction? Chapter 24. What has Xia Waning's oath got to do with me? The auction gradually began. After the hosts had introduced themselves a little bit, then it was official. People come and go in Kangwu City, not to mention every year. It's that every month. There are quite a few of these large auctions held. The city lord of Kangwu City would then randomly invite large and small lineages to support the occasion. The city lord was powerful, but had maintained a neutral stance. Therefore, the various forces would also give him some face. So although the auction house here was bustling with activity, people were mostly sparse. A sweep of the eyes. Lu Zichen looked at the empty position that originally belonged to the Lord of the Sun Sacred Land. TSK, 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 what an embarrassment. It keeps people from coming, and if you beat him to death, you don't have to worry about that. Recall the time of the earlier battle. Lu Zidian had added another Sun Holy Land to his must-kill list. Between thoughts, the auctioneer had brought up a tray. On top of it was placed a jade rui with an ethereal aura that was said to have the effect of prolonging one's life. It drew a bunch of cheers from the crowd. The quality is truly extraordinary. It's just that after Lu Ziduan ransacked the Taishan Holy Land and the Su family, it's also true that you can't look at this kind of stuff anymore. Now, he was only interested in the immortal treasure that the old grandpa in that jade bracelet said. The call for bids came and went. Within a few minutes, the price of this jade rui was raised to 350,000 spirit stones. As the auctioneer struck down hammer after hammer, piece by piece, the items were sold. Here's an item that those of you who frequent this site may already know. I'm mostly introducing newcomers now. The auctioneer had a smile on his face. This is a fragment that I dug up some days ago. Just me. With a hard texture. If someone refines it, it's a very good treasure. With that, her hands lifted up and a colorless piece of iron lay quietly in her palm. Disdainful voices came from the bottom. This is the third time it's been sold. It's hard as hell. But hell, I don't know how to refine it. Yeah. Not a bad price. Alas, this thing is probably not going to be auctioned off. Listen to the voices. Lu Zichen sat up straight all of a sudden. Yes, that's it. Most of the broken brass that he couldn't see. Absolutely great stuff. He listened carefully to Xiao Yan's conversation. Quick, that's the one. Buy it. The black figure's voice was agitated. Good, master. Xiao Yan squeezed the number plate in her hand. Now then, let the bidding begin. Starting at 100,000 spirit stones. As the auctioneer's voice fell, Xiao Yan immediately raised the number plate in her hand. The whole room looked odd. There were actually real cuties. Wanted to buy this. Still so positive? The auctioneer seemed a bit surprised as well. Still, he said happily, no. 178. Bidding $1,100,000. Quite a few people with active minds. A hint of business opportunity that they vaguely smelled. Actually wanted to raise the number plates in their hands as well. However, it suddenly felt a hint of suffocation coming from it. There was a gleam in Lu Zichen's eyes. This Xiao Yan and that residual soul's money will be his when the time comes. If this group of people speculate the iron high, the loss of spirit stones was still counted on him. How's that work? Under Lu Zidian's intentional control, not a single person in the room bid against Xiao Yan. The auctioneer knocked down the hammer and breathed a sigh of relief that he had finally given the item away. There is a special person who delivers the iron pieces. Master, is this really an immortal treasure? I would still lie to you? It's crowded. Let's get out of here first and let the immortal treasure recognize its owner when we get out. Xiao Yan was full of joy as she held this broken piece of iron. It's as if they already see a bright future. Master, then what kind of immortal treasure is this? It looks like a fragment. Yes, it's a fragment of an immortal sword? I just don't know what the original sword was. The black shadow within the jade bracelet replied. Anyway, before you ascend, this thing is definitely enough. You won't be able to use it after ascension. Anyway, all the efforts you make in the future will end up being for me. The black figure once again Jie laughed strangely. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, replied in a serious and combative manner. I know. I'll take the time to try to improve myself. Just a moment after stepping out of the auction house, the sky spun as if in a trance. She was transported to a pitch-black space at some point. There was silence all around. What man? Jia. Lu Zidian's laughter echoed within this space. The dark figure in the jade bracelet almost thought it was laughing. Who? Xiao Yan asked warily. Lu Zidan stepped out of the darkness with a hook of his finger. Xiao Yan only felt a huge suction force coming from her wrist. The jade bracelet and that immortal sword fragment then flew to Lu Zidian's hands. She had the presence of mind to fight back, but found her body pinned in place. Xia Wanning, you backed out of my brother's marriage. What are you doing now? Lu Zichen ignored him. Instead, he looked at the shard in his hand. This thing was an immortal sword shard? Hey, old thing, how does this fragment recognize its owner? He said to the jade bracelet. Want to know? How dare you come to me if you're capable? The remnants of the spirit's voice was smug. This jade bracelet isn't as easy to destroy as you think. Lu Ziduan pinched, and the jade bracelet did not move. Sure enough, let's just say it's worthy of being the protagonist's stuff. No wonder the residual soul was emboldened. I advise you to release me quickly, or else, you'll have your juice, the remnant soul threatened. Humph, there's nothing I can do if you hide inside? Lu Zichen's human emperor streamer emerged behind him with a demonic aura, emitting a gurgling scream. A remnant soul is also a spirit. Come out to me. The human emperor's streamer erupted with a huge suction force in an instant. Instead, only the remnants of the soul were present to feel it. The human emperor streamer is inherently repressive to all kinds of spirits. Plus, Lu Zichen warmed and enhanced it with various heavenly materials from time to time. At this moment, this demonic treasure was the human emperor streamer of the human emperor streamers. The jade bracelet shook. A dark shadow emerged to be sucked out. The absence of 5 senses on his dark face was felt in his extreme terror. You're the only one who's at the transition stage. And give me good juice to eat? Lu Zichen directly slapped on the remnant soul's head. However, he frowned. This remnant soul is also too weak. Right. Just casually slap how it seems like it is going to disperse him. It felt like a soul search could send him into a frenzy. Say, how does an immortal treasure recognize its owner? Said you would spare me. The remnant soul's voice was weak. Lu Zichen's slap just now almost didn't kill him. Lu Zidian paused. Tell me about the way you remodeled your body as well. The residual soul was surprised how the woman in front of her looked like she knew everything. No way. You can only be told one of 2 things. You're bargaining with me. Say it and I'll let you go. Don't say it and I'll make it so you can't even transcend your life. Lu Zichen frowned. A huge suction force came from the human emperor streamer. No, no, no. I'll say it, but you have to swear. Okay, I promise again. As long as you tell me, I, Xia Wanning, will definitely let you go, or I will breed a heart demon. Lu Zichen casually responded. Specially pronounced an accent on the word Xia Evening Ning. Anyway, it was Xia Wanning who made the vow, and it had nothing to do with him. Okay, I'll tell you. Chapter 25, Xiao Yan's Taoist heart collapses. Okay, I'll take an oath and tell you. The remnants of the soul had no doubt that they were the kind of people who practiced. Whoever it is, will take this commitment very seriously. Even the infamous demon cultivator will also comply. Assuming, of course, that such vows really do swear themselves. Hey, what are you talking about? Extraterrestrial heavenly demon, how can you swear on me? Xia Wanning was dissatisfied. Based on many days of observation, she could already guess that this remnant soul was probably not going to survive. What if this vow is really fulfilled then? Xia Wanning is a person with a bottom line. Lu Zidian was here to touch again and again. Then she could only lower it. Don't worry, I swear on your name, nothing will happen to either of us. Besides, haven't you already bred me as a demon? Xia Evening Ning. Lu Zichen casually finished dealing with her while looking at the black figure in front of him. Come on, what I'm about to say is the truth. And if it's not, I'm dust. Stain your blood on it, and after. The remnants of the spirit recited an odd and obscure incantation. When you drop it, remember to read it. Lu Zidian wasn't worried that he would lie. Except for the oath. The human emperor streamer has a deterrent effect on all spirits, and it can also clearly perceive each and every one of them. If the remnants of the spirit lied, he could tell right away. A drop of blood condensed between his fingers, and an odd voice echoed within this dark space. A deep inner stirring came. At the same time, Lu Zidian could feel his soul changing. It was like it was connected to this immortal treasure remnant. He was stunned at first, then delighted. Connecting to the soul. This meant that this immortal treasure, recognizing not this physical body, was not dominated by Xia Evening Ning. Rather, it's the soul. When the time came for him to remake his body, the belonging of this piece of immortal treasure would still be his own. It's really worthy of being a fragment of an immortal sword. It just has a spirit. Between thoughts, the iron piece in his palm also changed, floating up and flowing. Various rays of light flickered within this dark space, illuminating it. Just a mere fragment, radiating energy. It actually made Lu Zichen somewhat unable to maintain this space. Hidden cracks appeared. One could not imagine how powerful this complete immortal sword should be. With a thought, the light of the iron piece dissipated. It fell back into his palm and the pressure dissipated. Xiao Yan was a bit bereft. Watching this treasure that originally belonged to be taken away, there was some inner loss, except that she was now frozen in place and couldn't do anything about it. That remnant soul looked even more dumbfounded. The only reason he knew about this fragment was that he was on the verge of life and death when he was on the verge of crossing the threshold. A sort of divine splendor was seen by chance, by a force of some other kind, shattered to pieces, awakening again. He forgot the picture. Just remember the scent. There's an okay baby. That was why he told Xiaoyan to get close to the treasure so he could sense it. But he couldn't have expected it. It's amazing how strong this thing is. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said he'd give it to Xiaoyan. He kept taking deep breaths, telling himself that nothing was more important than his life. At least it's survivable now. It took a few moments to push down the feeling of heartache. Lu Zichen's divine thoughts were collected. But this fragment did not appear in the storage ring. Instead, it was lying quietly within the sea of consciousness. Xia Wanning looked a little curious and also wanted to touch this legendary immortal treasure. Just haven't touched it yet. The debris vibrated and a sharp intent shot out, cutting the fingers of her divine soul. Hiss. Lu Zidian was even more satisfied. That's how it should be. It's only good if no one can get close to it except him. Next, what about those places where you hide your treasures? The remnants of the soul closed their eyes and kept repeating it internally. Life matters more. Give and take. It was a long time before he handed over the addresses of several places where he had accumulated his life's possessions. A black mist floated out and drilled into Lu Zichen's brow. Lu Ziduan was also a bit surprised. It's really worthy of being an old thing at the stage of transition. The cunning rabbit has 3 holes. This remnant soul's hidden treasures were actually spread all over the continent. The eastern wasteland, the northern region, the southern border, the western desert, and the central state. The 5 major domains were actually all there. Lu Zichen didn't move and said in a light tone, "Well, now it's just a matter of the method of remodeling the body." The remnants of the spirit once again handed out a black mist. It's a lot easier on the inside. There is no fear of being left without wood. It's good to be alive. It's good to be alive. Look on the bright side. Things are given out. At least now nothing will be lost. Moreover, this Lu Ziduan didn't necessarily finish looking for all the hidden treasures right away. He might even pick up a few after he escapes. When the time comes, the sky is the limit, and one takes one's time to nurse one's injuries. The big deal is that one doesn't want this special physique. Anyway, today's revenge will definitely be avenged. His eyes looked at Xiaoyan. It's just a pity that such a fine heavenly saint body is gone. Lu Zichen swept through the scriptures, quite satisfied. Innate devil body Dao fetus. It is indeed a top-notch physique. The only thing is, this thing of yours, it must be this female. To forge it, Lu Ziduan asked. The residual soul thought that it probably wouldn't be able to see Xiaoyan in the future anyway, so it just told the whole story. Yes, after gathering the materials and building the body, one needs to double cultivate with someone with the heavenly saint's body every so often in order to perfect it. Moreover, in order for the soul to be able to adapt to this body, it's best to do it after the heavenly sage's body has reached the level of God transformation, divine intercourse. The most crucial point, in order to perfect the demonic fetus, the body of the heavenly saint needs to be willing during the intercourse. The remnants of the spirit said a lot in a row. Also hid a little bit of his own little mind. As long as Xiaoyan knew about it, she would not speak of all people in the future. At least not willingly to the person in front of her. If he couldn't get perfection, Lu Ziden wouldn't be able to get it either. So, you became his master just to trick the trust, and then gain her sympathy when the time comes so she can help you. Yes, Xiaoyan, who was not far away, was struck by lightning. She didn't expect it, except for her father and brother. Her most trusted master was actually harboring such thoughts towards her. For a moment, it was a little too much to take in. Those ever-bright eyes had lost their high beams at this point. Lu Zichen ignored it. Instead, he looked at the remnants of his soul. You've done a good job. I've decided to help you restore your remnants. The remnants of the soul were first stunned, and then delighted. Only the next moment, a demonic aura struck. Enter my streamer and I'll help you recover properly. Xia Wanning, how dare you? Aren't you afraid of backlash? That's not for you to worry about. Due to the first inhalation of a strong person at the transitional stage, its lingering purple aura increased again. The human emperor streamer was such a magical treasure. The stronger the spirit inside, the higher the grade. At the same time, a hint of golden light arose from him. This is the golden light of merit of the last purification of sins. It's just that it's a remnant of a soul after all, so there's not much to kill. It's true that it can be obtained by killing someone like this who carries sins in his body. Lu Zichen looked at his poem. Just not enough kills to save your life. Mindfulness. The fragment appeared in his hand once again. This immortal treasure still needed to be studied. Chapter 26, The Wonderful Use of Immortal Sword Fragments. Lu Zichen controlled the debris to fly into midair, and then a bell once again appeared in his left hand. The very same voodoo bell that he had snatched from the pure sinner monk last time. the bell transformed into a golden bell to wrap him up. And then Lu Zichen hooked his finger. The immortal sword fragment flew towards him at an extremely fast speed. No sound was made. Without warning, it passed through the golden bell shield and stalled in front of Lu Zichen. So hard? This thing could be used as a concealed weapon. But that seems like a bit of a big deal. I wonder if there are any other uses for it. How about defense? Lu Zichen flicked his wrist and the Taishian sword appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and slashed at the shard. A surprising scene occurred. The Taishian sword and the shards did not collide, but rather combined together. The Taishian sword looked like nothing had changed. And then it looked like everything had changed. Lu Zichen threw away the ruined voodoo bell and took out another defensive treasure. It directly chopped down without any obstruction. It only felt like a knife was slicing tofu. Lu Zichen laughed out loud. What a good treasure! What a good treasure! It looks like this thing was before it got all the other pieces together. Not only can it be used as a concealed weapon, but it can also be attached to sword-based treasures, directly elevate it to a supreme divine weapon. It's really worthy of being an immortal treasure. He couldn't even imagine now how powerful the handled immortal sword would be with all the fragments gathered together. Putting the fragments away, Lu Zichen walked towards Xiao Yan. The latter was already in tears, still immersed in the sadness and shock of having just heard those words from the remnant soul. It took a moment to react as he watched the person in front of him approach. You, what are you doing? You devil with the 10,000 soul streamer. I'm telling you, that remnant is not a good person, and neither are you. Ask me to be willing, and I never will. Just die. Lu Zichen didn't say anything, but just pinched her chin with his hand. Jiadan, truly worthy of being the heroine. Before that she was still a waste who couldn't even reach the foundation. It's only been a few days. It's right up to conjugation. It was just that it was still a bit of a distance away from being a god of transformation. What are you looking at? I will never help you willingly, and from now on, I will never practice. Xiao Yan gritted her teeth. Her beautiful face was stained with tears. At this moment she looked pathetic. The average person would absolutely go soft looking at it. Xia Lanning also felt some compassion when she combined her previous experiences. Extraterrestrial. She's so pathetic. Lu Zichen's face remained unchanged. I'm just glad that, fortunately, Xiao Yan is not bad looking. At least it wasn't some pogon who was godforsaken with him or her. It's revolting. He doesn't have a penchant for driving tanks. In the next moment, he directly lifted Xiao Yan's collar and disappeared in place. Devil, where are you taking me? In the void. Xiao Yan shouted in panic. She was still a Jiedan and did not possess this ability to tear through space. If Lu Zichen lets go at this moment, she would be instantly obliterated by the power of space around her. The site regained its light. Lu Zichen directly threw her onto the floor while sealing her movement to prevent her from committing suicide. This is a secret room in the Xie family. After doing this, Lu Zichen didn't say anything. It flew directly towards a treasure site provided by that remnant soul. As for Xiao Yan, kill her first. It made him wonder what he really wanted to do, and it was the unknown that was the most frightening. And he really needed the joy of the harvest to calm himself right now. Otherwise, if Xiao Yan provokes herself again, he might just kill her if he didn't hold back. Celestial Demon Palace, Council Hall. It was just that the original Heavenly Demon Palace Master wasn't sitting at the first place. At this moment, various demonic forces gathered together. Blood Clothes Building, Sprite Sect, Hook Soul Sect. All the people from the various demonic forces had gathered here. It's not as organized here as it was at the Masamune gathering. The entire lobby was filled with noise and clamor, each saying their own thing. Everyone, it's better to listen to our underworld god sect master first. An old monk opened his mouth, his left eye empty as if it had been gouged out. The tattered robe he wore was not red but gray. The left arm is bared. 18 skulls strung with Buddha beads hung around his neck. It looked a little funny with his withered body. Even though he was smiling, his empty left eye made the smile look terrifying. He was none other than the presiding officer of the Temple of the Seven Buddhas, which was based on the enshrinement of the seven evil Buddhas, the Maitreya. Among the Eastern Wasteland's devilish forces, the Underworld God sect was the strongest, followed by the Seven Buddha Temple and the Heavenly Devil Palace. The old monk opened his mouth and the scene fell silent. A tall and handsome man stood up next to him, and the two horns on his head were due to the cultivation of the Underworld divine power. The Underworld God sect master's voice was steady. The matter of the Taishian Holy Land was definitely planted by someone. As much as I dislike that group of people from the righteous path, we can't let those who planted the evidence reap the benefits. I will be discussing with the people of the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty for the last time in the next few days. But if that group of moralistic and righteous people are going to hold on to this, the voice of the underworld god sect master paused. Even if the strength of our devil's way is now temporarily no match for the righteous way, I also have just one message for all of you. Big deal. As soon as the words fell, someone in the Great Hall immediately responded. Well said. Well said. I now feel that this is something that the group of people from the righteous path have directed themselves. That's right. They're doing this on purpose now because they see that they're stronger than us, but they can't find a reason to strike. Right. That group of people is simply too deceitful. We have promised to pay compensation and they are actually still dead set on it. They have to be given some credit, or they'll think we're easy to bully. The underworld god sect master raised his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Gentlemen, you will go down and get ready and gather your men. Yes, all at the mercy of the Lord's sect leader. Maitreya also folded his hands, his heart agitated. He looked to the northeast with his well-preserved right eye. That's exactly the direction that Putrajaya is in. There were feelings, hatred and many emotions flashing through the eyes of the mistress, eventually becoming ancient once again. He returned. Lord sect leader is wise. On top of a small mountain in the eastern wasteland. It's mediocre and featureless, except for the fact that there are more trees and they are taller. Any cultivator flying over this would not notice this place. Lu Ziduan walked on the mountain path, and the dead leaves creaked as he stepped on them. According to the memory of the remnants of the soul, it came to a huge tree in the sky. A silent mantra was recited and the branches of the tree shook. Green leaves fall to the ground, arranged in a special pattern. A moment later the light flashed. The entrance to the teleportation array made of leaves appeared in front of Lu Zichen. This old thing, it's hiding really deep. Chapter 27 Geese pulling out hair is the traditional virtue of every cultivator. Lu Zichen took a step forward and stepped into the teleportation array. The body disappeared in a flash of green light. And then, a touch of breeze blew in, dispersing the formation made of leaves. Outside of this heavenly tree, all traces disappeared without a trace, like nothing happened. Within the darkened chamber, a flash of fire suddenly lit up. It was the very trace of fire that Lu Zichen had condensed in his fingertips. Walking over to one of the gossip mirrors, he reached out and pressed it. The 8 trigrams mirror radiated light, spreading around along the veins in the ground. At once, the entire chamber lit up with the precious beads that were set on the walls. Lu Zichen looked around. The secret room was not big and was filled with shelves with all sorts of medicinal herbs and treasure weapons. From what he had seen so far, there was no low quality, and it could even be said to be quite precious. Although this one is small, if the things in the other chambers are also of this quality, it would add up to a lot. Lu Zichen lamented, continuing to walk forward, crossing over a portal. Inside, there was a blue light, and the floor was covered with spirit stones. Although the number wasn't very large, Lu Ziduan wasn't much surprised, but it's always okay to have more of this stuff. The real preciousness of this secret room was all in those rare treasures and pills. With a roll of Lu Ziduan's large sleeve, all sorts of spirit stones and treasures were put into the storage bag. He looked at the shelves that held the items and reached up to touch them. Not bad, and good wood too, not to be wasted. Another look at the bricks on the floor and walls. It's also a good stone, actually able to isolate divine sense. Take it away, take it away, take it all away. And these pearls, extraterrestrial heavenly demon, have you suffered a lot in my body? Why are you acting like you've never seen anything good? The corner of Xia Wanning's mouth twitched, shocked by his appearance. What do you know? Pulling feathers from geese is a traditional virtue that every cultivator should observe. Frugal people always have good luck, Lu Zichen said as he pressed his hand on top of the wall. At once, the wall trembled, and the stone bricks were shaken down intact, one by one, and absorbed into the storage bag. What had been a nice secret room had now become a ragged cave. Lu Zichen, however, his eyes lit up, because the stone tiles before were able to isolate divine sense. He didn't notice a single spot where the dirt actually showed signs of having been loosened. With one hand, a jade box broke out of the ground. There was no pattern carved on the surface. It was just a foursquare, and the material was also capable of isolating divine sense. It's clear that it's loaded with goodies. Look, what did I say? Frugal people always have good luck. Thanks to Evening Nut. The box did not impose any prohibitions and could be opened with a flick of the hand. Just slightly opening a crack, an extremely rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire chamber. In an instant, a tingling sensation came from Lu Zichen's sea of consciousness. Something in here wanted to pull him into the illusion. If it wasn't for this medicinal fragrance, he would have thought that this was some kind of defense mechanism left behind by that residual soul. The box opened and divine light scattered in all directions. Colorful. Once again, the chamber that had lost its precious pearl was illuminated. After seeing what's inside, Lu Zichen's eyes widened. This was the first time he had shown such a surprised expression since he had traveled to this world. 9 deaths returning herb? Xia Lianning also lost her voice. Only inside the box, a long, greenish plant lay inside, slightly curled at the top. 10 leaves from start to finish. All 9 pieces are yellowed and even show signs of wear around the edges. The only piece at the top was bright green and full of life. 9 yellows and 1 green, which also represents 9 deaths. Rumor had it that this kind of thing would only grow in places similar to ancient battlefields where millions of cultivators had been killed or injured. There is no life in that place, only death. It was hell on earth, but only a place like this could grow such an anticlimactic treasure towards death. It's also just a probability of growing out. The 9 Deaths Soul Restoration Grass was a rare treasure in the entire continent, and I didn't expect it to actually be here. But to Lu Zichen, none of this was of the utmost importance. What excited him the most was that this was the key material for forging the innate devil body Dao Tire. According to the Gongfu provided by the remnant soul, building the body out would require many exotic treasures, like what Chang water source quality, Biling fire fruit, are all treasures that are hard to find. But the most crucial one was the 9 Deaths Rejuvenation Herb. No wonder that remnant soul is so confident. He actually has this kind of treasure. Luckily, I've kept my hand in and emptied this treasure trove, or else he really got away with it. That remnant soul probably naively thought that Lu Zichen would really let him go, thinking that as long as the 9 Deaths and Soul Restoration Grass was still there, the rest would be fine. As a result, I guess I didn't expect it, but Lu Zidian got him killed. This top-quality medicinal herb was also found by him. I just don't know if such strange treasures are still stored within the other secret chambers. Finally, after checking here to make sure nothing was missing, Lu Zichen left the secret room and searched for another secret room that was closer to his memory. This one was within a cave, a formation made up of stones that had fallen to the ground. Fortunately, I have the means to make an oath not to follow. Otherwise, with the defensive mind of this remnant soul, I'm afraid it's just not that easy to trick these things out. Lu Ziduan secretly lamented inwardly. The entrance to the chamber each time this remnant soul entered was indeed skillfully arranged. If it wasn't for the clear knowledge of the exact location, ordinary people passing by here would just be too overwhelmed to notice. Walking into the formation, Lu Zichen appeared within the secret room. Inside, it was still the same arrangement, with one room for shelves and another for spirit stones. Lu Zichen faintly scanned the room, and had a rough idea in his heart. Xia Wanning urged, quickly stake. She now also wanted to see if there were any other strange items like the 9 Deaths Rejuvenation Herb in here. Rush what? Lu Ziden looked amused. Now Xia Lianning has departed farther and farther from the self-proclaimed spiritually pure, unearthly fairy persona that she just crossed over to. With a thought, brick walls tumbled. Shelves, floors, ceilings, all of it was in the bag. Only this time, the dirt hadn't been turned over. Even if Lu Zidian had dug 3 feet into the ground, no traces were found either. It was a little disappointing, but it made sense. Anyway, several other materials, no matter what, were at least not as difficult to obtain as the 9 Deaths returning soul grass. Leaving the secret room, Lu Zichen flew towards the Xieklan. The remaining few were too far away, and some were even in other domains. Even for him, it would take quite a few hours to get there. No one would be there now anyway. After understanding Xiaoyan for a while, it was almost time to break her heart. Chapter 28, Breaking Xiaoyan's Heart with Illusions. Thank you, Family Master. Greetings, Family Master Xie. As soon as Lu Ziduan landed on the ground, those small servants greeted him in succession. Since learning that a few of his attendants have been promoted to outside jobs for good behavior, everyone rises to this thought. It would be no better than now if he could be looked upon by this Lord Family Head and sent out to do something. Aha! Lu Zichen nodded slightly without saying too much and walked straight towards the secret room where Xiaoyan was being held. I mean, why is it that I turned out to be amicable to everyone? And how come they haven't seemed to treat me with such respect? Does it help if you kill people every day? Xia Wanning was a bit puzzled when she saw this light. It's only useful to give a date with a stick, not all the time. And it turns out that they only know you as the Xie family's first lady, but there are others with a higher status than you. Now that I have shown power, I tell them that it is power that determines status and power, and now I am the one with the most power. Lu Zichen said as he walked and pushed open the gate. Xiao Yenny remained the same as when Lu Zichen had just left. Only the skin of the mouth and the eyes move. Her tears and tear tracks were long gone. Just trying to maintain decency. Xia Wanning. No, I should say the person who took over Xia Wanning. You die. Just been here alone for a while. Xiao Yan also thought clearly. Xia Evening Ning before she contacted. By no means is now this appearance. The personality changes drastically. In conjunction with the need for a body remodeling spell. She's not a cutie. There's only one possibility left. Xia Wanning was taken over. Lu Zichen's face didn't change much. It's always going to be divine intercourse anyway. And when it does, it's definitely going to be your own soul. She was always going to know. It was just a matter of sooner or later. I will never willingly make godly friends with you. I can't cultivate either. And although I don't know who's inside Xia Lian Ning's body right now, I'll never help you. You'll never be able to obtain the most perfect innate devil-bodied Dao child. Xiao Yan said hatefully, her gaze firm. The many days of shock had made her a little paranoid and filled her with thoughts of Jade. Lu Zichen sneered. This performance looks hardcore as hell. But, in reality, it's nothing more than an external force. Everyone has weaknesses. There's nothing that can't be accomplished if you look for it. He was now glad that he simply didn't directly destroy the Xiao family, or else he really couldn't do anything about her. Lu Zichen grabbed Xiao Yan by the back of her collar, taking her through space again. Only Xiao Yan didn't make any noise, just pursed her lips in death, determined to fight to the end. Look at it. Where is it? Lu Zichen's indifferent voice came out. Xiao Yan didn't want to open her eyes, but she heard a burst of familiar sounds. On the martial arts practice field. Drink dash. His own brother Xiao Huayan was swinging punch after punch with a determined face. Other people my age were practicing martial arts as well. Not far away, a few young children who had not yet begun their cultivation were playing around. His own father was in the hall following his clan uncles in their deliberations. Everything was calm and nice looking, but Xiao Yan did not have any joy of going home. But her body was like falling into an ice cave in an instant. She already understood what Lu Ziden meant. Opened his mouth to yell, but realized his voice wouldn't carry. Don't shout. This is the void. They won't hear you even if you scream your throat out. Jia jia jia. Lu Ziden's voice rang out coldly. Demon. I will never help you. Xiaoyan's words remained unchanged. Only her tone had weakened quite a bit, and the bottom of her heart was clearly lacking. Right. You don't care about these family members of yours. You know I can kill them all anytime I want. Not even in the beyond. Lu Zichen said leisurely. Winning. Xiao Yan choked and quickly glanced out at her brother and father, and then closed his eyes tightly. You can kill you if you want. As you wish. You killed my entire clan, and if they knew they could stop you, the devil, from coming back to life, they, surely support me. Yes, will definitely support me. Yes, will definitely. Xiao Yan kept repeating these words, and her eyes no longer looked at the Xiao family, fearing that her heart, which she had managed to harden with great difficulty, would soften. Yeah, these family members of yours don't think so. Open your eyes and take a good look. Lu Zidwan's voice became icy cold. Xiao Yan felt her jaw being pinched and opened her eyes in pain, but without warning, he met with Lu Zichen's pair of eyes that were glowing with purple light. A moment of distraction. The eyes became dull. Next moment, she suddenly felt her body become heavy. Heavy. It was dark all around, falling toward the endless abyss below. Open your eyes again. She lay in the middle of her own boudoir, panting heavily. What's going on? What is this? She looked at her hands, a little unsure. Ah! There was a sudden scream from outside. Xiao Yan pushed open the door and walked out. The sight in front of her shocked her. Outside, corpses were everywhere, and all sorts of wronged souls were frantically devouring Xiao family members. The entire Xiao family was filled with a demonic aura. She saw some of her uncles, the clan elders, even some of the sisters they grew up with. Only at this moment, all of them had their eyes wide open in death. Ah! Two screams in quick succession, this time extraordinarily familiar, and she glanced sideways. His own father and Xiao Huayan were sprawled on the ground, cut in two by the waist. Father! Brother! She yelled, and this time they heard her. All of them. Everyone's eyes instantly all looked at him, and yet, instead of caring, it's an endless stream of accusations. You sinner! Why didn't you say yes to him? You got us all killed. Who are you to make decisions for us? Sis, I don't want to die. I don't want to at all. I want to live. I don't have a daughter like you. Everyone's faces became twisted and ghastly. A phrase was repeated on all their lips. It's all your fault. You're the sinner of the Xiao family. You're the one responsible for killing us. The voice kept repeating in Xiao Yan's ears. Regret, fear, guilt, all sorts of emotions filled her heart. She couldn't help but explode, yelling, I'm not. I'm not a sinner, she kept shouting, trying to prove herself, but no one paid any attention to her. The men just repeated over and over that she was a sinner. Xiaoyan collapsed once again, her legs softening as she directly knelt down, hands over his face. He lost his voice and mumbled, I was wrong, I regret it, I really regret it, I should have said yes to him, I got all of you killed. At that moment, she felt a hand on her shoulder, and Lu Zidan's voice rang out. Chapter 29, The Played-Out Xiaoyan. The Void. The expressions on the faces of Xia Wanning and Lu Zichen as they watched the frozen standing Xiaoyan kept changing brilliantly. Surprise, amazement, and then pain. Her mouth first said I'm not, and suddenly he cried out like a madman, and then he fell on his knees again, and covered his face and wept bitterly. The changes in the inner world. That's what it's all about. Xia Wanning had some vicious chills in her heart. Fortunately she was not Lu Zichen's enemy. I can't imagine what Lu Zidian would do to himself. She had originally thought that Lu Ziduan was going to use love to sensitize Xiaoyan, but she didn't expect to actually have this kind of tactic. Still underestimating him. But what if you stimulate her like that? What if you make her stupid? It won't. I know it in my heart. Lu Zichen spoke indifferently. She still had to keep Xiaoyan to cultivate. These visions were merely trying to break down her mental defenses. People always think something is simple until they experience it for themselves. It takes loss to understand the value of possession. This move was still inspired by the net sins. Looking at Xiaoyan's constant crying, Lu Zichen felt that the time had come. Walking forward, a purple light once again flashed in his eyes as he reached out and pressed his hand on top of Xiaoyan's brow. Then he spoke in a timbre that Xia Wanning had never heard before. The voice was low, gentle, yet compelling. In the meantime, Xiaoyan, who was still in the midst of collapsing in the illusion, suddenly she felt an arm on her shoulder. Lu Zidian stood behind him and whispered in her ear, You are not a sinner. I am. I killed everyone in the Xiao family. I'm a sinner. Xiaoyan's tears were still falling. You are not a sinner, and none of this will happen if you help me. As long as you help me, you're the one who saved the Xiao family from destruction. You're the hero of the Xiao family, and everyone will be proud of you. Lu Zichen continued to compel in her ear, By helping you, I'll be the Xiao family's hero, and everyone will be proud of me. Xiaoyan repeated it a few times, stuttering a bit at first, and then speaking more and more eloquently. Look, what's this? Lu Ziduan asked. The illusion changed. The original color of blood faded and turned into the appearance of green mountains and green water. Xiao father and her brother both looked at Xiaoyan, their words full of admiration. All the Xiao family members kept praising her and saying that she had saved the Xiao family. Xiaoyan smiled, but her eyes were still watering, making her a beautiful face a bit comical. Xia Lianning was outside watching the real thing. Inwardly, he said this is really being played silly. Xiaoyan, however, was full of concern and looked at Lu Zichen behind her, eagerly saying, What should I do? How should I help you? Lu Zichen didn't say anything, just looked down at her. What am I supposed to do? Exactly. To help you. Xiaoyan felt her body become light, like she was floating. Lu Ziduan's voice kept coming from all around. Listen to me and do whatever I tell you to do. The voice was neither loud nor heavy, but it was deeply imprinted on her heart. The illusion dispersed. Xiaoyan's consciousness returned. She looked beyond the void and nothing happened. It was business as usual. My brother was still practicing and my father was still deliberating with the clan elders. A kind of post-hoc joy overwhelmed her. And then, as if remembering something, Xiaoyan quickly walked towards Lu Zichen and grabbed his arm before he could say anything. She then said urgently, I'll listen to you. I'll cultivate well. And I'll do whatever you say. As long as you don't let that happen. After going through this once, she realizes that losing her family is nowhere near as easy as she thought it would be. The pain that tore through her heart and lungs, she didn't want to go through that again. Xiaoyan even looked at Lu Zichen with some gratitude now, grateful that he was actually willing to give himself a choice. Lu Zichen reached out his hand and stroked her face as if he was petting a pet. But Xiaoyan didn't feel any discomfort and didn't dare to raise any thoughts of resistance. The words that Lu Ziden left behind at the end of the illusion made too deep an impression on her. Xiaoyan couldn't even insult Lu Zidian in her heart right now. It even became the principle by which she lived. During this period of time, just absorb this properly and strive to reach transformation God earlier. A blood pill appeared in Lu Zichen's hand. This was something that had been refined out of him after the death of the Holy Lord of the Taishan Holy Land last time, although a lot of chi and blood was lost during the battle. But a Mahayana stage powerhouse condensed, not to mention letting Xiaoyan to the refining and combining. But at the very least, There was absolutely nothing wrong with getting to transformation spirit. Xiao Yan nodded vigorously. I will listen to you well and cultivate well, and you must not hurt my family. Don't worry, as long as you do what I say and cooperate well, everything will be fine. Lu Zichen had a smile on his face before looking beyond the void. Go say goodbye to your family. Why are you saying goodbye? Xiao Yan tensed up all of a sudden. Before I have a perfect innate devil body Dao birth, it should be a long time before you say goodbye to your family? Okay, good. In the next instant, Lu Zidian appeared at the entrance of the Xiao family with Xiao Yan. Immediately the servant between the eyes shouted, Miss, come back. Not long after, Zhao's father came out from inside, followed by Xiao Huayang. Didn't you go to the auction? This is the Xie family master? Zhao's father was a little surprised to see Lu Zichen. Xiao Yan's face stiffened a bit, not knowing how to speak. Lu Zichen smiled and said, I see that Xiao Yan she has good qualifications, so I want to bring her around to cultivate for a period of time. Xiao Yan also nodded repeatedly. Yes. Zhao's father was overjoyed and said 3 times in a row, Yener, this is your blessing. You must take advantage of it. You don't know it yet. Family Master Xie. Last time he didn't make things difficult for us small forces at the Demon Removal Alliance. Not only is he highly powerful, but he's also a great person. You must learn more from him. Xia Wanning looked dumbfounded. Lu Zichen? Good man? These 2 words can be combined together? Xiao Yan still nodded her head. Zhao's father didn't say any more, just instructed a few words. A happy face as he watched the 2 fly away. A sound of gulping came from the side, and when he twisted his head, he saw Xiao Huayang's face showing infatuation. Xia Eveningning's face was absolutely beautiful. There was no man who wouldn't be moved. At one time it was even his nominal fiancé. At the moment, he looked but could only watch her fly away. Zhao's father looked angry and kicked Xiao Huayang. Unworthy thing, you still fantasize on it. You don't look at what kind of person the other Xie family master is. 10 of you can't match her. Get the hell out of here and go practice. Got it, Dad. In midair, Xiao Yan followed behind Lu Zidian, rushing in the direction of the Xie family. Thank you for still being willing to let me see them. Xiao Yan suddenly spoke. No need, just cultivate well. Lu Zicheng replied casually. Xiao Yan was probably already suffering from Stockholm Syndrome now, and the slightest bit of kindness from herself would make her grateful. Suddenly, he looked ahead. One could only see a large group of cultivators all rushing towards the Heavenly Heart Lake, their faces in a hurry. Chapter 30, the Heavenly Devil Palace's bent waist was finally bent by this black pot. The monks traveled quickly. All of them were in a hurry, but there were flashes of excitement in their eyes. It's like there's some heavy treasure out ahead. Lu Zichen suddenly remembered the rumor that Xia Wanning had said. Could it be that there really is a good treasure under this Heavenly Heart Lake? He looked at Xiao Yan next to him and handed her a token. Go back to the Xia clan by yourself first. Stay in the secret room and cultivate well. With my token, the others wouldn't dare do anything to you? Xiao Yan weakly nodded her head and continued to fly towards the front. After flying over a distance, he actually looked back, and there was actually a vague uneasiness in his eyes. Aren't you afraid that she'll run away? Xia Lianning said from above the spirit platform. Run? She won't even leave now if I let her. She respects me like a god now. I'm her security. You didn't see her just look back at me. Xia Wanning also headed in the direction of the Heavenly Heart Lake. As for Xiao Yan, there was no need to worry at all. After the illusion, her inner world was now completely occupied by Lu Zidian. Lu Zichen flew to the edge of the Heavenly Heart Lake, saw quite a few old acquaintances, the Lord of the Taiyin Sacred Land, and the Lord of the Ling Knight Sect. Forces like the Putua Temple and the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty sent people over. There were also quite a few cultivators all gathered here. Whispering. Lu Zichen didn't make a sound. His appearance changed and he hid himself in the crowd. Silently listened to the conversations of bystanders and used them to gain useful information. Hiss, there's really a treasure guarded by a transitional demon beast in this Heavenly Heart Lake? No, there are treasures, but they are not guarded by demonic beasts. I heard that there is a spatial rift at the bottom of the lake, which seems to be connected to another cave. Treasure. So what kind of treasure is here? I don't know about that, but I guess the quality is not low. You guys see all these people from the big powers are here. How could they show up with ordinary stuff? Lu Ziduan took this information into his ears. Whatever was in here, he needed to go in and see. Fellow Daoist, you came here alone as well. Why don't we pair up together? A man with a folding fan approached with a smile on his face. Nowadays, although Lu Zichen changed his appearance, the aura on his body could not be changed. The onlooker was terribly strong just by the way he stood. This youth with the folding fan was also moved to form a team. Lu Zichen ignored it. His eyes didn't even share a bit. He just continued to look at the lake. The man continued. It will take another 10 minutes or so for this cave entrance to open. Why don't you go sit at my place first? Lu Zichen's eyes did move this time. It's gonna be a while? It's just the right time to poke around and find out what's going on. Preferably to figure out what's inside this cave. Do you know what's in here? The man shook his head at first, and when he saw him strike up a conversation, he chattered even more excitedly. Lu Zidwan is a bit annoyed. I don't know you are still here beeping. Straight away, he choked him, his gaze morose. You're loud. In an instant, the man was shocked by a sudden aura. Straight up dumbfounded. Lu Zidwan walked for half a day before coming back to his senses. The folding fan in his hand snapped closed, gritting his teeth. Damn it, no one has dared to speak to me. Duan Scarstar. Like this. After entering the secret realm, I want you to look good. Duan Xingxing's eyes were furious, and he didn't notice a mark quietly emerge above his neck. How could Lu Zichen let him go? As soon as he entered the cave, the seal would just explode. If he had an accomplice with him, just in time to blow up altogether and save yourself a lot of trouble. After probing around, Lu Zidian couldn't even gather anything about what was actually inside. Suddenly, a tick-tock sound came from the lake, as if something had fallen into the heart of the sky. A ripple suddenly appeared on the calm surface of the lake. A gush of water jetted out from the bottom of the heavenly heart lake, as high as 3 or 4 people, and there were quite a few fish demonic creatures inside. The ripples grew larger and larger while spinning, gradually forming a vortex. It was like an invisible force had squeezed the water apart, creating a passageway to the bottom of the lake. The bottom of the exposed lake of heavenly hearts is not yellow clay. Instead, it was a crack in space that glowed with white light. Everyone, the poor monk is the pure energy of the Putua temple, and now that the cave has been opened, the entrance can be maintained for a total of 1 hour. It can be common sense for secret chambers to compete for treasures, but an attack confrontation with too much strength might destroy the cave. The poor monk here has a proposal. It is that although there is no restriction on this entrance, but for the sake of our gentleman's covenant, would it be good to only send disciples below the level of transformation spirit to enter? It would also be considered a training for them. Pure energy said, and then said, Amitabha Buddha. Well said. I, the Tianwu imperial dynasty, am the first to be in favor of this. A man in a python robe spoke. The people at the bottom had different thoughts, and this was undoubtedly the best for those small sects and big powers. In the former case, the entire clan could be raised to enter, while in the latter case, the disciples themselves were of better quality. The only forces that are not too wonderful are the midstream ones, where the disciples are more than enough and the patriarch and elders can't get in. It was just that the Putua temple and the Tianwu dynasty had opened their mouths, and no one dared to disobey. And what if someone blends in? Someone at the bottom of the field spoke up, and it was none other than the transformed Lu Zichen. He didn't have the idea of calling the Xie family's children. For one thing, he couldn't make it in time. Secondly, if the other sects really only sent in people below the level of transformation spirit, he's sure to go in there and grab everything. Netnin laughed and threw a purple bowl into the air. There's no need to worry. This magic treasure, as long as there is a transformation spirit or above near it, it will light up. Lu Zidwan didn't really care. He'll just break right in when the time comes. This place was full of people whose highest was the Mahayana stage, and no one could stop him. If it weren't for the fact that the situation is tense nowadays, I'm afraid that a powerful person of the transitional stage will come over. He wanted to kill all of them. Xia Wanning suddenly spoke. Hey, extraterrestrial heavenly demon, I have a good idea. When you break in later, just say you're from the heavenly demon palace. Lu Zichen was silent. Xia Wanning was a little nervous. Did she say the wrong thing again? Wasn't he the one who taught this method? You're finally getting the hang of it. What a great idea. A sense of accomplishment rose within Lu Zichen. He was finally normalizing this Xia Lian Ning's mind a bit. The two of them spoke to each other. This waste of the heavenly devil palace, which had been bent for a lifetime, was finally completely crushed by this flying black pot. Define a good plan. Lu Zidian looked towards the entrance of the cave. At this moment, all the sects had already selected their manpower and were lining up to receive the purple bowl's inspection. At the head of the group were a couple of monks from the Putua monastery. The one who had struck up a conversation with him earlier was at the back of the line. Lu Zidwan was not in a hurry. He was going to press the point of time when the cave closed to go in. Moreover, he felt that the disciples of those great powers might know exactly what was inside this cave. Go in and search your souls when the time comes. Chapter 31, Entering the Cave. Beyond the cave. Netnin spoke again. Young friends, after our projections, the cave's exit will open again in 5 to 6 days. At that time, always remember to return to the original location. The group of disciples lined up under the stage immediately clasped their fists in response. Thanks for the mention, Master. Time passes slowly. It took less than half an hour. The team then all entered, and Lu Zidian hid in the shadows waiting for an opportunity. At this time, a patriarch of a small power opened his mouth and asked, Master Pure Energy, now that the disciples have all gone in, can you reveal a bit about what exactly is inside this cave? Master Pure Energy smiled without saying anything. On the contrary, the Holy Lord of the peaceful Holy Land smiled and said, there are quite a few treasures inside this cave, and there are even more pills, but to say the most precious. Holy Lord Taihung's words paused. There is a saying that heaven's secrets cannot be divulged, so it can only depend on whether or not you disciples have the blessing to do so. And then he also stopped talking, with the appearance of a superior person. Lu Zichen in the dark had already decided. When we break into the cave entrance later, we'll take this Riddler. The remaining half hour passed quickly. The cavernous skies that emitted white light gradually dimmed, and the vortex channel formed by the heavenly heart lake was slowly closing in. Netnin put the purple bowl away. At that moment a rushing demonic aura rose up. The visitor's appearance was ordinary, but his body was filled with a murderous aura. It was precisely Lu Zichen after his transformation. Ha 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 ha, there's this good thing not telling your grandpa me. Lu Zichen laughed out loud and barged towards the entrance of the cave. A few light shadows chased after him. Sure, master. Stay back. Who are you? And how dare the Devil's Way get its hands on this place? What? This cave is opened by your righteous path. So if you go there, I can't? Lu Zidian flew backwards, facing the several people who were chasing after him. With his 5 fingers together, his divine sense locked onto the sacred Lord of Peace who was flying at the end. A palm blasted forward. The black palm print carried the demonic aura unique to the heavenly demon palace technique as it blasted towards Holy Lord Taihung. The power was so great that he knew deep down that he couldn't resist it and just shouted, Gentlemen, help me. When the crowd saw this, but he opened his mouth, they could only help him fend it off first. Just like that, he watched Lu Zichen fly in with a big smile. At the same time, the entrance was completely eclipsed and the channel formed by the lake was closed. Lu Zichen's laughter still echoed above the lake. Everyone in the room looked at each other in disbelief. Saint Lord Taihung's heart palpitated, but he couldn't figure it out. He had clearly flown at the end, and he had already shielded the crowd in front of him. In addition to the Putua Monastery, the Tianwu dynasties, and Taiyin in front of them, the Holy Lord of Taiping. Every big battle in the past. This was fine, so how come this time it seemed to be staring him in the face? Sacred Lord Taiping's face turned blue. Bad. This person is highly powerful and snatching treasures is under. Those disciples are nothing more than transformation spirits. This Devil's Way going in is like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. How will these disciples be able to withstand it? The faces of the several other powers were similarly unsightly. They all sent their most elite disciples in. Janan of Putrajaya has his hands folded in a calm manner. Gentlemen, don't be alarmed. People have their own destinies, and everything was predestined long ago in the underworld. The man in the python robe from the Tianwu imperial dynasty didn't look very worried either and didn't say anything. He exchanged a glance with the man from the Putra temple, who nodded towards him. We can only wait here for now. See if we can pick up a few more when the time comes. If we really die or get injured, I will definitely destroy the heavenly demon palace. The Taiyin sacred lord gritted his teeth, and his normally feminine face became eerie. This time, I wonder how many disciples will come out alive. I don't know who said it. The crowd was silent, none of them answering. Just both looked to where the entrance had disappeared. Within the cave, a silhouette appeared, and Lu Ziduan wore a face of pity. Surprisingly, he hadn't killed the Holy Lord of the Taihung Holy Land, and he wasn't even seriously injured. He looked around, carefully surveying the cavernous sky. Ahead of them was a stretch of large mountains, too foggy to see. A few demonic roars came from time to time. I didn't expect this place to really have something else. It's just that it's still a bit different from the rumors. Let's just hope that there aren't really any transitional stage demonic beasts guarding the treasures here. Xia Lanning looked at it with a new sense of wonder. It shouldn't be very likely. If there really are transitional succession stage demonic beasts, those people outside wouldn't be so relieved to only let those below the transformation spirit in. Lu Zichen shook his head and analyzed. I just don't know what the most important treasure in here is. What a bunch of riddlers. Sooner or later I'll get him all killed. since he came in late. He's the only one here now. You'd have to go looking for someone to search your soul. Lu Ziduan thought about it and stepped on his foot. A purple formation then appeared. Seal off the place where both the exit and the entrance are revealed. In order to prevent unforeseen circumstances, in case someone's luck was against the odds and got that treasure before he did. What if he doesn't get it by then? Play it safe. Lu Zichen was not prepared to leave any of the people in this cave. What are you doing? The Heavenly Demon Palace cultivators robbed several major sects of their opportunities and also brutally killed all the new generation disciples. Xia Wanning stopped talking. Lu Zichen flew toward the middle of the large mountain in front of him. As soon as he entered, a smell of rotten stench flooded his nostrils. This mist is faintly toxic, but to a cultivator of his realm, minuscule. Only, this mist seemed to be capable of devouring divine sense. As soon as Lu Zichen probed, his divine sense was being corrupted by a marvelous power. He sensed himself for a moment, slightly relieved. Fortunately, just don't lose any strength. Lu Ziduan walked for half a day, but he didn't see any demonic beasts, not even a few that were alive. Could it be the reason for the aura on my body? It makes those things not dare to come closer? Lu Zichen pondered, and then crushed the aura from his body. This time, it didn't take long. Roar! A roar came from a dark figure lunging at him from a side road, yet it was only looked at. The leopard with the black, oily fur just straight up wilted and flopped to the ground in fear. Shivering like a big cat, his pupils were full of panic inside, and his tail was clenched. Finally a living thing. Lu Ziduan pressed his hand on the leopard's skull and searched his soul. Its spiritual wisdom hadn't opened up much, and it didn't have much information. The only thing in his mind was a map of this great mountain. However, a map was also very important in this cave heaven where divine sense couldn't expand too much. The mountains stretched on, and the roads within were intricate. Great roads, goat paths intertwined in all directions, creating a spider web-like structure. The whole cluster of mountains is like a labyrinth. He had a mind to search in and see if there was anything of note, but it was nothing. That's just it. You're kind of the first creature in this cavernous sky to join my human emperor streamer. An honor of sorts, rewarded as a prize. The leopard was sucked into the streamer. Lu Ziduan gathered his breath and continued to walk deeper into the mountain. Chapter 32 Exterminating Putua Temple's team. During this time, a few more demonic beasts rushed over. It was all a death sentence. Just a few more moments of familiarity with the map of this cave. I have to say, this cave is still pretty big. It was no wonder that Lu Ziduan had walked for so long without encountering a few living people. Why don't we just use the human emperor's flag to sweep through it directly? He cast a large streamer and densely packed soul's fish out of it. But after coming into contact with this poisonous mist, they let out a miserable scream. Some of the ones with weaker cultivation in their lifetime were actually fading with a shocking blackness, almost transparent. This fog is not only able to erode divine sense, it seems to have a corrosive effect on anything within this spirit. This cave is not simple. Lu Zichen's eyes stared, but in his heart, he was even more curious about the treasures inside. That group out there probably hasn't figured out the situation yet. This mist is special. This cavernous sky is by no means something those below the god transformation stage can deal with. Lu Ziduan made a new judgment about this cave. Maybe there really is a transitional demon beast. Lu Zichen wasn't retorting this time, but nodded. Maybe there is. Moreover, this Putua temple in the Tianwu dynasty might not be that honest. The words fell. Several vine men popped up from the ground and twined toward him. It just hasn't gotten close enough to his body. It was then shattered by the astral aura covering the surface of the body. Most of this plant type uses this camouflage to lower the guard of creatures that pass through here, and then suddenly strike and use it to hunt down their prey. Only this time, it chose the wrong person. Vine man shattered and a red vermilion fruit fell down. Just happened to know I was thirsty and came to give me a treat, did you? Lu Ziduan wiped the fruit on his clothes and took a bite, the sweet juice filling his mouth. He felt that the faint toxicity that the mist outside had produced on his bodies had also completely disappeared. It seems to be an antidote to the poison. Hey, extraterrestrial demon, wash yourself before you eat. Don't use my body to eat something strange. Xia Lianning's accent was slightly disgusted. Shut up. There's movement. There was the sound of a fight in the distance. Lu Zichen's eyes glazed over as he sped towards that direction. Through the branches of the tree, only two groups were facing each other. The people on one side wore sword uniforms, and all of them carried a long sword wrapped in rough linen strips behind their backs. On the other side, this time dressed in a Taoist robe and holding a white dust of dust in his hands. In the middle of them was an already dead mad savage rhino tiger. This thing was clearly found first by my spirit sword villas people. The unicorn horn on the head of this mad savage rhino tiger naturally belongs to me, the sword-wielding leader said. Humph. You little dolls. This entire body of this mad barbarian rhinoceros tiger is the most precious horn. We contributed the most. It should be our easy sect. Besides, I'm still your elder. Do you understand respecting the old and loving the young? Young man, behave yourself. A white-browed old Taoist, waving his duster, didn't budge an inch. Outside, the free sect was no match for the Spirit Sword Villa. He might even give it a couple of shakes. But now the Spirit Sword Villa only has a few disciples coming. He was personally leading the team as the head of the Easy sect, so how could he let both groups of people respectively all swallowed an antidote pill, secretly utilizing their spiritual energy, ready to strike at any time? But suddenly a laugh was heard. GGG, you guys just give me this stuff. The Taishan sword in Lu Zichen's hand slashed horizontally, without giving a chance to react. Those people only saw a sword-like flash, followed by the separation of their bodies. A few purple auras connected to the brow of their divine souls. Collective soul searching. Gee, they don't know what's in it, though. But at least it was good enough for me to find the person who came in from Putrajaya. Lu Zichen looked at the memories that flashed before his eyes. The image finally settles on a bald head. Include the divine soul in the human emperor streamer. Lu Zidian determined the direction in his head. Flying towards the depths of the mountain range. Estimated how far they had traveled. Lu Ziden flew around the location in his memory. Sure enough, a few glowing bald heads were seen under the cover of the trees again. It was only that the young monk who was at the head of the queue earlier was a step behind. On the contrary, it was the very last, a martial monk with a gold band on his head who went to the very front. In his hand was a Zen staff, clanking. The more Lu Zidwan looked at it, the more he felt something strange. The aura of the Mahayana stage cultivation was unabashedly released, and his chi and blood were even more abundant. The palm of his hand pressed down. And when he struck, it was at full force. The great hand seal of the void. Huge, pitch-black hands fell from the dome of the cave. The remaining 4 disciples who had transformed into gods for a little while were directly shaken to death alive by this pressure. Instead, it was the martial monk with the gold band on his head whose eyes widened. The eruption of Buddha's light on his body directly smashed the golden hoop on his head. The aura was diffused, and it was actually a peak Mahayana cultivation. The Zen staff in his hand shook a few times, and 3 equally huge and incomparable golden palms rose up from the bottom. It collided with the pitch-black palm. Buddhist Vajra seal. Who's coming? Kill your people. Lu Zichen sneered at the corner of his mouth. He knew that these people didn't press their good intentions, said only allowed to come in a little bit of the transformation spirit, but he himself was secretly arranging for the Mahayana stage, or the peak. Lu Zichen held the Taishan sword in his right hand and the immortal sword fragment in his left hand, fusing them together. A sword chi was cut out, extremely fast and sharp. Wherever it passed, a black trail was left behind, and space was chopped up. The monk was unable to fend it off and just subconsciously swung his Zen staff in a gear. The weapon was surprisingly cut in half straight away, and his right arm was also chopped off, revealing bloody wounds. If it wasn't for his Zen staff blocking it and deflecting the trajectory a bit, I'm afraid the man would have been cut in two. You are highly powerful, monks, but I am from the Putua temple. Do you really want to be my enemy? The martial monk opened his mouth, alarmed. He's a martial arts monk of the Putua temple, not like a normal monk. Not only do you have to practice Buddhism, but you also have stringent requirements for the cultivation of your physical body and chi and blood. It could be said that his physical body was crushing some cultivators of the same realm. But now, it was actually chopped off the left arm by the person in front of him with a single sword. So much nonsense. Tell that to the net sin. Lu Zichen raised his hand in chopping a sword. The martial monk gritted his teeth and sat in a hovering position, making a bow with one hand and placing it on his lips to recite the words. The 9 ring scars on his head lit up. It then unexpectedly transformed into 9 points of light that lined up to meet the sword chi. It was just a pity that this was not an ordinary Taishan sword, but a Taishan sword that had an immortal sword fragment to enhance it. The 9 points of light, like moths to a flame, crashed into the white sword chi. The traces of the sword chi's operation were not hindered in any way. Chopping off 9 points of light and directly splitting the martial monk in half, one hand grabbed the divine soul that was trying to escape. Direct soul search. Information about the cavernous sky flooded into his mind. Surprise first flashed across Lu Zichen's face, and then a look of mockery as he muttered, Putua Temple, Tianwu Dynasty. What a good tactic. What a good calculation. Chapter 33 The Conspiracy of Putua Mountain in Tianwu Dynasty. Xianshui source hostage. Countless messages poured in. Why? What? What did you see? Xia Wanning also heard Lu Zichen muttering to himself and asked curiously. Both the Putuo Temple and the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty in this cavernous sky are targeting the Qianshui source quality. The Qianshui source material? The same thing that was used to forge the body you want? Yes. I really didn't expect that this kind of treasure actually exists in this cave. Lu Ziduan nodded his head. This Putuo Temple and the Tianwu Dynasty are even more interesting. According to that martial monk's memories, these two forces knew early on that there was a Chang water source inside this cave. Only they told Tai Yin, Tai Ping, and Tai Heng several holy places that what was in here was a different kind of treasure. And then the pure energy would propose that only those below the level of the transformation spirit be sent in, to make sure that only the two of them have the strength to compete for the Chang water quality. In fact, with their strength, it's a great idea to allow everyone in and just rob them in the open. And yet it still takes this hypocritical approach, to tell the world that they did not use their power over others, and that martial monk wore a golden hoop on his head, and a belt worn by a Mahayana eunuch of the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty. It's what's used to avoid the purple bull test. In front of everyone, tell them that I also sent the transformation god in. Xia Evening Ning was also staggered to hear. There's no need for this just get it directly. That's because you've spent a lot of time with me, and those of them are still being limited by public opinion and the morals of society. Lu Zichen opened his mouth, and then his words changed. But I have them to thank for saving me so much trouble. Right now, I just need to find the location of the Qianshui source material and get that eunuch from the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty killed. Lu Zichen was in a wonderful mood. This Putuo Temple and the Tianwu Dynasty, with all their calculations, just didn't expect that they would come in. Now, all they're doing is doing themselves a favor. Jia Jia Jia. Lu Zichen transformed into a black light, rushing towards the people of the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty. The ground was shrinking as Lu Zidian shrank. The eyes kept sweeping below. Some cultivators were climbing the mountain range, as if they were trying to obtain the spirit fruits at the top of the mountain. Some were demonic beasts under siege. Still others are for the sake of profit, with the two sides facing off against each other. In the blink of an eye, he saw a withered eunuch walking with several young men in royal garb. Noble asterisk 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 asterisk. After approaching them in the shadows, Lu Zichen blasted out with a punch, and waves of air rolled out. The eunuch seemed to be aware of this, and with a wrong footstep, he actually dodged away. Looking at the several people in royal garb standing in place, they didn't even have a clear picture of the situation. Just a few people who instantly burst into pieces. The voice was overcast and shrill, piercing one's eardrums with pain. Who dares to touch our family members? Throwing away the belt on his body, the aura he emitted was actually at the peak of the Mahayana stage as well, but Lu Zichen could clearly feel it. This was sent by the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty, which was the #1 force in the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path, obviously stronger than that martial arts monk. Without replying, Lu Zichen raised the Taishian sword, which was combined with the immortal sword fragment, and slashed it repeatedly. The sword chi light blades formed a fine net and flew towards the eunuch. That old eunuch actually didn't panic. Instead, he smiled evilly, and then his body twisted weirdly, and then, as if his body had been vaporized, he passed through the net formed by that sword blade. He gazed at the Taishian sword in Lu Zichen's hand, his eyes showing greed. The nose then surprisingly inhaled and opened its mouth. Not bad, it's a good baby. Kill one of our men and consider it your filial duty to our family. Lu Zichen got excited. 2. This old eunuch's stance seemed a bit interesting and ghostly. But kill him, and it's not your own. Lu Zichen pondered. The eunuch's body twisted again, his speed increasing to the extreme for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lu Zidian. With a confident smile on his face, 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed towards Lu Zichen's face. Lu Zichen's right hand, which was holding the sword, did not move and hung down at his side. The waist fired and a left hand blasted out. Fists and claws were facing each other in the air. A misogynistic scream. This punch directly blasted the eunuch's right hand out of a bloody mist. He looked unbelievably at his empty sleeve, was using his psychic powers, and tried to back away. The gong method is fine, but the physical condition is still too poor. Lu Zichen laughed coldly, and the left hand that followed the strike changed from a fist to a palm. Lift the eunuch's collar directly. A head flew high in the air as he chopped horizontally with his sword in his right hand. Are you going to plot against me? I'm a member of the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty. The eunuch's divine soul was detained in Lu Zidian's palm, yet he still wore an arrogant expression, not yet realizing the magnitude of the problem. Rebellion. I just want to be an emperor to try it. Let your emperor come in and keep you company when the time comes. The eunuch opened his mouth as if he was going to say something else. Lu Zidian, however, stopped caring and put his soul into the streamer. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This old eunuch's gong method is to that. Only men can cultivate it, and they have to cut their bottom. Lu Zidwan was speechless. He had been a bit interested in this body technique. Now it just feels like there's a nasty chill. As for the memory, it was similar to that of the martial monk, and there was no exact location of the Qiangshui source material, not even the ones looking for ways to do so. Suddenly, the human emperor streamer was actually trembling a bit. It's bad. Too many raw souls of this Mahayana stage powerhouse have been added, and some of the original materials used to refine the human emperor streamer can't withstand it. Lu Zichen channeled demonic energy, stabilizing the human emperor streamer. He still had to find materials to enhance it. Alas, I'm still too kind-hearted to endure their arduous cultivation alone. Seeing every cultivator, I want to take them with me to attain ascension. It's my fault for being too soft-hearted. 2. Can you hurry up and go find the Chang water source? Xia Lanning spat. Outside, the net energy that is closing its eyes, and the python-robed man of the Tianwu imperial dynasty who was sitting on a chair with a maid beside him constantly feeding grapes. Eyes are open, looking to each other. They had sensed. All the men you sent in yourself are dead. The first thought was that the other had killed their man, but they saw the shock in each other's eyes. Understand, it's definitely the guy who just broke in. Two peak Mahayana stage powerhouses was a very significant loss even for them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The python-robed man slammed his fist on the handle of the chair. Pieces of the chair splattered and scraped the maid's face, but she only hastily fell to her knees. My lord, did I do something wrong? The python-robed man ignored him, and his murderous aura filled his body, scaring the maid half to death. He said word for word, Heavenly Demon Palace. I will definitely go back and present it to His Majesty the Emperor. My heavenly martial dynasty and you are irreconcilable. Pure energy also spoke with folded hands and indignation. The heavenly demon palace is perverse. I, Putuwa Temple, will surpass you for the sake of the living. The martial arts monk is dead, and he even forgot to say Umatba. It's true. You never know how much a knife hurts until it cuts into you. The other forces and several holy lords looked strange. Weren't these two calm and collected before? Why are you so angry all of a sudden now? Chapter 34, There is a cave within a cave. Where exactly is this Qiangshui source material? Lu Zidian was in the air, looking down from above. Because of this layer of fog, divine sense could not be used here, and one could not see too clearly with just one's eyes. I don't suppose someone picked it up. Why don't I go ahead and kill everyone? No, this cave is so big. It's already troublesome enough just to find someone. And anyway, a formation has already been set up at the exit. None of them will be gone by then. No point in wasting time. Lu Zidian kept following his own conversation in his head. A day had now passed since entering the secret realm. While looking for it, bumping into people he killed anyway. But there just wasn't even a shadow of the Qiangshui source material in sight. Now, he was even more thankful for that remnant soul's 9 deaths rejuvenation herb. This establishes that the approximate location of the Chang water source is so difficult to find. One would not dare to imagine just how difficult it was to obtain a 9 deaths soul restoration grass. The map in his head was looked at several times by Lu Zidian, but he didn't see any way out. It's not a formation, and there's no special pattern. Is it really just luck? Could it have something to do with the fog? Xia Wanning suddenly spoke. Did you find anything? Within the sea of consciousness, Xia Lanning was silent for a while, as if she was sorting out her thoughts and organizing her language. When you were just flying, I noticed that the concentration of this mist seemed to be constantly changing. There are depths and depths, but I've noticed that it seems to be basically thickening near the northwest, while all other directions are thinner. Lu Zichen didn't open his mouth to speak. Xia Evening Ning was a bit nervous. Other than the last time she took the blame for the Heavenly Demon Palace, this was considered the first time she had made a formal proposal. Well, that makes sense. Go check it out. Lu Zichen flew towards the northwest. The concentration did increase when I closed my eyes and felt it, but it can be said to be so minuscule that you can't even notice it unless you're careful. Xia Lanning also existed because it was in the form of a divine soul. It's more sensitive to this fog. It was only then that I was able to detect it. Lu Zichen observed the bottom and his speed was not slow. It soon came to a place where it had never been before. Only the concentration of the fog had increased, but it was still not too obvious, and there was nothing unusual to be seen. Xia Evening Ning was also a bit underpowered. Her voice was weak. Either that, or you might as well do what you want. Maybe it's just the wind. It's not necessarily blowing. I I guess I guessed wrong. Lu Zichen didn't say anything and just continued to fly forward. As of now, the only mist that could corrode his divine sense was this one, which was the most mysterious, and it was still unclear why. It is indeed something to investigate. There's nothing else to look for anyway. Two large mountains suddenly appeared in front of them. They were connected side by side, with a peculiar shape, and from a distance they looked like naturally formed portals. Lu Zichen's speed remained unabated. Only his spiritual energy slowly ran around his body. After flying between two mountains, suddenly choking and coughing on a mist that was dozens of times thicker. Cough cough. It hurts. It hurts. Xia Lianning was within the sea of consciousness, frowning and filled with pain. Lu Zichen's face stared as he hurriedly pulled out an antidote pill and ate it. These are all precious elixirs from within the Holy Land that work quickly. And then his body was flooded with light, and the Tai Xian Qi within his abdomen traveled to all his limbs. A thin shield of light was held up on the surface of his body, isolating the fog. This poisonous gas can actually affect me already? Lu Ziduan looked around, obviously looking okay earlier 2 mountains away. How is it that as soon as you come in, the concentration increases so many times that it looks like it's obscuring your vision a bit? Look behind you. It was as if the 2 peaks were literally a portal, separating the mist outside from the thick fog inside. Where is this? Xia Lianning palpitated and patted her chest. The pain she had just felt was too violent. She was still a little backed up. I don't know. The corner of Lu Zichen's mouth hooked up. But I think you guessed right. Not to say that there is a Chang Shui source material in here, but there is definitely something good. Falling from the air, Lu Zichen slowly went deeper towards the inside. There were also the bodies of some cultivators sprawled across the roadside, with expressions of horror still on their faces. It feels like it's only just died. It looks like someone who came into the area by mistake. Lu Ziduan collected their storage bags, while a fire was lit. A mosquito is still meat, and besides, there is a charge for cremation. Suddenly, a largemouth flower falls from a tree, bright red in color, but with a dark green stripe on it. The mouth opened wide and the foul odor of human flesh emanated from within. Prepare to clip Lu Zichen's head directly. The latter didn't even look at it, and 2 fingers were merged into a sword point. With a light stroke, the largemouth flower was directly split in half, but the juices from its body dripped to the ground, making a nuisance sound and accompanied by a foul odor. It looks like it has a strong poison in its body. You be careful. Got it. Lu Zichen continued to go deeper. The further inside, the fewer the bodies of the cultivators became. However, the contents of the storage bag had also been upgraded quite a bit. During this period, he also encountered quite a few demonic beasts, and without exception, they all carried dark green stripes on their bodies. It's a sign that there's a strong poison in the body. It seems that all the creatures within this fog are highly poisonous. By the end of the day, there were no more cultivator corpses. It's so silent that you can't hear a single bit of insects or birds chirping. The entrance to a hole in the ground appeared underneath the dense woods. Under the cover of this thick fog, it was impossible to see clearly in the sky. This is it. Lu Zichen made the judgment that this hole was the source of the fog. Should we make some preparations before going down? Xia Lianning was worried. Don't worry. I'm sure. Lu Ziden walked inward. The concentration of the mists doubled again. The rate at which the golden light glowing on the surface of his body consumed his spiritual energy increased quite a bit more. But that was fine for his vast and infinite reserves of spiritual energy. It wasn't enough to keep up with the rate of spiritual energy absorption. The cave was quiet. The only sounds were footsteps, breathing, and heartbeats. Only the golden light from Lu Zichen's body and the flames on his fingertips illuminated the path ahead. Gradually, a sound of water came from ahead. It was an underground river with a thick fog drifting above it. Looks like it's going to be close soon. The end was a dead end. But observing the water, the river seemed to be going underground. Without hesitation, Lu Ziduan mouthed a spell and cast a water avoidance spell. Jump into the water and swim towards the front. The water is much more toxic. Look out! Xia Lianning shouted. A giant crab and turtle swam this way with a ferocious face, emitting an aura that was actually at the refined void stage. This was currently the highest cultivation level demonic beast in this cave. The secret here was definitely not small. Lu Zichen had an idea in his heart, and with a flick of his fingers, the 2-sword intent directly chopped him in half. A light suddenly appeared ahead. There was a cave entrance ahead, and the water became turbulent again. Lu Zichen swam that way. Through the hole, space opened up instantly. This opening appears to be at a high point. After the underground river flows out of the hole, it transformed into a huge waterfall with a rumbling sound. Lu Zichen looked towards the bottom. and a pool of water formed where the waterfall landed. Sight forward. Lu Zichen's pupils dilated violently. Xiao Wanning's voice carried disbelief. This is, what is this? Chapter 35, Obtaining the Qiangshui Source Material. The Truth About Cave Heaven. In the middle of a dimly lit cave, the sound of the waterfall falling rumbled. Lu Zidwan stood high above the waterfall and looked down. His eyes filled with shock. What kind of creature's skeleton is this? Xiao Lianning opened her mouth and asked. Only the skeleton of a huge creature appeared before the eyes of the two within the wide and incomparable cavern. The only piece that actually had a layer of skin hanging from it was the one at the center of the brow. The center of the brow is supposed to be the top priority of all creatures. And as a demonic beast with a strong physical body, it is also normal that the skin of the brow is preserved. Lu Ziduan flew down and stood next to the white bones, all of which were set off a small. And, as soon as we get close to hereafter, the thunderous rumble of the waterfall behind him could not be heard. Moreover, those in the water, as well as the poisonous mist floating in the air, seem to be purified here as well. The air is so fresh that you can't detect the slightest. From the skeleton as a whole, this seemed to be a fish demonic beast, but on the head alone, it kind of looks like an auger. By the looks of it, this should be a fish creature that would soon transform into a dragon. Lu Zichen reached out and touched the skeleton. Even though it had been dead for an unknown period of time, there was still a pale and ancient feeling coming from it. You can also feel the thick spiritual energy. Faintly, there seemed to be a dragon roar ringing in his ears. This is a demonic beast of the transitional stage. Lu Zidwan could feel its power from the bones. This heavenly heart lake is really guarded by a transitional stage demonic beast. It seems that the rumors are all true, and the treasure that is guarding it is the Qiangshui source material. Xiao Wanning was a bit surprised. She realized that since Lu Zichen had taken charge of the body, she had experienced more these days than she had in the previous decade or so. It's dangerous, but it's really wonderfully exciting. Is this the real practice? Lu Zichen didn't reply. This fish demon was already at the transitional stage and had horns on its head. It's probably going to be a blood purification soon, not to mention ascending into a dragon. At the very least, it was at the level of a dragon. Just a shame. Lu Zichen looked at the wounds on the white bone. It seemed to have died in a great battle before its death, and it had lost all its efforts. Look, there's another body there. It seems to be a person. Xiao Wanning suddenly spoke. Lu Zichen looked in the direction she said. Only a humanoid white bone sat paralyzed in a shadowy corner, leaning against the cave wall. Xiao Wanning was getting more and more on board, and from time to time, she was able to give Lu Zichen a reminder. Lu Zichen walked forward, and the humanoid white bones were also covered in scars. Not a single piece of skin was preserved. Under careful sensation, this person also seemed to be a strong person of the transitional stage. It looks like it was him and that fish demon that were fighting and ended up in the same place. Lu Zichen swept his gaze and keenly noticed that there seemed to be a few more small lines on the wall. It's a little fuzzy under the wear and tear of time, and requires careful identification to see, like the last words left by this humanoid white bone. For those who come after me, I wonder what year it is. I am a poison cultivator, but because of the cultivation of the line forked the road, the body was strangely poisoned. I've heard that the Chang water source is a worldly treasure with the power to cure all poisons. I came here specifically to seek it out, but after killing this transitional stage demonic beast, I was also seriously injured and dying. I'm about to die, and there's no need for the poison to be relieved, let alone wasting this Chang water source quality. If you are one of those who seek it, the Chang water source is on my left, 7 paces below the soil. If I can help you, then if it's meant to be, I hope you'll put me in the ground. Lu Zichen looked at it and fell silent. Now there was an explanation for the source of the poisonous mist. It was presumably this transitional stage poison cultivator, whose power within his body had spread out after he died. Along that underground river covered the entire cave. It is only because of the Chang water quality next to these 2 white bones that it is a difficult place for fresh air. No wonder, those out there can have an effect on even themselves. It turned out to be the power of a powerful person at the transitional stage. Now it all makes sense. Lu Zichen followed the man's instructions and peeled back the dirt, and inside rested a special brocade box. When I opened it, a wave of cool water hit my face, and it was as if I had been soaked in water, but it didn't feel sticky on my body at all. It just felt soothing and refreshing. It was as if the whole person was purified. Looking inside the box, a crystal that was crystal clear and resembled jade appeared. Reaching out, the crystal, however, was passed right through as if it had turned into a liquid. Indeed, as rumor has it, the Qiangshui source quality is made from the essence of the water. Lu Zichen opened his hand and lifted it up with his spiritual energy. The Qiangshui source material looked like it had been stimulated, and the smooth surface began to change. There are cranes and divine dragons, tigers and white apes being evolved on the surface. It's just a shame that there's no offense. What a treasure! Lu Ziduan put the Qiangshui source material into the box and carefully put it away, and then walked over to the humanoid white bone again. There was a moment of silence. At the point of his finger, a large pit emerged, burying the white bones. He also took out another piece of jade of good quality from his storage bag and stood it on his grave. Lu Zichen personally took the Taishan sword and carved the words that this man had left on the cave wall. Because the name was not known, only a nameless poisonous cultivator was left behind. Fellow Daoist, go well, Lu Zichen said sincerely. This man was able to leave the Qiangshui source material to his descendants before he died. This open-mindedness. What is a piece of jade to oneself if it is indeed worthy of respect? It was also rare for Xiao wanting to see such a serious Lu Zichen, and she asked only after a long time, "Is it time to get out of here?" "No." Lu Zichen shook his head. "There's another great treasure here." "What?" "Far away and close." Lu Ziduan turned his gaze toward the huge demonic beast's white bones. This is a good thing for the transition stage. His own human emperor streamer does not happen to lack some materials. This bone and the skin left behind on the brow is a godsend. Jia. Let me refine him. Lu Ziduan resumed into his usual self. Walking towards the white bones of the fish demon, he ripped a handful of fur off his brow. A few more bones were taken from the sternum and skull. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, the human emperor streamer floating in front of him, Lu Zidan mouthed the spell. Within the cave, black gas lingered. There were bursts of mournful cries that came out, and if someone had mistakenly entered, they would have been scared half to death. The bones and skin of the fish demon were refined. Lu Zichen looked at the human emperor streamer in front of him with satisfaction. With the addition of the materials of a transitional succession stage powerhouse, this Omada is obviously much more stable. He then raised his hand and collected the remaining demonic beast skeleton. I don't understand. Since you said you can't waste it, why don't you take that poisonous cultivator's bones as well? Xia Wanning suddenly opened her mouth and asked. No, it's not that one is a monk only if he kills and burns and does no evil. Rather, one should follow one's heart and not be bound by all things. I do what I want to do without having to explain it to others in order to be a cultivator. So, what are you going to do now? Go kill everyone outside. Lu Zichen took it for granted. Thanks to Evening Nut. Oh, Chapter 36, The Human Emperor Streamer Gives Birth to an Artifact Spirit? The more Lu Zidan looked at the newly refined human emperor streamer, the more satisfied he became. Between the fluttering, the purple chi swirled outside, and even more silk pressure leaked out. Due to utilizing the materials from this fish demon that was about to transform into a dragon, in combination with the demonic aura, vaguely, one could actually feel the aura of an evil dragon. Above the large streamer, the black two characters of human emperor were entwined by a red-eyed evil dragon. It's light, but it's not to be ignored. This means that its grade has also evolved quite a bit. And the unexpected? Now this human emperor streamer of mine has dragon chi in addition to Hongmeng purple chi. I'll see who dares to say that this thing isn't a human emperor streamer in the future. You Taoists who have entered my streamer are truly blessed. Lu Zichen raised his hand. The soul within the human emperor's streamer flew out, and he wanted to see how the treasure had changed. Because of the presence of the Qiangshui source material, the spirit is undisturbed here. At this moment, a divine soul attracted Lu Zidian's attention. A fish demon with a one-horned head flew out, even if it was in the form of a spirit. It could also be seen that the scales on its body were special, not like ordinary fish scales. The ichthyosaur came out, and it wasn't like the usual godly dullness. It actually hovered around Lu Zichen and greeted it, and with a curl of its tail, the human emperor streamer flew over as well. It was actually able to manipulate the human emperor streamer. Lu Zichen was surprised, and then spoke at the same time as Xia Lanning. This is the artifact spirit. Lu Zichen let out a loud laugh. This was an artifact spirit, and its creation was all about timing and location. Not 1 out of 10,000 spells. Unexpectedly, today, it actually made him bump into it. This cave is truly a blessing for him. That's too much luck for you, Xia Lanning lamented. It was just that this ichthyosaur seemed to have just been born, and its sanity wasn't very clear yet. It could only keep hovering around Lu Zichen, rubbing against him from time to time to express its affection. Yes, and I'm too lucky for that. Hard work and thrift really does bring good luck. I just wonder if this thing can still evolve? Go try it then. Lu Ziduan put the treasure away and walked towards the outside of the cave. This trip to the cave, he was very satisfied. More than just getting a strange treasure like the Changshui source quality. Even more so, he didn't expect that the human emperor streamer could also undergo such an evolution and produce an artifact spirit. The Tai Xianxi on the surface of his body formed a film. Lu Ziduan explored the piece of area once, confirming that the area was all searched. Then he flew towards the portal formed by the two mountain peaks. It's only been 2 days now. There were still a few days before the time that old monk said the exit would open up. He just happened to be able to continue exploring the cave. Fly out of the portal. The concentration of the fog decreased quite a bit all of a sudden. The view also became open again. Fellow Daoist, stay, the younger man said with a clenched fist. Several young boys and girls flew in, and Lu Zichen scanned the circle. There were about 20 or so people, and looking at the dress, they all seemed to be from a large sect. Fellow Daoist, several of our fellow disciples have all had people enter the front, but they never returned. I don't know, did you see them in there? Didn't see it. Into it? How could a bunch of transformers resist those poisonous mists? Not to mention that there are all sorts of creatures there with virulent poisons. It was assumed that among the piles of dead people he had seen on the side of the road were their fellow disciples. Didn't see it. The young man's tone changed as he looked Lu Zichen up and down. Seeing that he's only one person. I now suspect that you are the one who killed them. Killing for treasure. And checking out what you took out in there. A country-faced man in a gray shirt added. Also, share with us the treasures or methods you can use to resist the poisonous mist. Lu Zidian laughed. Ben thought he had picked up a great treasure. I'm in a good mood today and plan to keep them alive for a few more days. At that time, when the exit of the cave was opened, everyone would be killed together after being trapped by the formation. But there are people who don't have the good sense to run into them. Which power are you from? Lu Ziden asked. This group of us are all from the 3 great sacred lands of Taiyin, Tai Hong, and Taiping. Fellow Daoist, quickly let us inspect your treasures. The man at the head of the group proudly said. The Sun Sacred Ground announced that it would not participate in this cave because the Sacred Lord was seriously injured. Apart from the Tianwu dynasty and the Putuo temple, it was they 3 powers who had the highest status. Of the 3 holy places? Yes, be afraid, the country-faced man said. Looking for you guys, just in time to take you to appetize our ichthyosaur. A couple of chemists. Lu Zichen didn't even move, and several people's bodies directly exploded. The divine soul was also imprisoned and was divided into 2 groups. It's going to do an experiment. Calling out the fish dragon, Lu Zichen attached a layer of Tai Xianxi to its body surface to prevent it from being infested by the poisonous mist. Go ahead and eat. Only half. Excited, the ichthyosaur opened its mouth and sucked it in hard. Several people were screaming miserably, and their mouths were still saying that our holy lord will not let you go. Lu Zichen ignored it and just paid attention to the human emperor streamer and the fish dragon for any changes. Half of the divine soul was absorbed. The red-eyed evil dragon on the human emperor's streamer lit up. One seemed to flash across the ichthyosaur's scales as well, but both quickly dimmed. A few human souls also appeared in the streamers. And then, it directly absorbed the other half with the human emperor streamer. The effect is the same. Another treasure, herbs, was taken out and placed near the mouth of the ichthyosaur. However, the latter twisted its head and flicked its tail, showing a look of disgust. Lu Zichen looked a bit amused. It seems that the ichthyosaur swallowing raw souls won't cause the number of souls within the human emperor streamer to decrease. And the human emperor streamer's absorption can also increase the ichthyosaur's power, but it can only eat divine souls. And, as the holder of the human emperor's streamer, Lu Zidian could keenly detect the subtle changes in the fish and dragon. These disciples of the Holy Land were weak. Still, the ichthyosaurus grew a fraction of its power after eating them. This couldn't help but excite him. The ichthyosaur could evolve. Perhaps, someday, it could really evolve into a dragon. What a treasure. Lu Zichen still couldn't help but marvel. I have a feeling that this thing is probably quite difficult to evolve. Xia Wanning said. Yes, after all, there are quite a few Mahayana stage cultivators inside this human emperor streamer as well. Even the remnants of souls that have crossed the threshold. But this ichthyosaur still seems to be average. Lu Ziduan also agreed. But it doesn't matter much. There are so many people in the eastern wasteland. Then again, the central state, the other 5 domains of the western desert. Even, Lu Zichen raised his hand and pointed to the sky. There's still the immortal realm. This thing, I don't believe it can't become a dragon. As he spoke, his body erupted with a great aura. The whole person is much more permeable and comfortable all over. It's the elevated state of mind that comes with confidence. Lu Zidian put away the human emperor streamer, running towards the rest of the cave. Only, It was estimated that all of the people in this cave combined wouldn't be able to make the fish dragon grow much power. Chapter 37, Leaving the Cave. The exit of the cave. The plains beyond the rolling hills. Lu Zichen hid in the void. Now there were only less than 3 hours left before the exit opened. For the past few days, he had been wandering through the sublime mountains, go around taking treasures and feeding the ichthyosaurus spirits. Due to the fact that he had killed so many people, there was a rumor circulating among this crowd of cultivators, said they took too much treasure inside the cave. The cave has caused the cave to release the old demons of the mountain and kill them on sight to make up for the loss. Lu Zichen is back a day early to squat here. I didn't realize that the monks seemed to be intimidated by the rumors. There were quite a few people who came ahead of him. Now that there was only a short amount of time left, the cultivators had basically come together. There was no poisonous mist on the plains, so there was no need to protect your body with spiritual energy, and take antidote pills at all times. It's being discussed in groups at the moment. Holy, the Spirit Sword Villa's people didn't come back, as well as the Easy Sects didn't come back either. Why do I feel like there are so many fewer people? I'm really lucky that I didn't run into the old devil in the mountain. Yeah, well, it's a good thing we're going back soon. Someone in the crowd yelled out. The people from the several Holy Lands, as well as the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty and the Putuwa Temple didn't come. What's so strange about this? You don't dare to continue walking inside the mountain. People are so skillful and bold that they probably won't come back until the last moment. Indeed, don't they all have news of what the real treasure of this cave is? And are probably still looking for it. Most of these people who were talking about it still believe that the disciples and these big powers were just still searching for treasure. After all, they didn't know that after they entered, a cultivator from the heavenly devil palace barged in. Pressing wouldn't have occurred to me. These disciples that they had honored in their eyes had long since become dead souls under the mouth of Lu Zichen Fish Dragon. There is 1 hour left on the clock. Lu Zichen lifted his eyelids and looked towards the outside. At this moment, there were already basically no cultivators in the process of arriving, and the people looked all together. Almost time too. Lu Zichen's hand on his knee flipped. At once, the originally set up formation was unleashed, imprisoning all the cultivators. What's going on? Why did someone lay a formation here in advance? I can't move. Why is this happening? Lu Ziduan's figure appeared in midair. Jia. Don't you guys want to go to the several Holy Lands as well as the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty and the Putuwa Temple? Come find it in my streamer. Go for it. Ichthyosaurus. Lu Zidian pointed with his hand, and the fish dragon soul spirit appeared from the large streamer, running toward the front. What are you? We have nothing against you. Why are we doing this? You have taken something of mine on you, Lu Ziduan said, and then his fingers clenched. The formation lit up with light, and in an instant, the flesh of everyone inside was worn out. Only the divine soul was left imprisoned to facilitate the devouring of the ichthyosaur. Without much hindrance, the ichthyosaur devoured raw souls quickly. The scales on the scales, as well as the evil dragon on the human emperor streamer were also shining brightly. But always, the ichthyosaur's power didn't grow much. Within a few moments, all the disciples of the righteous forces that participated in this trip to the cave heaven were all annihilated. Estimated the time when the cave exit was about to open. Lu Zichen began rubbing the Buddha's Fury Fire Lotus. This time there was more time. Just enough to get one in the left hand and one in the right. There were too many strong people out there, and it would be a problem if they got tangled up. The one from the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty wearing a python robe and the one from the Putuwa Temple. Pure energy. Although they were all at the Mahayana stage, I'm afraid that it wasn't simple from the aura. 1-on-1, 1-on-2. Lu Zichen was naturally not weak. Except there were other people out there, after all, and hell knows if they called for reinforcements. When the time comes, send them a few lotus flowers first. Get a few killed if you can, then just run away. The flames coalesced in the center of his palm and swirled around before gradually forming the shape of a lotus flower. Outside of Lake Tenshin, everyone was staring intently at the bottom of the lake. Pure energy clasped his hands together, and the robe on his body had begun to shake as the Buddha's light diffused over his body. The python-robed man also stood up from that seat. A pair of narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. A kingly aura emerged from his body. The royal family of the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty majored in qi. It was only that as a prince, he was not qualified to learn the emperor's qi, but this aura of kingship is also very human to fight against. The other few sacred landlords were also ready at all times, just waiting for the cave to open up and put to death the people of the devil's way. Only Saint Lord Taihung secretly took a step back and protected the crowd in front of him. As the main target of Lu Zichen's attack when he entered the cave heaven, he deeply felt the terror of that strike. Just thought it would be better to back off a bit. Whoa! A vortex began to form on the surface of the lake. The water was squeezed away, and the passageway that led straight to the bottom of the lake reappeared. There are cracks slowly forming at the bottom of the lake. Finally, a portal of glowing white light was formed. All be careful. The strength of that demonic path is not simple. Remember to pick up our disciples. The python-robed prince of the Tianwu imperial dynasty opened his mouth, and the aura of a king that was draped around him grew thicker. Pure energy said Amitabha Buddha, and the Buddha's light all over his body became even more blinding. It's just that they waited a few minutes. Did not see anyone out. A hanging heart slowly sinking. It would not be all dead. Suddenly, a little movement came from the exit, and the crowd stared. Only a lotus flower emerged and then zoomed in the eyes of the crowd. All be careful, the Holy Lord of Peace shouted. The Buddha's fury fire lotus exploded, sending shockwaves across the lake. Water and fire collided, creating a thick vapor that made it impossible for the crowd to see. The water mist cleared and the crowd just breathed a sigh of relief. A lotus flower flew out of it again and floated towards the crowd, exploding violently. No way. You're still coming. The timing of this lotus flower's appearance was ingenious. The previous one the crowd defended against the inside, so they all ducked out of the way. But this second one, under the cover of water vapor, at a time when the crowd was dropping their voices because the attack was over. It's quiet and evasive. All strike together. This lotus flower is not small in power. The python-robed man spoke. With that, the kingly aura on his body transformed into a seal and pressed down fiercely. Pure energy also threw out the purple mantle from before, which grew against the wind and suppressed the fire lotus inside. The remaining few lords of the Holy Land were also means at first. It actually really brought the power of the Buddha's fury fire lotus under control. Just a sudden laugh came from the distance. The changed appearance of Lu Zichen did not know when he had gone away. The direction of departure was none other than the side of the heavenly demon palace. What a blind bunch of idiots. A few people wanted to be in pursuit, but they were repelled by a few attacks from Lu Zichen. Honestly, all of you apprentices are a great tonic. Chi and blood. Exuberant. Lu Zichen laughed loudly and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The rest of them were in a rage. His words just now had undoubtedly verified that their disciples, all of them, were dead. More than just killing their apprentice, and running away with so many people on his trail. It's just a strange shame. Chapter 38, The Demon Removal League just needs to pay money. I have more things to think about. Killed all of our disciples and got away with it. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. This is a slap in the face. The Lord of the peaceful Holy Land was indignant, but there was nothing he could do but get angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. I can't believe I was so arrogant when I left. I don't care who he is, since he said he's from the Heavenly Demon Palace. If the Heavenly Demon Palace doesn't give me a satisfactory answer, my entire Holy Land is not finished with him. The normally feminine voice of the Taiyin Sacred Lord had all changed a lot at this moment due to anger. Because of the news from the Putuo Temple and the Tianwu dynasty, all of them, these holy places, had sent their elite disciples below the level of transformation spirit. In the future, they all have the potential to cultivate to the harmonization or even the Mahayana stage, and are the backbone of the clan. How could they not be angry when they were all killed by Lu Zichen at this moment? Of course, the ones who were the most furious were the Tianwu imperial dynasty, and the two people from the Putuo temple. They fought over the quality of the Chang water source. It's not people with potential Maharishi that are being sent out. Instead, it's an actual peak Mahayana. It's for that power. All are immensely important to the war effort. All are top priority. Now the man is dead, and the treasure is nowhere to be found. But it's so hard to even talk about it, or even complain about it. You can only break your teeth and swallow it. Pure energy kept chanting the clear mind mantra in his mind. The kingly aura on the python-robed man's body was violent and incomparable. Everyone looked in the direction Lu Zichen had left in silence and anger. Back in front of Shay's house, Lu Ziduan was still full of joy. On this trip to the cave heaven, not only were there more treasures to acquire, but the strength had increased another step. It was even more disgusting to a great extent to several major powers. That was awesome. Good day, family master. A servant walked over and handed over a storage ring. Family master, this is something sent by the people from the heavenly martial imperial dynasty, saying that it's something to make amends and apologize. Lu Zichen took it and swept his divine sense. Everything in it was sent to him at his request. Well done. Go down and collect your reward. Lu Zichen was in a good mood today and was much more tolerant of people. That servant was also excited. He was precisely looking at this family head of his house with a smile on his face as soon as he came in, before rushing up and fishing for some favors. Wait, Where's Xiaoyan? Home Lord, she is holding your token. We dare not treat her lightly and would like to place her in a good room, but she insisted on staying in your bedroom for peace of mind. And we didn't dare disobey as she held your token. The servant reported. Got it. Go ahead and go down. This Xiaoyan was exactly scared last time. She's probably conflicted about herself right now. And afraid of myself, but only when I'm close to myself. It's the only way to feel safe. Lu Zichen weighed the ring in his hand and put it away. Sighing, ugh, what are you sighing for? Xia Wanning asked. What else are you dissatisfied with? How am I going to spend it when they send so many things from the Demon Removal Alliance? Here's the thing. All they have to do is figure out how to get supplies together and send them over. There's a lot more I have to think about. Lu Zichen said helplessly. Xia Wanning didn't say anything, but she could also tell that Lu Zichen was indeed in a good mood this time. It's all kung fu jokes. Toward the bedroom, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on the floor, her eyes tightly closed, her fingers pinched and her mouth constantly chanting. She was absorbing the blood elixir floating in front of her. It was significantly smaller than when Lu Zidian gave it to her, a few short days gone. From the breath, it seemed to have come to the early stage of yuaning from Jiedan. Lu Zichen didn't open his mouth to interrupt. Just sit quietly. I don't know how much time has passed. Xiaoyan finished her cultivation and breathed a long sigh of relief, but suddenly felt that a gaze had been watching her. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Zidan sitting against the sunlight, and he couldn't see the expression on his face. Hurriedly, he stood up and patted the ash on his body in quick succession. Again, tapping on the floor where he sat. Incoherently, he said, I didn't sit on your bed. I've been practicing on the floor all this time. This is the first time I've been to this place. I don't know many people, and I get panicky in other places. With that, she stepped forward and grabbed Lu Zidan's hand. I'm now a yuaning, and I'm about to reach transformation. You're giving me some time. Don't kill my family. Xiaoyan was filled with anxiety. Xia Wanning covered her face inside. Look at it. Look at it. What kind of fright have you given this child? Lu Zidian was also a bit amused, and was rarely in a good mood. He gently patted Xiaoyan's hand and said soothingly, don't worry, as long as you listen to me, I'll do what I promised you. I'll be sure to listen to you. Xiaoyan nodded her head repeatedly, then sat down on her knees again. I'll start cultivating right away. No need. You can rest for a while. Notice the tired look in her eyes. Such high-intensity cultivation, coupled with the fact that the spirit was always in a state of tightness. Lu Ziduan was also a little worried that something might happen to her. By the time the object of divine intercourse was gone, it would be hard to find someone with this heavenly sage's body. No, I don't need rest. Just now, you said you would listen to me. Lu Zichen's voice was cold. I know. Xiaoyan's eyes closed. Surprisingly, she was directly planning to sleep on the floor. Go to bed, okay? Lu Zichen's voice carried some helplessness. Xiaoyan was stagnant for a moment, and then her eyes actually shed tears, quite moved. You're so nice. Go on, go on. Lu Zichen cried and laughed, waving his hand. This Xiaoyan silly look after being scared and confused was quite cute. See her lying down on the bed. Lu Zichen arrived within a secret room. After laying down a few prohibitions and confirming that nothing was missing, he opened the 2 brocade boxes. It was the previous 9 turns of soul restoring grass and Chang Shui Yuan mass. The aura of the 2 wonders instantly filled the entire chamber, but not mutually exclusive. Instead, the warmth of the water and the vibrancy of the represented would quickly intertwined and melted together. Lu Zichen felt a sense of relief between every breath he took in and out, and the inside is settled. According to the method left behind by that remnant soul inside said, there are 5 elements in human beings, and no matter whether it is a mortal body or any special physique, it cannot escape this basic theory. And in order to create a top-notch physique like the innate demon-bodied Alphetus, it was necessary to construct a special physique with the 5 top materials and the 5 elements, namely, the blue spirit fire fruit, the Chang water source quality, the 9 deaths soul restoration grass, the 7 colored gilt gold, and the thick 10,000 loads of earth. Other rare materials can also be added to the build to make it perfect. Lu Zichen had the 9 deaths soul restoring herb floating in the palm of his left hand, and his right hand was holding the Qianshui Yuansu. Be prepared to do some research first. 4 days on end. He was all within the chamber and did not come out. It wasn't until a little progress was made that he stepped out of the chamber. Thank you, master of the house. A servant trotted over. Now, everyone came to Lu Zichen to brush their presents. The day before yesterday, people from the Demon Removal Alliance came to look for you, And when I said you were in closed-door cultivation, they left a jade token. I don't know the contents, but that looks like a heavenly thing to me. Chapter 39. Take a step back. The more you think about it, the more angry you get. And the more you tolerate it, the more you think about it, the more you lose. Lu Zichen took the jade tablet. Using his divine sense, he probed the message inside. A strange color flashed across his face. This demonic path. So nice to talk to? I can't believe I'm actually willing to pay for it? The person sent by the Demon Removal Alliance to deliver the letter said that the Underworld Divine Sect Master actually did come to peace talks on behalf of the Demon Sect. Offer of compensation. Now the League of Demon Removers collects and pays the payout. Tell him to go over and share the spoils. Quite honest, Lu Zichen said inwardly. But how can you stop when you say you're going to fight? No, there's still a way to do it. Lu Zichen's eyes rolled around, revealing an odd smile, and then shake it off. It turned into the python-robed man that he had seen at the entrance of the cave before. But his king's chi. Forget it, Tai Xian chi is the same. It's almost enough. Lu Zichen muttered before flying towards the heavenly demon palace, where the eastern wasteland meets the western desert. The corner of the mountain. A modestly sized village. A 7 or 8-year-old child asked curiously, Grandpa, the mountain behind here, is it really a volcano? Yeah, but my grandfather never saw him erupt either. I suppose it's already a dead volcano. An old man with a bushel fan in his hand gently shaking and a white beard said with a kind smile, What does a volcanic eruption look like? Grandpa, I haven't seen either. The man hobbled to his feet and patted the clothes on his back. Alright, go wash your hands for dinner. Grandpa, after I eat, can I go play with the doggy this afternoon? Until then, the grandchildren walked into the house. There was no sight of a faint wisp of black smoke slowly drifting out from above the large mountain that was just being talked about. Covered in greenery. Yamauchi. In its crater, a bright red fruit was beating like a heart, exuding terrifyingly high temperatures. Downward, in the pitch-black expanse of space, a giant yellow dragon's eye opens. The nose gasped for air, like water vapor. Above the cave wall, a crack split open, and threads of reddish-golden magma slowly flowed out. The energy contained within it. It was slowly absorbed by the suspended bright red fruit. The fruit pulsed a few times and the temperature inside the cave climbed another degree. Inside the Heavenly Devil Palace, the Heavenly Demon Palace Master was filled with suffocation. I don't know what's going on this time of year. First he was attacked by an unknown person, rolled away a bunch of disciples and some offerings. In the end, he actually put on his own head for the extermination of the Taishan Holy Land and the Su family as well. Come on, it's the Taishan Holy Land. Can he casually destroy them all in one night in the Heavenly Devil Palace? He himself didn't even know when their Heavenly Demon Palace had become so powerful. I thought there was going to be a war, but it turned out that the Underworld Divine Sect Master had made peace again. It's suffocating. It's so suffocating. He hadn't practiced for a while, and as a demonic cultivator, he was afraid that when he practiced, he would go off the deep end. There was a sudden explosion outside the house. He turned into a black wind and rushed outside. Only a python-robed man was seen, covered in Xian Qi. It's burning and looting in the Heavenly Devil Palace. Seeing him come out, the python-robed man's face panicked and ran outside. Damn you, Heavenly Martial Dynasty. You're really bullying my Heavenly Demon Palace for not having anyone, aren't you? The Heavenly Demon Palace Master's face was furious, and an extremely strong aura erupted from his body as he said, Humph, you pay out so little to pay off beggars. If I don't kill a few of you, I think that my Tianwu dynasty is a soft persimmon. Lu Zichen maneuvered the Tai Xian Qi as he was under the impression. It coalesced into a town seal and blasted forward. The Heavenly Devil Palace was furious at the moment, and with bloodshot eyes, they actually didn't see anything different. Lu Zichen laughed out loud and increased his speed, vanishing into the distance. The Heavenly Devil Palace Master was momentarily taking a step back. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. The more you think about it, the more you lose. Foul language burst out in quick succession. Damn, really? The money lost to me to pay the big head, and now get the money still have to come. Good, fine, then my Heavenly Demon Palace will follow you to the end. Come on people, gather all the disciples and elders, the faster the better. Big deal, this Heavenly Demon Palace is not wanted. If I don't go today, I'm afraid that when I cultivate in the future, my mind will be blocked and it will be difficult for me to inch forward in my cultivation. The voice of the Heavenly Demon Palace's Palace Master spread throughout the entire Heavenly Demon Palace. The disciple had just been bullied and humiliated and was also furious. Good, good, yes, kill the righteous and avenge our disciples. The Palace Master is right. We are originally devils who live with our heads on our waists. So what are we afraid of? After Luzidian had vanished for some distance, restored to its original form and feeling really good about my acting. If this was the case, the Heavenly Devil Palace wouldn't just hit the door. Let's just say they're a bunch of softies. I'm just happy to be able to push my ass in the back when my wife is taken away from me. You're stirring things up like this, and if we really fight, what if the devil's way wins in the end? Xia Lianning asked, a little uneasy. If the devil's way is victorious, then he is the righteous way, and there will be a great scholar to argue my case for me after the so-called entry. What's more, I'm not going to let that happen. Lu Zichen's tone was flat. He would be responsible for balancing the forces on both sides before draining them dry. A force that is half dead on both sides is a good force. Between thoughts, he had already arrived outside the Demon Removal Alliance. A little calming of the breath. Lu Ziduan walked in. Once they entered this time, many of the power executives came up to greet them warmly. The words were earnest, except for the fear of his power. There was also the fact that last time, Lu Ziduan said that he didn't want them, the small forces, to pay money to compensate their family. What a great kindness. Family Master Xie. I wonder how my daughter is doing today. Xiao's father cheerfully came up and said, not bad, Xiao Yan is a good seedling. Lu Zichen's tone was light, his attitude nonchalant. The crowd heard the deeper meaning and asked a few questions. Zhao's father stroked his beard with a smug look. My daughter has a few intelligent colors, and was lucky enough to be seen by the Xie family master, and is practicing with her. A shock from the people gathered around. This is a really good thing. To be able to follow family master Xie's cultivation, the future is unlimited. I've said it before, I've seen that kid is smart since he was a kid. He's bound to be successful in the future. Brother Xiao, a batch of spirit tea has recently arrived at home. Do you have time to show your face and come over for a few cups? The last time Lu Zichen displayed such power, in the eyes of the others, the Xie family would become a holy land in the future. Xiao Yan worshipped under him, and in the future, she would also be in great splendor. Might as well suck up to them now. Zhao's father was pleased, his face full of the pride brought by his own child's accomplishments. Responded in quick succession. Well said, we'll be there all the time. Family Master Xie, finally here, but I've been waiting for you. The voice of the Emperor of the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty came out. Chapter 40, Stop Eating. The voice of Emperor Wu Lingkong of the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty came out. Lu Zichen looked at him sideways. And today he wasn't even dressed as the scholar he was last time. Instead, they were dressed in black robes, and the 9 divine dragons embroidered on their bodies were different in appearance, but these were all domineering and incomparable. Today, he really looked like an emperor, revealing an imperial dominance in every word and action. Behind them followed 2 people. One was the python-robed man from last time, and the other was an old eunuch again. Seeing the one wearing a python robe, Lu Zichen was happy in his heart. If the people from the Heavenly Devil Palace were fast, I'm afraid I'm still in for a good show today. Family Master Xie, stop chilling out for now. The Emperor of the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty looked at the way all those small forces were surrounding Lu Zichen, with a smile on his face, but inwardly he was very displeased, and it had only been a few days. That's how you get the people and the money. Had to find a way to get him. No one this powerful was allowed to exist within the Demon Removal Alliance. Lu Zichen didn't say anything and just followed him. Walked inside the lobby of the last one. Several sacred landlords were present. Even the Sun Sacred Landlord who hadn't appeared in the cave journey. The Sun Saint Lord snorted coldly when he saw Lu Ziduan, but he just didn't dare to say anything after all. Now that he was just sitting here, onlookers could sense that his breath was shriveled. Obviously, the injuries that Lu Zichen had left on him last time had not healed. Amitabha Buddha, Scholar Xie, goodbye. The abbot of Putua Temple, Pure Heart, opened his mouth. Behind them stood Jonan and another Rohan with round eyes. Lu Zichen still ignored it and walked straight to an empty seat. Pure Heart wasn't embarrassed, but just Amitabha again. Instead, it was the martial monk behind him who had his eyes wide open and had been staring at Lu Zichen. Wu Lingkong stood on top of the high platform, his chi sinking into his dantian as he said loudly, "Gentlemen, we have achieved a milestone victory in our progress of demon subduing." The words were followed by a violent round of applause. The sect master of the underworld god sect has already shown weakness on behalf of the demon sect and made reparations to us. Everyone in the room made an effort and each of us should enjoy the results. Wu Lingkong raised his hand and countless rings flew out. The storage rings varied in size and flew in front of each person according to the size of their power. An aquamarine blue ring floated in front of Lu Zidian, and he probed it with his divine sense. The inside is pretty much normal. Just looking at the faces of those forces below, I'm only afraid that the things I got weren't good, and I guess the portions were quite small, but after all, no fight had started and nothing had really been given, so no one had a problem with it. Wu Lingkong laughed out loud. Gentlemen, today is a day to celebrate. I have set a feast and prepared wine for all. Let's enjoy it. With that, he picked up his glass, took a sip, and clapped his hands together. Countless beautiful plates flew out and landed on everyone's table mountain. The banquet began, and Lu Zichen sat in a high seat. Those Holy Land lords next to him seemed to intentionally avoid him when chatting. Makes his place seem extra cold. Lu Zichen snorted. Both are lords of the Holy Land, and they also play some little girls like to make cliques to ostracize people, this kind of unseemly tactics. And he didn't care. Lifting the glass in front of him, he took a shallow taste after confirming that there was no poison inside. The wine was good. Lu Zidwan made a pertinent comment. Then while waiting for the Heavenly Demon Palace's people to come and stir up the scene, while in his mind, he realized the other day within the secret room, the fusion of the Changshui source quality and the realization of the 9 deaths and soul restoration herb, and I don't know what to look for in a couple other things. No news at all. Lu Zichen muttered. It's fine. It's fine. This kind of thing is usually only available by chance. Look at you this time. You didn't even think about getting the Changshui source material. This kind of thing can't be forced. Xia Lian Ning comforted, and then added a sentence. It's okay if you then use my body. I won't mind. Lu Zidwan. You're so lazy. I don't know who it was at the very beginning, when you were clamoring for me to give you back your body every day. Xia Wanning didn't say anything, just guffawed. Time passes slowly. All the people were pushing their cups, but Lu Zichen was the only one who was drinking alone. But then again, Xia Lianning opened her mouth from time to time on the side. It was a pleasure to do so. Wu Lingkong stood up again. I'm sure we've all had our fill of wine, so why don't we just do it today? Bang! The front door was kicked in violently. Lu Zidian looked towards the door. A smile appeared on his face. Finally he came. The speed was still good. The door of the main hall was open, and outside, a sea of dark demonic cultivators, with black gas lingering around, was very intimidating. The Heavenly Demon Palace Master walked in with an angry face. Looking at the people on the ground actually setting up a feast made me even more angry. What do you want to do? You just lost your money and you want to make trouble? Wu Lingkong opened his mouth, his voice oppressive, questioning. The Heavenly Devil Palace Master looked around at the sound and saw the Emperor of the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty. Ben was a little terrified. But once he saw the man in the python robe behind him, directly pointing at Wu Lingkong's nose, he cursed. Wu Lingkong, I see an MLGFD. There was a moment of silence in the room. Wu Lingkong's face instantly turned iron blue. The Heavenly Demon Palace cultivators outside then shouted. Good scolding from the Palace Master. Good scolding from the Palace Master. An old man with graying temples from the academy that practiced Confucianism and Taoism, trembling, all said. Vulgar. Vulgar. Such a big yahoo to say such nonsense. There were also some who quickly opened their mouths, showing their loyalty to the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty. What do you mean? You dare to come and make trouble in our place? Devil Dao, do you still have us in your sights? The Heavenly Devil Palace Master looked at the table full of banquets. MD, come to my place to kill people and you guys are still here drinking and having fun. I told you to drink. All of you stop. Do it for me. The aura from the Heavenly Demon Palace's Palace Master radiated out, instantly stirring up the hall. Tables and chairs flopped and drinks splashed. The Heavenly Demon Palace disciples outside also rushed in. Lu Zichen's face showed joy, but with a flash, he still came to Xiaoyan's father's side. Step in and shield him. The Heavenly Devil Palace was still the top 3 forces on the Devil Dao side after all. At this moment, their Palace Master made a move against a target that was, at the very least, at the Holy Land's Holy Lord level. For other small clans, it was simply a descending blow. Before your own physique is built, the Shah family, or a little protection. Father Shao gratefully said. Many thanks to Family Master for his protection. The Heavenly Demon Palace Master was covered in a murderous aura as he flew towards the man in the python robe. The abbot of Putua Temple spoke. Amitabha Buddha, you are too arrogant. You alone. You want to take on all of us present. The Heavenly Demon Palace Master laughed hideously and maniacally. You think I'm not prepared for anything? Chapter 41, Muddying the Waters. The Heavenly Demon Palace Master laughed loudly, his body wrapped in demonic aura as he opened his mouth and spat. A flash of red light shot out of his mouth and blood filled the air. Then a black wind blew in the temple. blowing people's eyes open. Immediately after, a large, pitch black, incomparably large sword appeared in the hands of the heavenly demon palace master. The amazement of the people next to him was immense. The lord of the Taiyin Holy Land even shouted, "Heavenly demon treasure blade! That's right, today I'll sacrifice him, and you'll all have to die." As soon as this demonic blade came out, the faces of everyone present turned ugly. Only the abbots of the Tianwu imperial dynasty in Putuo temple were still calm. Only their faces were also rather ugly. The only difference between a first-rate power and a top-tier power was whether or not there was a living transitional succession stage within the clan. Now in the devil sect, only the underworld god sect and the 7 Buddhist temple have them. The reason why the heavenly devil palace only succumbed to their 2 forces, it's because the ancestors used to be broad. There had once been such a transitional ancestor who had given the entire eastern wasteland the chills, holding this heavenly demon sword, killing through the entire eastern wasteland. In the end, it was the last emperor of the Tianwu imperial dynasty and the last abbot of the Putuo temple who stepped in, jointly decapitating them. Rumor has it that this heavenly demon treasure sword was still white when it first came out. It was only the decapitation of countless people and the drying up of the blood it was stained with that turned it into its current black color. Although the heavenly demon old man was dead, this precious sword carried his might. It's still scandalous. The faces of those present changed. Lu Zichen's eyes, however, lit up. Good knife. Good knife. I just don't know if the sword can be combined with the immortal sword fragment. If it doesn't work, it's okay. It's okay to grab it for your collection. It's better to just break it. You just can't give it away anyway. Are you crazy? Are you starting the war between the righteous and the demons again? The Holy Lord of Peace accused. Saint Lord Taihong took a step back, secretly containing his spiritual energy, ready to escape at any time when he saw that the situation was not right. I'm crazy how you guys bully me. The heavenly demon palace master's aura swelled up completely, and a devilish sword leaped out of the air. Amit Ba, what is there to say that can't be said properly? Pure Heart spoke up. What's there to say? The devil's way, just deserve to die. Seeing that they have the idea of peace talks again, Lu Zichen made a direct move, ready to muddy the waters. Taking a sword at random, he fused the immortal sword fragment on it. The Taishan sword was still too eye-catching and could easily be seen by the lords of the other several great holy lands. Stop! Don't be impulsive! Wu Lingkong shouted. Lu Zichen ignored it. Don't be impulsive? Can you fight if you don't? The long sword fell. The heavenly demon palace master subconsciously blocked, and the auras of immortal and demon collided. A burst of intense and dazzling light erupted. After regaining his sight, Lu Zichen looked surprised, while the heavenly demon palace froze. I'm surprised the knife didn't break. Lu Zichen looked downward and saw that on the heavenly demon treasure blade, a huge gaping hole had appeared. The black color that originally covered the top of the precious sword had also become much lighter. Even the original pressure above the heavenly demon old man had dissipated quite a bit. This knife can really work. Unfortunately, forget about destroying it. The heavenly demon palace master's figure retreated, his eyes bloodshot and his eyes glazed over. Kill my disciple and destroy my precious sword. I am at war with you. You guys aren't going to do it yet? The heavenly demon palace master questioned. The disciples froze, and all of them shouted and killed forward. All of them tacitly avoided the disciples of the several holy lands and the heavenly martial dynasty and Putuo temple. The persimmon picks the soft one to pinch. Everyone knows the truth. The heavenly demon palace master spewed out a mouthful of blood and spat it on top of the heavenly demon treasure blade. Something amazing happened. The blood seemed to turn into worms on the sword. Creeping strangely, it finally converged on top of the gaping hole and actually repaired the precious sword. It was just that the heavenly demon palace master's face was pale, and although his breath was weak, his aura was undiminished. Both hands gripped the hilt of the blade tightly and slashed forward. Heavenly demon gratization. A silhouette emerged behind the heavenly devil palace lord, with a green face and fangs and a terrifying face. The muscles of the silhouette's arms bulged, and it also held a sword behind it. Slashing downward, the great hall blew up and people ran for cover. Wu Lingkong and Pure Heart sighed, knowing that they couldn't close the deal now, but there were no strikes. One could only hope that the heavenly demon palace master would be able to hack Lu Zichen, the thorn in his side, to death. Lu Zichen flexed his fingers on the sword, then slowly danced the long sword in his hand, the speed falling in the eyes of the onlookers though slow. However, there were countless residual shadows on all of its moving trajectories. The sword slid by, but the residual shadow did not disappear, and the sword in Lu Zichen's hand moved faster and faster. The stigmata were also growing, and then, the one in his hand came to a violent halt, pointing at the sword that was checking his slashes, only to hear him softly chant, 10,000 swords return to the clan. It doesn't say here that there is nothing else. Luzidian then used his residual shadow as a sword, gathering into a sword dragon and charging forward. Present, countless sword cultivators watched with jaws agape. So, that's what using a sword is? The residual shadow actually kills? The people from the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty and Putuo Temple were shocked beyond belief. This is even scarier than last time. This one transitional stage. I'm only afraid that I can't really do anything about him. The Lord of the Sun's sacred land is even more scalp hair. That day the fear of the emotion once again sprung up on the heart. That day, wasn't it his full strength? Could it be that he actually didn't want to kill me last time? But I was just too weak to block myself? For a while, the Lord of the Sun Holy Land became even more depressed. The little confidence that had been so easily restored was again dispersed. The scene of the sword dragon made up of 10,000 swords was too shocking. The heavenly demon palace master was all subdued by this aura. But at this moment, millions of eyes were condensed on his body. For the sake of his face, he can't back out either. The lacquered and fanged demon god slashed down with a huge long sword and clashed with the sword dragon. Lu Zichen continued to dance his long sword, and the residual shadows were continuous, madly crashing into the heavenly demon treasure sword, making pinging sounds. The heavenly demon palace master's hands had begun to tremble. Lu Zichen danced faster and faster. It was paired with Xia Lianning's slim and beautiful appearance. Even knowing what kind of person Lu Zichen was, a bunch of people were actually still looking demented, staring blankly over there. Die! Lu Zichen's voice was cold. The dancing sword stopped again and pointed forward. The green-faced and fanged demon god's shadow was lax. All of the pressure from the thousands of remnant swords coalesced on the blade in the hands of the heavenly demon palace master. Without the slightest impediment, a crisp sound rang out. Bang! The heavenly demon treasure sword. This precious sword that was famous in the eastern wasteland, was broken just like this, by Lu Zidian with a sword he had never seen before. The connection didn't even make contact and it cut him off. Everyone stopped fighting and stared upwards in a daze. The Stegosaurus didn't stop. It passed through the body of the heavenly demon palace's palace master and annihilated his physical body. At this moment, his divine soul had no fear, only disbelief that the sword that was once famous in the eastern wasteland was just gone. What's the name of your sword? Chapter 42, Lu Zichen. Have I really become a decent person? What's the name of your sword? The heavenly devil palace master only had one last question before he died. Kill your sword. Lu Zichen replied, but his movements were non-stop. Seeing that the palace master was about to die, a group of disciples used all their means to run towards the outside. It's not wimping out. It's just from the heart. A tactical choice. Stop. Spectral wheel. The originally clear sky suddenly darkened as a loud cry came out. The appearance of the underworld divine sect master came with a night curtain that covered the sky. The sky was half black and half white, as if positive and evil were facing each other. A monstrous demonic aura struck. Lu Ziduan even frowned. It's the first time I've seen such a strong demonic aura. All of them are taller than they are, and a wave of climbing suddenly appears. If it wasn't for the crowd, he would have wanted to radiate the Hongmeng purple chi to compare. Only a majestic man with two horns on his head and a blind old monk with his left arm bared and a human head hanging from his neck were visible. The underworld god sect master opened his hand and fought to strike forward. A cylindrical object as if it was a millstone, glowing with purple light all over, flew out, slowly rotating, grinding away at the surrounding void. The speed was so fast that Lu Zidian could only chop out a sword first to fend it off. That blind old monk was quick on his feet and rolled the divine soul of the heavenly demon palace master. Go first, Tianwu Dynasty, Putuo Temple. You have betrayed your trust. We will not let you go. The underworld god sect master shouted. But the mind is still cool enough to know that this is someone else's territory. They're here, and they're at a disadvantage. Lu Zichen drew his sword to chase after him, but he saw the blind old monk fold his hands. Behind them, 7 Buddha statues of different colors appeared, and although their faces were different, they all looked eerie. There was a strange smile on his face and his eyes were forced. These are the very same 7 evil Buddhas enshrined in the temple of the 7 Buddhas. It represents the 7 sins of greed, anger, hatred, love and evil desire. The old monk opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. The skeleton hanging around his neck was seen to be lit up with ghostly flames inside its eye frames. Immediately behind it, the eyes of an evil Buddha filled with lustful colors lit up. Looking toward Lu Zichen, the scene changes. Carrying his sword, Lu Zichen appeared before his eyes. Countless individual men. There were beautiful men with shy faces, topless men in fine clothes, black leather, white leather, all kinds of handsome men of all kinds, even the tomboys. At the moment, all of them were looking at him with affection. Hands reached out to him. Lucidian only felt goosebumps growing all over his body, and a wicked chill grew inside. He's not non-tone. There is no interest in this kind of fencing. It's useless for him to come to a woman, let alone a man. This old monk looked only to see that Lu Zidwan's appearance was a female. Come up with this kind of underhanded tactic. Lucidian wanted to laugh and drew his sword, shattering the illusion. The blind old monk was alarmed. This lustful illusion of his could imprison even a Buddhist monk of great accomplishment for a moment. The woman in front of him was actually unaffected in the slightest. This Taoist firmness is simply unimaginable. Could it be a cultivator of the emotionless way? The presiding officer of the Temple of the Seven Buddhas thought a lot. The only thing he hadn't considered was that he might have misjudged the gender of the person in front of him. It was a good thing that the underworld god sect master had already taken away the divine soul of the heavenly demon palace's palace master. Little girl child, old line go, not accompany you to play. The abbot of the Seven Buddha temple didn't know what treasure he had pulled out, turned into a curl of smoke, and disappeared. Lu Zidwan didn't chase after him either. Now, he couldn't believe that the war hadn't started yet. The specter was extremely fast, and his head was moving at a rapid pace following the night. Sect leader, let me go back and fight into the death. My heavenly demon palace has fallen apart. What's the point of me living? Don't talk nonsense. I had been preparing for a counterattack all alone, but I didn't expect you to mess it up. The spectral god sect master's voice was cold. If it weren't for the fact that I went to you today to discuss matters, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to make it here. What do you mean? You've been preparing a counterattack? The underworld god sect master did not reply. It just gives off a vibe. Sect leader, you're almost done? The face of the heavenly demon palace's palace master was first shocked, and then greatly delighted. Well, the plan was all messed up by you. Originally I was supposed to start the war completely after my divine power had been multiplied to the point where I was at the peak of the transitional succession stage. Now, it's all messed up by you. The underworld god sect master gathered his breath and replied. So, what should I do then? The heavenly demon palace master's tone had weakened a few points. Well, you go and reorganize your remnants and unite some of the smaller sects to harass those righteous sects. It doesn't matter if you kill people and exterminate them. Anyway, with my current strength, all we have to do is stay in our territory, and I'm not afraid of them in the slightest. After hesitating for a moment, the underworld god sect master made an arrangement. Good, I'll go arrange it right away. It's just that this flesh will take a while to recover. There's no harm in it. Your main technique wasn't meant to spell out your physical body, and I told you a long time ago not to rely on that blade too much. It's good to break it off now, so you can have some peace and quiet. The underworld god sect master fell back on his accusations without mercy. Hey, the figure of the Seven Buddha temple's presiding officer surfaced and mercilessly mocked. Criticized again for teaching you to disobey your godfather. Get out of here, you bald bastard. The heavenly devil palace lord cursed. The three of them were unforgiving with their mouths, but the atmosphere in which they got along with each other was actually much better than that of the several great holy places. Is that man strong? The bishop asked. Yes, at least the psyche is strong. I've never seen Lust Buddha not work. It's a natural-born saint that has to be delayed for a few seconds. Let alone that girl doll. I'm all kinds of beautiful men on the line. As a result, his expression was actually one of wanting to throw up. With a disgusted face, the old monk was a bit shocked. Yeah, that stance is weird too, and the sword is powerful. Never seen it before. The heavenly devil palace master said the same. This guy is not easy to deal with. The sect leader let out a long sigh and continued to fly off into the distance. Demon Removal Coalition. Wu Lingkong's face was filled with anger as he looked at the mess and stared at Lu Zichen. Ruined, everything is ruined for you. Humph, the devil's way has come to your door and you're still not resisting. What are you being vain about? Do you have a ghost in your heart? Or are you colluding with the devil? Lu Zichen was not intimidated in the slightest. Instead, he questioned sternly, with all the colors of justice. There was a commotion in the crowd. In their minds, this was the devil's way coming to their door to provoke them. Many people still have the idea of getting rid of demons in their hearts. Father Shao suddenly raised his fist and shouted, "Thank you, family master, light of the righteous path. Thank you, family master, head of the righteous path." Just now, many people were convinced in their hearts by Lu Zidian's posture of going up against the devil's way in fighting. At this moment, he also couldn't help but raise his arms. Even the forces whose disciples were all killed in the cave heaven were hot. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. Lu Zidwan was also a bit surprised. I really became a decent person. Chapter 43, News of a New Treasure. I went. This NC software swallowed draft Holy, I'm really speechless. I'm going to explode into a small universe. Text begins. Wu Lingkong of the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty had an iron color. Looking down at the rowdy crowd below. Family Master Xie. Good job. Didn't disgrace us. In the future, when I see a devil's path and fight one, I'm going to follow Family Master Xie's example. Lu Zidwan also didn't expect that he had only wanted to arch the fire a bit and instigate the relationship between the righteous and the devils. I can't believe it's inexplicably getting such a high calling. All quiet. All quiet. Wu Lingkong shouted, but no one paid any attention to him at all. The emperor of the Tianwu dynasty looked like he had turned into a joke at this moment. He had the strength of the transitional succession stage, but he couldn't use it to suppress them. No one from Putua Temple or the other holy places spoke up anymore. Report, Your Majesty. Urgent information has been transmitted. A volcano erupted at the edge of the area governed by our imperial dynasty, and has now spread for thousands of miles. Hai still invites Your Majesty's decision. A shout came from not far away, and a person wearing the costume of the Tianwu imperial dynasty knelt down on both knees. After skidding for dozens of meters on the gravel-filled pavement, the object cupped in his hand was motionless. What are you telling me this for? Go tell the monks to seal the volcano. What's wrong with your brains? You have to ask me this kind of question? Wu Lingkong was now somewhat speechless. This kind of small matter. Are in a hurry to come over to report? Is he Tianwu dynasty no one? He's the one who needs to be in charge of these little things. And isn't this a joke to these people? No, Your Majesty. We've already sent several teams of cultivators to the interior of the volcano before, but none of them survived. That people are still spreading. There's just no way out. Wu Lingkong looked at the cultivators below who were making a lot of noise, and a plan came to him. Everyone, there have been major events within my Tianwu dynasty lately, and I'm really unable to do anything about it. I want to ask you all to help me. Getting rid of demons and defending the way is important, but I, a cultivator, also have the responsibility of defending the world and saving thousands of people from fire and water. Don't you think so, Master Xie? Wu Lingkong's head twisted as he looked toward Lu Zichen. Are these monks fed up with nothing to do? Then come and help him work for free as a laborer for the Tianwu dynasty. Lu Zichen wanted to laugh a little. This dog really didn't want to put out any effort at all. Some of these little schemes, the reasons given are still grandiose. However, based on his experience of reading thousands of free tomato novels in his previous life, this eruption came in a weird way. Things were how it looked. He thought that there might be a good treasure in it. Nowadays, treasures were needed to build the innate demonic body Dao fetus, and any place that was possible, he had to look at. Besides, it would be some time before Xiao Yan could reach transformation for divine intercourse. There's nothing going on anyway. Besides, even if there wasn't, it would be fine to cause damage inside the heavenly martial dynasty if it really wasn't possible. Anyway, there's the devil's way. Just push it on their heads when the time comes. Wu Lingkong might make a small profit, but Lu Zichen would never lose money. At that thought, he raised his arms, adjusted his expression, and said righteously, "Good point, I'll be there." Wu Lingkong was a bit surprised. This Xie Evening Ning was against him every day. Now that he actually agreed, it was hard to believe that he was actually high on him. He was really pissed off by the devil's way just now, practically a dilettante, just like the Lord of the Sun Sanctuary. A cultivation of the Mahayana stage below the neck and a head that is a reckless mind, getting people casually agitated. The cultivators at the bottom became even more excited when they heard Lu Zichen's words. Family Master Xie really didn't disgrace these small forces of ours, truly a model for my generation. Wake up, wake up, they're already at the Mahayana stage. They're not on the same level as you. So what? Zhao's father was also filled with emotion. Not only does my daughter need to learn from Family Master Xie, I also need to learn from her. Amitabha Buddha. There are still some important matters in the temple, so I'm afraid I won't be able to help this time. Pure Heart opened his mouth, and several other sacred landlords said the same. They're not going to be stupid enough to follow it. Wu Lingkong also understood and waved his hand. Understood. Understood. I have felt your intentions. Gentlemen, I'll go ahead. Went ahead and poked around for all of you. It's better to get ahead of the game and not let the treasure fall into the hands of others. Lu Zichen's body transformed into a black light and floated toward the front. The cultivators in the back were filled with admiration. Outside the Spirit Sword Villa, an old man with a long sword behind his backside. Ugh, what's going to happen after this? On the last trip to the cave, all of their remaining good seedlings were killed. The whole clan is a bit green right now. Elder, it's not good. A disciple ran in a panic. The Bloodsword sect's people have come looking for trouble, and they're not far from us here now. Elder is having a fire in his heart. Dabbing, he drew his long sword and said sternly, now that the banker is attending the Demon Removal Alliance in his absence, all of them are under my command. Follow me to the outside of the manor and defend the enemy. Outside the manor, a group of black-robed men, their faces all excited. Without exception, they all held a machete in their hands. A bald man with ghastly scars on his head and a hideous grin on his face. Brethren, I've long been looking at Spirit Sword Villa with dislike. Now that the sect leader has given the order, let's just let go of killing and fighting. But don't blame me if anyone's little life is lost. Who's scared now? Can go. The Bloodsword sect master shouted. The disciples behind them all said back, not afraid, not afraid. So ballsy, this is our Bloodsword sect. The Bloodsword sect master was satisfied. He had long since grown tired of seeing this group of sword users, abrasive and not at all bold. There had been some minor friction before, and now that the underworld divine sect had given the order, they were considered completely liberated. Thus, the moment they came over, they were looking for trouble from Spirit Sword Villa. What do you want? That old man carrying a long sword said. What for? Killing you. All of you. The Bloodsword sect master waved his large sword in his hand and charged forward. The Spirit Sword Villa's elder also snorted coldly as his sword danced in his hand. The two of them battled together, their swords and knives constantly colliding to make ear-piercing sounds. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had paired up hundreds of moves. Charge, kill, and the disciples behind them were also fighting each other. Such a scene didn't just happen at the Spirit Sword Villa. Rather, it was happening throughout the Eastern Wasteland, where the friction between the righteous and the devilish was expanding and escalating. With Luzidian's instigation and urging, it was only one step away from a true outburst. Chapter 44, The Bodhisattva of Saving Suffering, and suffering is you, isn't it? The border of the Eastern Wasteland. What was once a place of beautiful mountains and water has been turned into a hell on earth. Luzidian looked at the scenery in front of him. The crimson lava engulfed everything. The earlier emergency report said it stretched for 100 miles in that short period of time. At the very least, it had expanded outward by 300 or 400 miles. The terrifyingly high temperatures contained in the magma were also permeating and affecting the surroundings. This disaster has been 1,000 miles of bare ground. Just by standing aside and watching, one could feel the difference in this magma. The temperature is a little unnaturally high. When the surrounding people who had taken refuge saw Luzidian stepping into the air, their faces all showed joy. Grandpa, look, it's an immortal. Great, boys. It's the immortals. We're saved. But there were a few people who said demoralizing things. Didn't a lot of them come before? Or it didn't help? Luzidian fell into the crowd. A random person asked, when did this stuff start? The man who had been questioned dropped to both knees and cowed out first. Back to words of the immortal lord. The volcano erupted just a short time ago last night. The magma in here is kind of a constant stream in general, and it keeps spreading. It's strange to say that the mountain hasn't erupted for 300 or 400 years. And it was passed down from my grandfather's grandfather. Oh yes, my grandfather's grandfather was also a cultivator. I don't know if you recognize. Cut the crap. Luzidian's face turned cold, instantly scaring the man into silence. Was there anything unusual before the eruption? Luzidian asked again. Abnormal. Oh, yes there is. I went up to the mountains 3 days ago to hunt, and I noticed that the animals inside the mountains were much more violent than usual. I was still being chased by a boar that day. And when I fell, I thought it was all going to die. As a result, there suddenly came a roar that I had never heard before, and the boar directly foamed at the mouth in fear and fainted. I usually love to read some chi-chi novels. I'll make a wild guess. It feels like it's told in the book. Dragon roar. The man reminisced for a moment, then went on to speak at length. Dragon roar? Luzidian's eyes stared, even though he didn't know if there were really dragons in this mountain. But based on that boar's behavior, coupled with this constant flow of lava, the quality of the demons inside was definitely not low. My lord, I was speaking casually. The man rubbed his head and smiled nervously. While the two were talking, the reddish-golden magma expanded outward quite a bit more. Luzidian had been observing, and he realized that the expansion of the magma wasn't going on all the time. Instead, it followed a particular rhythm, and the whole piece of magma looked like it had a heart. The heart expands 1 point outward with each beat. This made Lu Zichen conclude even more that there was something inside. With his hand, he flicked out an elixir that fell into the man's hand. Immortals. Great. My lord. This is. What is this? Reward you for a good answer. Lu Zichen indifferently said. An ordinary, can't be any more ordinary elixir is just that. The foundation establishment stage cultivators couldn't even look at it, but in the eyes of this mortal, it was like an elixir. But I really didn't expect to be so immortal. In his opinion, a celestial-looking figure like Lu Zichen, a spit would be rewarding him. Thank you, immortal lord. Thank you, immortal lord. The man dropped to both knees again and kept kowtowing. The others cast envious glances. A man's knee is gold, and this is the time to realize it. It's worth it to kneel down to get such an elixir. I will command you one more thing. Lu Zichen punched out a prohibition, temporarily holding back the spreading magma. If you say so, immortal lord, I'll die by all means. The man replied sincerely, and at the moment, he was heartened. After I go in, if there are more people coming from behind, you'll just have to ask them to reinforce the ban here. Tell them it's up to me to tell them what's going on inside, and if they ask you who told them, just say it was Xie Evening Ning. Lu Ziduan said slowly. It's better to let him find out what's in here on his own. They'll just have a good time out there drinking the northwest wind. The male's eyes reddened at once. In his eyes, Lu Zichen was someone who was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the greater good. Knowing that this volcanic lava was already irresistible, the moment is not like a command, like a last word. My lord, you are a good man. The bodhisattva of saving suffering and relief is talking about you. Don't worry, I will bring your words. When the time comes, I'll put up a statue of you in my own house and offer you incense every day. The man said as he kowtowed. Lu Zichen didn't know where he was thinking again, so he simply flew away. The rest of the little people were also touched by his spirit of sacrifice, all in tears, shouting, "Go for it, my lord!" Rolling and steaming above the misty lava. As far as the eye could see, it was all red, and the once blue sky had only a single flaming cloud. Lu Zidian flew above, looking toward a lava-covered volcano not far ahead. The closer you get, the more you can feel the temperature rise. With it came a thunderous heartbeat. The tempo was right on par with the expanding frequency of the magma he had observed earlier. Right place. Exhaling a mouthful of Tai Xian Qi to protect his entire body, his speed continued to increase as he flew towards that volcano. The entire area was under a sheet of lava. Only the crater seems to be accessible. This should be it. Lu Zidian raised his Tai Xian Qi to the extreme and flew towards the interior of the cave. The temperature climbed dramatically, between one breath and the next. If it wasn't for the filtering of Tai Xian Qi, it was all dense to the extreme fire spiritual Qi. It seems like it was really redundant to let them in before. With this kind of heat, they couldn't get in. Lu Zichen roamed through the magma. Listen carefully to the heartbeat in the depths. Where? After confirming the direction, Lu Zidian swam that way. Roar! A dragon's roar came, and it was followed by a huge fireball. Lu Zichen's face stared. He knew that there was something in here after he heard the man's reply earlier, so it is also ready to go at any time. However, to my surprise, it was really the sound of a dragon roar. Spiritual energy was transmitted to his right hand, and a fist blasted out, shattering the fireball. However, the dragon didn't show up, and Lu Zichen could only feel a ripple coming from the magma. This is the movement that occurs when a giant dragon is swimming. Get thee out! Lu Zichen's body shook as a terrifying impact erupted from him, spreading along the lava towards the surroundings. I did it! I did it! Still 2 more shifts. Fantastic LOL. Chapter 45. Can't let a good person like Xie Wanning get cold feet. The shockwaves spread around. The entire magma shook. A dragon roar came again and several more fireballs. Lu Zichen raised his open hand and the human emperor streamer flew out. The endless demonic aura instantly filling the entire ocean of magma. Uncountable numbers of dead souls flew out and ran towards the surroundings. Earlier, within the cave, the dead souls received restrictions. But this kind of high temperature couldn't be of much use to the souls. Even thought the souls appeared. The temperature of this magma had dropped quite a bit. The ichthyosaur also flew out and called out, hovering around Lu Zichen. He toppled him with his unicorn horn again, looking very happy. Go on, find the dragon. Looking at the figure of the ichthyosaur swimming within the magma, Lu Zichen pondered. And I don't know that I ate this dragon in the lava sea, devoured its bloodline. To what extent can the artifact spirit of this human emperor streamer evolve? After all, though, the true face of the creature within had yet to be seen, but with this heard roar, This bloodline was also definitely not low in purity. I just don't know what exactly is causing the heartbeat coming from the lava. A few roars of pain came. Lu Zichen's eyes stared as he quickly ran that way, only to see that not far away, countless spirits were launching attacks towards a huge creature. The creature was shaped like a turtle, yet its head looked like a dragon's head. The eyes are also yellow dragon eyes. The shell that was carried on his back had strange patterns and some magma flowing inside the patterns. It opened its huge mouth at once and spat out several fireballs, blowing up a large number of spirits. All at once, he rotated his body again and swept his tail across the room. What the hell is this? It looks a bit like a basilisk again, but it seems to have a bit of dragon blood in it. But in any case, the trip wasn't wasted on this monster alone. The giant creature saw Lu Zichen, a tiny human. There was anger in his eyes. Humans, why have you violated my territory? A dull voice echoed through this sea of lava. Then his body shook, shaking the surrounding spirits away. Only the ichthyosaur was still fighting it. Lu Ziduan thought about it and retrieved the other spirits, which could be the power of the fish dragon. It's a waste to stay here. The ichthyosaur was small and fast, surrounding the giant turtle with constant attacks. It's just that most of its attacks are water-based. After traveling in this sea of lava for a while, it would be weakened quite a bit. Giant tortoises have thick and bulky shells, but high defense. Each attack was incredibly powerful, and it would be unthinkable to hit the ichthyosaur. So while Ichthyosaurus is now suppressed, the giant turtle can miss countless times, but it only gets one chance. Lu Zichen didn't make a move. Prepare to take this fight to experience the ichthyosaur. Humans, is that all you do? Hide behind? The giant turtle's voice came again, filled with annoyance. No 3-year-old would fall for such cheap agitation. Lu Zichen ignored it and just watched quietly as a turtle and a fish tangled together. The thud of a heartbeat came, like a drumbeat for a battle between the two. Beyond the magma sea, those righteous paths that had followed Lu Zichen finally arrived. The man that Lu Zichen had instructed earlier immediately jumped up and waved his hand. Lord Immortal! Lord Immortal! What is it? A man with a straight face asked. Lord Immortal, that immortal in front of us wanted me to tell you that you should just stay here and strengthen the band for him to stop this magma from continuing to expand. Just leave it to him about this lava. Who dares to speak out of turn? The person who spoke was a horse-faced old Taoist. That immortal said. He said his name is Xie Evening Ning. It's actually Master Xie. The crowd was in a flurry of commotion, and the man with a righteous face looked filled with emotion. That's not surprising. With family Master Xie's nature, he would definitely choose to take on all the dangers. What a way to keep danger for yourself and safety for others. The horse-faced old Taoist was also quite emotional. Family Master Xie, a beautiful person with a good heart and powerful strength. Yet he thinks about us small forces in every way. The mortal who had answered suddenly fell to his knees and kowtowed several times. Immortals, please, go and save the Bodhisattva who saves suffering. No one who goes in here comes out. I am willing to hand over this immortal pill to you, and I beg you immortals to do so. To this mortal, Lu Zichen was simply a living Buddha descending into the world. He really didn't want someone like that to die. The man with a righteous face also nodded and made a force to lift the mortal up. It's hard for you to have this heart. This elixir is even. Xie family master has a delicate mind, knowing that you have a weak constitution before taking this ordinary elixir. This favor, you have to remember it. Aha! The mortal nodded. You're right. Family master Xie is willing to leave safety to us to face the difficulties head on. But we must not enjoy ourselves here in peace. I propose that we split into two. One side going in to support family master Xie, and the other side here to strengthen the prohibitions and stop the magma from spreading. Xiao father suddenly said in the crowd. This is his daughter's master. Must not die here. Well said. Even if we are weak, but our intentions should be there. And we must not let the heart of a good person like family master Xie go cold. That horse-faced old Taoist was also in agreement. The crowd made a quick division. With that righteous man, the horse-faced old Taoist as his leader, he flew towards the magma sea. Zhao's father and some people stayed put. With such high temperatures, family master Xia really has good intentions, the righteous man said. Yeah. I can't imagine how determined family master Xia was before he chose one person to face it head-on. A whole bunch of cultivators winded up and quickly ran towards the magma sea. In the middle of the magma sea, the ichthyosaur and the giant tortoise were still fighting, only affected by the innate environment of this hot area. It left a lot of scars on the giant turtle though, but it was slow to take it down, and the ichthyosaur was much slower. Come back. Lu Zichen was ultimately afraid that this not yet evolved artifact spirit would be damaged, and took him back. Having practiced what he should have practiced anyway, Ichthyosaurus barked and returned to him, and then he pushed against him with his horns, a little harder. It seemed to be blaming Lu Zichen for not helping it. With a toss of his head, rather arrogantly, he turned into a black smoke and merged into the human emperor streamer. This weapon spirit, it's worthy of coming out of the human emperor's streamer. Quite a temper. Lu Ziduan smiled. Human, I'll see what you'll do without that fish. The giant turtle opened its mouth wide, and the special pattern behind it erupted with intense light, like it was absorbing the energy inside the surrounding magma. Bang! A pillar of red-colored light rushed straight toward Lu Zichen. The latter, however, didn't move and just stood quietly, urging the Tai Xian Qi on his body to become a bit thicker. Chapter 46 Weapon Spirit Bloodline Evolution. A hint of contempt flashed in the giant turtle's eyes. Foolish human, I have yet to meet a creature that dares to stand up to this blow of mine. However, the pillar of light dispersed. Lu Zichen's figure in a black robe appeared in front of it intact. Not even the robes on his body were damaged in the slightest. His body was covered in a metaphysical turquoise aura. How is this possible? The giant turtle's low voice jerked up, full of surprise. It was a peak Mahayana creature. This strike that had absorbed the energy of the surrounding magma sea. It was confident that the early stage of the transitional succession had eaten this hard. I'm only afraid that it will be a mess. Lu Zichen didn't notice these emotions from it, or if he did, he didn't bother. Just a mental estimate. The power is not bad, excluding the energy that absorbs the magma. The rest of the bonuses should be in the bloodline. Although the cultivation level is a bit lower, at least the purity is higher than that ichthyosaur. Satisfaction flashed in Lu Zichen's eyes. This looked like it was looking at goods fell on the giant turtle's eyes, causing it to snap back from the shock it had just experienced. And once again, angered by this disregard, determination flashed in the yellow dragon's eyes. Humans, don't underestimate me. The giant turtle's limbs and dragon head all retracted into its shell. The red lines on the back lit up again. Afterwards, the entire tortoise shell rotated, matching the reddish-colored patterns. At the moment, it was like a sun falling into this sea of lava. The surrounding magma was also attracted by this huge suction. Lu Ziduan even felt a huge pulling force. Human, eat this blow of mine and die. The muffled voice of a giant turtle came from the shell. It then rotated and wrapped a huge amount of energy in its turtle shell and crashed towards Lu Zichen. You're the only one who gets bigger. Lu Zichen's tone was faint. And then the turquoise Tai Xian Qi on his body rapidly turned black. The demonic aura filled the air once again. A shadow appeared, not behind Lu Zidian, but wrapping him up. The green-faced, fanged, three-headed, six-armed, pitch-black demonic statue appeared. The three heads looked different, sad or joyful or flat, but the six huge, blood-filled eyes that were open were all staring intently at the flying turtle shell. The devil statue figure was so tall that it was actually more imposing than the Heavenly Demon Palace Master's Heavenly Demon Dehua. The giant tortoise was actually smaller than it. The turtle shell crashed through at high speed. The devil statue's six muscular arms bulged and firmly caught the crashing turtle shell. The turtle shell was already spinning, and the intense friction with the devil statue's pitch-black palm was occurring. Just never could inch forward. Gradually, the rotation of the turtle shell was pressed to a halt. The giant turtle panicked and subconsciously tried to back away, but it was caught in a death grip. Lu Zichen's mind moved. The demonic statue gripped the giant turtle tightly with all four arms, the two uppermost arms clenching their fists and raising them high above his head. A grimace appeared on all three faces at the same time. It then slammed down. Bang! The loud ringing sound traveled to the entire magma sea. Not even the sound of that incessant beating heart was muffled. The aftermath of this blow was so great that the entire mountain shook with it. Even the surface of the magma in the crater created a huge wave, with tons of magma pouring down the mountain. In the distance, the horse-faced old Taoist and the righteous man stalled in the sky looked startled. Is the volcano about to erupt again? Stop thinking about that and figure out how to withstand the heat. We can't even get close to that volcano right now. Yeah, the temperature is getting higher and higher. I'm just afraid that Family Master Xia won't be able to drag it out for much longer in there. Inside the volcano, Lu Zichen looked at the giant turtle in front of him. Under the smash from the demon statue, this incredibly hard turtle shell shattered inch by inch, leaving only a few fragments still attached by the skin and flesh. The giant turtle was in severe pain, but it was held tightly by the four hands of the demon statue and could not move. The head and limbs were hanging limply. Without those divine patterns on the turtle shell behind it, it wouldn't even be able to absorb the power of this magma sea. It is now indistinguishable from fish on the counter. Humans, stop fighting. I give in. The giant turtle's breathless voice came out. Lu Zichen ignored it. and his eyes didn't even change in the slightest. The magic statue throws the giant turtle to the top, and then the 6 arms that were thick like pillars of the sky threw punches at an astonishing speed. Relying on letting his fists, he made the giant tortoise not even land. The once proud physical body was deeply shattered in this one punch. The divine soul of this giant turtle didn't even run. Lu Ziduan detained it, and then summoned the fish dragon. Eat! The ichthyosaur barked towards the giant turtle, as if in mockery. It's like a fish fight in a. Lu Zichen felt more and more that the artifact spirit might have something to do with the treasure that gave birth to it. The giant turtle no longer cared. It was a demonic creature with a simple mind and its own pride. Its proudest defense was broken from the front, and it was powerless to fight back. Its heart and spirit have been dispersed, and it's no different from being dead. The ichthyosaur opened its mouth and sucked violently, absorbing the soul. Lu Zichen immediately felt the human emperor streamer. The evil dragon above it became more vivid. The scales glistened, and they didn't recede for a long time. And while the giant turtle's soul did come in, that dragon bloodline in his body disappeared, turning him into an ordinary turtle demon. Lu Zichen was a little disappointed, and had wondered if he could get stuck with a bug. It would indeed be a bit counterintuitive if the human emperor streamer could retain this bloodline and let the ichthyosaur keep sucking on it. Suddenly, a somewhat agonized voice came from the fish dragon. It kept twisting and turning, charging across the room, red light erupting from its body. It finally landed in front of Lu Zidian. Not so large eyes locked onto him. Lu Zichen understood what he meant, and was wanting his touch. This is a normal part of bloodline evolution, and suffering is very common. It's just that fish dragon's mind is not yet complete, acting very much like a child, and still very much relying on Lu Ziduan at critical moments. A stream of Tai Xian Qi coalesced in his palm. Lu Zichen gently pressed towards it, using it to relieve this uncomfortable feeling. The ichthyosaur gradually calmed down. The red light on his body flickered on and off and lasted for quite some time. This represented that the dragon's bloodline contained in that giant turtle's body was still relatively large. The ichthyosaur needs to be allowed to digest. Is it alright? Xia Lanning asked worriedly. It was an artifact spirit after all. It's a shame to break it. It's okay, it's normal. In the last blink of an eye, the red light lit up completely, wrapping the ichthyosaurus so that it was impossible to see inside. I don't know how long it took to disperse. Lu Ziduan's eyes lit up. The ichthyosaur was already a much changed man. The original fish scales were metamorphosing at the moment. From the looks of it, it seemed to be evolving towards dragon scales. Some lines gradually appeared on the body as well. The unicorn horn on the head was shifting a bit towards the left. It seems to be leaving room for a second horn to be born. Chapter 47, by Ling Firefruit. Lu Ziden looked above the human emperor streamer again. The evil dragon became lifelike and more evil, like it's going to come out of the top of the flag at any moment. After the evolution of the ichthyosaur bloodline, it was like it had entered a stage of weakness. The whole fish looked disheveled and a little upset because his unicorn had shifted. Lu Ziduan didn't talk too much nonsense either. The human emperor streamer rolled and collected the fish dragon inside. And then the search continued in the middle of the magma sea. The rhythmic thumping of the heartbeat remained, and it was coming from all directions. There's no way to hear exactly which way it is. Lu Zichen pondered for a moment and decided to head to the very bottom of the volcano. Now that there are no other clues, the only connection is that the eruption of the volcano is linked to the heartbeat. In that case, there must be something unusual at the very bottom of the volcano. The deeper it went, the reddish-golden magma became redder and redder. In the end, the gold color disappeared, leaving only a reddish-crimson color. The temperature was also extremely high, as was the sound of the heart beating, though still coming from all directions. But, Lu Zichen realized keenly, the heartbeat was noticeably louder. But even down at the bottom, the heartbeat here was already rumbling like thunder. Still haven't seen exactly what emanated. Can it be that this magma really has a heart? Lu Zichen was a bit puzzled. This magma is alive? Maybe it's an illusion? Xia Lanning said. It makes sense. Lu Ziduan's eyes flashed with some purple light. This was the move that cracked the Pure Sin's fantasy last time in the Heavenly Heart Lake. With a purple light contained in his eyes, Lu Ziden glanced around. Although he still didn't see what was making the noise, he was really seen to be making some noise. Underneath these purple pupils, Lu Zichen clearly saw that the energy in the magma turned into threads surging towards a place. And then the heart sounds every time it shakes. And again, more energy will be transmitted from there. A magnitude greater than all the energy absorbed by that place. Lu Zichen understood how this sea of magma was able to keep spreading. The thing that was hiding was like an energy conversion device, absorbing one part of energy and delivering two. It's really like a heart. Lu Zichen leaned towards that place and his right fist clenched violently before blasting forward. Let's see what you're made of. Click. Like the sound of breaking glass. Something in front of me looked like it had been broken. Knock. Knock. Sound after sound, dull as thunder, resounded throughout the entire magma sea. Only this time, the voice no longer echoed in all directions, but in front of Lu Zidian's eyes. He stared blankly at a fiery red fruit that looked like a heart in front of him, constantly contracting, expanding, and pulsating. The extremely strong fire element was like blood being transported by it to the entire magma sea. Bai Ling fire fruit. Lu Zichen was pleasantly surprised that the 5 treasures needed to build the physique also corresponded to the 5 organs of a person. The heart belongs to fire, so the Bai Ling fire fruit is the heartbeat of the innate devil body Dao fetus. No wonder these magma temperatures are so high. I just don't know how this ordinary volcano could have so many things appear. The giant tortoise and the Bai Ling fire fruit. Lu Zichen was incredibly excited. Heavenly Martial Dynasty, thank you so much for giving me such a great treasure. If Wu Lingkong knew, he would only be furious, shouting at them people to come and work for nothing. As a result, it picked up a leak. You, of all people, have too much luck. Xia Lanning couldn't even help but feel emotional. The Chang water source material, the 9 deaths returning herb, and now the Bai Ling fire fruit. More than half of the 5 treasures have been collected, but at the same time, she couldn't help but think that if Lu Zichen really recovered his body, what should she do with herself? And what would Lu Ziden do to himself? Thinking of this fairy who was once ice clear and untainted by the red dust actually lost a little. Lu Zichen didn't notice these little emotions of hers. Reaching out, he was about to grab the Bai Ling fire fruit in front of him. When he was about to make contact, a sudden change occurred. The Bai Ling fire fruit's body suddenly dissipated and turned into a phantom before appearing dozens of meters away. It contracted and expanded violently, this time with a sound that was especially loud. The energy that emanated from it was also incredibly thick. The magma began to boil, and the blue spirit fire fruit seemed to really become one with this sea of magma at this moment. 4 magma giants suddenly appeared and surrounded Lu Zichen. They were all one-armed and one-eyed, and all of their bodies were magnificent and boundless, reaching up to 100 feet tall and imposing, surrounding Lu Zichen from all sides. His aura was overwhelming, like he was suppressing heaven and earth. Lu Zichen was startled, and then quickly realized, this situation is actually quite normal. Treasures are the convergence of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and something like the Bai Ling fire fruit. It was even more so when it took the creation of heaven and earth, so it naturally had its own special place, and it was normal to be able to resist. Earlier when I went to get those 2 treasures, the 9 deaths soul restoring grass was subdued by that remnant soul, and the Chang Shui source material was obtained by that nameless poisonous cultivator. Therefore, when he went over to get it himself, he received no impediment. And this blue spirit fire fruit, in this magma sea, could be said to be wild. When Lu Zidian wanted to take it, it would naturally run and resist. In the middle of their thoughts, the 4 giants had already slammed their fists towards Lu Zichen. Lu Zichen stabilized his mind, and his demonic chi surged once again, coalescing the demonic statue from before around himself. 3 heads, 6 arms, green face and fangs. The 4 smashing flaming fists were steadily caught by the demonic statue, which also had 2 arms free to launch an attack. 4 fists can't beat 6 hands. The demon statue was suppressing the 4 flame giants with the strength of one person. Soon, they were dispersed, and the Bai Ling fire fruit pulsed again, this time evolving a dragon and a phoenix. The dragon's roar and phoenix's cry resounded through the sky. This time, the Bai Ling fire fruit connected to the entire magma and drew energy. This volcano wasn't the only one that received the effects. The magma flowing in 1,000 miles around all began to surge. On the surface of the magma sea, old Taoist Ma Liang and the others still hadn't thought of a way. A wave of lava had then struck at them. Not good. The magma is starting to stir. Family Master Xia is only in danger. Alas, we are too weak, and we still can't get close to that volcano after all this time. Lava Edge. Zhao's father, who had stayed behind, was also staring at his face. The speed at which the magma eroded the forbidden system suddenly increased by quite a bit. Through the forbidden system, they could all feel the searing temperature, making their skin a bit uncomfortable. Those of the populace were, not to mention, sweating. Their spiritual energy consumption to maintain this forbidden system rose sharply. Something seems to have happened inside, and I don't know if they supported the Xie family lord, Sha's father said worriedly. And then he looked to the mortal. You take the people and evacuate first. We won't be able to hold it off anytime soon. This one is expected to continue to spread. You take the populace and run. As far away as you can. Yes, 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 immortal. The man trotted off. Chapter 48 Fire Spirit Vein. The three-headed, six-armed demonic statue tangled with a dragon and a phoenix. Or rather, crushed. That magma dragon was but a moment away. Like a small loach, being grasped in the devil statue's hands. And then it ripped violently, tearing it in half. The proud phoenix has also turned into a hen, killed by a demonic statue in 3 or 2 punches. Seeing this, the entire Bai-Ling fire fruit shook once again, as if it wanted to escape. Lu Zichen's gaze went cold and his fingers clenched. This space was completely locked up. And then maneuvering the demonic statue, he slowly approached the Bai-Ling fire fruit. It knew it couldn't escape, and its entire fruit throbbed violently. As soon as it retracted and released, the energy overflowed, and the entire magma sea was used for it. The Bai-Ling fire fruit crazily evolved all sorts of ancient wonders. The immortal tree, the poor man's tree, the unicorn, the xuanwu, the white tiger. It was just that it only had its shape, but not its spirit, and these things, under the demonic statue manipulated by Lu Zichen. It's all like dirt, not good enough to fight. The Bai-Ling fire fruit's figure flashed crazily, and its position was constantly changing. But after all, it can only be within this space. Lu Zichen compressed the space by 1 point with every step he took closer. Under this, the Bai-Ling fire fruit was ultimately unable to retreat. He grabbed it in his hand and refined it in an instant. All those things that were evolved disappeared. The heartbeat, which was beating like a war drum, quieted. The sea of lava returns to calm. Without the support of a strange object like the Bai-Ling fire fruit, they also become commonplace and eventually solidify and cool slowly over time. Ordinary monks can handle them just fine. Those mortals will also continue to make their homes here and prosper. Lu Zichen looked at the blue spirit fire fruit that was held in his palm. The color is slightly darker, but it still very much looks like a heart in terms of shape. But touch in the hand do not feel hot, but rather touch warm. The whole person has become warm. How much of a ruckus there was earlier in the lava sea. How honest it is now in the hands of Lu Zichen. Putting the blue spirit fire fruit into the mirror box, he applied a few spells on it. Carefully, he placed it together with the 2 treasures, the 9 Deaths Rejuvenation Grass and the Chang Shui Yuanquan. Lu Zichen was in a good mood. This time, coming to help the Tianwu dynasty to work for nothing was really not in vain. After circling the sea of lava and confirming that there was nothing else, he was suddenly a bit puzzled. Hiss. As a matter of fact, as soon as the Bai-Ling fire fruit was taken away, these lavas should have started to cool down, right? Why is it that while the temperature here doesn't continue to rise, it isn't falling anytime soon either? Once again, a purple light flashed in Lu Zichen's eyes. Just didn't see anything. Now there is only one mystery left unresolved. Why is it that within this commonplace volcano, it would give birth to such wonders as that giant tortoise and the blue spirit fire fruit? There must be something else that I haven't noticed. Lu Zichen's divine sense spread out towards the surroundings, and the fire-red aura was incredibly thick, filling the space with barely a trace of impurity. Yes, that's the one. After the Bai-Ling fire fruit was put away by me, all the other heaven and earth auras in the surrounding area should be pouring over. There's no way the spiritual energy would still be a crimson red. So pure. There's definitely something else at work. Lu Zichen quickly made a judgment in his mind. He first walked along the mountain, and then suddenly noticed a difference at the very base of the volcano. Spiritual energy almost always comes from here. Maneuvering the demonic statue, he slammed his fist into the bottom of the hardened volcano. Bang, bang, bang. The mountain building shook, and cracks surged towards and out. A dark red spirit vein appeared, very small but highly concentrated. Fire spirit vein. Xia Lanning lost her voice. Spirit veins were found in every sect and were relatively common. That is, the Xia family had a small one, like the Taishan Holy Land. There was even a relatively thick spirit vein, but they are ordinary. Spirit veins with special attributes like the one underneath this volcano were relatively rare. The reason why the Tianwu dynasty was powerful was because there were 2 dragon veins surrounding its central city. It's quite a double dragon pattern. Therefore, the dragon energy there was abundant, and the people inside were best suited to cultivate some imperial dragon arts. The laws of Qi. It was said that the Tianwu dynasty had many spiritual veins, and this saying was really not wrong. Yes, how could an ordinary pattern be able to form something like the Bai-Ling fire fruit? This fire spirit vein was still relatively young, but judging from the traces around it, it should have existed for quite some time. It must be that during this period of time, This spirit vein had been warming the Bai Ling fire fruit, and the energy had all been absorbed by it. That's why it never grew up. Lu Ziduan also felt that his luck was really heaven-defying. Is it because of Xiao Yan? After I took control of her qi was transferred to me? Lu Zichen thought about it, but this was the only answer. Using his means, Lu Zidian grabbed this fire spirit vein out. I'm going to find a good cave to put this thing in and let it thrive. It might be able to create a treasure land that specializes in cultivating fire attribute wonders. Sooner or later, those 2 dragon veins in the heavenly martial dynasty will be mine. Lu Zichen once again felt the magma. As expected, the temperature of the magma quickly cooled down once the fire spirit vein was withdrawn this time. Rushing toward the crater, the surface of the magma that first touched the air had gradually begun to solidify. The aura here was no longer only a fiery red color, but slowly began to return to normal. Yes. Lu Zichen rarely lost control of his emotions and let out a loud shout. This time it was a real prophet. Special fire spirit veins, blue spirit fire fruits, a giant turtle with dragon bloodline. Either one of them, when placed in the outside world, would set off a storm of bloodshed. Lu Zichen decided that he wanted to thank some of the heavenly martial dynasty, so let's go to him and wreak havoc in here. Then in going back, Xiao Yan estimated that she had already reached the god transformation stage and should be able to engage in divine intercourse. Flying towards the outside, as far as the eye could see, the originally reddish golden magma turned gray, a sign that they were about to solidify. The temperature is no longer unbearable. Family Master Xie, great, you're fine. It seems that the volcano calmed down, all because of Family Master Xie's merit. Family Master Xie is so great, even if he is at odds with the Tianwu imperial dynasty, then for the sake of the people's lives, he is still willing to make a move. We are guilty. Those guys rainbow farting all the time. Lu Zichen didn't react much until he reached the edge of the lava. Suddenly, he saw a large group of people directly kneeling down and kowtowing towards him continuously, shouting that the saint had descended to the world. Lu Zichen's heart lit up with a sudden idea. He looked to the crowd and coughed a few times. Gentlemen, the volcano crisis has been solved, but do you know who the culprit of all this is? Zhao's father responded forcefully, acting as a good croupier. I don't know, please clarify. Family Master Xie, all of this is the work of the devil's way, and when I rushed over there, they had already run away, and I only caught one of them. He said that they're going to break the ring within the Tianwu imperial dynasty later. Chapter 49, you advised me not to kill, but now you're more anxious than I am? What? We're going to mess with the broken ring later? Then we'd better go and tell Emperor Wu first. As soon as Lu Ziduan finished his words, there was a succession of people who added to them. Well, you guys go ahead. I've got a few things to do, so I'll go ahead. Lu Zidian nodded, and then his body flickered and disappeared as a black shadow. Family Master Xie is really windy. I'm only afraid that he's gone there to save the people again. Yes, wherever there's difficulty, there's Family Master Xie, the horse-faced old Taoist in the back. Father Xiao all praise so, his words full of admiration. And then, the people of Dawn, who had been saved by him, all fell down on their knees at this moment, kneeling repeatedly. His mouth continuously praised and shouted Xie Lian Ning's great name, but unbeknownst to them, the hero that everyone praised in their mouths was currently looking at a still relatively large gathering place in the Tianwu imperial dynasty. The Tiger's Eye. Wu Lingkong had sent so many treasures to himself, and he, Lu Zidian, was not a stingy person, so how could he not send something back? Strange, how come so much meritorious golden light has suddenly been added to my body? Lu Zichen suddenly felt that the pure sinner's kung fu had suddenly become much stronger. Never mind. What the hell? It's a good thing anyway. Looking down to a gathering place of the Sky Martial Imperial Dynasty, he flew down. It was drunken and full of booze talk and even more booze. Today, I again looked at a woman, or a small young woman. Looks average. Rhyme is full. She just did not agree. The back eye pretended to be a magic path. Hey, you this count for what? I last heard the Putua temple monks are the only ones who can play. A little princess of the mortal dynasty went up to them to seek a son. Stayed for 2 days. That group of monks play I have never heard of. Yeah, I also heard that princess weighed 10 pounds in 2 days and went back and killed herself. A group of men with lustful faces recounted their great deeds. Xia Lanning heard all the fire. She originally has been submerged in cultivation. The difficulties suffered, but also only some women's tactics. But after following Lu Zichen, he realized that the cultivation world he understood was only the tip of the iceberg. She had seen even more of these dirty things that had once escaped her ears. Hurriedly urged, What are you still waiting for? This is not direct action. Kill Why are you getting inked? Lu Ziduan listened with amusement. Originally advised me not to kill, don't kill. Now you are more anxious than me? Xia Wanning looked at Lu Zichen and instantly felt that he was all kind and incomparable. These are the true devils. You are kinder than them. I just follow my heart and am not bound by rules. I can't talk about the devil's way. Lu Zichen had a rare moment of modesty. The demonic chi behind him surged and was about to strike. But he heard a thin man put his arm around a fat man's shoulder and said, I heard that an immortal's cave was found up there. Seems like it. The fat man, apparently still somewhat sober, didn't reply too much. It is said that immortal was severely injured and fell from the upper realm to our eastern wasteland. No one has found him for 500 years, but now he has been found by our Tianwu imperial dynasty. We are truly blessed with good fortune. The thin man laughed out loud. The rest of the groups took a sharp gulp of their wine in agreement. Don't you talk too much. Nonsense is not allowed here. The fat man was anxious and directly covered the thin man's mouth. Another slightly fatter man said, Zhang San, don't be so nervous, we're all on our own here. I just don't believe whoever has eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts dares to break into our place. The thin man also broke free from the fat man's hands at this moment and said with dissatisfaction, That's right, you're so fat, but you don't have much guts. If there are outsiders here, I'll write the wordly upside down. When he finished speaking, he put his hand on it, but it landed on a stranger's shoulder. The thin man looked at the sudden appearance of Lu Zichen next to him. The wine was not yet sober, and looked at the demonic aura behind Lu Zichen, and asked in a puzzled manner, This Taoist friend, a bit of a stranger moreover, why is there black smoke coming out of your cuckoo? This is the Hongmeng purple chi. Which is not. This is not. This is not. The thin man's wine was still not sober, and he retorted back and forth. Fatty yelled, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Lu Zichen grinned hideously. Whether it's true or not, wouldn't you know if you go into my human emperor streamer and take a look? A large streamer surfaced, and the ichthyosaurus in spirit rushed towards it. The ichthyosaur completed its evolution at this moment, and it was like nobody's business inside this bunch of cultivators. Charging across the room, these stragglers were devoured in just a few moments. The ichthyosaur returned to Lu Zichen and arched its head over him. The expression is like saying praise me quickly. Lu Zichen felt that after the ichthyosaur devoured the bloodline of the giant turtle, it wouldn't be able to speak yet though, but that expression is really quite a bit richer. It's still too slow to devour these people. It seemed that in the future, it was better to try to find some demonic beasts with dragon bloodlines. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take to rely on cannibalism. Lu Zichen stroked the fish dragon's head while checking the memories of a few people. The content is much worse. The celestial martial dynasty had discovered, within its own territory, the cave where a fallen immortal had died, and it would be opened in another 10 days. The news is not spreading for a while now. It's definitely not possible to hide this kind of stuff, but it makes a difference to be able to prepare for one more day than anyone else. After wiping out this stronghold, a layer of golden light surfaced once again, and this time, the increased golden light of merit was actually more than before. This group of people from the Tianwu dynasty, it's amazing how many sins there are in your body. Lu Ziduan was a bit surprised. It seemed that the things they spoke of in their mouths were really not done. Go back to the Xie family. Now, Xiao Yan should also reach the transformation god stage. Let me, Lu Ziduan, see what the legendary divine intercourse is all about. The news of a stronghold being destroyed reached the headquarters of the Tianwu imperial dynasty at an alarming speed. Wu Lingkong's face changed greatly as he listened. Just a moment ago he was still feeling good about his wise decision, and he was happy about it. News of the calming of the volcano came in. Wu Lingkong was very satisfied. This was considered one of the most comforting things that had happened to him in recent days. It didn't take much effort to get that dilettante Xia Lianning and the group of doglegs running after her to go and do things for themselves. But now this. Are there any traces at the scene? Wu Lingkong's face was ironic. Yes, combined with the fact that in recent days, the Devil's Way has not had many small frictions with us, we can basically conclude that it was the Devil's Way that did this. The debriefer had a serious face and spoke of things analyzed. The more Wu Lingkong listened, the angrier and more irritated he became. Call out Wu Lingyun. Zhang Haicheng. The eunuch outside the door screamed in a high voice. Chuan. Third Prince Wu Lingyun. Great General Zhang Haicheng. A few moments later, the python-robed man from before, and a tall adult in armor came from outside the hall. Chapter 50, Divine Friendship. May I know your name? Greetings, Your Majesty. Python-robed Prince Wu Lingyun and Great General Zhang Haicheng kneeled down on one knee and said in unison, Wu Lingkong's face was grim as he looked towards the person who had reported before. Be excused, and say the thing again. The man trembled and spoke slowly. As the words drew closer, the faces of the three top powerhouses grew angrier and angrier, their auras filling this great hall. He was a messenger, and had little strength to begin with, so where was he going to stand it? The voice was getting shaky. Bang! The moment he finished speaking, Wu Lingkong angrily slammed an inkstand directly onto the floor viciously. Make a big hole. You guys? What is this called? The devil Dao actually dares to be so rampant, when there is no one in my Tianwu dynasty? Wu Lingkong's voice was icy cold. Wu Lingyun and Zhang Haicheng also looked furious as they said in unison. Your Majesty, this matter must not just go away. Wu Lingkong calmed his breath, and a moment later, his voice returned to calm. Wu Lingyun, make a trip to the Putuo temple and tell them about this matter, saying that the great war of righteousness and demons is going to start in a matter of days, and ask them to make plans early. In addition to arranging manpower, it is best to drag them down as well. Never let them be the fishermen here. The python-robed man nodded his head in response, and then added, the devil's way can't be taken down in a short period of time. We need to find someone to take out our anger first. But you can't find anyone in this matter. Wu Lingkong was curious. No, if you want to blame it, you should blame that stupid bastard Xiaowaning for doing it directly, so this matter is going to be on her head. But she's highly powerful. Are you sure? Don't worry. My brother has already thought of a method. Wu Lingyun was confident. Wu Lingkong's face was overjoyed as he laughed. In that case, I'll leave this matter to you. Looking towards Zhang Haicheng. Zhang Haicheng, you immediately mobilize the martial god army, once the assembly is complete, sending troops immediately to question the devil's path. Yes. Zhang Haicheng bowed and responded. Lu Zidwan in the Xie family did not even think that what he did has been seamless. The group of people from the Tianwu imperial dynasty, by mistake, still counted this matter on his head. The crowd says hello all the way. Lu Zichen walked towards the bedroom without looking away. Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly closed as she sat cross-legged on the ground. He felt it, and in just a few days, this Xiao family maiden was actually already at the early stage of transformation. Moreover, this heavenly sage's body was truly as the legend had it. It is the top hearth physique, and as the cultivation grows, the appearance of the face and appearance will grow a lot, compared to just meeting earlier. Xiao Yan's appearance did improve quite a bit, although it is still not as good as Xie Evening Ning, but with time, catching up is inevitable. Moreover, her figure was also a lot more explosive than the cool fairy type that Xie Evening Ning appeared to be. Just as Lu Zichen was thinking, Xiao Yan opened her eyes with a hint of blush on her face. Obviously, she also understands that there's no hiding from this kind of thing. I've already transformed into a god. You do it. Xiao Yan stuttered in her tone. Ever since she was scared by Lu Zidian with her illusions, in his presence, it was always a dull, silly, let it all go look. Can it not be divine? Within the spirit platform, Xiaowaning somehow felt a sourness rise in her heart when she thought of what was to come. It was something she had never felt before since her strike. Her tone was slurred and muttered, and Lu Zichen didn't hear her. What did you say? Nothing, I said cheering. Xiaowaning replied, while then inwardly cursing herself. What a wimp. You need to refuel for something like that? Lu Zichen couldn't figure out her brain circuits and looked at Xiao Yan. Come on, let's go to the secret room. Okay, good. The two of them arrived at the secret room, and Lu Zidian placed countless prohibitions outside. At the time of divine intercourse, the spirit is most vulnerable and slightly disturbed. Light turns into a sea of consciousness will receive heavy damage, or heavy is directly into a little cute. The chamber was dimly lit, with only a few night pearls emitting ethereal light, but with their eyesight, they could naturally see everything. The two of them were now naked without a piece of clothing, naked against each other. Compared to Xiao Yan's shyness, Lu Zidin was much more open. He was supposed to be a male, and besides, the body wasn't his in the first place. He fell back on appreciating 2 copies of it all by himself. Xiao Yan has a chiseled and attractive body. Xie Evening Ning was also surprised by what she saw. Holy, her hips are curvier than mine and her front is bigger than mine. What a great body. Lu Zichen comforted. It's fine. Yours is also very high class and stylish. You should have seen all the processes. Xiao Yan nodded. Both of them sat down on their pans, closed their eyes, put their palms against each other, and opened their mouths to chant at the same time. Lu Zichen felt a suction force coming from him, and immediately afterward, his and Xiao Yan's divine souls appeared in a clean and white space. There's nothing in here but the two of them. Xiao Yan's face first looked surprised and then much better. She knew that Lu Zidan's divine soul was a man, but she didn't expect it to grow so handsome. Originally, she was not hopeful. If Lu Zidan was ugly, closing her eyes would be almost the same. But now it seems that this temperament, this kind of looks, only is just slightly weaker than the screen before you. So a few points. Suddenly it doesn't feel like such a loss, does it? Add to that the Stockholm syndrome from being scared out of the illusion earlier. Xiao Yan was actually vaguely looking forward to it now. Lu Zidan walked over. I'm starting. Xiao Yan nodded, and the brows of the two divine souls leaned together. Just in the blink of an approach, the appearance of a strange force, outside the chamber. A big wind blew, and the grass on the ground swayed randomly as the wind blew it to the ground, fitting it to the ground. The air became humid. In the sky, clouds appeared, slowly rotating, like a hand stirring the clouds. As time passed, the clouds became wet with the rain that was slowly accumulating. Boom! A huge and incomparable pillar of white light erupted from the secret room with an overwhelming momentum. It shot straight up within the firmament and disappeared into the swirling clouds. Rumbles of thunder accompanied this pillar of light. Pouring rain fell, beating forward slash forward slash forward slash forward slash wet forward slash forward slash forward slash forward slash everything and moisturizing everything. Shinha Dad. I didn't write anything in this paragraph. I don't know how much time has passed. The two parted with their brows pressed against each other. Xiao Yan looked at Lu Zichen's departing back. The voice was dark and hoarse, completely different from the previous heroic temperament, with more of a woman's coquettishness. May I know your name? After all, he was the first man Xiao Yan had ever been this close to. No matter what, Xiao Yan wanted to know his name. Lu Zichen's back paused before he spoke. Lu Zichen, it's more abstract. I'm doing my best. It feels as if this book has flopped as well. Woo hoo hoo. Chapter 51, Wu Ao Tian. Xiao Yan listened to the 3 words Lu Zichen. Stunned, it was only divine, but it was the first man she'd ever really been with. She manifested a set of clothes on top of her divine soul and floated back into her shell. A strong feeling of exhaustion struck. It seemed that the injuries above the divine soul arrived above the physical body. She braced her somewhat weakened legs and stood up, looking towards Lu Zichen. Somewhat weakly, he asked, "Can I go back to bed and get some sleep in?" Lu Ziduan nodded. Go. Didn't pay much attention. He checked up on his divine soul. Somewhat unexpectedly, the heavenly saint's body was worthy of being an excellent dual cultivation physique. With just this one divine encounter, he could feel that the strength of his divine soul had increased quite a bit. The soul body became more condensed, and its quality was also enhanced. In terms of strength, it was a clear enhancement. Lu Zichen after these 3 treasure hunts, he also understood why it was necessary to carry out this kind of matter with Xiao Yan. The innate devil-bodied Alphetus was a top-level physique. If the divine soul couldn't keep up with it, I was afraid that it wouldn't be able to manage that body, including the back when the flesh is actually built. Carrying out true intercourse was also a way to increase the connection between the divine soul and the physical body by grinding with Xiao Yan. However, Lu Zidian also knew that part of the reason for such a great improvement was because it was just the first time. How was it? Was it comfortable? Was it good? Xiaolian Ning's divine soul suddenly opened its mouth. Its tone ghostly. Not bad. Lu Zichen replied frankly. He could already tell what was on Xia Wanning's mind. Xia Evening Ning had a beautiful face, a dusty temperament, and could be said to be perfect except for her head being a bit dull. Lu Zichen as a normal man. It's natural not to have much loyalty left when you're all dressed up here. Only, one is not going to stoop so low as to cajole him into some Japanese-style assassination. On the road of cultivation, strength is honored, and when strength is high, what kind of women are not available? If Xia Wanning still doesn't understand this, and instead of becoming her own booster, she still wants to engage in some kind of court battle, then forget it. What's more, even if it's a divine soul, Xiao Yan is really not bad. He's just being honest and following his heart. Xia Lianning was speechless, and went back to harboring her own anger with herself. Lu Zichen sat down cross-legged. Now that his divine soul was clear and comfortable, he was going to take advantage of this time to perceive the great Tao of heaven and earth, seek the immortal will and cross the threshold. Tianwu Dynasty. Martial arts training ground. Wu Lingkong stood on top of the high platform and looked at the soldiers below wearing a piece of colorful armor. It reflected harshly in the daylight. Armor light to the sun and golden scales open all great men of my Tianwu dynasty. Zhang Haichang was also incredibly excited. He didn't know how long it had been since he had led the martial god army on an expedition. Your Majesty, say a few words to give them a boost of morale. Good. Wu Lingkong gave a long speech, and the soldiers underneath all knelt down on one knee because of their armor. The right hand hammered at his chest in a neat motion, striking the armor with a thud. It resounded throughout the martial arts training ground. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your encouragement. All stand up and get ready to march," Wu Lingkong said. The soldiers at the bottom, however, did not move at all, causing this emperor of the Tianwu dynasty to be a little embarrassed. Zhang Haicheng hurriedly said, "What are you waiting for? Stand." "Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, Great General." Wu Lingkong's face changed, and his eyes stared deathly at Zhang Haicheng. I actually did not find his wolfish ambition before. Now this martial god army are all know Zhang Haicheng, do not know his emperor, but I don't know if it's the influence of the world or what. This peak transitional succession emperor just couldn't think of killing him directly. Instead, they're scheming for some sidetracking. "Zhang Haicheng, for this expedition, I want you to bring along the crown prince, Wu Ao Tian." Out of the shadows stepped a tall man with a handsome face, a tall figure, and a strong aura. With the expression on his face, it made people think that this man was powerful at first glance. A feeling of looking out of the corner of the eye and the king's presence in the 9 heavens appeared. "His Majesty the Crown Prince is out of the gate." "Aha!" Wu Ao Tian spoke in a faint voice. Zhang Haicheng, however, did not dare to relax in the slightest, simply because this crown prince in front of him has been a constant source of vision since he was born. When it was born, a golden dragon flew from beyond and carved a newborn branch. Now, it had been refined into a wooden ring worn on the hand. Every time you make a breakthrough, there must also be a vision. Since his youth, no one of his age could force him to make a second move. Even Zhang Haicheng didn't dare to say that he could definitely win against him. Feeling the abyssal and prison-like aura of him after he emerged from the gate at this moment, he's gotten stronger again. Ao Tian, follow Zhang Haicheng well to experience and learn more and more. "Yes," Zhang Haicheng screamed bitterly, "this is not to study, this is clearly to monitor their awe," but nodded in response. "Let's get going then." "Yes, Father. Yes, Your Majesty. There's another one tonight. Righteous fathers, if you think it's still good, support it and come up with some gifts. Going to starve to death. Bye." Chapter 52, Transition. In the secret room, the slightest hint of demonic aura lingered. Lu Zichen's open eyes snapped open, and satisfaction flashed in his eyes. At the moment, his body was filled with the aura of killing. It was as if it was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, as if it had just come from inside the ancient battlefield. Not bad, sensing the way of killing. Although it's not as good as those very famous ones, but the good thing is that it can evolve. And in the future, if you just need to be careful with your senses, you may not be unable to advance a step in. Lu Zichen felt it carefully and sent down this understanding about the Tao. It is also directly connected to the divine soul. He could later cultivate this body of Xia wanting to the realm of transition, and even beyond, through cultivation. However, if he left this body and reintroduced Xia Waning's divine soul to return, until she senses her own Tao, she wouldn't be able to utilize the full power of this body. And after he, Lu Zichen, arrived in his new body, he didn't need to resensitize himself, and his cultivation speed would be much faster. Still no slip-ups in the heavens. Lu Zichen sighed with emotion, and the transition stage would not be in such a small number. At that time, all that was needed was for the oldest ancestor in the family to step in and occupy a disciple's divine soul, sensing the great Tao for him. Wouldn't that make everyone a fairy? Lu Ziduan stood up and walked out from the secret room, looking towards the sky. It was already cloudy up there. After Lu Zichen sensed the great Tao, the power that had been accumulated in his body was no longer limited, and he quickly came from the Mahayana stage to the threshold of the tribulation. All it takes is a crossing to quench him. Rumble. As the thunder continued, Lu Zichen quickly flew toward the distance. Each and every one of the transitional succession stage powerhouse thunderbolts was impossible for ordinary people to block. If they were to directly cross the threshold in the Xie family, there would only be one that would not come down here. Dark clouds covered the sky, and many people looked at the black clouds and talked, "Who's this crossing over? Is there going to be another powerful person of the transitional succession stage appearing in my eastern wasteland? I don't know if it's from the Putuai Temple or the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty. Maybe it's someone from one of the major sanctuaries." People only dared to talk about it from a distance, but they didn't dare to come close at all. This terrifying thundercloud, just by looking at it, caused one's heart to palpitate, as if the gods and souls were wailing. Xia Yan was also awakened from her sleep by the aura and got up from her couch. Looking at Lu Zichen's distant back, he couldn't say what he felt inside. Touching his belly, The feeling of his divine soul being filled seemed to be still there. After making divine contact with Lu Zichen, it was not only beneficial for him. In her own case, it was also of great benefit. The natural body itself needed this sort of thing for the passage of the orifices, conducive to cultivation. Lu Zichen came to a piece of open space. The divine soul of Xia Lanning inside her body screamed, This, dying. Don't worry. Lu Zidian was not worried at all, looking at the thunderclouds in the sky with a relaxed expression. Will it succeed in crossing the threshold? Asked Xia Wanning. It's going to work. There was a thunderous boom. Inside the robbery cloud, a blue thunderbolt struck down. Lu Zichen raised his hand to block it, and the thunderbolt with its supreme aura just dissolved between heaven and earth. Not bad. With a thought, the human emperor streamer flew out and the body of the fish dragon manifested. He also took advantage of this lightning tribulation to temper his magic weapon, as well as strengthen the fish dragon. Ichthyosaurus called out. Taken aback by the heavenly aura, she made an effort to burrow into Lu Zichen's arms. Lu Ziduan slapped it on the head. Practice for me. Guys, something really went wrong today. It's rather short, and we'll be back tomorrow. Chapter 53, Successful Transition. Practice for me. Lu Ziduan said. The ichthyosaur barked, as if sensing that he was really angry. Reluctantly, he flew out. The sky was rolling with robbery clouds, and one thunderbolt after another kept striking down, exercising the physical body, the divine soul, and the great Tao that Lu Zichen had comprehended. Densely packed, with constant thunder, no living thing existed in the 100-mile radius within the range of this crossing. As the lightning tribulations fell one by one, Lu Zidian's figure remained motionless. These thunderbolts that exuded a destructive aura in the eyes of outsiders. Any one of them could destroy a small power's thunderbolts. With Lu Zichen looking like this, it was as if furry rain had fallen on the body. The sky briefly quieted down, and the robbing clouds that were constantly drifting above it stopped. The pressure disappeared, but the thunderbolt did not dissipate. It was as if it was the last calm before the storm. It's just some thunderbolts. Lu Zichen gently patted the dust off his shoulder, his tone bland. Not in the slightest did he place this heavenly calamity in his eyes. In the sky, a bird suddenly flew in and chirped. Break the peace. Rumble. The voice resounded through the sky. Thunder sounded again, and it was as if the heavens were angered by Lu Zidian's words. Let out a roar and vow to prove yourself. Above the celestial dome, the thunderbolts no longer fell one by one. Instead, there are dozens, hundreds of channels. At the moment, the place had turned into a blue sea of thunder, and both Lu Zidian's and Fish Dragon's figures were engulfed in it. Around Lu Zichen's body, the three Qis hovered around him, the Devil Qi, the Tai Xian Qi, and the Killing Qi. Although the thunderbolt was powerful, it couldn't hurt him in the slightest. The fish dragon wailed and tried to burrow back into the human emperor's streamer. However, he was scared by a look and didn't dare to move, honestly staying in the thunder sea. Dying. Xia Wanning was also yelling. It wasn't because she was timid. It was only because the aura emanating from this thunderbolt was too terrifying. Like everything in the universe will be cleaved to coke inside. The thunder rumbled again. This time no longer just blue. Instead, it was a strip of thunder that was only a bucket thick, but was carrying three colors. In the distance, people who were attracted by the commotion to watch were shocked. This is three-colored thunder? Did I read it right? This kind of thunder has appeared only a handful of times in the entire eastern wasteland. Yes, this kind of power is enormous, and after being struck, it will not only damage the fleshly body and soul, but even more terrifyingly, it will also leave behind Tao injuries. Who the hell is transiting? I can't see it. Don't look. Be careful of staining your karma and drawing the thunderbolt in. Lu Zichen still hadn't changed much, only putting away the fish dragon and the human emperor streamer. The three colors of lightning fell, and the three types of breath protecting him rapidly thinned. But in the end, they didn't harm him. I really didn't expect that you actually attracted the three-colored heavenly thunder. This kind of thunder is something I've only seen in ancient books. Xia Wanning was also very shocked. Lu Zichen shook his head. The strength of the heavenly thunder is related to the physique, to the divine soul, and to the type of great Tao realized. Although the way of killing is not common, it's also not a very rare type of Tao. It's mainly because of your physique, and our divine souls, but we have two divine souls in our bodies. Then you know what kind of physique I have? Xia Lanning asked curiously. Lu Zichen still shook his head, and as he saw this three-colored heavenly thunder disappear, he was much more relaxed. I don't know what this physique of yours is called, I only know that you can grow your cultivation by drinking water and getting high on pills without a single side effect. It's probably an innate cultivation holy body. What kind of holy body is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Xia Lanning asked. Lu Zidian didn't reply and suddenly looked to the sky. What's going on? The robbery cloud hasn't dissipated yet? These he also wondered about, as he scrutinized the books before he crossed over. This has never been done before in a book. The entire eastern wasteland, and even the entire continent, had never seen the three-colored heavenly thunder after. What kind of thunder will it be? I don't know what to say. Who the hell is in there? I don't know. I can only make out that it's wearing black. People were shocked beyond measure. This heavenly thunder today had brought about too many impossibilities. The last thunder appeared. It was slow and it didn't land on Lu Zidian's body. Instead, it twisted violently and evolved into a thunder dragon. Glaring, open-mouthed, he glared at him. Lu Zichen's gaze moved slightly. This was the first time he felt threatened in this thunderbolt. This was different from the creatures that evolved from the previous biling fire fruit. This dragon is as truly evolved from the heavens. The breath, the demeanor, none of it resembled a real dragon. It's reinforced by thunderbolts. Moreover, no one had ever seen when a thunderbolt would evolve into a divine object. The devil statue emerged behind Lu Zichen, and he himself struck a palm forward. The thunder dragon opened its mouth and spat out a ball of thunder to meet it, and the void mist great handprint directly exploded into pieces. The devil statue ran forward, its 6 arms constantly dancing, the shadow of its fists denser than the lightning. The thunder dragon circled into a circle, and with a shake of its body, a sea of thunder covered it. The devil statue smashed against the sea of thunder, punch after punch. Lu Zichen put his fingers on his lips and mouthed the words, while then pointing towards the demonic statue. The centermost head of the demonic statue opened its mouth wide and spat out an eerie green fire that scorched the brontosaurus. The 2 heads next to it also bared their fangs and kept tearing at the brontosaurus. Ow! I don't know how much time has passed. The thunder dragon let out a wail. The figure completely dissipated. The devil statue had broken off one of its heads by now. There were only 3 hands left, and on the pitch-black body, there were also thunder lights constantly flashing, emitting nuisance sounds. The black robocloud dispersed. There was golden light shining from the sky onto Lu Zidian's body. All he felt was the warmth of his divine soul. The comfort is incomparable. That is, with Shaoyan divine intercourse is not as good as this 1%. The power that had previously dissipated in the thunderbolt was now being made up for in full. This is the stage of transition, crossing this thunderbolt and sharpening the divine soul. The immortal tribulation, on the other hand, is to build up the physical body and allow itself to be baptized by heaven and earth. The divine soul and the physical body are both one. It's the immortals. Gosh, this is an immortal tribulation, isn't it? I don't believe it. That Mahayana needs to get through such a horrible tribulation. And I don't believe that Mahayana can get through it either. Yes, I'm afraid that's all there is to it. Even if it's the legendary immortal battle. Yeah, never heard of a thunderbolt that still turns into a dragon. This should be an immortal. The outside had long been surrounded by cultivators, all still immersed in the shock of what they had just seen before their eyes. 3-colored heavenly thunder, and finally, a dragon actually came. Why are you still standing here? Go in and look around. Yes, 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 yes. Maybe we can even be favored by the immortals. Small relief on the ground. Shine on. I don't know who said something before the crowd reacted and rushed inward. Chapter 54, Fighting on the Holy Land of the Sun. Just after reaching the range of the fairy, it was empty, leaving only the slightest hint of destruction after the apocalypse. Where are the people? The people are gone. Why is there no scent of any other cultivator here other than the scent of the heavenly tribulation? Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that this place is a mess, I'd feel like I'm not looking at it right. True feathered immortality? Someone in the crowd speculated. It was unknown how long the eastern wasteland had gone without an immortal who had succeeded in transitional hijacking. No one knows what it will look like after the successful transition. Thus, now that they couldn't sense Lu Zidian's aura, they all thought that another true immortal had appeared in the eastern wasteland. Holy, I can't take it anymore. The lingering heavenly calamity aura here is too heavy. I can't take it anymore. Yeah, originally I just wanted to come and watch the fun, but I ended up hitching a ride on a magic treasure in order to fend off this aura. Quickly spread the news. Not only the eastern wasteland, but all the other 4 domains as well. This is the pride of our eastern wasteland. Ha ha ha. From now on I'll be the one who has watched the ascension to immortality. And I declare that for the next 3 months. I'll talk about it when I drink with others. The crowd dispersed in all directions and passed the news on. On the other hand, Lu Zidians observed how he had changed after the heavenly tribulation. The divine soul became more solid. And now, he looked down at the sky. Mountains are no longer mountains and water is no longer water. It was as if he had touched something, but he was only a dodo after all. It's far from the ability to see the world for what it is. But, at least this gave Lu Zichen hope that perhaps one day in the future, when his cultivation had truly reached the absolute peak, perhaps, he could leave this world and return to his homeland. I was really scared to death just now. I've never seen a lightning tribulation take shape before. Xia Wanning still had palpitations in her heart. Lu Zichen didn't answer. He didn't know how to answer. After all, this kind of thing was practically unheard of. Call out the ichthyosaur. At this moment, there were still hints of lightning on its body, and there were even some scorched black on its fish scales, but these injuries were minor. Just a few superficial wounds that only required some medication. Just as he had guessed, this kind of heavenly tribulation that uplifted the divine soul was indeed capable of upgrading the strength of a soul like the fish dragon. Now it had a stronger soul body, and in time, it might be able to cultivate its soul body into a physical body. Lu Zichen was now surprised to find that the fish dragon had been sharpened after this particular calamity. The body even took on a touch of thunder power. I have to say that this kind of thunderbolt is truly magical. The fish dragon was the artifact spirit of the human emperor streamer, and it still carried some demonic aura. However, it was actually possible to make the ichthyosaurus all take on something as rigid and masculine as thunder through the baptism of thunder light. Attack and show me. Lu Zichen pointed towards a mountain in front of him. The ichthyosaur responded, and then the scales on its body began to emit a blue light, spreading along the inside lines of the scales towards the horns on top of its head. Shoo! An ear-piercing sound came out as lightning shot out, blasting towards the mountain in front of him. It pierced a large hole straight through the mountain. There are cracks appearing on that big mountain. After a few seconds, it simply crumbled. Nice power, Lu Zidian said in a nonchalant manner before flying towards the Holy Land of the Sun. Now, he had reached the transition stage. Not to say that he could fight all over the Eastern Wasteland. At least, no one in this Eastern Wasteland would be able to leave him behind anymore. There are some things that should be cleared up. There's one more chapter that's being hand-coded. Sun Sanctuary. The Sun Saint Lord looked at the sky with boredom. He was the only one among the several great Holy Lands who, as a Holy Lord, hadn't been involved in the front lines of the Great War with the Devil Dao. Right now, several of their Holy Lands, the Putua Temple, and the Heavenly Martial Dynasty had all drawn their respective elite sons and daughters. The Holy Lords of the several Holy Lands even all left, leaving only some elders still around. Lu Zidan was in a corner, throwing aside a disciple who was foaming at the mouth and had just finished having his soul searched. Jia Jia laughed strangely. That is to say, right now, the several Holy Lands, other than this waste of a person, the Sun Saint Lord, are all swarming with dragons. Alas, it's really tiring. It seems that several holy places have to be uprooted all at once. Lu Zichen was eager to see that the Taishan Holy Land had something as precious as the Taishan scripture. I wonder what's in these holy places again. Lu Zichen rose up in the air. The human emperor streamer floated, and his large sleeves were rolled up. Countless souls flew out, while the ichthyosaurus drew at the forefront. It loved this new trick of its own, and the unicorn horn on its head kept shooting out thunderbolts. Who? Has the devil's way reached the rear to come? The Sun Saint Lord's body temperature rose abruptly, and his breath spewed out like a blazing sun. Who is it that dares to come and violate my Sun Holy Land? Without any nonsense, Lu Zichen condensed the Taishan sword in his hand, merged with the immortal sword fragment, and chopped away with a single strike. The Holy Lord of the Sun was greatly alarmed. I don't know who this person is, but this kind of character that doesn't push when he can do something. It reminded him inexplicably of a woman who had terrified him for the rest of his life, Xia Wanning. After all, in the past, enemies were arrogant enough to say a few words of nonsense before battle. The Sun Saint Lord catalyzed his entire body's spiritual energy, and the scorching breath traveled from the dantian to the limbs and all the meridians throughout his body. Yang fire, a red flames burned in his hand, the color changing from red to blue to white as the temperature rose. It was a flame that he had catalyzed with his origin. The power is extremely high, and if cultivated to the peak, it is said to be comparable to the legendary Samadhi True Fire. The Holy Lord of the Sun pushed forward, and white flames distorted space and drifted towards the swordlight. Surely there are good feats. Satisfied, Lu Zichen watched as his swordlight was engulfed by this flame. His body trembled, not with fear, but with excitement. He himself, a transitional stage, was actually able to be given the next move by this kind of Mahayana stage griffin. It seemed that every holy place was worth a trip to him. Between thoughts, the sword in his hand did not stop. The Holy Lord of the Sun screamed in agony, having thought that getting the sword light was a big move. As a result, looking at this, it's just a flat A from someone else. His young fire was very spiritually draining, and now he had only received 3 swords. He was already spiritually drained. There were elders at the bottom who wanted to come and help, only to be hacked to death by Lu Zichen's sword as soon as they approached. The disciples wanted to escape, but they realized that at some point a large formation had already trapped them. Be a man and leave a thread. The Sun Saint Lord gritted his teeth. It's not like we're going to see each other later. Lu Zidwan returned, and with a sword chop, the Sun Saint Lord was cut in half. Catalyzed the Sun God Furnace. At the last later moment when the Sun Saint Lord was absorbed into the human Emperor streamer, he shouted. Immediately afterward, Lu Zidian watched as a large 4-legged cauldron flew towards him. Chapter 55, Can you still play like this? Directly robbing. Up. With a loud cry, a 4-legged round tripod flew towards Lu Zichen. The large cauldron rotated, and the space around it was worn out. The topmost furnace lid constantly flipping over and making a thumping sound, like something was going to come out. Inside, some sparks kept coming out between the opening and closing of the lid of the furnace, emitting horrible heat. A few of the old men's foreheads were sweating, and 2 flames flared up at their shoulders. Together with the spiritual fire at the dantian, there were a total of 3 balls of young fire, turning all parts of the body into one. A red shroud of light around them gathered them together. Before the solar furnace was destroyed, they will receive no harm. The fiery red spiritual energy was continuously channeled towards the sun god furnace. Devil, be put to death. Several people said in unison, their words full of confidence. There was a rumor in their sun sanctuary. When the sun god's furnace comes out, all the devils in the world are exhausted. Lu Zichen didn't panic in the slightest. He had even survived that kind of heavenly tribulation. He would still be afraid of these things, but his eyes lit up. It's really good stuff. It's really good stuff. He put away the Taishian sword. This baby can't be splintered. This isn't the least bit weaker than the Taishian sword judging from the breath. If the 5 holy places all had such a treasure, then he's going to be rich. Chop it quick. It's going to crash. Xia Lanning was anxious. There's no need to rush. I have my own way of making sure this doesn't go to waste. Lu Zichen didn't panic and raised his hand to cast a barrier, stopping the sun god furnace outside. The terrifying rotation that could grind away the void did not cause the slightest damage to this barrier. This is the difference between a transition and a Mahayana. It wasn't the amount of spiritual power. It wasn't the power of divine abilities. It was the crushing of the divine soul after crossing the thunder tribulation. A mole is a mole. How can it not shake the sky? Lu Zichen grabbed the Sun Saint Lord's soul and directly searched it before throwing it into the human emperor streamer. At once, countless memories flooded in. Lu Zichen settled his mind and quickly found what he wanted for himself. Solar furnace manipulation method. A few old men looked at each other when they saw the divine furnace rotting outside the barrier before nodding in unison. The hand gestures changed, making several seals, as a character appeared. The old man's face instantly paled considerably, and the spinning sun god furnace came to a violent halt. The lid quivered a few times before a rush of fire erupted. Several balls of flame flew out of the furnace opening. It was small, unobtrusive, and it felt like all it took was a breeze to blow him out. It can only go so far? An old man lamented. There's no need to panic. When the divine fire comes out, no one will be able to stop it. It's a flame that can burn everything. On the other side, the old man spoke confidently, only to see that above the sky, the originally impenetrable barrier emitted a nuisance sound, and cracks soon appeared. The unobtrusive flame was devouring it at an alarming rate. What is this man doing with his eyes closed? Ha ha ha. I'm only afraid that I've sensed the power of my divine furnace and tied my hands. It's just a pity that the Holy Lord still didn't survive. Despite that person's words, regret was not seen between his words. Instead, he was still happy. Humph, it's best that it's gone. A stupid reckless man, look at what he's gotten us into here. An old man with the most powerful aura said, originally, we just couldn't compare to Tai Xian. But now, even Tai Hung's group of losers are on top of us. I think it would be better for me to take this Holy Lord position. Great Elder, you said it. You're right. Someone flattered. No, you guys, look in the sky. Several people raised their heads and looked up, only to see Lu Zichen open his eyes. 2 flames also ignited on his shoulders, and with a flip of his palms, fiery red spiritual energy continued to vaporize. And then, he actually directly grabbed that furnace lid and pressed it down with a deadly force. The divine fire that had made these people so proud this day was simply and roughly pressed out. Open. Just kidding. This is in just a few seconds. And he already knows how to manipulate the sun god furnace? Don't freeze. He's grabbing the control of the sun god furnace from us. Make a move. The Grand Elder suddenly shouted, waking up the crowd. Once again, he activated his spiritual energy and started a tug-of-war with Lu Zidian above the sky. It's just that the gap between the two sides is so obvious. Lu Zichen didn't change his face. And even with just one hand, the sun god furnace was slowly flying towards him. Come on, come on, come on. A group of old men below shouted, their faces grimacing. It just didn't have the slightest effect. As Lu Zichen gradually familiarized himself with it, the speed at which the fireplace flew away even accelerated. No! With a desperate sound, the sun god furnace completely lost contact with them and became smaller in size, falling into Lu Zichen's palm. The soul mark on the top was also worn away, and it was followed by his own mark. Finally, I know why NTR is so good. It's so soothing to have someone else's thing in your shape. It can still be like this? Xia Lianning was shocked, fighting and snatching other people's weapons away. Why can't it be like this? They can manipulate this furnace and I can't? What's more, this is originally my stuff. It's just temporarily stored with them. Lu Zichen took it for granted. And then he looked down at the group of old men with faces like ashes, and said to Fish Dragon, go on, kill them all. Lu Zidian was not idle either. Using his spiritual energy to catalyze the sun god furnace, the lid of the furnace flipped open, and a ball of flame that was unknown how much larger than the ones cast by those people before flew out. It could no longer even be called a flame, but a fireball. Lu Zichen himself was taken aback. After all, the flames of those people earlier were many times bigger. The eyes of the people at the bottom were also wide open. They never knew that the sun god's furnace had such power. Lu Zichen made the divine furnace spew out so many flames with a casual try? It's as if you've put your best foot forward and never seen your wife at her best, and others are just slightly out of their reach. The fireball drifted within the sanctuary. In just an instant, an unknown number of cultivators were instantly melted by this white bone. Lu Ziduan all rushed to collect the souls in the human emperor streamers, so they wouldn't go to waste. The divine furnace has been taken away. We have no face to see the ancestors of my holy land. These people were so disheveled that they sat paralyzed on the ground, not even resisting in the face of the fish dragon's attack. Don't worry, you won't go to hell and you won't see your ancestors. I'll take you all to immortality with me. Come into my streamer. The fish dragon blasted several people's flesh to pieces and opened its mouth, sucking them into the human emperor streamer. GG. The next step is to check for leaks. He looked down as the lid of the divine furnace closed. The flames disappeared and the spirit reappeared. Search them all carefully, and don't spare a single one. Guys, went to watch the women's ping pong final today. IO2. 000 words, so I'll make it up tomorrow. The adversary here kneels to all the righteous fathers and begs for forgiveness. Chapter 56, 5 Great Sacred Grounds from the same lineage? Make up for what's owed. I'll make up the chapter 10 from yesterday, and I have 2 more chapters for the evening, which I'm hand-coding. The righteous son knelt down again, pleading once more for the forgiveness of all the righteous fathers. Text begins. Lu Ziduan opened his mouth. The spell formation still hadn't disappeared, and now not a fly could come in here. Just leave the decimation to these spirits. He looked to Fish Dragon. If anyone runs away, I'll put you to the test. Roar. The ichthyosaur barked in response. Lu Zichen flew towards the treasure trove. Now it was time for the most exciting moment again. Whether it's in a game or in reality, the unboxing session after beating a copy is the best moment. Push the door open and break the spell above it. It would be great to have the inside of those 5 materials, Lu Ziduan said, and then walked in. The decorations inside were still very different from the Taishan Holy Land. I don't know if it was because of the Sun Saint Lord's own personality. The decorations inside were elegant and low-key compared to the Taishan Holy Land. Simply, and earthy and luxurious. This, Sun Holy Lord's aesthetic needs to be improved. Xia Lanning spat. Who cares? This kind of person doesn't just like to collect all kinds of treasures. Lu Zichen swept the side of his eyes and kept his hands moving, probably having a number in mind. He put it into the storage space. It seems that because of going to fight the devil's way, a lot of things were taken away from here. This time when they seized the treasure, it could clearly be felt that the Sun Holy Land's possessions were quite a bit less than Taishan's. Even if the strength was a bit weaker, the gap wouldn't be that big. After ransacking the treasure trove, Lu Ziduan walked up to an orange-red jade slip. There are only 2 words on it. Sun, which is the foundation of the Sun Holy Land. The Sun Scripture. The Sun Sutra speaks of the three fires that practitioners are born with. That is, 2 on the shoulders, and 1 on the top of the head. The fire of the soul, the fire of the spirit, the fire of the spirit. First, he had to be able to manifest it when he was fighting, and then he slowly returned to 1, cultivating and fusing all 3 flames inside his dantian. The 3 fires come together to form the Yang fire. This was also the reason why there was a difference between those elders and the Sun Saint Lord during the previous battle. In fact, just now, during the soul search, Lu Zidian had already learned it. Now it's just to come and destroy the jade slip. With a fierce pinch of his hand, he made the jade slip into powder, and suddenly, a ball of red gas drilled out from inside the jade slip and lunged towards Lu Zichen. There's a backstory? Lu Zidian cast a barrier in front of his body, but it didn't do anything, no matter what means were exerted. The red chi ignored it and flew straight towards his brow. The red chi entered from the center of the brow and exited from the sea of consciousness, hovering above the spiritual platform as if searching for something. What is it? What is it doing? Lu Zichen frowned, and with a wave of his hand, the door to the treasure vault closed, laying down several prohibitions, and then he sank down and watched carefully. This red chi was also within the sea of consciousness, and it didn't show any aggression, at least not yet. Could it be that he's looking for something inside you? Xia Lian Ning spoke up. Well, I feel the same way. Come to think of it, it seemed that the only thing that could have a relationship with this Sun Holy Land was something from the Taishan Holy Land. With a thought, he pulled out the remnants of the Taishan Sutra. As soon as the green character came into contact with this red chi, a strange change occurred. Within the treasure vault, in the sealed illusionary realm, a gust of wind rose up for no apparent reason, and Lu Zidian was blown around with his black hair in disarray. Watch the gate for me. Lu Zichen transmitted his voice to the fish dragon outside. He didn't know what it was yet, but a good safeguard was accurate. Look, the characters of the Taishan scripture have changed. Xia Lanning stared at the top of the sea of consciousness, only to see that the Taishan Sutra had turned into a green ball of gas at some point. It intertwined with the red mass of qi and spun around, seemingly slowly fusing, like a red and green Tai Chi, and then it spun faster and faster and finally came to a violent stop. The 2 colored air masses suddenly separated again, and something unexpected happened to Lu Zidian. The air mass slowly contracted, first into a liquid state, and then a solid state. Finally, the 2 jade slips, which had been destroyed long ago, remanifested with a flash of white light. Lu Zichen was briefly lost in thought, regaining his sight again. The sea of consciousness had regained its calm, with only a colorless stone tablet floating on it. 3 words were engraved at the top, Taicho Sutra. Below that is just a sentence, and an image. In the beginning of time, when heaven and earth were opened and divided, the balance of yin and yang was called the mystery. The characters are strong and powerful, and the strokes are ordinary, yet extraordinary. Just by looking at it, one could feel as if he had realized something, but there was an invisible film. Let it be ineffable. Ineffable. The progress bar stuck at the last 99, and the pattern underneath shows 4 large characters yin, yang, ping and hon placed at the corners to form a square. At the center of its intertwined diagonal lines was the word xian. At this moment, the 2 large characters yang and xian had both lit up, one emitting a red light and the other a green light. A line connecting them is also intertwined with red and green. So the reason the Taishan Sutra and the Sun Sutra are both remnants is because they actually come from the same vein? Lu Zichen understood. He first thought that Taishan Sun 2 different gong methods. I really didn't realize that there was such a connection. But come to think of it, as of now, what the Sun cultivated was one's innate fire, and what Taishan cultivated was one's innate qi. In fact, the 2 cannot be said to be unconnected. I really didn't expect that there would be such a windfall. Lu Zichen looked at the stone tablet. There were still the words yin, ping, and heng that hadn't lit up. It must be to take a walk in these holy places. I'm afraid these people would never have imagined that the 5 great holy lands actually come from the same lineage. But it's also true that those people hate to worship these jade slips when they see them. Where would they dare to pinch them? If I didn't pinch them, I wouldn't be able to make such a gain. I wonder if these treasures will fuse into one? Lu Zichen walked out of the treasury, and there were no more living people outside. The entire sanctuary was in shambles, and the ichthyosaurus flew over to show that he had taken it seriously. There will never be anyone left out. Lu Zichen didn't comment on it, he just stomped his feet. Now that he was already a transition, it couldn't be easier to turn over the land. The dirt was turning over, and indeed there was no living soul to be seen. Good. Find something good for you to eat then. The ichthyosaur screamed again, and the two short fins actually curved up, the head raised, and the whole fish stood upright. The living image of a man with his arms crossed and a haughty expression. Chapter 57 Exterminating the Five Great Holy Lands. Lu Zichen raised his hand and took the fish dragon back into the human emperor streamer. Now it seems all those rumors about the Holy Land were false. That something about the Taishan scripture being discovered by the Taishan Saint Master during his adventures might be covering something up. Not even the truth has been passed down. Otherwise, it was impossible for the five holy places to still get along so harmoniously. It was long ago that they fought over this Taichu Sutra. Lu Zichen flew towards several other holy places. Now there was the tablet in his head with the engraving of the beginning of time. The motivation to eliminate several other holy places has increased considerably. Jia. I want to see what this Taichu scripture is. 1/5 of it will support the cultivation of a holy place, especially this yang flame, Tai Xian Qi. Every single one taken out is a top-level divine ability. Silent Abyss Scholar. Saint Lord Taiyin suddenly sneezed. Strange, why do I have a bad feeling about this? He was a bit surprised that his cultivation level had already reached Mahayana. It is reasonably unlikely that the symptoms would still be there. Don't worry, now that the main force of the Devil's Way has been stalled by us. Besides, there's still the Sun Saint Lord, the heavenly martial emperor in the back, so there's no need to be in too much of a hurry. The Holy Lord of Peace had a frank face and carried his hands behind his back. Humph, that old fox, Wu Lingkong, will definitely not make a move when he sees that our Holy Land is in trouble. As for the Sun Saint Lord, which douchebag, he'll help, but that fool, I'm still a bit distrustful. Saint Lord Taiyin disdained it. The Sun side were just some simple-minded, four-legged people. Say, when's the fight? It's better to get back early after the fight. With his sense of relaxation drawn out, the Holy Lord of Taihang reclined on top of one of the rocking chairs, holding a glass of wine and savoring it carefully. If it hadn't been so dark in the distance, I would have thought he was on vacation. Wu Ao Tian, Zhang Haichang, and Wu Lingyan stood at the very front. Your Highness, when are we going to do it? Zhang Haichang asked for instructions, respectfully, and it was only during this time that he realized it. This prince had actually arrived at the Mahayana stage. This kind of cultivation speed, he only knew which Xia family master Xia Evening Ning could match. However, there seemed to be some kind of special physique in the prince, though poking around for days was well unclear. However, he believed that the crown prince was the best of his class, and if the two went head to head, Wu Ao Tian will win. There is no hurry. Wu Ao Tian's expression was light, and then he looked at the python-robed man next to him. Uncle Ling Yun, how long before the people from Putua Temple arrive? I don't know. Those monks have always acted oddly. Amitabha Buddha. Monks don't lie. Master Wu. A pair of monks walked up and looked off into the distance. At the very front stood the underworld god sect master, the 7 Buddha temples presiding officer and a few others. Next to them were several large flags, with a large demonic character written in bright red blood on the black flag cloth. The two sides faced each other, thundering and raining, with no new developments for a long time. The underworld god sect master was in no hurry and just dragged it out. Compared to the seriousness of the righteous side, the devil's side was much more relaxed, playing spirit cards, drinking, whatever. Since all the people are already here, let's send 2 teams to try it out first. When Wu Lingyun gave the order, 2 small force heads immediately rushed out, wanted to show off in front of this prince, just as they were urgently confronting each other up ahead. Rear, Lu Zichen had arrived above the Holy Land of Peace. There was no Holy Lord here, it was more of a rabble, and the formation pattern under his feet spread out in all directions, seal off the entire Holy Land. And then the sun god furnace flew out from his palm. Constantly rotating, the lid of the furnace flipped open and endless young fire poured down from within, turning the entire Holy Land into a sea of fire. Enemy attack, enemy attack. This is the yang fire of the Sun Holy Land's treasure. The Sun Sanctuary has mutinied. The Sun Sanctuary has mutinied. The people at the bottom were quickly burned to ashes amidst the terrifying flames. The entire Holy Land hadn't even struck a few decent skills under the might of the Sun God's furnace. It was just a complete overthrow with a scream. Walking into the treasure trove, without much movement, emptied it all. And then he picked up the Taiping Sutra and fiercely pinched it, and a white aura drilled into Lu Zichen's mind, turning into a jade slip. This time it was fast, just a few moments. It will be fused into that stone tablet. At the same time, the image on top of the stone tablet, representing the rune of the word ping, lit up. Lu Zidian could clearly feel that the thin film that had prevented him from comprehending the Taichu Sutra had obviously disappeared quite a bit. Not bad. Now there are only 2 holy places left, Tai Yin and Tai Hung. The only thing was that there were no good treasures like the Taishian sword or the sun god furnace in the treasure trove. It seems that all of them were taken by those holy lords who went to the front line. Lu Zichen flew towards the other 2 holy places. Without the sacred lords them, Lu Zichen merely used the living souls in the human emperor's streamer. They then had no possibility of resisting in the slightest. It's so cold. What's all this? Isn't the magic path all ahead? The 2 holy places were all wiped out in less than a day. Since then, the 5 holy lands that were entrenched in the eastern wasteland region were all destroyed. Almost there. Got both scriptures. Find a safe place, before fusing it. This thing, the Taicho Sutra, is not simple, and a complete fusion would certainly cause quite a commotion. Return to the Xie family and enter the secret room. Lu Zidian set up a ban and sealed the cave entrance. The 2 jade slips were crushed in his hands, and the 2 colors of black and gray swirled into his mind. The images on top of the stone tablet all lit up, and the threads connecting the 5 characters appeared bright. The energies flow into each other. The words ping, hung, and hung became the transit point for yin and yang. All of the energy that was channeled out entered the Xian character. The stone tablet began to tremble. In the beginning of time, when heaven and earth were opened and divided, the balance of yin and yang was called the mystery. An indifferent, androgynous voice sounded in his head. These 16 words detached themselves from the stone tablet, fluttering and changing within the sea of consciousness. The savage aura filled the chamber. A vision keeps appearing. The golden lotus, the dragon and phoenix, the stars, the sky, the building of wood. An ancient and pale picture shows various myths and legends. The 16 characters kept arranging and combining to form a symbol that had never been seen before. What a spectacle! This is simply unimaginable. Xie Lianning looked at the visions that filled the sky and was stunned. If Lu Zichen hadn't made preparations in advance. I'm only afraid that these wonders have long attracted an unknown number of people. It also reflects how precious this scripture really is. The Taicho Sutra was thus composed out of 16 characters, and then the words floating in the sky fell on top of the stone tablet. The scriptures were formed to be read. Chapter 58 Evolution of Heaven and Earth. Scripture of the beginning of the world. Lu Ziduan added a few more prohibitions. No matter what, stability was paramount. Just now under the impact of the vision. These measures are perilously close to being untenable. Now he's going to read this scripture. And we don't know what's going to happen then. Why can't I read it anymore? Only the first 16 words. Xia Lanning wondered. She stared at the stone tablet floating above the sea of consciousness, her eyes wide open but unable to read anything. Looks like this is something only I can read. Lu Zichen secretly said inwardly, satisfied beyond measure. It means that this treasure is not destined for you. A reply. Lu Zichen sank his mind and began to observe carefully. Just a quick look around and it suddenly went dark. Xia Lianning also disappeared into a sea of consciousness, and he seemed to be the only one left in the pale heavens and earth. He looked to his palm, which was somewhat transparent. Was he in the form of a spirit body? Moreover, Lu Ziduan couldn't feel the slightest bit of aura in this space. Everything is formless and primitive. More primitive than chaos. It's like before the dawn of time. Lu Zichen took a step forward. Gravity reversed, and his entire body suddenly fell over. Heaven and earth, at this moment, seemed not to be separated. Suddenly, a tall silhouette appeared in front of him. His muscles were like sculptures and his skin color was bronze. Bearded hair, not trimmed in the slightest, was full of wildness. The whole man was naked, with only a piece of cloth blocking the critical areas. This is Pangu? Lu Zichen had a guess in his heart. Pangu picked up his giant axe and swung it violently into the air. Click! A violent sound rang out, and a white crack appeared in this dark space. And then it widened and widened and widened and widened. And in the end, everything was split in two. Heaven and earth, sun and moon, mountains and rivers, sea and earth. Time passes slowly and everything changes. Lu Ziduan watched the mulberry fields turn into the ocean, and then watched the ocean turn into mulberry fields. Everything slowly evolved in Lu Zichen's eyes. Gradually, creatures began to appear, roosting in caves, scurrying across the plains, and looking down on the earth from the air. Lu Ziduan then took on a translucent appearance, observing all of this as a bystander. All the changes in heaven and earth were unfolding in front of him at an astonishing speed. Time passed, humans were formed, and then monks appeared. The view was suddenly distanced, and everything became small, finally dissolving into a point of light. Extraterrestrial, extraterrestrial. Xia Lianning's voice came from the far end, getting closer and more anxious. Lu Zichen came back to his senses, and everything in front of him became normal. Why? What's the shouting for? What else are you doing? I've been calling out to you for 3 or 4 days now and you haven't responded. I thought you'd gone off the deep end practicing kung fu. It really scared me to death. Xia Wanning patted her chest, visibly relieved. 3 or 4 days? Lu Zichen was a bit surprised that the time that had just evolved. Starting from the opening of the heavens and earth by Pangu, to the emergence of cultivators. In his perception, it was only a few short seconds. I didn't realize it would take 3 or 4 days. This gong method is too amazing, and it seems I haven't even started yet? Lu Zichen felt it carefully, and he still didn't know what the Taichu Sutra really was. But that's the good stuff. The more difficult it is, the more precious it means. Moreover, after observing the evolution of heaven and earth once more, Lu Zichen's understanding of the Tao, of heaven and earth, and of the rules of the Tao had gone up another level. This stone tablet, what a good thing. Wait, you're saying, it's been 3 or 4 days? Lu Ziden mentioned it, snapping back from the joy of obtaining such a rare treasure. Yeah, it's been 3 or 4 days. Xia Lanning replied. That Immortal's Cave is about to start. The last time I heard the news when I went to the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty to wreak havoc. It seemed to be in the past 2 days. Lu Zichen walked towards the outside and pulled Xiao Yan into the secret room. After seeing the seams, taking time out of his busy schedule, and making godly friends with Xiao Yan, Unplugging Ruthless got dressed and ran towards the Immortal's Cave. Xiao Yan looked at his departing back and deflated her mouth, somewhat aggrieved. Lu Zichen had taken the fastest path to the woman's heart. Again, the experience of the illusion is there. Right now, Xiao Yan's emotions towards Lu Zidian were very complicated. Respect, love and fear, although it was only a godly friendship, but she also longed for Lu Zichen to be able to after what happened, holding her and whispering in her ear, soothing her properly. But she also understood that if she didn't still have a use for Lu Zichen with this physique, I'm afraid that I would have died long ago, and even the Xiao family would cease to exist. Thinking of this, she forced herself to endure the soreness coming from her divine soul and sat down cross-legged. She had to cultivate well and improve her cultivation, in an effort to make Lu Ziden look at her a few more times. Where the Immortal's Cave was, many cultivators had already come. It's just that not many people came because of the war between the righteous and the devil. And basically, they were all from the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty. After all, the news was circulated only after the war had begun. In his time, the elite sons and daughters of the great Holy Lands had long since been drawn away. And with the destruction of all the holy places a few days ago, even less people could come. Immortal's Cave, maybe there will be some immortal treasure in it is not certain. It is also possible that those 5 kinds of materials, Lu Ziden's heart was expecting it. His immortal sword fragment could be a piece of immortal treasure that had repeatedly built up its strength when fighting. I wonder what will come out of this operation. Chapter 59 Thought Gaming. Brainstorming on both sides. There's more in the evening. It's being hand-coded. Lu Ziduan stood still, quietly waiting for the Immortal Cave's secret realm to open. Letting go of his divine sense, he listened to the talk of everyone present and gathered information. Suddenly, a man came running in a panic. It's bad. It's bad. All of the 5 Holy Lands have been exterminated. The people in the room first stared, then laughed. Where did the madman come from? How many days has it been since the Taishan sacred ground was destroyed? Now that my righteous cultivators have already pressed in with a large army, where will the Devil's Way be able to vacate its hands? A person from the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty said righteously, and the words turned to look at the person who ran. The way I see it, you're a spy of the Devil's Way. Now that the opening of the cave is imminent, you're just coming over here, spreading some fake news to mess with our minds. After finishing, the Tianwu Imperial Dynasties fiercely drew their long swords and decapitated the one who ran to them. This person's mind was obvious, that he wanted to establish authority for the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty before the opening of the secret realm. Moreover, the news that the 5 Holy Lands were suddenly destroyed was simply appalling and unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid, no one would have believed it. Lu Zichen closed his eyes and said in his heart, it's amazing that this news spread so slowly. This has gone on for so long before it comes out. It was also unknown how those holy lords in front of them would react when they heard about it. Above the battlefield, there was a lot of shouting and killing. Cultivators with low and weak cultivation were acting as pawns and cannon fodder at the time of every great battle. In the middle of a palace, the scouts from several major powers came to report one after another, brought back news of the destruction of the Holy Land. Saint Lord Taihan laughed out loud after hearing this. This person of the demonic path has good tactics. To actually have the ability to change all of the news that our scouts have poked around back. And also all of the holy places have been destroyed. How is this possible? Saint Lord Taihong took out a jade slip. And images were projected inside. Truly miserable images of the 5 great holy lands after they were destroyed. Look at that. The image is so realistic. If not for the last of the monks arriving a few days ago and bringing news of a worry-free rear, I really believe it. The sacred Lord of Peace also nodded his head and gently took a sip of wine. Yeah, if the news is true, it would be the same as someone taking out our 4 remaining holy lands in one fell swoop not long after these cultivators set out. Within just a few days. It's the personal visit of a transitional succession stage powerhouse. And it would never take just this much time. Saint Lord Taiyan's brows were tightly locked, and one of his index fingers resting on his knee unconsciously kept wiggling. Why do I always feel like something's wrong? The heart panics for no reason. He touched up his chest, a little annoyed. It's fine. This is just a tactic of the devil's way, wanting to use this to force us to withdraw our troops. But this also precisely reflects that the people of the devil's way are already weak-minded. And they're cowed. Your Majesty the Crown Prince, we should take advantage of the victory and step up our efforts. Zhang Haicheng clasped his fists and looked toward the main seat. Indeed, if he told us that one holy land was destroyed, this would be something to consider. But these 4 holy lands being destroyed in a short period of time, this is impossible. His Majesty the Father, the Abbot of Putua Temple, and the Holy Lord of the Sun, are all still sitting in the rear, so if something really goes wrong, it's impossible for them to ignore it. Wu Ao Tian's eyes stared, slapping the table and standing up. His hand swung forward violently. Increase the offense. Yes, Your Majesty the Crown Prince is wise. The Devil's Palace. The Underworld God Sect Master was also looking at the information in his hand. Looking downward, he spoke slowly. Gentlemen, what do you think? How do I look at it? I look at it horizontally and vertically, and I can see that the righteous path is weak-minded. It's an empty city trick here. The palace master of the Heavenly Devil Palace had now recovered a body. With the help of the Underworld God Sect Master, the aura now was actually stronger than it was then. What does this say? Look, Your Holiness, this news, it's obviously false. They put it out, inevitably just to bluff. You see, first they put out a show of weakness so that we could take advantage of the situation. But at this level, who wouldn't have thought of that? So their real intention is the second level, to make us think they are deceitful and not dare to act rashly. However, I was on the 3rd floor, and I already saw their trickery, and there is only one truth for them to use this kind of trickery, and that is weakness of heart, and that is fear. So we have one word. Fight. The Heavenly Devil Palace Master analyzed the head, layer after layer of reasoning like a cocoon. A crowd of shouts of approval came from below. The Underworld God Sect Master was a bit surprised. When did this brain of yours become so good? It's always been this good. Besides, I'm best at mind games. The Heavenly Devil Palace Master was pleased that he had finally made a good show of being a saint in front of people. Would it be too complicated? The presiding officer of the 7 Buddha Temple asked. Old bald donkey, I think you've really cultivated your evil Buddha silly. The Heavenly Demon Palace Master disdainfully said, before looking upwards. Sect Master, opportunities are not to be lost, and loss is not to be missed. In my opinion, it is better to make plans early. The Underworld God Sect Master nodded his head after a little contemplation. That said, it makes sense. The righteous path is showing weakness. Let's capitalize on it. And then he slapped the table and jerked to his feet with a wave of his hand. Increase the offense. Lu Ziduan was still unaware of some of his behavior. It had already set off a furor up front that had the schemers on both sides in a frenzy of brainstorming. The place is pretty much full. Ahead, on a flatland, a spatial fluctuation suddenly came. A white subdimensional space channel appeared without warning. At the same time, there was a white puff of gas floating out. Spraying the crowd made them feel nothing but a rush of comfort. Is this the legendary immortal energy? Someone muttered something. What did I just see? So many beautiful women. All around me. So many spirit stones. I'm rich. Am I in fairyland? Lu Zidian also had a momentary trance. Truly worthy of being in Immortal's cave. Just a mere appearance. It was actually able to make himself, who was in the transitional stage, also affected. Then, more and more people began to come to their senses. But even if they didn't communicate, they all tacitly chose not to wake up the people beside them and flew towards the cave entrance. After all, One less person. One less competitor. Until a young girl with an innocent temperament and ordinary appearance suddenly stood out. Shaking the bell in his hand made a sound that shook everyone awake. And then with a kindly face, he said, "A little trickery. You all can't fall back here. We'll all go in together to make it a fair fight. Ha ha ha, senior sister is really understanding." Chapter 60, Virgin White Lotus. Luo Yao Yao. Pinched red eyes literature. Lu Zichen looked toward the source of the sound. Eyes suddenly widened. Good lord. If not for the fact that he was certain that Xie Qianqian's divine soul was staying in his human emperor streamer, he all thought Xie Qianqian had been reincarnated and reborn. Actually, when you look closely, the features are a little different, but overall it's all bland and nothing stands out. Just with a white dress, it looks like the temperament is clear and pure and lovely. The temperament simply comes out of one person. Combine that with what she just said, and the move to wake everyone up. Lu Zichen already had a decision in his mind. It's a character in the female frequency, but it's not the same as Xia Qianshan Little Green Tea. It's a Madonna White Lotus. Why does this person look so much like my sister? Xia Wanning also looked dumbfounded. Who knows? Maybe that's the route that such characters in the female frequency take. Lu Ziduan spat out a sentence, and then directly scolded without mercy. But she is quite kind. Xia Lanning said. All of them woke up the others. What a retard. Lu Zichen directly scolded. Dirty words could not be held inside. Otherwise it was his own heart that was dirty. This illusion itself is to enter the secret realm short test. Now he shouted the people who did not pass to wake up. Is not to increase the other people's competition difficulties. This is simply being generous at the expense of others. Relieving others of their money. And demonstrating your own goodness at the expense of others. Xia Lianning listened in a daze. And then after thinking for a moment, she nodded her head. It seems like that's really what's going on. You're so good at seeing things so deeply. It's not great. It's just a different way of thinking. Just as Xia Wanning and Lu Zichen were talking, those cultivators who were awakened by the shouting rushed to that virgin white lotus. And those who weren't prepared were grimacing. This young lady, she is so kind. Yes, yes, what a great kindness. White Lotus waved her hand as if she was trying to act bashful, but the feeling on her face that she wanted to laugh and was trying to hold it in was just too taut. Dare I ask the girl's name? A fluttering gentleman walked up, not knowing which power it was, but it seemed to be better than White Lotus. Luo Yao Yao. She smiled shyly, but her covered eyes were full of happiness. He. Another fish was caught in the pond. Her own division was low status. So what? The men she dated were all top ah. The two of them were talking happily, and Luo Yao Yao's senior brother was not happy, but also knew for herself that she was no match for the man in front of her. With a twinkle in his eye, he said, "Who are you to come near my senior sister? Do you know that the Buddha son of the Putuwa temple, as well as the 3rd, 5th, and 12th emperors of the Tianwu imperial dynasty, are all courting her?" Lu Zidian took these words into his ears. TSK, it's really the right flavor. The cool Buddha son, the loyal dog 3rd prince, the domineering 5th prince, and the beautiful strong miserable 12th prince. The conversations now would be gentle and deep, I think, and dog liquor brother. Of course the above personalities are all Lu Zichen's wild guesses, but, in general, they should be pretty much the same. Is there going to be a pinch of red-eye literature at the end? Pinching the thin waist, scarlet at the end of his eyes, his voice cold. Woman, I can't live without you. No one can take you away from me. Thinking about it, Lu Zichen shivered and quickly flew towards the cave. There's time to dilly-dally around and not get in there and find a few more babies. After entering inside the secret realm, Lu Zichen quickly laid down a formation. Originally, he wanted to be kind and spare the people in the secret realm this time, but he was disgusted by Luo Yao Yao. He's going to have to kill someone to get some relief. If you want to blame it, you guys, you can blame it on that Madonna White Lotus. The array was set up down. It was still the same old routine as the last time that cave was set up, and at the end of the day, it would be good to just come and clear the field. Lu Zichen walked towards the inside. It's green, it's beautiful, and, with a breath of fresh air, it's especially soothing. The only thing is that the distribution of the mountains is a bit strange. Not like mountains in clusters, linked together, but like stars, one to the east, one to the west, dotting this vast, sprawling meadow, the tallest in the very center, straight and upright, like a man looking out into the distance. I wonder where that immortal is. Lu Zichen flew towards the depths. Just a few moments after he left, Luo Yao Yao and her group walked in. A line of people surrounded him with protection. Luo Yaoyao looked towards the fluttering gentleman who was moving forward. Brother Zhao, can I join you? Zhao Yingzi was just what he wanted and nodded. Don't worry, Sister Luo, I'll protect you. But Gigi, you just said you have a fiancé. She won't be mad if we get this close. She dares. Zhou Yongtake intended to show his manhood. Senior sister, this isn't too good. Senior brother Luo Yaoyao was a bit embarrassed. It won't. A few people also quickly got up and walked towards the depths of the secret realm. Bang! Lu Zichen decapitated a demonic beast. The intensity of the monsters in here has still been raised quite a bit. I'm only afraid that even if I don't kill them, not many of these people will survive. Xiao Wanning spoke. It feels as if this secret realm was never intended for these people to come and explore. Lu Ziduan said with a smile, this is not normal. To put it nicely, called exploring the secret realm, exploring the cave, to put it bluntly, is not digging graves. You wouldn't want these people to come in and wreak havoc if something happened to you someday. Xiao Wanning choked. How come Lu Zichen always spoke so sharply? And on the contrary, it was very reasonable. Moreover, the stuff in this immortal's cave is indeed still good. Lu Ziduan tossed the jade in his hand, the ones he picked up along the way, coupled with the entry fees that people gave him after he had convinced them with virtue and was willing to bring them along to the path of enlightenment, were still a good haul. It's just how I never saw anything related to the immortals. At present, these pickups are not worthy of the name of immortal. Lu Zichen continued his search. Time slowly passed, and the entrance to the secret realm slowly closed. The moment the white interdimensional channel disappeared, those scattered mountain ranges spread across the plains suddenly had a change, and the entire atmosphere of the secret realm seemed to have changed. Ah, Li Si, be careful. You go, I'll pat it. A sect is attacked by a group of demons. In just a few moments, they were all killed. When the demons left, the blood they spilled on the ground slowly disappeared, blending into the grass without a trace. Such sights were happening everywhere in the secret realm. The secret realm devoured the blood, and the land seemed to suddenly come to life. The entrance is closed and no one can leave this secret realm. Chapter 61, You Griffins, how dare you call me your friend? Lu Zichen traveled through the mountains. Divine sense spread over the earth, but still nothing happened. A demonic beast came swooping in. Lu Zichen didn't look away. His fingers slashed, and with a puffing sound, the demonic beast's neck directly snapped. Look! Xiao Lianning shouted. Lu Zichen looked in the direction she was talking about, only to see blood gurgling out of the broken section of the demonic beast's neck, spreading out on the ground. But it was only an instant before the blood was swallowed by the ground and disappeared. A purple light flashed in Lu Zichen's eyes. A layer of purple light covered his eyes, and his surroundings didn't change. They were still the same mountains and trees. He looked at the place where the blood had disappeared. A layer of dark red air filaments that quickly flew towards the nearest short mountain. After integrating into it, it flew out from between the mountains again and flew towards another short mountain. The cycle went on, and all the dwarf mountains were traveled by it. In the end, the air filaments became visibly larger by a circle, flew to that high mountain, and disappeared. In Lu Ziduan's eyes, at this moment, there was more than just one. There was killing everywhere in this secret realm. The blood-red air filaments traveled between the various mountains, forming a ribbon due to the sheer number of them, connecting all the mountains together. It's just that they all end at that high mountain. It's a formation? Obviously. I've used the ability to break illusions before, so why didn't I see it? Lu Zichen sensed it. Could it be that this formation started to activate because the secret realm was closed? All this blood, is it maintaining this formation? Or what is it doing? Lu Zichen frowned tightly, then transported his spiritual energy to his right fist and blasted it towards a short mountain not far away. Bang! A loud sound echoed through the secret realm. Yet what shocked Lu Zichen was, the short mountain in front of him was not damaged in the slightest. This was a strike from him as a transitional succession stage powerhouse. Even some top-tier spiritual treasures couldn't carry it, not to mention being unharmed. Like now, Lu Zichen means to come out. Magic image, young fire, all sorts of moves. This dwarf mountain was immovable. Rumble. There was a strange noise coming from the ground. No, to be precise, it would be the tallest mountain. It was like an earthquake, and the entire secret realm was trembling. But only hear its voice. Do not see any change. That mountain is still lush with flowers and grass, and demonic beasts are all over the place. The ringing noise disappeared, and it was as if everything that had just happened had become an illusion. Lu Zichen's gaze condensed as he quickly flew towards the large mountain. These dwarf mountains can't be blasted to pieces, and the crux of the problem should be that. It was just that Lu Zichen quickly stopped. Looking around, there were crowds of people, and the cultivators of the entire secret realm seemed to have gathered here. The whiny-voiced virgin White Lotus from earlier at the entrance of the secret realm was also here, with a softly frightened face, hiding behind those people. They all heard the loud noise and wanted to go over the big hill to check it out. There just seemed to be a mysterious force that led everyone here. This is a maze? The purple light in Lu Zichen's eyes didn't stop for a second, yet he was still hit. It's really worthy of being an immortal's secret realm. It's full of crises. Just as he was thinking, two auras came from the distance. One wore an old eunuch from the Tianwu imperial dynasty, and the other was an old monk from the Putuo temple, both with the aura of a powerful person at the transition stage. Their faces were all incomparably pale, their eyes flickered with a cloudy light, and their breath was decaying despite their transits. They're all here for one last hurrah. It wasn't just the eastern wasteland. The entire continent hadn't known how many years it had been since anyone had become immortal. There is also a lifespan limitation for powerful people at the transitional stage. The treasure inheritance of a normal immortal was about destiny, and it didn't have much to do with the strength of one's cultivation. Moreover, it was also full of crises inside. Just like now, even as strong as Lu Zichen, he was also hit. Therefore, most of the transitional succession stages were sending their disciples under them, to the secret realm. When you get the legacy, bring it over. These two old men of theirs, looking at the breath is only afraid of time, cannot wait, want to come to this last fight. Right now, in the entire secret realm, besides Lu Zichen, the other two transitional succession stages were also clearly hit. Ancestor, Ancestor, Master, Master. The Tianwu imperial dynasty and Putuo temple's crowd of disciples at the bottom were all baggage, and their hearts were obviously much lighter at the sight of these two old men. Old Ancestor, what to do? Now this. There's no need to worry. At least for now. There's no danger for the time being. That old eunuch said. Ba. Lu Zidian pondered in his heart. Having just seen those blood colors, it's clear that the killing should stop now and break off those blood strands. But now that he saw these two people at the transitional stage, he was a little uneasy in his heart if he didn't make a move. No matter what, let's kill them first. There aren't any other clues nowadays. Maybe if we keep supplying blood chi, we can break the situation instead. This was clearly an illusion, but Lu Zidian couldn't see through it even with these eyes. One could only roughly tell that this secret realm was meant to absorb blood chi, and since that was the case, it would be better to just let him suck his fill. Also, this secret area just happens to have people all together. If you can't see through the machinations, you might as well just smash your way through them with your fists and waste all that brain. Anyway, I'm invincible under immortals. 1 for 1 above immortals. I'd like to see what you are. Lu Zichen muttered. He has also always believed in one thing. It's better to be the first one to do something than the last one to do it. He mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy and built up his strength in preparation. There really isn't much that can be done about it now for the time being either. Master, what is your insight? The old eunuch looked to the monk next to him and asked. Instead, he was only answered with an ba. There was no shortage of people flying towards the outside during this time, either flying back into the distance or coming back with a bruised and bloody body. Lu Zichen looked at the blood chi, and the casualties decreased after the people all gathered together. There was significantly less blood traveling through the short mountains. I know what to do. Lu Ziduan's voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. How? Lend me your collars. Lu Zichen Jiejie laughed strangely, and the large streamer behind him shook. All of a sudden, the sky darkened. The temperature around them became icy cold, and a gloomy wind whistled. Countless souls flew out, and the ichthyosaurus exchanged a cry, charging towards the crowd. Luo Yaoyao turned pale and hid behind a group of men. Fellow Daoist, you and I are both transiting. Why don't we calm down and we'll break the situation together? That old eunuch said in a hurry. You mole crickets, how dare you call yourselves Taoist friends with me? Lu Zichen summoned the sun god furnace and poured in spiritual energy. The lid of the furnace flipped open and countless flames scattered towards the bottom. The coldness of the human emperor's streamer, the heat of the sun god's furnace, leaving all the people here with nowhere to hide. Math. Genus. Chapter 62, 1 against 2. Amitabha Buddha. Monks, can't you say something properly? That old monk also said in a hurry. He and the old eunuch of the Tianwu imperial dynasty originally had a short lifespan and were here to live. Right now, all they have is the desire to live. They really don't want to make another incident if they don't have to. The two fought and retreated, trying to change Lu Zidian's mind. Lu Zichen took a few steps forward, and with each step, his aura climbed a knot. The vast aura seemed to make this secret realm tremble. An underworld god's shadow emerged behind him, and as Lu Zichen took his final step, his big foot mercilessly stomped towards the two. The monks of the Tianwu imperial dynasty and the Putuo monastery did not have enough momentum when they fought in order to survive. If you're soft, I'm hard, and this is the perfect time for the 7 treads of the underworld. Before the big foot even landed, the flesh of those cultivators underneath with low cultivation levels had already exploded one after another. Seeing this scenario, Luo Yaoyao actually directly accused, "You have a high cultivation level, so you should rightly serve us cultivators with a lower cultivation level, and you should lead us out of the secret realm. Don't think that we'll be afraid of you just because you have a high cultivation level. When the time comes for all of us to condemn you together, you won't be able to stand it, and it will be hard for your conscience to be at ease." Luo Yaoyao finished. Smugly, she thought, Lu Zichen should be shocked this time. These credits could all be hers, and it was only right that this secret realm should be grateful and moral to her. If the glorious deeds got out, I'm afraid that many famous and powerful people would come to my door again. Her Luo Yaoyao's fish pond is going to produce some fish many times over again. Elder sister, you're so brave. Yes, Yao Yao. Although you are weak, you are not afraid of power. Facing difficulties, even if the opposite side is at the transition stage, you are not afraid at all. You are really our idol. The fluttering gentleman from earlier also had a face of adoration. Just as soon as their words fell, Luo Yaoyao directly exploded. Lu Zichen's face was disgusted. I almost forgot about you if you didn't talk. Condemnation from outside? Would a tiger listen to the words of a worm? And what's more, not a single one of you here will leave. The Hades god's big foot completely landed on those 2 old men. A shocking aura exploded out. As the smoke and dust cleared, the 2 men's faces were blue, their mouths gushing blood, and dozens of top-tier already completely scrapped magical treasures in the surrounding area. It was these magic treasures that saved the 2 men's lives. 2 old, undead things with a lot of money. Lu Zichen cursed, and with a wave of his hand, a red and a black breath flew out from between his sleeves. Yang fire, Yin water, the red flames that seemed to be burning the earth and sky, and the black river composed of Yin Qi that seemed to be freezing everything, blasted towards the 2. The Yin water cultivated by the Tai Yin meridian is all the original water of the human body. The coldness he exuded was not as regal as that of the human emperor streamer, but the temperature was much lower. It was like it could freeze everything, and looking at it from afar, it felt like the aura within the tendons in the body were all frozen. He really wants us dead. He must fight. Yes, if you don't fight, you will definitely die. If you fight, you may still be alive in this secret realm. The breath of the 2 suddenly changed, and the last bit of life essence in their bodies was stimulated. That dying feeling disappears. The whole thing looks like it's a lot younger. The 2 possessed the power to hit a move at their peak. The old eunuch pulled out a duster and swept it forward. A large seal with the power of suppression appeared out of thin air. On it are engraved the 5 big words heaven and earth, ruler, parent and teacher. At the moment glittering, the divine light walks. The large seal gradually took shape, the overall brown color with heavy and simple, giving a mountain-like feeling, as if nothing could escape its suppression. The great seal suppressed down towards the blazing red young fire, as if Tarzan had landed. The old monk's eyes were tightly closed, and the incantations in his mouth continued. The right hand, palm facing up, was slowly held forward, except that no change appeared on it. The Buddha kingdom in the palm. A golden hand seal greeted the Yin water from the bottom of the earth, and the aura of the Buddhist sect's supreme rigidity collided strongly with him. The changes in the golden palm did not stop. A small world evolved. It was rumored that if the Buddha kingdom in the palm was cultivated to the realm of transformation, it could evolve the 3,000 small worlds of the Buddhist sect. The golden palm of Buddha's light destroys and contrasts sharply with the gray-black Yin water. The great seal and the sun fire, the golden palm and the great gray-black river, collided together in a stalemate. The old monk and the old eunuch saw this and put their hearts down. Young man, you're overconfident. One person, trying to challenge the 2 of us to cross the threshold. Anyway, now that we don't have much lifespan left and we've performed such a move, we won't live long. So it's good to be able to bring you along. Good, 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 good. Everything is you. The schizo, to blame. Proly, it's not a bad thing to take away a young transition. The 2 men laughed out loud. Lu Zichen ignored it and just looked at the blood chi in the space. As soon as the Hades god's big foot landed, countless cultivators were killed and injured, and the blood chi that shuttled between the many dwarf mountains was at the moment many times thicker than it had been before. It was like it was going to turn into substance, and even if you just looked at it with normal eyes, in the air, You could see a little bit of blood. Lu Zichen's bland attitude had undoubtedly angered the two. What's a girl doll pretending to be here? Schizo, you are too arrogant. The spiritual energy channeled by the two old men increased violently, trying to break the current equilibrium. The small worlds in the palm of the Buddha's kingdom lit up, each world launching its own attack. On the Great Seal, the 5 big characters of heaven, earth, king, parent, and teacher also produced a change. The power of suppression on the seal suddenly surged. Lu Zichen still didn't have much of a reaction, just watching the blood in space slowly fade, yet still in this illusion. Nowadays, other than those two at the transitional stage, the rest of them were all dead. It's still not enough, and I hope that when you go in, you'll fulfill the requirements of this secret realm. If the 2 transits don't work, then I'll have to think of another way, Lu Zichen said in a low voice. Almost the instant the words fell, the temperature of the yang fire was climbing at an extremely fast speed, the flame rapidly changing from red to blue and turning white. The temperature reached a terrifying figure, scorching the ancient and unadorned Great Seal. In an instant, a crack surfaced on top of the seal, spreading out like a spider web. The large gray-black river composed of yin qi also expanded violently, like a riverbank breaking its banks. The boundless icy cold yin water drowned towards the Buddha kingdom in the palm. Those small worlds were covered in ground, frozen into ice sculptures. The large golden palm was also slowly covered with a layer of white frost. The layers came off under the overcast water. She didn't use her full strength just now. A strike from our peak was blocked by her so easily? The 2 men were shocked beyond belief. This kind of strength had never been heard of before the death closure. Did it come out recently? But such a person, no matter when he comes out, he should be famous in the 5 great domains. Chapter 63, The Immortals. Above the ruins, cracks burst. Within the golden giant palm, countless small Buddhist worlds wailed. No matter what means the 2 old men used, yang fire, yin water, neither received the slightest disturbance. Without haste or slowness, they devoured their attacks. Fellow Daoist, spare us. Schizo, could it be that you think that you, alone, can leave this secret realm? Dead people don't need to worry so much. Lu Zichen's voice was icy cold, and as his words fell, the old eunuch's talismanic seal and the old monk's palm of the Buddha kingdom all burst apart. The corpses of the 2 dissolved in the yang fire and yin water. The divine soul was also absorbed by the human emperor streamer. Lu Zidian took the soul and the ichthyosaur back into the human emperor streamer, his eyes flashing with purple light. Looking at the air, after the deaths of the 2 transitional succession stage powerhouses, the blood qi that traveled through the short mountain, as thick as a room beam, through heavy mountains, the blood breath burrowed into the tallest mountain, and nothing happened afterward. Isn't that enough? Lu Zichen pondered. Then what was that loud noise earlier? Tick-tock. A small, but extraordinarily clear sound of dripping water reached Lu Zidwan's ears. Looking sideways, he saw a drop of blood falling from above the firmament, onto the highest mountain there. The color of the sky suddenly changed, and the surroundings were rapidly altering. The drop of blood was like thick ink dripping into a glass of pure water, swooshing around at an alarming rate. The entire secret realm, with that mountain peak at the center, was rapidly engulfed in blood scarlet towards the outside. The pale blue sky, the turquoise earth, the trees, the flowers, all of it, everything, without exception. There was only one color in the entire secret world of heaven and earth. Scarlet. The mountain peaks trembled, and countless falling rocks rolled down with a thunderous sound. Cracks spread throughout the mountain, which then began to disintegrate, layer by layer. Lu Zichen's pupils shrunk as he looked inside incredulously. The mountain peaks disappeared, and what was inside revealed itself. A man dressed in white, with a handsome face and a head full of white hair, was standing in the distance with his eyes tightly closed. His body was incomparably tall, almost as tall as the mountain peaks before him, like a giant overlooking the earth. Only he didn't have any living breath, like a statue, staring into the distance. It's the corpse of an immortal. Although this was the first time he had seen it, Lu Zichen could almost conclude that it was the corpse of an immortal, though the likeness is no different from the norm. But even in death, he exuded an aura that Lu Zichen had never felt before. It even gave him palpitations. The surrounding scene changed again. The short mountains that surrounded the immortal's corpse burst one by one and one by one. Inside is the very same iron pillar that was erected. It was covered with patterns and emitted a strange light. And then, a pillar of blood-colored light was shot out, shooting straight into the sky. A blood-colored figure slowly appeared, unable to see its face. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. After 1,000 years of planning and saving, I am finally resurrected. The voice laughed loudly, and the pressure on his body was incomparably strong. Bang! 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 Those iron pillars that Lu Zichen simply couldn't blast away finally accomplished their mission and all shattered. This is a real fairy. Within the sea of consciousness, Xia Lanning was incomparably shocked. Lu Zichen didn't say anything, now that the secret realm had been completely locked up. In order to get out, I'm afraid, the only way out was to kill this immortal. There's actually someone else? That Scarlet laughed for an unknown amount of time before noticing Lu Zitian's figure. It wasn't a deliberate attempt to humiliate, but rather an instinctive look down on him all along. Good. The resurrection of this immortal requires an audience after all. The Scarlet business didn't put Lu Zichen in the slightest. Ha. Since I knew that the moment of my impending death was coming, I came to this lower realm and opened up such a secret realm. It says that there are treasures inside, attracting countless cultivators to this place. I wonder if you are the first batch. The blood chi of the people of the lower realms is still too weak, actually making me wait for thousands of years. The blood-colored figure rambled on. It seemed like he hadn't spoken for too long, and it was as if he had sensed that Lu Zichen only had the aura of the ferrying stage. He must not have been worried either. He just said it slowly. It was when he saw the lotus flower in Lu Zichen's hand that he didn't say anything. The resistance of a mole is only pleasing. Lu Zichen mobilized his spiritual energy and rubbed the Buddha Fury Fire Lotus in his hands. He knew that this battle would be incomparably arduous, and it would never be like before, when he could be exterminated at will. None of the machinations had any effect. Lu Zichen only needed to be firm on 2 points now. First, this blood-colored figure must never be allowed to return to the immortal's body. Once they fused, the battle was bound to be tougher. Second, today, exorcism, mortal, I will send you a creation. The blood-colored figure's voice was flat, and it just stood in the air. You're the only one of this group who survived, and your looks are also good, so why don't you come and be the first handmaiden of the lower realm that I'll be reigning over again? Answering him was a lotus flower. It's just a waste that escaped back from the immortal realm, and when you come to the lower realm, you're no longer an immortal. You're nothing more than a lost dog. The blood-colored figure did not move quickly or slowly, extending a finger to press on top of the lotus flower. However, the power of this lotus flower surprised him, and the shockwave of the explosion actually made him feel threatened. The immortal couldn't help but look squarely at Lu Zichen for a few moments. He knew that the safest way at the moment was to return to his body first, but the pride of being an immortal would not allow him to leave with his back to a lower realm. It was running away. It was shame. The blood chi on the blood-colored figure wriggled, and a shell appeared. Without the immortal charm of the tall figure in the distance, this was nothing more than a random coalescence. But the immortal was confident that this would be enough. Yang fire, Lu Zichen didn't have the slightest reservation, and the moment he struck was a white blinding fire. It was the highest temperature he could erupt at the moment. The flames blazed, and the immortal sighed and casually stroked his hand, trying to press the flames out. But the flame quickly spread upward along his sleeve, actually allowing his divine soul to feel the pain. Mortal, you seek death. Immortals get really angry. It's like walking barefoot on the side of the road only to be bitten by an ant on the ground. It's not very hurtful. It's extremely insulting. His arm, burning gunpowder, that arm directly burst into a bloody mist, and then quickly regrow a new one. Lu Zichen didn't give him the slightest chance to catch his breath. With another wave of his hand, a long gray-black river fell from the canopy, forming an extremely cold waterfall. Wrapped in a huge impact, it rushed downwards, covering the blood-colored figure and making his entire body covered in frost. Open! The immortal shouted. Words followed the law. A open word. The waterfall quickly split into two. He slowly walked out from inside with his hand on his back, his gaze morose and deadly as he stared at Lu Zichen. Chapter 64, Second Immortal Sword Fragment. You're pretty good at all these tricks, the immortal complimented, before taking a step forward, almost in a flash, so fast that Lu Zichen didn't even react. It had been posted in front of him. A punch came towards himself. Lu Zichen's figure flew backwards for about 10 meters before he stabilized. In the Dantian, Tai Xianqi was running wildly, and just now, in order to parry that punch, his right hand was reduced to pieces, and the inside of his sleeve was empty and bloody. Fortunately, Tai Xianqi also had a healing effect. Within the sea of consciousness, Xia Wanning was silent. She felt that this time it was really over. But you also know that you shouldn't talk now to distract you from disturbing Lu Zichen. The only thing to do is probably to pray for him. You're, like, trying to bribe me? The immortal looked at the dozens of magic treasures that surrounded him. all of them emanating spiritual light and treasure. Throwing out just any of them would cause a storm of bloodshed out there. This was what Lu Zichen had just thrown in place after receiving the move and retreating. However, in the eyes of Lu Zidian and the immortals there was still some great difference. Something like you, presuming to bribe me? Still not qualified. Cut yourself. I'll make your death easier. Lu Zichen laughed hideously and spat out a mouthful of bloody foam. And then he put his hands together and shouted, "Blast!" Dozens of spirit treasures erupted with dazzling white light before they all exploded at the same time. These were all collected by him inside the various holy places. In addition to the sun god furnace, the Taishian sword, and the immortal sword fragment. The rest of the magic treasures might be worldly treasures in the eyes of outsiders, causing everyone to rush to them. Yet to him, Lu Zichen, there was nothing more than having a number. If it's gone, big deal. We'll grab it back somewhere else. The power of the spiritual treasure's outburst was so hit that this space trembled. In the blood-colored world, some black holes appeared, which were the emptiness revealed by the space being blown up. Just a roll of the eyes only. The surrounding blood color then mended it at an alarming rate. With gusto, Immortal Mai took a step out. So many things exploded at the same time. Even he was in a bit of a mess. So much for blowing up. I have to say, you're pretty decisive. But, the immortal's figure approached again. This time almost face to face with Lu Zidian. But how many magic treasures do you have to blow up? You can only get an attack like this once, right? As soon as he finished his sentence, he saw Lu Zidian smile again. And then his figure disappeared into thin air. Dozens more magic treasures immediately surfaced in the surroundings. Blast! Lu Zidian was shouting. The sound of the explosion came, and space trembled once again. Only this time, the speed of the blood-colored black hole of the Shio Void slowed down quite a bit. It shows that these moves work. If I didn't destroy those 4 holy places before coming, it would really be just once. Lu Zichen summoned the Taishian sword and merged the immortal sword fragment inside. Normal attacks can't hurt him. I don't believe that this immortal sword still can't do anything to you, a fallen immortal. As the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, Lu Zichen had already closed in on the immortal. The arm slashed forward horizontally, puffing, the sound of a sword cutting through flesh and blood. The immortal's body was split in two, revealing the blood-colored figure inside. This sword could not just injure the surface of his body, but also his essence. There was a slow trickle of blood from his waist, dripping down to the earth. The heat contained within melted a large hole in the ground. Immortal blood is also red. It's no different. Lu Zichen's tone was flat. It was a calm madness. How is that possible? What kind of sword is this? It can actually hurt me. The wound on the immortal's waist quickly disappeared, and he reached out his hand, trying to grab the Taishian sword. Lu Zichen quickly drew it out, and his body retreated again, leaving dozens more magic treasures in its place. His heart was dripping blood. Having robbed so much, he was only afraid that nothing would be left after this battle. But Lu Zidian also said silently within himself, "Live. These things are your own." Blast! Dozens of magic treasures exploded again. Scarlet's voice came out in annoyance, but the sound was contained in his throat before it could be heard. Lu Zidian Taishian sword had already been plunged into his throat. "Mortal, you're really, really good." The immortal's voice gritted its teeth. 2 fingers tapped on the center of his brow, and a white residue appeared. It flew around him, leaving a black trailing trail that was quickly compensated for by the color of blood around him. This was because this debris, which was too sharp, cut through space in its flight. The moment this debris appeared, Lu Zidian then recognized him as an immortal sword fragment. The second immortal sword fragment was not expected to be in the hands of this immortal. Now, he didn't feel sorry at all for the treasure he had blown up earlier. If before, it was to stay alive, now there was one more reason why this immortal had to be killed. Those useless things increased tenfold, but they were still not worth as much as getting a piece of the immortal sword fragment. The immortal maneuvered the pieces of the immortal sword and flew straight towards Lu Zichen. Lu Ziduan threw the Taishian sword in his hand. The sword tangled with the shards. Both of them came from the same lineage, and for a moment, neither of them could hold the other. And the human emperor streamer in his hand shook. Countless souls flew out, and now it didn't matter if they were wasted or not. "Fish dragon, be careful." Lu Zichen coalesced the devil statue behind him and ran towards the immortal with his bare hands. "Arrogant, without that sword, you think you can still hurt me." "Peaceful heavenly light," Lu Zichen softly chanted, and the third eye at the center of his brow opened. This is a move from the Taiping Sutra, which focuses on the spiritual, divine soul aspect. This blood-colored figure hadn't fused with the shell, and in the end, It was just a divine soul. This one might work wonders. A thin ray of light shot toward the immortal's abdomen. Ah! The immortal's call came. He felt a sharp pain. And Lu Zidian was also a bit surprised. As if he didn't expect his move to be so effective. Could it be the peaceful light of heaven? No! It shouldn't be. Yang fire had an effect before. But it wasn't this obvious. Lu Zichen looked at the wound on the immortal's abdomen, where a sword mark was continuously flowing out blood, and he instantly understood. It seems that it's the wound from the previous immortal sword fragment that he couldn't heal for a short period of time. Now, as long as I attack his wounds, all of my tactics are effective. Lu Zichen's confidence has grown. Since you've lit up the blood bar, that person will have to find a way to grind you to death. The immortal was in a sorry state, and a hint of fear was born from his heart. It's going to have to be quick. He instantly moved to Lu Zidian's front. Bind! With just one word, Lu Zidian's body was fixed at a distance. Unable to move. Shock flashed across his face. This was the first time he had come to this world and felt that things were out of his control. Now, I'll see how you can hide. The immortal threw another punch, vowing to blow Lu Zidian's head off. Chapter 65 Taihong, Reversal of the Rebellion. Sorry, had to go away for a couple days to resume updating. There's another chapter in the evening. It's being hand-coded. This chapter is only 1,000 words, and there will be a big 3,000 word chapter, or 2,500s. In the evening, the immortal blasted out a fist, pointing it straight at Lu Zichen's head. The light of the fist glistened, and the vastness of it rushed down like a flood breaking through an embankment, and all of this space was shaken and collapsed. At the same time, the chi blocked off heaven and earth, and Lu Zidian could not avoid it. Humph! Taeyong, reverse chaos. Lu Zichen softly chanted, a divine light blazing in his eyes. At the same time, only his body suddenly became illusory. It was like being detached from this heaven and earth, no longer in the three realms and within the five elements. The immortal's divine sense locked onto him lost its target. If not, his eyes could still see. It was as if Lu Zichen had completely disappeared. Boom! The fist passed through Lu Zidian's body without receiving the slightest obstruction. And the immortal's surefire strike contained an unknown amount of energy. Without hitting its target, it just poured out on top of the blood-colored earth and the empty space, erupting with a shocking sound. What? The immortal's gaze was shocked and unbelievable. After not coming out for so many years, this eastern wasteland's gong methods had advanced to such a level. A blow like his was just dodged. In his shock, Lu Zichen took a deep breath, clenched his right hand into a fist, and lightly swung it forward, strike at the immortal's bleeding abdomen. No. Impossible? It was unknown how many times this immortal had shaken on today. He looked at his abdomen as Lu Zichen's white right hand pierced right through his body, and yet not a speck of blood was stained. However, this was not what shocked him the most. What was most surprising was that the power of Lu Zidian's punch was clearly the same punch he had just thrown. One's own surefire strike blasted all over one's body without reservation. The blood-colored shadows faded by an unknown amount. After scoring a hit, Lu Zidian didn't follow up on his victory and retreated into the distance. A big gasp of air. This time, he himself did not feel good. Grabbing a handful of pills from his pouch, without even looking at them, he directly stuffed them into his mouth. This Taihong Holy Land stuff is good, but it's just too dangerous, Lu Zichen said in his heart while refining the medicinal power of the elixir. This move, the essence of the Taihong Jing, was a defensive counterattack that was the main focus. The stronger the enemy's move, the more energy it consumes. The average disciple could only defend against cultivators of the same realm after cultivation. Even the Taihong Holy Lord could barely deal with cultivators a few minor realms higher than himself. To imagine Lu Zichen like this, spanning a great realm, or a gap in the essence of life like immortal and mortal. This is something almost no one can do. The immortal was still in shock, staring blankly at his wound. Lu Zidian, on the other hand, grasped the moment and desperately tried to recover. Blocking this strike had almost made him deflate, gradually making up for it driven by countless pills and top-notch feats like Tai Shin Chi. If he hadn't gone to grab the magic treasures and pills earlier, he would have only died in this battle. Xia Wanning was considered to have completely understood. Earlier she just thought it was kinda cool to rob people. It was thought that practicing in the middle of a secret room was nothing more than a matter of length of time. But in this battle, she saw just how important magic treasures, elixirs, really were in times of crisis. She thought of Xiao Yan again, and remembered these 5 Holy Land scriptures, and lamented, cultivation, Dharma couple wealthy land, it's really indispensable. Chapter 66 War, Self-Created Technique, 3,000 word chapter. Lu Zichen calmed his breath. Having just stopped that certain death blow, it was no less than going against the grain. The consumption is immense. However, he was now just marveling at the strength of these 5 scriptures. These 5 parts are already so strong. I really don't know what kind of feats the primordial scripture will bring. Lu Zichen remembered the other day when he observed the stone monument and saw those images of heaven and earth. The process of the evolution of all things. Can't help but be impressed. The immortal seemed to recover from his shock. The pain from the penetration of his abdomen was still coursing through his nerves to his mind. He now had palpitations in his heart. A move like Lu Zichen's. The effect was so counterintuitive that anyone with a little bit of experience could tell that it was absolutely impossible to use it multiple times in a row. But, whether it was once or twice, no one could give him an answer. It caused him to be a little afraid to make a move now. Seeing how Lu Ziduan had just stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth in that desperate manner, who knew if he would do what he had done before? Countless magic treasures directly exploded without blinking an eye. Really? I didn't realize that a single minor transition could make me so bitter, the immortal said in his mind. Lu Zichen obviously guessed what he was thinking as well, and the corner of his mouth smiled coldly. He has always followed through by calling you sick and wanting you to be sick. Sun-burning silence. With a point of his finger, a spell formation appeared at the immortal's feet, which was a reddish color with complicated patterns. At a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, a huge jet of fire shot out. The ichthyosaur was also on the sidelines, constantly shooting rays of light saturated with the power of thunder from its horns. The human emperor's streamer fluttered, and those spirits with long-range means of attack were also attacking from the sidelines. The human emperor's streamer, as a spiritual treasure, had a suppressive effect on the spirit body of an immortal's blood-colored figure. It's just that the difference in cultivation is so great that it's not quite obvious. Typing 100 eyes divine light. A vertical eye in the center of Lu Ziden's eyebrow reappeared. The space around him distorted, and his entire person became quite illusory. At the same time, hundreds of vertical eyes appeared around the immortal for no apparent reason, densely packed with terror, all the pupils all staring at the immortal in a deadly manner, making one's heart grow fuzzy. Shoo! Hundreds of eyes fired at the same time, countless rays of light converging towards a single point. The fire light dispersed, and the immortal with a layer of red light floating on his body surface appeared. The broken left arm was slowly being repaired. It was just obvious that it was much slower. Mortal, you're really strong. I underestimated you. The immortal's voice was unprecedentedly solemn. His face was serious, and with a wave of his large hand, a white puff of mist floated out from around him. This was his immortal intent, which was usually only used in great battles between immortals. Making this means he's really going all out. As this wisp of immortal intent floated out, this secret realm became different. The immortal was clearly still there, but he seemed to be gone again, and it was as if he had fused with the entire secret realm. The heavens and earth were silent, and only the Taishan sword and that immortal sword fragment were still entangled and colliding. Grumble, grumble. There was a bubbling sound that appeared, and Lu Zidian looked towards his feet as a sea of blood appeared at some point. It was submerged up to his feet, emanating an aura as if it could drown everything. This is my immortal intent, the way of blood, and even your opponents have to praise you for being an honorable transition. But that's as far as it goes. The immortal's hand lifted upwards, and the sea of blood steamed up as a monstrous wave appeared, pouring down. Lu Zidian's body looked incredibly small in front of this blood-colored giant wave. The devil statue, Tai Xianqi covered his surroundings as waves slammed down, slapping against the surface of the sea of blood with an explosive sound. However, this was only the first one, and the sea of blood then rippled up on its face. A wave smashed down one after another, continuously eroding Lu Zichen's surface defense. Give up. This is immortal intent. You're just a transition. You can't block it. Lu Zichen ignored it and spread the 5 fingers of both hands. The sun, the great sun shines. Tai Yin, jade moon falling dust. Ever since he had the Tai Chu scripture, he was able to run multiple sacred ground techniques in his body at the same time. With a shout from him, a big fiery red sun and a bright full moon appeared behind him. The strength of its might was so strong that it actually hardened and propped up a range of its own in this blood-colored space. Blue-black starry skies, with cloudless clear skies. One extremely cold, one extremely hot. One is the most rigid to the yang, and the other is the most soft to the yin. Lu Zichen pushed his hands forward, and the moon and sun wrapped themselves in the sky behind him, crushed the waves and run at the immortals. Layers of blood-colored waves lifted up without the slightest obstruction, either evaporating or being frozen. The immortal's hand gestures changed, his fingers pinching, before he jerked it above his head. As he did so, two immense and incomparable palms stretched out from the sea of blood, and a blood-colored head with empty eyes appeared with its mouth wide open. It let out a howl and stiffened its two hands against the sun and moon. The two are deadlocked. Lu Zidwan didn't care anymore. He knew that he couldn't kill the immortal with this. Relying on his avenue of killing didn't work either, and his eyes went to his hands. Lu Zidon had a crazy idea. Since the five powers of Tai Yin and Sun Taiping Tai Hong and Tai Xian could be fused together, so, is it possible for one to refer to the Buddha's wrathful fire lotus? What about replacing it with these five powers? After all, he didn't have a real foreign fire and the power he exerted was still not enough. But if these five forces were to combine and explode, relying on the primordial power that was contained therein that looked like it could open up the heavens and the earth, it might just kill this immortal. Everything, though, is based on its own success. That sun and moon were still fighting against the blood-colored giant. Or rather the sun and moon were fighting against the entire sea of blood. There is still time for yourself now. It was a brand new attempt. An idea that had bubbled up when he had gotten the Taichu Sutra. I just didn't get the spare time. And now it looks like I'm going to get it without it. Lu Zichen's eyes were tightly closed. And the demonic statues in Ichthyosaurus as well as those souls shielded their sides against the interference. He made a motion similar to Tai Chi, circling his hands. Behind them, clusters of light representing the five powers in different colors rotated. Under Lu Zidion's manipulation, they understood each other and posed a mechanism that resembled the pattern on the stone tablet. Tai Xian was in the center, and the remaining four were in the corners of the square. Lu Zichen's left hand was erected over his eyebrow, and his right hand was erected with the fingertips down at the position of his thighs. The five chi clusters rotated faster and faster, and were also getting closer to the center. The left hand above Lu Zichen represents Yang, which stands for clear, while the right hand below represents Yin, which stands for turbid. He compressed the five powers together and brought them back together to become the power of Taichu. This is no less than reversing the process of Pangu's opening of the heavens within a small space. Both hands slowly began to come together. The slightest hint of Taichu aura continuously drifted out. It's as if the heavens and the earth are going to be reunited into chaos and the beginning of time. The spinning five colors passed through Lu Zidion's body and flew between his two palms. What are you doing? The immortal bellowed. He didn't know what it was, but the bizarre aura that escaped. It made him all scared beyond belief, and a voice inside alarmed him frantically. Stop him or die yourself. It was the first time in this fight that death was felt. He bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of essence blood towards the sea of blood, his face paling quite a bit more. The sea of blood boiled completely. At that moment, the blood sea giant's body once again grew in size and directly stood out from the blood sea, pinching the sun and the moon. The mouth opened wide and engulfed it. Several large holes were blown out of his body, which were quickly repaired by the manic sea of blood. Stop him. The blood sea giant flew, but was stopped by the demon statue. Although the demonic statue's body was smaller, its 3 heads and 6 arms could still be resisted for the time being. The immortal's lips murmured, and dozens of giant droplets made of blood stretched out from the sea of blood and shot straight up into the sky. Like tentacles, they surrounded Lu Zidion. The ichthyosaur howled as he shot out a ray of lightning that only struck down one. And this sea of blood that had been stimulated by the immortal's essence blood was able to quickly mend it again. Countless spirits blocked their attacks too weak. It was able to directly explode itself under the control of the ichthyosaurus, blowing away one blood-colored water column after another. Although his current power was affected by how many soul spirits there were, the main source was still the amount of concentration of his bloodline. At this juncture, it's impossible to think about that much. Lu Zichen's 2 hands were on the verge of coming together. The 5 colors are almost ready to merge into one point. The ichthyosaur's body was bruised and battered, and its thunder power had weakened considerably. Dying, the demon statues' heads were all torn off as well, leaving only a headless, single-armed body that was still fighting the scarlet giant. The soul was even more blown up to the point that there was very little left. The sea of blood was also exhausted and only a thin layer remained. But the immortal eventually walked up to Lu Zidion. Ha 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 ha, you're still too weak. I can defeat you without using my body. With that, he stopped talking nonsense. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he gathered his entire body's immortal power. The sea of blood also floated up, as if it were a ribbon, wrapping around his right hand like a glove. The ichthyosaur wailed. The chubby body tried to get up, but all it could do was gurgle on the ground for a few moments. Without the sea of blood to support it, the demonic statue finally tore through the scarlet giant, but it could only fall down unwillingly. Lu Zichen still had his eyes closed tightly, immersed in his inner world, oblivious to the outside world. Xia Wanning covered her mouth within the sea of consciousness. She wanted to call Lu Zichen, but she was afraid to call Lu Zichen. She was now just looking at the incoming punch with her eyes wide open in horror. Die! Bang! A fist slammed down, followed by a shocked voice. No! You're still coming! A layer of golden light stopped his fist, and a voice of Amitba Buddha rang out. The golden light of the merits of the pure sins could block a single surefire blow. Lu Zichen had destroyed the 4 holy places in a row, and with the broken ring he had engaged in at the Tianwu imperial dynasty, the people he had killed had formed a thick barrier. The barrier shattered. Lu Zichen did not receive the slightest injury cold, and his eyes snapped open. The palms of the hands were completely closed. The 5 colors were fused, and the aura of the chaos beginning was boundless, shaking heaven and earth. Pushing his hands forward, a 5-colored lotus flower floated towards the immortal. Chapter 67. Corpses can still be used as treasures. How many more tricks is this Lu Ziduan hiding? A 5-colored lotus flower fluttered in the air, with a turquoise stamen in the center, which was none other than Tai Xin Cheng Qi. The rest of the petals, with their 4 overlapping colors, balance yin and yang. In the beginning of time, ancient lotus. Lu Zichen's voice was calm and his eyes were ancient, as if he wasn't the least bit happy that he had succeeded in creating such a feat. He was still in that marvelous state he had just been in. Only the name of the move was softly chanted. It wasn't that he thought about it, but as soon as this lotus flower came out, these 4 big words appeared in his mind. At the same time, on the stone tablet in his mind, these 4 words were also imprinted on it. Lifting out a lotus flower dotted behind the 4 words ancient lotus, the immortal only felt the scenery disappear before his eyes, and it was pitch black. All that was left was a big, blood-red word. Dead. And then vision returned and the lotus flower reappeared. He twisted his head and flew towards his physical body, regretting that he shouldn't have any immortal pride. The beginning of the fight should have been back in the body. The lotus flower behind him blossomed, and the terrifying, boundless, heaven-piercing aura of the Taichu completely erupted. Everything seems to be back at Farpoint. A big sound. An elephant in the room. The lotus flower exploded with a dazzling light, and the huge explosion did not make the slightest sound. The light of the beginning drowned everything, and the immortal's evolved body was incinerated, revealing the blood-colored figure within, but it only existed for a split second before it was swallowed up by the light that came after it. At the moment of the explosion, Lu Zidian put away the fish dragon, and then he put away the Taishian sword. As for the immortal sword fragment, he could only fend for himself, and then the eyes lost sight and just went blank. It was only a few seconds later that the loud, deafening sound of the explosion came out. The white light dispersed, the blood color that covered the heavens and earth dissipated, and there was a clarity in which nothing remained. Lu Zichen's body glowed, detaching himself from the metaphysical realm from before. He fell straight down from midair and lay on his back, panting for breath, before letting out a low chuckle, his body trembling as he laughed louder and louder. Ha 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 ha. Cool. This feeling of being on the verge of extinction and then coming back from the dead is really exciting. Although I still prefer the feeling of being in control of the big picture. Cultivating immortality. Isn't that what it's all about? Lu Ziden slowed down for a while before slowly standing up. Xia Wanning also came back from the shock she had just experienced. Too awesome, she muttered. Without the magic treasures, without the immortal sword fragments, without that burst of meritorious golden light, without those pills, and without the soul of the human emperor's streamer, it's impossible to survive. It's just a loop. Xia Wanning remembered what Lu Zichen had done before. If he had killed one less person, robbed one less treasure, and destroyed one less holy place before, the 2 of them would be the ones to die today. Extraterrestrial heavenly demon, that move of yours, the primordial ancient lotus, was just too powerful. Stars lit up in Xia Lanning's eyes. Lu Zichen looked around, staggered by the devastation. Awesome is awesome, but it's still not a trick to be used lightly. Lu Zichen looked at his hands, and his left and right hands were still trembling uncontrollably, although he could barely stand up. But the feeling of weakness in his body was still coming in bursts. The spiritual energy in his body was depleted, and now he could be said to be powerless to fight back. However, he had killed an immortal with his cultivation at the transition stage, even though he had just been resurrected and his divine soul and body hadn't even reached unity. But this was also an immortal with its own special immortal intent. If it were known to outsiders, this would definitely be a name that would remain in the annals of history, revered and honored by future generations, and recited in the 5 great domains. Xia Wanning still couldn't believe that this body of hers had actually been used by Lu Zichen afterward. Even immortals could be killed. and she had originally never even thought of becoming an immortal. It's outrageous! It's outrageous! Lu Zichen sank his mind and his gaze fell on the stone tablet in his mind. It was engraved with those 4 little words, and a lotus flower design. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that by chance I made a mistake? Realized the moves of the Taichu Sutra on my own? This stone tablet is really suspicious, and I don't know when I'll be able to learn the complete Taichu Sutra. If every move is as powerful as the ancient lotus of the beginning, it would truly be a rarity in the world. If these 5 great holy sects are unified, and one of them learns this Taichu scripture, I'm afraid that they won't be able to dominate the eastern wasteland, and that these 5 domains will all be in their grasp. Lu Zichen recovered some strength and withdrew his mind toward the place where the corpse of the immortal originally stood, trying to see what else existed. At least that immortal sword fragment should be okay. Pacing slowly, the air still reeked with the intimidating scent of Taichu. Great! This immortal sword fragment is really a strange treasure. Such an attack is actually still intact. Lu Zidian let out a long breath of relief, almost playing all of his cards in this battle. The golden light of merit needed to be reaccumulated again, and the souls in the human emperor's streamer were all consumed. But with this harvest of shards, it wasn't too bad. At least it wasn't a basket case. After all, they're just a matter of time. A few more kills and they'll be fine. Lu Ziduan picked up the ancient fragment out of the corner of his eye. However, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something. Calling out the Taishan sword, he peeled the soil away and his gaze narrowed. This is. Lu Zichen condensed his spiritual energy and picked up the object in the air. I really didn't expect that there was actually an unexpected joy. Jia. This immortal's body actually left a left arm. Looking at the object floating up, the immortal's left hand now returned to its normal size, nowhere near as tall as it had been before. The entire body of this immortal was destroyed, but this left arm was left alone. Remembering the way the immortal had fought before, perhaps there was something special about this left arm. Melt this left hand into a blood elixir. Don't waste it, Xia Wanning suggested, recalling Lu Zichen's previous scene of condensing the blood pill. No, refining it into a blood elixir would be a waste. Lu Zichen shook his head. This is an immortal's flesh. Not to mention that this left hand might still have a special effect. Even if it doesn't, it's still one of the top treasures in this continent. Lu Zichen detached a sliver of divine sense and covered the entire arm. One, to check if the immortal still had a backhand. Secondly, with a thought, his left hand, which was clenched into a fist, shot out as if it were a cannonball and blasted on top of the earth, making a violent ringing sound. Although he didn't know what other effects this arm had for the time being, with this physical body alone, as long as he increased his speed to the extreme, the power is not to be underestimated, and ordinary magic treasures can't really block it. Also, can it still be like this? Xia Wanning looked dumbfounded. A corpse can still be a treasure? Just how many more tricks did this extraterrestrial heavenly demon hide? Chapter 68. Immortal Sword 9 Heavens. Behind the Temple of Putuo, Lu Zichen retracted his immortal arm. Looking at the large pit that appeared on the ground, his words were full of satisfaction. The power is extraordinary. If only this immortal sword fragment was obtained, and exposing so many things is just an equal, then obtaining this crippled arm would be considered earning. Looking towards the debris in his palm, Lu Zichen's mind moved. The first piece of debris from the Taishan sword came off and appeared in his palm with it. I don't know what kind of material this thing is made of, but it actually didn't receive the slightest damage when it faced the explosion of the ancient lotus of the Taichu directly. Between thoughts, the 2 pieces of debris quivered, shaking up and down, as if they were really echoing each other. Clang! Before Lu Zidian could make a move, the 2 pieces of debris directly and spontaneously merged together, erupting with a monstrous aura. Gusts of wind blew out with the immortal sword at the center, and the shadow of a sword slowly appeared. The only place where the 2 pieces of debris were was the actual shadow. So, I'm looking for 7 more pieces? Lu Zichen looked at the divine sword silhouette, which was riddled with cracks, splitting the sword into 9 pieces. The sword shook as if it wanted him to grab it. In the split second when he gripped the hilt of his sword, Lu Zidian's vision changed violently, pulling up 10,000 feet, and then swooping down, the scenery on the ground zooming in and out, and his vision fixed on a barren land. He was now watching from God's perspective. Clang clang clang. A few sword sounds came from the sky, cutting through the sky, and Lu Zichen looked sideways, only to see immortal swords flying in from that corner. Just looking at it made his eyes sting and the flesh on his body feel like it was burning. Above the body of the sword, the aura emanating from it looked out of the world, like the Emperor of Swords, as 10,000 long swords flew from the sky. However, They all stopped a few feet away from the immortal sword according to their own quality, and at a glance, there was no limit. But there was not a single mortal sword. Countless swords first stood up and then fell down horizontally, as if they were making a pilgrimage. The immortal sword shook, like a king looking down on his courtiers and issuing an edict. Tens of thousands of swords quickly departed, and all was silent around them. Rumble. Thunder rattled in the sky and dark clouds covered the sky. Immortal swords have a spirit and travel against the heavens. The scene was changing, and he didn't know how much time had passed, but Lu Zichen knew that the immortal sword had lost. The divine light on it was almost on the verge of completely dissipating. A thunderbolt struck down. The immortal sword was split into 9 pieces, the fragments disappearing far away toward the 8 worlds. Space suddenly began to distort, and Lu Zitian's vision became blurry, and in the haze, he could only see 2 large words with sword aura at the place where the immortal sword had shattered. 9 skies. As his consciousness returned, Lu Zichen looked at the 2 fragments in his palm, and the shadow had dissipated. That's why this sword is called 9 heavens. Thinking back to the image that he had just seen, the appearance of 10,000 swords worshipping was enough to prove that the complete body of this sword was of extraordinary quality. It was no wonder that it was able to withstand the explosion of the ancient lotus of the Taichu. Alas, it seems that the 2 fragments are not enough to support its manifestation, and it is still only able to attach itself to the Taishian sword. I don't know if it requires all 9 pieces to be gathered, or if it only needs to reach a certain number to support its presence as a shadow in battle. Lu Zichen retrieved his thoughts and melted the fragments of the 9 heavenly swords into the Taishian sword, swinging it forward and slashing it with significantly more power, flexing his fingers and gently bouncing them on the sword body. The sound emitted was melodious and wonderful. I also don't know how such a sword was born, and why it's going against the heavens. Lu Zichen wasn't thinking about it. It was obvious that with the gathering of the 9 heavenly sword fragments, all the things that happened before should be known. On this trip to the secret realm, although the bottom cards were all out, I also obtained the 9 heavenly sword fragment, the remains of the immortal, and I even realized a masterstroke like the ancient lotus of the Taichu. These can be used as a base card, plus the sun god furnace, those 5 ancient scriptures. Hiss dash. Lu Zichen sucked in a breath of cool air as Versailles said, thinking about it, I'm covered in cards. Looking around, now that the restrictions of this secret realm had been lifted, without the formations formed by those peaks, and having suffered such a great battle, it had begun to crumble gradually. Lu Zichen's figure flickered, transforming into a black shadow as he flew towards the Sieclan. This battle had consumed too much. He had to recuperate for a few days. Putrajaya, the headmaster of the Putua temple, monk Pure Heart, was sitting in the middle of a Zen room, only he wasn't sitting at the top, and he was even making tea for the monk at the top. Hidden heart. In this eastern wasteland, why is it that I, great Buddhism, am still not a top power? The clothing of the topmost monk was markedly different from that of the people of the Putua temple, and his face was even painted with oil. The aura emanating from his body is treacherous and devoid of traditional Buddhist decency. Senior brother, the heavenly martial dynasty is powerful. We are temporarily, can't fight it head on yet. Pure Heart spoke in a respectful tone. The monk with the oiled face grunted coldly. Hidden heart. The eastern wasteland is the first step of our sect's expansion from the western desert to the 5 regions. It is vital that you still address it as early as possible. Spread the religion throughout the world. Absorb enough believers, and collect enough faith so that the holy Buddha can be welcomed back. Yes, senior. That punk's still alive? Pure Heart paused for a moment before saying, the war between the righteous and the demonic has already begun. And even though I don't know who is behind it, allowing it to happen quite a bit earlier than planned, it should be able to achieve the purpose of weakening the Tianwu imperial dynasty as well. As for that blind punk, it's not worth mentioning. Well, that's also true. I've also heard that the eastern wasteland on your side has not been peaceful lately, and it seems that a spoiler has appeared. The person with oil paint nodded, and his words changed. It seems like it's still a woman. Yes, her name is Xia Wanning. She appeared out of nowhere, but should still be within our control. Pure Heart added another cup of tea for the man in front of him. That's good. Of the 5 major domains except for our western desert where Buddhism is prevalent, the rest of the spread is still far inferior to the Taoist sect. The northern domain is all devils, and the southern border is all ignorant demonic creatures. The only ones who want to carry out the spread are the eastern wasteland and the central state where the human race is larger, and the latter is too strong. The only option is the eastern wasteland. So the first step is the first step, and you have to take it well. The oil-colored man nodded. You go get some young women. Senior brother, are you going to carry out ascetic cultivation again? Yes, it hasn't been successful before, so if we change the Eastern Wasteland woman today, we might be able to succeed. Western Desert Buddhism also worships the Buddha of joy, so male love is not forbidden. It's just that this oil-colored man is a prude, and every time he says he's going to take an abstinence challenge, he's going to eat with the woman and prove his heart to the Buddha. Looking at Pure Heart's back as he left, the oil-colored man called out to him, a gray, unknown light flashing across his face. Remember to find a few good-looking ones so as to make the challenge more difficult. Got it, elder brother. Come and some of the ones that are begging for children. I'll go and choose them properly. Guys, if you think it's still good, send a gift to the righteous me and give a 5-star review. Chapter 69 My Rules Are the Rules. A few days later, Lu Ziduan walked out of the Sieklan's secret room and let out a long breath of relief. Phew. Fortunately there are still quite a few pills and treasures stored here in the Xie family. And after these few days of recuperation, I've finally recovered. It seems that I was right not to exterminate the entire Xie family in the first place. These people are still quite capable. The few people who were sent out on an outside mission are all still making a steady stream of money for me. However, why is it that this Taichu Sutra? There are still no words revealed. Whenever he had time these days, he would net his mind to watch, and it seemed that, except for the first time, he was now watching. The time spent watching the evolution of the heavens and earth was only a short moment for the outside world. However, it seems that you can only watch it once a day, and the whole person will have an unbearable headache and dizziness as soon as the number of times is too many. Get Xiao Yan here, Lu Ziduan shouted, remembering that when he first came home, this person came up with his eyes. Ask yourself if you want to have divine sex with her, and I'm sure you've experienced the benefits of divine sex. After all, after the heavenly saint's body had experienced something like this, the speed of cultivation could be said to be in leaps and bounds. Coupled with the shock from the last illusion, it was natural to seek it out, but at that time, it was incredibly weak, and if he really got it, I was afraid that if he didn't die at the hands of the immortals, he would die in the heavenly saint's body. But now, Jia. Xiao Yan ran shyly and pressed her palms against each other. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Zidian walked out of the secret room, feeling that his divine soul had become a few more points stronger. At that moment a servant came running in a panic. Family Master Xie, the Luo family has detained the people we arranged in Kangwu City, and now they've invited a few people from the Putua temple saying that they want to make peace. Reconciliation? Withholding people? Lu Zichen recalled the Luo family, which seemed to be all a small and unimpressive power, and also the family of that virgin white lotus, Luo Yao. During the last trip to the cave heaven, this family dares to touch our people. Lu Ziduan snorted coldly. Something unimpressive. Only the Putra temple is instigating here, trying to come and disgust me, and trying to rush out to be the good guy again. It just so happened that he was now missing the divine soul of the human emperor streamer, and the treasures and elixirs were also consumed a lot. Family Master, I'm not sure of the specifics, I only know that they invited you to go to the banquet before noon today. Aha! Lu Zichen didn't move and transformed into a black smoke, drifting towards Kangwu City. 3 minutes before the hour, Lu Zichen walked into the largest restaurant in Kangwu City with leisurely steps. A servant led the way behind a box on the top floor of the pair. Family Master Xie, the people are waiting for you inside. Pushing open the door, a table inside was already seated. A monk, clad in a robe, could not be named, but Lu Zichen had some impression. Upon seeing him, he folded his arms. Amitabha Buddha, Scholar Xie, it's already the unspecified hour. Why are you so late? Lu Zichen didn't reply, only faintly scanning around everyone present. After killing an immortal, his aura, his mindset went to another level, and at this moment, an invincible heart had manifested itself. At this moment, just dressed in black, standing here, with his gaze sweeping over the crowd, it was like a black mountain looming over the crowd, making it impossible to breathe. The Luo family lord's breath stuttered, and a heart hung in the air. Their family was so small that they couldn't even attend the last demon removal conference, and thus had never seen Lu Zichen either. Now that he saw such a divine figure, he couldn't help but be a little worried. Could Putua Temple really keep him? Good day, Master Xie. Good day, Master Xie. After the crowd greeted them, they all lowered their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. Lu Zichen walked slowly inside before answering the monk's words. Am I in the habit of arriving early? The monk calmed down. Sit down and talk it over. Lu Zichen sat down afterward. The monk stood up. Poor monk Dharma named Pure Nyen. All the monks. Today is to discuss the Luo family and the Xie family. Only before he could finish his sentence, He was interrupted by Lu Zichen. You're senile. What are you? Don't think that just because you're from Putuo Temple, you can talk nonsense here. I don't like what I hear when I say it. I'll get you just the same. Now that he had crossed the transition and had the ancient lotus of the Taichu, he didn't care about the entire eastern wasteland, not to mention the Luo family. He was obsequious during the Mahayana period, and he struck hard after the transition. I came today, not to discuss the affairs of our two families, but you, the Luo family, have detained my people. What are you going to pay for? And the Putra temple, too. Jing Yan made a wink, and the Luo family master lifted a few breaths and hardened his voice. Family Master Xie, you're going overboard here. Excessive. My Xie family members come out to do things in my name. You guys withholding him is not giving me face. Who in the eastern wasteland doesn't know my Xie Wanning's name? Who dares to touch the people of my Xie family? Do you dare? Lu Ziduan's eyes suddenly looked away like a falcon, and the people there directly lowered their heads. Your Luo family will give up all their family assets, and the Putuo temple will pay 10 times as much. The Luo family head's face changed. Family head Xie, you're going too far, but the high priests of Putuo temple are still here, so you'd better behave yourself. Bang! The entire person directly exploded, and blood mist splattered onto everyone present except Lu Zichen. Rules? My rules are the rules. Lu Zichen looked at the Luo family lord's divine soul as the formation spread out under his feet, blocking off the space. It's not just your life I'll take, it's the lives of your Luo family, your Pudu temple, everyone connected to you that won't survive. I want you to disappear. The human emperor streamer emerged behind Lu Zichen and devoured his divine soul. With a roll of the banner, all those present, except for Pure Yen, were swept into the streamer. Schizo, you better think it over. Lu Zichen didn't reply and slapped his palm towards his forehead. The aura erupted, seemingly wanting to topple the restaurant. The scene changed, and the monk in front of him was already dead, leaving not a single trace behind. God's soul was nowhere to be found. Family Master Xie, I have no ill intentions and I don't want to get involved in your fight. I just hope that you won't destroy the restaurant and delay my Kangwu city's business. An androgynous voice came out, and a figure covered in white mist emerged, so that it was impossible to see inside. You are the Lord of Kangwu City? Precisely under me. Family Master Xie, no need to worry. This is considered my goodwill. The Kangwu City Lord waved his hand, and Pure Nyan's divine soul floated in. Regarding the matter of you being a practitioner of demonic arts, I won't say anything nonsense either. If you don't believe me, I can make a Dao oath. Lu Zichen didn't reply, calculating in his mind. This city lord's strength was indeed not weak, and judging from the language, whether or not there was any malice was another story. But it is true that he did not want to get into a fight with himself, but one has nothing to fear, and perhaps one can ask for a little more favor. This divine soul was originally killed by me, so you can't say it in such a way. Chapter 70, Kangwu City Lord's Request. This person was originally even killed by me, and for you to use him as a favor. City Lord, I'm afraid that doesn't make sense. Lu Zichen's voice was flat, his tone subdued. This city lord's methods were odd, and this way of concealing his breath and appearance was unheard of. But the benefits that should be asked for should never be missing. Alas, the Xie clan master really isn't that easy to dispatch. But you're so young, and your strength is already incomparably strong. There is also no harm in befriending you. The Kangwu City Lord's tone seemed to be tinged with helplessness, and after a moment of contemplation, with a wave of his hand, a purple token floated in front of Lu Zidian. With this token, within this Kangwu City, in the future, your consumption will all be calculated at 70% off, and you don't need an invitation to enter the auction. And, for the items that you look at, you only need to pay half the price of the negative auction amount. Looking at the token in front of him that was flickering with purple light, Lu Zichen reached out and took it, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he confirmed that there were no prohibitions, eavesdropping, surveillance, tracking mages, or anything like that laid on it. Put it in the bag. Thank you, City Lord, for such a good thing. Lu Zichen was in a good mood. Extra gains always made people happy. The Kangwu City Lord waved his hand in a casual tone. There are only 10 of these tokens, and this is the last of them, and it was just as well to wait for someone worthy of delivering them. And now that I see it, there will be no one else who will make a better deal than investing in you. And then the words of the City Lord of Samsara City changed. This last token, and the only one given to a man, wouldn't you say, Master Xie? Or maybe, something else? Within the sea of consciousness, Xia Wanning's mouth opened wide. Extraterrestrial heavenly demon. She saw it. Holy, that immortal didn't even see it before. Lu Zichen didn't reply, only to feel the blood instantly flow backward and his killing intent flare up. It was the biggest secret of all, and the idea of killing someone was born in a flash. At that moment, his clothes were windless, his black hair danced about, and his monstrous demonic aura quickly blocked off the space. Above the sky, a black skull flew and formed, with hollow eyes that looked eerie. He flew towards the Kangwu City Lord. Don't you dare threaten me. Lu Zichen's voice was morose. However, he saw that the latter just lightly waved his hand, and the white air wave enveloping his body crushed the black skeleton without making the slightest sound. Lu Zichen's eyes narrowed. You're an immortal? He couldn't think of anyone other than an immortal who could defuse his attack so easily. Could it be that he had also entered the strange logic of novels, where once a certain realm was decimated, that realm would spring up like rain? The early-stage Dozone powerhouse is as terrifying as it is. The late-stage Dozun is worse than a dog, and Do Sheng is everywhere. It's only been a few days. Another Xian, and Lu Zichen doesn't want to use the Taichu Ancient Lotus until the moment of necessity. That feeling of his body being out of control was not something he wanted to experience again. Family Master Xie, you're still so impatient. I told you I have no ill will towards you. Moreover, I'm not an immortal. I'm just a transition. I can also tell you my bottom card. Although my means of defense is strong, I don't have any means of attack. And this matter, only you and I know about it, as well as the real Xie family master inside you. The Kangwu City Lord's voice was flat. So what the hell do you mean? I'm about to cross the immortal tribulation, and I hope that when you do, you'll come and sit in Kangwu City. Although Kangwu City is the center of power in the eastern wasteland, recently the Putuai Temple and the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty have been making small moves, especially the former, where both the righteous and the devilish are trying to come to draw me in. But with me sitting there, they wouldn't dare do anything too out of the ordinary. But with me gone, everything, it's hard to say. Lu Zichen sneered. Why me? Where are a few of your other token people? The Kangwu City Lord shook his head. They will most likely be held hostage by their own forces, and may not be able to hold fast to their hearts. But you're different. You came from nowhere, all alone. You don't belong to any of the factions on either side of the righteousness or the devil, and you're not someone who would be controlled by the rules, and you don't have any qualms about killing people. And what's in it for me? The Kangwu City Lord laughed. You're really straightforward. No matter if I succeed in crossing the tribulation or not. Kangwu City, I'm giving it to you. I just hope you can continue to keep it neutral and out of the hands of other forces. Lu Zichen asked, why do you care so much about the city's neutrality? Kangwu City Lord's words were a bit sad. Please forgive me. About this matter, I don't really want to talk about it. Lu Zichen stopped talking and didn't pursue the matter, thinking that it wasn't anything important. If you do come to the guard yourself, this city is sure to get it. The lord of the city fails to cross over and dies, and succeeds in crossing over and ascends to the immortal realm. All of Kangwu City will stay. I still need some time before I cross the immortal tribulation, so you can go back and think about it. The Kangwu City Lord spoke. I will also be crossing the immortal tribulation in the future. Lu Zichen's voice affirmed the implication that he would also leave one day. I know. If you can find someone like you, deliver the city to him. If you can't, destroy the city. To be honest, if you don't agree, this city, in fact, won't be able to stay, and I'll destroy it before I cross the threshold. The Kangwu City Lord's tone was unquestionable, not letting anyone feel that he had a hint of faking. It was like as soon as Lu Zidian opened his mouth to refuse, this city would definitely not be able to stay. This city, what is its secret? Forgive me for not being able to tell you. When you come to be, you will know. The Kangwu City Lord shook his head. The figure disappeared in place, not answering Lu Zichen. Lu Zichen gritted his teeth. What he hated the most was the Riddler, and he couldn't kill him at once. However, he was really curious as to what the secret of this Senate city was. It actually made this city lord go so far as to destroy it, rather than letting him fall into the hands of others. Extraterrestrial demon, are you going to say yes? Promise, but it can't be that simple. Lu Zidian was calculating in his heart, judging from the fact that he didn't want himself to destroy the restaurant before. This city lord probably didn't want to part with the city, and in his heart, he must still be hoping that he would agree. Figuring out the psychology makes subsequent negotiations much better. As long as you don't make any very excessive demands and don't step over the bottom line, I'm sure he'll be able to oblige. That battle between himself and the immortals had been fought for almost nothing, and this time, he was expected to rake in a lot of money. Lu Zichen flew to the city and released the people who had been detained by the Locke family. You've done a good job. Get an extra 10% this month. Thank you, my lord. Lu Zichen's figure dissipated. And right now, the most important people to deal with were the Tianwu Imperial Dynasty and the Putuo Temple. Chapter 71, Feng Qingcheng, 800,000 generals said to be plotting against them? Happy. Above the turquoise blue sky, crossing a black arc, Xia Lianning chattered non-stop. The topic was all about why exactly this Kangwu city lord could see the abnormality of his own body. Lu Zichen couldn't bear it and cursed his brows tightly. Shut up. Xia Wanning bristled. Can't you have a better attitude? Life has refined her 1,000 times, and she has been transformed into a soft and tasty pile of delicious nesting rice cakes. There's no need to worry too much. Even though I can't do much with her right now, she can't touch me. Then she said out how right? Xia Wanning was worried. Just say it out. What can they do? I'm in transit now, big sister. Besides, she cares so much about that Kangwu city. If she dares to go around talking about it, she can't run away from the temple. Big deal. I'll just destroy that Kangwu city. It seems like. Be so. Xia Lanning agreed, and leisurely lay down directly again. Swing one straight up. Keep swinging one straight up. Lu Ziduan was speechless and was about to travel at full speed when a golden-red figure suddenly rushed in, dressed in a phoenix robe, with a stunningly beautiful appearance. Judging from her features, this looked like a woman in a high position, but the blood dripping from the side of her mouth destroys this aura and adds a softness to her. When she saw Lu Zichen, her eyes lit up and she stretched out her arm. Sister, save me. The breath was unsteady, and it seemed that he was really seriously injured, and his clothes were somewhat torn, and his spring light appeared. It looked as if he was only at the yuanying stage. This appearance, this temperament, this body, is a man will only be afraid to save, brewing a hero to save the beauty of the good story. However, Lu Ziduan's heart had no ripples, his eyes condensed, killing opportunities arose, and the Taishan sword came out of his hand, stabbing straight at the woman's chest without any effort. Joking aside, what if this person is deliberately disguised? What about trying to get into your arms and stabbing yourself in the back? After all, the heroes of this world are like a river of carp. Bang! The shield protecting the woman's body shattered. She blushed and cried out, Sister, I'm really not a bad person. Lu Zichen's face did not change. His arm movements remained the same, and the woman clenched her teeth and threw out another magic weapon. As the magic treasure shattered, for a moment, his body was so fast that he actually did dodge the sword sideways. Lu Zichen was overjoyed. A mere Yuaning was able to rely on a magic treasure to dodge his sword. This is a big customer awe. Look at this dress. Although it is tattered, but it is also elegant and luxurious, and the overall look is not like the people of the eastern wasteland. Big sister, I mean no harm. I am the daughter of General Feng Nanxiong Feng of Central State Feng Nanxiong. What General Feng? General Dragon. Never heard of it. Lu Zichen's face didn't change. Good. So there are still helpers. No wonder you have to keep running to the eastern state. Feng Qingcheng, don't hand over the 7-colored guild demon beast yet, and the Lord Regent will still spare your life. Another group flew in from the distance, wearing crowns on their heads and uniform clothing. Their styles looked like they came from the same region as Feng Qingcheng. There were about 10 to 20 people, staring at Lu Zichen and Feng Qingcheng with unfavorable expressions. Lu Zichen's movements paused, accurately capturing a few keywords. 7-colored guilt? Key? Seeing that he had no more movements, Feng Qingcheng hid behind Lu Zichen. In your dreams? I'll die before I give it to you. The man at the head of the group had a morose face and said disdainfully, Humph, do you think your father is still the general in charge of 800,000 heavenly soldiers and guarding the borders? Right now he's nothing more than a prisoner. Feng Qingcheng face with indignation. Xiao Tingyi was nothing but a beggar in the beginning. I was kind enough to take in. It was he who begged me to say that he wanted to join the family, borrowing my family's power. Ascending to the imperial court, he was looked at by the princess, and I said that since there was no consummation of the marriage, then the marriage contract would be annulled. Why does he still want to drive out the whole family and fabricate the fact that my family is plotting a rebellion? I merely have 800,000 soldiers. How can I possibly be plotting a rebellion? Feng Qingcheng's words were earnest, and her words sobbed with blood. However, Lu Zichen had already brainstormed a several million-word, stinky and long novel from her mere words. Princess, into the family, beggar, Xiao Tingyi such strange, seemingly forced high name, 800,000 soldiers, plotting rebellion, regent, several factors, just to name a few, are canonical. Now that it seems all jumbled together, I shudder to think how anticlimactic and dog-eared this novel will be. Cut the crap and hand over the key to the seven-colored guilt. Feng Qingqing's face was in a state of disbelief as she pointed at Lu Zichen and said, I'm just not giving it to you even if I give it to her. Die of this heart. The man at the head of the group's face stared and was about to say something. Lu Zichen was already impatient and felt even more annoyed after hearing Feng Qingqing's words. With a thought, the pressure struck that way. That person's body suddenly exploded into a bloody mist, and everyone following behind him exploded at the same moment. Feng Qingqing looked dumbfounded, and then said happily, Sister, you're too powerful. Lu Zichen didn't pay any attention to him and extended his hand, indifferently saying, Seven-colored guilt. Feng Qingqing hesitated for a few seconds and placed a golden-colored key in his palm. At that time, my father only gave me the key, and the exact location of the burial is only known to that bastard Xiao Tinji. Lu Ziduan was speechless. It was really a counterintuitive descending wisdom novel. Such a good thing would not be given to his own daughter, but would have to be separated and given to a flunky. This kind of intelligence also deserves to have 800,000 soldiers in hand can be arrested by a name of rebellion to the inside of the cell. Feng Qingqing didn't have half a bit of reluctance at the moment. She probably couldn't get the seven-colored guilt alone anyway, so she might as well give it to the person in front of her. Moreover, she had gained something more important than the seven-colored guilt. Freedom. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and tried to say something more, but suddenly he was fixed in place. Sorry, but I only trust myself. A hand covered her bare forehead. Soul-searching, unleashed, countless memories flooded into Lu Zichen's mind, and looking at those images made him want to vomit a little. It feels like I've read hundreds of retarded Mary Sue novels, but it was also true, as she said, that she did not know. Letting go of her hand, Feng Qingqing instantly fell into Lu Zichen's arms in a dislocated manner. The two female bodies, with their full bodies, are simply sparkling. After experiencing the soul-searching technique, Feng Qingqing actually blushed a little. Cool, just a slight blush, a smile on her face, and some satisfaction in her words. She asked, What was that you just did? Why do I feel kind of comfortable? Lu Zichen was stunned, as if he had lost his speech. Chapter 72, Sister. You smell good. Lu Zichen looked at Feng Qingqing's performance, majestic as a god, inviolable, exalted, overlooking all beings. Who would have thought that it would be a jitterbug? Still a little contrast. The difference in strength between the two was too great, and Lu Zichen's soul search actually didn't do any great harm to her. If you say anything about Mahayana transmigration, it's the same as drying up someone's sea of consciousness and going in to see it slowly. Dealing with a Yuaning was actually the same as flipping through a book, but it's never a good feeling to be searched. Sister, you smell good. Feng Qingqing relied on Lu Zichen's arms and rubbed against Xia Waning's body, taking a deep breath. The image of two young girls with very different styles and stunning looks leaning against each other was beautiful. Lu Zichen had no intention of enjoying himself and reached out a hand to push Feng Qingqing away. Cast a fixation spell. If you don't find the seven-colored guilt, you're done for. Lu Zichen's voice was cold. Feng Qingqing sniffed but got a little excited. How will you treat me? Is it still like this? Or any other new tricks? You're so pretty. I wouldn't blame you for doing anything. Saying so, Feng Qingqing's eyes rolled. A hint of petulance appeared on her face. Actually, there is no need for you to immobilize me. I won't run. If you don't feel comfortable with it, you can also use a rope to tie me up. Her voice was getting smaller. I originally picked up a book that said there was something called turtle binding. Do you know it? Lu Ziduan. A point of her finger sealed her gushing mouth, going so far as to say something about tigers and wolves. This soul-searching can't have messed up her brain. Why is she saying strange things? Thinking of Xiao Yan, that Stockholm, and thinking of such Ajitari girl in front of me. Is it because I'm too much of a pervert? How do I always meet such freaks? What's a turtle bind? Xiao Lian Ning asked. You don't need to know. Lu Zichen in his previous life, as a well-read and erudite scholar, still knew a little bit, but now is obviously not the time to think about this. The most important thing to consider now is the two choices in front of one's eyes. Should we go and destroy the Putra temple first, or should we go for the seven-colored guilt first? Lu Zichen pondered for a moment, lifted the back of Feng Qingqing's collar, and flew towards the central state. Granted, that treasure trove requires a key, but hell knows if that region will find some weird method to get in. This one was a key treasure related to remodeling one's body. Get it sooner rather than later to avoid a long night's sleep. As for the Putua temple, The monk can't run away from the temple, where good and evil are at war. The heavenly demon palace master had already remodeled a physical body, and at this moment, he was like a meat grinder on top of a battlefield. The gong method was bizarre and incomparable, completely different from the wide-open stance that he had relied on when he fought against Lu Zidwan, relying on a heavenly demon treasure sword. On top of large battlefields, transitional stage cultivators were not allowed to strike at will. No matter who they were, they had to abide by this invisible iron law. Therefore, the underworld divine sect master and the abbot of the Seven Buddhas monastery were both sitting at the back. "Your Highness, let me go." A general of the martial god's army in armor clasped his fists, as it appeared from the patterns on his body. Its position seems to be just one level lower than that of Zhang Haicheng. Wu Aotian did not speak. His eyes were closed tightly, and after a long time, he suddenly opened them and looked within the battlefield. His voice was calm and full of confidence. "No need. In this battle, I have never yet made a move, and there have been many rumors in the army recently. I'll go myself, both to boost morale and to shatter the rumors." Zhang Haicheng and the Python Road Man, Wu Lingyun, both changed in color and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, you must not." They had come over to protect his safety. If something happened to him, how could they go see Wu Lingkong? If they had known that Aotian was a protagonist name with a purity that was too high to be true, they wouldn't have been the least bit worried. "Why not? Fetch my sword." Wu Aotian's voice was flat. He had already figured out how to manifest his sainthood in front of people. A sword with a dragon's aura appearing, flamboyant and colorful, with a golden body and even more complicated patterns. When it fell into his hands, his entire aura seemed to change. The people at the bottom only felt as if they were facing not a prince, but a martial emperor. Zhang Haicheng was shocked. "This is the martial emperor's sword?" This sword, which could only be grasped by the true successors of the Tianwu imperial dynasty, was normally only held by successive martial emperors. It's been the same rule since the first generation. I didn't expect it to appear in the hands of a prince now. It seemed that there was no way for him to run for the position of martial emperor. Wu Aotian was satisfied with the reaction of the people below, and with a shake of the long sword in his hand, it turned into a golden-colored pike and rushed into the middle of the battlefield. "Devil, I'll chop you up." His eyes quickly locked onto the heavenly demon palace's palace master as he slashed down with his sword. "Who?" the heavenly demon palace master questioned with a stern voice, and the demonic chi on his body quickly transformed into a shield to block the move. With the help of the shield's cover, a flying sword quickly coalesced at his right hand. "Tianwu Dynasty, Wu Aotian." Wu Aotian's face was tinged with condescension as he reported his name. "I thought I'd have to talk some more." However, he did not want the shield to dissipate, and then a flying sword flew in with unimaginable speed. His eyes snapped open, and the martial emperor's sword in his hand subconsciously resisted as the flying swords collided and exploded. After the smoke cleared, Wu Aotian's carefully groomed hairstyle was gone and his hair was cloaked. Under the protection of the martial emperor's sword, it wasn't greatly harmed, but it was extremely insulting. "You're despicable." The heavenly demon palace master secretly regretted that this blow actually didn't kill him. After he met Lu Zidian last time, he figured out that above the battlefield, getting the opponent killed was a good method. He's a devil's way. What's the point of chirping? And his strikes aren't as sharp as a woman's. Since we didn't get it dead, we'll have to go head to head. Wu Aotian erected his long sword in front of his own chest. Dragon energy gradually appeared on his body and a golden-colored divine dragon circled around him. The long sword slashed down towards the empty space. A dragon roar rang out, and the divine dragon reappeared as the heavenly demon palace's palace master. A loud explosion rang out. The audience members in the back cheered. "When the crown prince strikes, the world is mine." Wu Aotian also slightly tilted his face up, his face carrying a strange smugness. Just the next moment, a black mist floated over and slammed his fist down. Although Wu Aotian used his martial emperor's sword to resist, the impact could not be counteracted and he was hammered into the ground. This was the last time he had refined his cultivation after having his flesh shattered by Lu Zichen, and now his main means of attack was no longer relying on his physical body. According to the original plot, it might be that Wu Aotian was a few points stronger than the Heavenly Devil Palace's palace master so that he could pretend. But again, due to Lu Zichen's early strike, the Heavenly Demon Palace master's strength was increased, and he stood on the same level as Wu Aotian. It's safe to say, Wu Aotian's idea of wanting to manifest himself as a saint in front of people failed completely because of Lu Zichen's butterfly effect. Chapter 73, Central State. Brothers, recently near the beginning of the school year. There are more things to do. The update may not be stable. I beg your pardon. Recently, there are also a lot of things going on at home. My parents are fighting every day, and there is no quiet environment. My brain is confused a lot of the time, and my mood is very tense every day. It should stabilize when school starts. Sorry about that. Central State. Heavenly Domain City. This was a city in Central State closest to the eastern wasteland. A black shadow emerged, and behind Lu Zichen there was a young girl in cloth. None other than Feng Qingcheng. Although it was just rough linen clothes, it still couldn't hide her temperament. But it's always better than that fiery red dress. Where is that Xiao Tingyi now? I don't know. Ever since he slandered my father. And I don't know if it's his conscience or what. His whereabouts have become strange. Every time he travels, he tells a few people around him a different address. But maybe only one of them is true. And no one ever knows where his whereabouts are there? Feng Qingqing's tone carried helplessness. Besides, didn't you search my memory too? Lu Zichen didn't reply. He just led her silently towards the interior of the Heavenly Domain City. The first step in coming to a new place is to gather information. Although in Feng Qingqing's memory there was also a rough understanding of this central state, Lu Zichen squinted and looked at her expression that was as clear as a college student's. Lu Zichen could never let go. Perhaps some of her perceptions were all wrong. It's better to do your own research. This Xiao Tingyi is cautious. Different people, different addresses. If there is an ambush in that one place, you can still catch all the spies around you. As a city that bordered two domains, the guards at the gates of Heavenly Domain City were still relatively strong. The soldiers guarding the city wanted to interrogate them, but when they saw a flash of purple light in Lu Zichen's eyes, their entire mind went blank. Forget what you have to do. Feng Qingqing followed behind him. Even though she had seen him long ago, she still couldn't help but feel his power. Busy streets with people and traffic. The central state was worthy of being the most prosperous place in the 5 great domains, and just from the corner of this border city was enough to get a glimpse of it. Speaking of which, the name of the dynasty that this Feng Qingcheng came from was also something else, Yangshu dynasty. Yang deficiency, Yang deficiency. Yang deficiency in bloom. This is not the man cannot. According to the general novel To the End, is the Phoenix Qingcheng this woman when the female emperor. This heavenly domain city was also the possession of the Yangshu imperial dynasty. Lu Zichen's gaze moved as he looked toward one of the tallest restaurants not far away. It's the most crowded there and the information should be the most dense. Maybe there's some useful information to be poked around. You're going to the Xiao building. Feng Qingcheng spoke. The food there does taste good. The two of them had changed their attire at the moment. And under Lu Ziduan's cover, I'm afraid that no one would have thought that this handsome prince was the wanted criminal they were looking for. Feng Qingcheng. Walking into the restaurant, the boss saw that the two men were not gorgeously dressed, but their temperament was extraordinary, and they had been working in this big restaurant for so many years, still have a little bit of knowledge of people, very eyesight to push away the second and come up on their own. What can I get you to? Lu Zichen scanned the room, saw a box with a good view, and reached out to point. That's the one, and bring us another pot of tea. With a glance, he saw Feng Qingqing's expectant eyes, and some more snacks. While you watch on. Chapter 74, Old-timers meet old-timers and shoot them in the back. Woo! It's just so delicious. Inside a box of the restaurant, Feng Qingcheng covered her face with both hands. Her eyes were full of satisfaction, and her mouth continuously emitted sounds of appreciation. Lu Zichen looked at the large and small bowls on the table with a speechless face. Where are you having a famine? Feng Qingcheng again called Xiao Air on the plate of snacks, and then touched his somewhat bulging stomach. It's been a long time since I've eaten so freely. So it turns out that I was betrothed to Xiao Tingyi, and specially invited the one who teaches etiquette from the bottom of the palace to come over. It's the fact that you're not allowed to eat here or there. And anyway, it's not cool at all. Even though it's all this cultivated, but I still want to eat it. Lu Zichen no longer said anything. Anyway, the money was paid by Feng Qingcheng herself, quieting his mind and listening with his sideways ears. A myriad of information poured into his mind. Next door Wang Er and Paki are playing a game of wife swapping. What's wrong with that? You don't realize that a real mother and son can have that. The cabbage has gone up from 3 coppers to 5. Just listening to half of it, there wasn't any very useful information. It was all about parents and some powerful big melons. Lu Zichen frowned. It seems that you can't kill everything in the future. Doing everything yourself is ultimately too slow. Or you need to find some people with stronger abilities and plant slave seals. Come for me to gather some various information on the continent above the treasures. Lu Ziduan was calculating in his mind. It was fine for those people from the Xie family to do some business, but if they really wanted to go to some dangerous place or do some tasks in the homes of certain great powers, the ability is still slightly low. Where is this beggar from and what kind of shabby clothes are he wearing? Don't get out yet. Humph. A bunch of people with no eyes. The quarrel between the junior and one person reached Lu Zidian's ears. In the past, such trivial matters would never have reached his ears. But for some reason, as he listened to the conversation, he just felt that there was a smell. A very strong smell. And with a squint, he stayed in the distance at once. I only saw the beggar in the mouth of that junior, wearing a t-shirt, jeans, short hair, and a resolute face. What kind of beggar is this? This is the main character. However, it's just not clear if this is from another world that favors the tech side, or if it's one of your own homies? He walked out of the hotel. He really didn't expect that he was just in archaeology. How did he cross over here? And I don't know where the others went. Moreover, why don't you have any system of your own? Could it be that the world you traveled over to is not a spicy chicken novel of the foreign persimmon kind, but some point of the traditional world of immortal cultivation? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but clench his fist. Little fish, wait for me to come to you. And what's more, Jiang Fan, in his previous life on the Blue Planet, you had a Mercedes-Benz Marvelous. When I get here, it must be me as the king. Above the restaurant, Feng Qingcheng looked at Lu Zichen in front of her and suddenly shivered. What's wrong with you? So excited? Saw the old country. Then do you want to call him up to have a meal together? After all, when the old folks see the old folks, there are tears in both eyes. Feng Qingcheng suggested. No need. I'll go and have a word with him. As he strolled above the street, he couldn't help but look piggish at the sight of the female cultivator. After all, this world's female cultivators, not to mention the appearance, skin is generally good. As the saying goes, a white cover 100 ugly. For the clear sky such a previous life can only play with butter. Look at the female anchor beggar. Has been extraordinary appearance. This is your hometown? Xia Waning was incredulous. This should be an early protagonist template now. Beggars are not popular now. Lu Ziduan also felt a bit humiliated. You're gabbing away. Lu Zichen stopped answering. He walked into an alleyway and suddenly heard from behind him. How are you? He subconsciously returned. I'm fine, thank you. And you? Lu Ziden stepped out of the shadows. Qin Tian looked dumbfounded. Xia Waning's appearance was simply too beautiful. Everything was eclipsed by this face of hers. He couldn't help but touch his hair. Inwardly, I really am a traveler. And here comes this luscious encounter. Only in the next moment, he froze in place as a finger pointed at his brow. After being absorbed into the memory, the body directly exploded. Xia Waning was surprised. Isn't he your hometown? What's going on here and why are they speaking a strange language after? Just do it straight away. After absorbing the memories, Lu Zichen hooked his lips for a moment, his gaze morose. Haven't you ever heard of the saying, when a hometown meets a hometown, you get a shot in the back? Chapter 75, The Masterminds. After Lu Zidian finished digesting Qin Tian's memories, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I can't believe not just one old-timer came, but a bunch. All suddenly crossed over while exploring a bronze tomb. Lu Zichen could tell what kind of a person those old folks were based on his memory, their conversations, demeanor, and mannerisms. This Qin Tian seemed to be nothing more than cannon fodder at the moment, because they actually came to this world has been half a month. But this Qin Tian is still a waste of mold. What the Hall of Fame are not mixed out. But the memory of 3 people caught his attention. 2 men and 1 woman, looking like the main group. One of them, named Ji Chen, had just fallen straight off a cliff shortly after arriving here. But Lu Zichen estimated that there was more than likely some kind of exotic treasure inside the mountain. Maybe he's already harboring supreme feats now, and starting to emerge from some side corner with a big load. There was also a Jiang Fan, unaware that Qin Tian had a particularly deep grudge against him, especially his Mercedes-Benz that was still parked in some parking lot outside the bronze tomb. This familiar sign, familiar set, couldn't help but remind Lu Zichen of a template surnamed Yi. The little fish in her mouth was incredibly good-looking, but she just didn't know whether she had crossed over as a female frequency heroine or a male frequency heroine. Unfortunately, it was that Qin Tian's memory only stopped at that group of people running away in all directions, and the exact location was unknown. But Lu Ziduan wasn't very worried. He himself was now in the dark and they were in the light, so it could be said that he had a heart. Not to mention, from Qin Tian's memories, he could tell that these people had a common problem. That is, it feels like the natives are as if they are superior. Lu Zichen's eyes rolled, but the previously envisioned intelligence agency did need to be put on the agenda. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as bad as this, leaving 5 days of development time for a true protagonist. If he didn't come to Central State, it would be really hard for him to do anything in the future when he became a climate. Anyway, he couldn't find Xiao Tinji's figure for the time being, so he might as well go to that cliff where Yi Chen had fallen to have a look. Perhaps there would be something to be gained. Lu Zichen's figure dissipated and appeared behind Feng Qingcheng in the restaurant a few moments later. Not caring that she was still stuffing things into her mouth, one hand lifted the back of her collar and flew directly towards that cliff. Ahem, ahem, could you warn me next time about taking off suddenly? I'm choking on you. Feng Qingcheng's face was red and she coughed nonstop. Lu Ziden slanted her a glance. Don't you like pain? Feng Qingcheng blushed. Like, yes like. It's not a big deal for you to hit me, but this is really hard to bear. I just like pain. I don't like suffocation. Make no mistake about it. Lu Zichen didn't want to be talking to this little pervert as he looked within the cliff. A dark, bottomless, ordinary people if they fall down, is bound to be 10 deaths. But just based on the fact that the man was called Yichen, Lu Zidian dared to conclude that he was definitely not dead and had other wonders. Body protecting Xian Shi rose around his body. Lu Zichen once again pinched the back of Feng Qingcheng's collar and rushed toward the bottom of the cliff. Divine sense was all over the place. The bottom was flat. The plants were all over the place. It looked like everything was as usual. It seemed like there was nothing there. But under some careful searching, Lu Zichen's eyes locked behind a bush. And when he opened it up, there was indeed a different world. Chapter 76 The Power of Reincarnation. Just behind that bush, there was a narrow passage that could only pass through one person. There were still some dark red traces on the ground, like long dried blood. So I guess this was the blood of that protagonist. Lu Zichen walked slowly towards the inside. The cave entrance was narrow, extremely narrow at first, and after walking for some time, after turning a corner, the cave entrance widened and opened up. Divine sense scattered in all directions. And sure enough, the protagonist was gone, and the cave was empty. Just in the very center of the cave, there was a round stone platform, and looking at it, it looked like it was connected to the cave, created under the infinite greatness of nature. There's no telling what treasures were placed on it, and again, they were taken by the protagonist. Lu Zichen gently stroked the stone platform with emotion. Now it's really bad. Those protagonists don't know where they've run off to. Forget it, they'll be famous wherever they are anyway. Not afraid of not being able to find them. With that, Lu Zichen walked towards the outside of the cave. Why, don't you lift this hole? Xia Wanning's voice suddenly rang out. Didn't you find the 9 deaths rejuvenation herb in that man's cave last time? Lu Zichen took a deep breath. That makes sense. Even if it's nothing, it's always good to vent. The body was instantly raging with demonic qi, rapidly spreading out towards the cave. And a sudden change occurred. Right at the moment when the demonic qi touched the cave wall, a marvelous power suddenly appeared. That power was not strong, but it was very strange. And after colliding with the demonic aura, it vaguely had the feeling of turning it into normal heaven and earth aura. Like in a yin-yang reversal. Lu Zichen frowned. It was hard to believe that there was really something inside this cave. The demonic aura on his body dispersed as much as it could, carefully rubbing the wall as a surge of power surged into his palm. This shouldn't be. Lu Zichen had some guesses in his heart, and with a raise of his hand, dozens of green leaves flew in from outside the cave. With a finger of his right hand, the fallen leaves all attached themselves to the wall, and an amazing scene occurred, only to see that after the originally fresh and green leaves were close to the wall, they were rapidly turning yellow and gray and decaying. But instead of turning into smoke, it began to turn from yellow to green again, as if it had passed through a new life. Week after week, the source is unending, like one cycle after another between heaven and earth. This really is the power of reincarnation. Lu Zichen was surprised. His whole day's preaching to Xia Wanning was really useful after all. And this time, if it wasn't for her proposal to destroy the cave, it's not really something you'd necessarily discover on your own. Xia Wanning, don't worry. I will seize the time to find those 5 materials and return the body to you. Lu Zichen said seriously. It wasn't that he hadn't entertained thoughts of dominating this body, only to suppress them all. Even though one could change their appearance, their origin was ultimately unchangeable. Yin was yin and yang was yang. Or there was a difference. Moreover, the upper limit of the body refined with that secret phrase was still a bit higher. But now, Lu Zidian was dispelling this thought from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for her, this power of reincarnation would definitely not be able to discover it. After all, when he checked over with his divine sense, this cave didn't have any secret chambers or any organs. If it wasn't for all that demonic aura, there'd be no end to it. Xia Wanning was a little unsure, just embarrassed. You go for it. She also didn't know that there was the power of reincarnation inside this cave. She just saw that Lu Ziduan was in a bad mood and wanted to let her vent her frustrations. Who knew that this misadventure would lead to something good? Chapter 77, Springtime for Deadwood. Don't you ever curse me at the drop of a hat again. Just be nice to me, Xia Lian-ning said weakly. For the body, she didn't really have a strong desire to regain control. Anyway, it would be the same if Lu Zidian got it again now. She just had to be responsible for lying prettily in the sea of consciousness. Just watch what Lu Ziduan has been through as if it were a shadow play. Aha! Lu Zidian responded, and then continued to look up the wall. Having now discovered this piece of reincarnation power, it would be necessary to absorb all of them yourself. These forces, either the protagonist after he is seriously injured in the future, may come here again and rise from the dead. Either that or the protagonist has already absorbed it and it's left over. But either way, after absorbing it himself, this cavern would not remain. A cold light flashed in Lu Zichen's eyes. His index finger scratched. A drop of blood gushed out from it and slowly fell on the stone wall. At once, the arcane aura came, and the power of reincarnation began to slowly pour in, walking between the limbs and traveling through the meridians as the power of reincarnation slowly poured in. Suddenly, the Taichu stone tablet floating inside his mind slowly trembled. There was actually a connection with the power of reincarnation that had been absorbed. Lu Zichen was surprised, and then after a little thought, he understood. The power of the beginning of the earth, the endlessness of life. It was the cycle, the evolution of the heavens and the earth. But Lu Zichen was always able to detect that every time he meditated for observation, the stone monument was actually missing something. Now, he understands that it is reincarnation. Each viewing, after having seen it once, would end, and perhaps after absorbing it this time, one would be able to view it more times. Lu Zichen's consciousness slowly sank into silence. In front of his eyes, a large tree appeared for no apparent reason, with dense, vibrant branches and leaves, and it looked like it was filled with the power of life. The scenery in front of him suddenly changed, and Lu Zichen himself didn't seem to find anything strange about it, just staring in fascination. He saw the leaves of the large tree slowly turning yellow and slowly weakening, and could even feel the annual rings within it growing in circles. The tree gradually from the heyday to the decline. The leaves fall off, the branches fall, the body reveals a dead atmosphere. It eventually turned into ashes and disappeared between heaven and earth. But then, a shoot actually broke through the ground again, rooting itself on top of the soil and thriving on the nutrients left behind by the previous giant tree. Time went on year after year, day after day. Lu Zidian's figure was motionless, like a sculpture, just staring blankly at the big tree in front of me over and over again. Tall, giant trees have survived through countless years, falling, but surviving and living in another way. Always live long in this heaven and earth. It's like a dead tree coming back to life. Lu Zichen suddenly felt something new. Yes, dead wood. Spring, moving all the life essence of one thing to another. Isn't it also a kind of reincarnation? Not exactly. Dead wood. Lu Zichen softly chanted these 4 words, and at the same time, the illusion ruptured. His mind coalesced and he just stared at the empty stone wall. Suddenly, a wounded hare runs outside the burrow, dying, with a gray wolf demon in its wake. Demonic creatures are at the beginning of their spiritual wisdom, and in terms of thinking, they are still controlled by the instincts of the creatures. The current Lu Zichen's aura was astringent, almost indistinguishable from a mortal. That gray wolf's eyes showed a fierce light, and it was actually directly pouncing on him. By all rights, the gray wolf should have burst into flames as soon as it got close, but Lu Zichen just pointed his finger and softly recited, "Deadwood." The gray wolf's body rapidly declined. Dots of green light overflowed from it. This was his life essence, and at this moment, it was actually refined by Lu Zichen altogether. And then Lu Zichen made another point at the rabbit. Feng Chun. In a flash, the injuries on the rabbit's body were actually healed in a few moments. Even though Lu Zichen's move could have achieved the same effect for many people, but at the end of the day, essentially, it's not the same. This is the power of reincarnation. Chapter 78 I am the devil, and the path I walk is not the devil's path. School has started, so for future updates, it should be a little more stable. Text begins. Lu Zichen looked at the top of the Taichu stone monument, and underneath the Taichu ancient lotus, a line of small characters appeared. Withered trees rejuvenate. This seemed to be the second move that Lu Zichen had realized. It contains the power of reincarnation. Although it can only do a simple extraction of the life essence now, it looks a bit unworthy of the power of the wheel. But if you take time and keep refining your moves, one day in the future, The living dead are nothing more than the basics, so perhaps one can manipulate the wheel of reincarnation and step into the afterlife. Squeak dash. The rabbit whose injuries had been repaired hopped up to Lu Zidian's feet and rubbed against the edge of his skirt, obviously realizing that the person in front of him was his savior, and was very intimate. At this moment, the wall that originally contained the power of reincarnation was dim, but a passage of writing suddenly emerged. Lu Zichen roughly scanned it. It was not some ancient scripture, but it tells a story. From the ancient times, a powerful person named Reincarnation Heavenly Father was born, trying to break the barriers of heaven and earth, but every time ended in failure. He thought it was his own realization of the cycle of reincarnation. Not yet deep enough. His power has not yet reached the upper limit. Then he began to reincarnate over and over again, putting himself in his place and feeling it for himself. Each time he was reincarnated. It could be a lower realm such as the Eastern Desert Central State, or it could be the immortal realm. In short, he will awaken the memories of his past life at a specific moment, and the skills and combat experience accumulated over 100 lifetimes will be his biggest card. He wanted to gather the power of 1,000 lifetimes into a single lifetime and use it to take a step that he had never been able to achieve. It seems that this isn't just a traveler old-timer, but actually a protagonist who goes through the reincarnation stream, with quite a lot of buffs added. The upper limit and lower limit are both high with the golden finger of the reincarnation Heavenly Father. If we let him develop, he'll be a big problem later. Lu Zichen looked ahead and muttered. Then his eyes showed a fierce light and he waved his hand. Boundless energy poured out, filling up within this cave. The cave began to rumble and tremble. Debris fell. The volume grew larger and larger, and Lu Zichen slowly walked outward. As the last step was taken, the entire cave collapsed. Feng Qingqing stared blankly at the woman who walked out, not knowing why. It felt that after a trip inside, Lu Zichen's entire aura had changed quite a bit. What did you do? There is a little gain. Lu Ziduan didn't answer more, but instead, his words changed and he opened his mouth to ask, by the way, as the daughter of the general of that what's-his-name Yangshu Imperial Dynasty, you have any forces of your own? It was difficult to build up one's own intelligence organization for a while, so perhaps one could make use of Feng Qingqing's power. Feng Qingqing thought for a moment, her tone tinged with some indignation. Yes, but I was being chased by that brat Xiao Tingyi, and when I came out, I was really in a hurry, and I hardly brought anything with me, and I didn't have very good arrangements. Lu Zichen nodded, inwardly quite comfortable. Fortunately Feng Qingqing is not some very wasteful stupid white sweet heroine. A little bit of power is still much better. Can you get in touch? Can. But, Feng Qingqing's words were tinged with hesitation. But in this way, it's very likely that my trail will be discovered by Xiao Tingyi. Lu Zichen grinned fiercely. This is not a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Why didn't I think of it before? Directly put your message out is not it. I don't believe he won't come to look for it. In this case, go contact your previous forces and ask them to see if there are some heavenly pride that suddenly appeared during this recent period of time, and are extremely strong in over-level combat, with a personality that is probably flighty and domineering in the face of the elders. Or maybe it's some female, who might have one of those stepmothers and stepsisters in the family. And then there are some who might be people like you, who pass on the news as soon as they get it. There's no need to be too high profile when contacting those men of yours. Just don't try to hide it on purpose. Lu Zichen spoke extremely fast, recounting some of the characteristics of the male and female protagonists. Feng Qingqing first nodded, then worriedly said, I know that you have high strength, but there are also transition stages within the Yangshu Imperial Dynasty. Are you sure you're okay with that? That's not something you need to worry about. Looking at her still a little worried, Lu Zichen assured, don't worry, I won't let you die before I die. If I leave you behind and run away, I'll be haunted by the heavenly demon and fall into the devil's path forever. Okay, I'll trust you then. Lu Zichen didn't show his face. If he really encountered any danger, he would definitely leave her behind and run away, and it was even better to take her to delay the enemy. A demon? For himself, it is just some nourishment. As for the eternal fall of the devil, Lu Zichen is the devil. He walks the road, is not the devil road, Lu Zi thought, and was ready to lift her collar and fly upwards. Feng Qingqing, however, quickly stepped back and crossed her arms in front of her chest in a deba pose. You unlock my cultivation. I'm going to contact them anyway. Don't worry, I won't run. You're flying with my neck in your hands, and that's just not a good feeling. I could have made an oath. Lu Zichen pointed his finger and a seal drilled through Feng Qingqing's brow. That won't be necessary, I trust you. This is a seal that can block a blow when you're in danger and, At the same time, instantly move to my side. The voice was faint, but there was still half a sentence left unsaid. If Feng Qingqing rose up with any thoughts that she shouldn't have, this seal would also be able to make it impossible to beg for life. Even with something like the Tao oath in place, Lu Zidong was still willing to trust himself. But Feng Qingqiang got the wrong idea, and for a moment her heart felt like a deer in the headlights, secretly saying, she actually believes in me so much? She is so good, but one is not Lily. Looking at Lu Zichen, waving his hand, his eyes firmly said, I do not like female. If you are. Lu Zidong was speechless, and a cerebral crash bounced off Feng Qingqing's bare forehead with a loud rumble. The wall of the valley behind her shattered and a large crater appeared. In thinking about nonsense, this power, I'll use it to open your head. After unsealing her, the two of them turned into a long rainbow and rushed out of the valley, flying in different directions. Feng Qingqing naturally went to contact the ministry, and since Lu Zichen had nothing to do anyway, he might as well search the neighborhood and maybe find traces of that reincarnated heir of the reincarnation Heavenly Father. Chapter 79 I don't understand. The advantage is mine. Lu Zidong wandered around and actually did let him find some clues. In a small sect, it was said that a young man named Jichen had once come. In this kind of clan, Jin Dan was already the supreme elder and patriarch. As soon as Yi Chen entered the sect, he displayed amazing talent, with countless undercards that seemed to be endless. Obviously, he had only just stepped onto the cultivation path, but the combat experience he displayed was old and unparalleled. Like he had experienced countless battles of life and death, he was unrivaled among his peers, and even some of the junior elders were not his opponents. Only the patriarch and the supreme elder could suppress him by virtue of their cultivation level. However, some days ago, he was expelled for trespassing on the clan's forbidden land. Now nowhere to be found. He only left a sentence that day. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth. Then he ran away in anger, saying that his departure was a loss to the clan, and he was seen heading for the center of the central state. Lu Zichen sat on the eunuch's chair, slowly sipping his tea, while the clan's children on the side were all trembling with fear. The supreme elder was carefully narrating his words, really not knowing how such a sect as his own had messed with this great Buddha, fearing that if he said one wrong word, this clan would be destroyed by this woman with an aura like an abyss or a prison in front of him. Listening to this tone, it seemed like he was here to seek Yichen, couldn't help but curse in his heart. This dog, leaving on his own and inviting such a calamity. What a spoilsport. Stepping forward, he respectfully said, My lord, we really don't know where Yichen is going, but if that brat Yichen offends you, my lord, we will definitely not let him go. Lu Zichen put down his teacup and slanted a glance at him. Oh, well then, this is how I want you to go about it. After the supreme elder heard this, he only felt a deep malice come over him. He obviously could have gotten Yichen killed directly, but he chose to do so. One should never be on the wrong side of the fence. He even felt that if he followed Lu Zichen and did a good job, he might be able to eat 9 meals in 3 days. Yes, my lord, it will be done. Chui dash. On top of the countryside road, a young man with ordinary appearance, but with a unique aura on his body, sneezed a few times. I wonder which fairy is thinking of me again, Yi Chen merrily said. During this period of time, he had flirted with quite a few little fairies, just as a spice of life. Of course, after all, he was the one who survived a major disaster after falling to the bottom of a cliff. Although his memories had yet to be completely awakened, he already understood that he was the reincarnation Heavenly Father. His Yi Chen's woman was definitely not something that ordinary people could be. It's so great now that before he crossed over, he was nothing more than a man thrown on the side of the road. A dog wouldn't even give him a second glance. You may only be able to look at the quality modeling and enjoy the beauty of spending time with the girls inside the gal game each time. But after arriving here, with the inheritance of the reincarnation Heavenly Father himself, perhaps, all of those fantasies that he had once had, could be turned into reality. His eyes sharpened at the thought. Looking within a city not too far away, he still had to hurry himself. The reincarnation Heavenly Father's secret realm would be opening in a few days. With the memory in of himself, it can be said that this secret realm is tailor-made for himself. The inheritance, techniques, treasures, and all sorts of things inside were all their own. Other than him, Yi Chen, he couldn't think of anyone else who could compete with him. I don't know if those classmates are still around. I'm sure they were shocked when I appeared in front of them that day. A pouty face appeared in the memory. Wait, little fish, I will definitely come to you. No matter how many women I have, I will definitely have you as the most important person in my heart. Eastern Wasteland Battlefield. The war has come to a head. If at first, both sides had doubts about whether there was someone pushing the envelope, worrying that there was a third party who wanted to reap the benefits, but as the battle progressed, both sides had lost all their brains, just fighting for their lives, both with the fundamental aim of killing each other and wiping out all the others' living forces. The good and the evil had been feuding for a long time, and this war was a good way to vent that emotion. Orthodox Base Camp. Zhang Haichang looked at the map in his hands and threw his voice in the air, boosting his morale for the final showdown. I don't understand why everyone is talking about failure, as if this ancient battlefield is doomed for us. Hundreds of years ago, I began to join the army as a small cultivator, and I fought my way through half of the Tianwu dynasty's territory, and also collected and burdened the land that the Devil's Way had encroached upon, and the Tianwu dynasty's territory was then returned to unity. Wherever this army goes, the demonic paths are all terrified, kneeling and begging for forgiveness, and that vibrant, all-embracing realm is still before our eyes. Either way, we're outnumbered by him and them, and the advantage is mine. Along with a ho-hum speech, for a moment, the warriors were pushed to their peak, all of them shouting. Zhang Haichang was also incredibly excited. Wu Aotian and Wu Lingyan were all seriously injured, and now, the entire allied army was under his command. This battle, if fought well, would be another step up in status for him. Cough cough cough, I can still fight, let me on, Godfather. Blood still continued to gush out from the heavenly demon palace master's body, but the blazing and grand battle intent in his eyes didn't diminish in the slightest, and his entire person appeared to be incomparably excited. He had really exploded this time. Not only did he forcefully defeat Wu Aotian, he even injured Wu Lingyun over there as well. One really had to thank that woman named Xie Eveningning. If he hadn't met her, he wouldn't have given up the heavenly demon treasure sword and went for the divine consciousness method that he had focused on cultivating. Hearing his words, the underworld god sect master's face was in disbelief. What kind of words are you saying? You have such a serious injury on your body and yet you are still being sent. Do you think that we have no one in the demon sect other than you? When the time comes for outsiders to see it, the world won't know how to laugh at me. The heavenly demon palace master panicked and hurriedly explained. No, sect leader, I don't mean that. I just want to continue contributing to my sect. I don't mean to blame you either. Go down and rest. There will be a need for you in the future. The underworld god sect master looked across the room. Countless cultivators had already taken to the air, creating a monstrous aura. It looks like the opposite side can't wait any longer. Let's also prepare properly. After this battle, the Eastern Wasteland will be our Devil Dao's world. Chapter 80, The Seed of the World. On the other side, Lu Zichen kept visiting and gathered quite a lot of information. And there was also a most crucial point of information. Recently in the central state, there seemed to be a reopening of a mighty cave. However, it was restricted to cultivation levels, and only those below Yuaning were allowed to join. But according to rumors, this cave is very rich in treasures, all kinds of magic weapons, and countless spirit stones, and even more. Even inside was an ancient nerve, said to have been left behind by someone who had ascended to the upper realm, containing infinite power that must not be underestimated. Hearing these descriptions, Lu Zichen could almost conclude. I don't know whether it was Jiang Fan or Yi Chen, but anyway, this secret realm was tailor-made for the protagonist. Generally speaking, the more powerful and bountiful a secret realm is, as a matter of course, the lower the degree of its restriction on cultivation should be. If it is really as rumored that the secret realm's contents are so luxurious, at the very least, only a Mahayana could have the qualifications to compete. But this secret realm tailored to enhance the qualifications of the protagonist. Basically, it's the other way around. And anyway, it's all about the secret realm treasures that are incredibly rich, and the techniques can even be used from refining the body all the way up to transmigrating, or even becoming an immortal. But there's just a damn limitation that just happens to be stuck at the level of cultivation the protagonist is at. The strong men could only seal their own cultivation, not only for the protagonist to seek the possibility of obtaining the treasure, but also for the protagonist to pretend to beat the face to defeat those top old monstrous strong men, and then cause shock, laying the groundwork. The corner of Lu Zichen's mouth hooked up into a smile. Found you, my old hometown that I've never met. Now that I've received this message, I can basically conclude it and also sidestep it. That protagonist who was about to go to the secret realm should have broken through to Yuaning by the time he reached the secret realm. There happens to be nothing to do right now, so why don't you take a good look at the Tai Chu stone tablet? After joining the power of reincarnation, I haven't had much time for enlightenment. and I'm about to deal with the protagonist, so I still need to bring out 10% of my strength. The Tai Chu Stone Tablet, nowadays, is my biggest card. I must make good use of it. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength, and when facing a protagonist, it should never be taken lightly. Lu Ziduan said inwardly. At that time, in order to enter that secret realm, one would definitely have to suppress to the Yuaning cultivation level, and one definitely couldn't be like some brainless villain who lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. Lu Zichen's figure disappeared and then appeared within the nearest cave, surrounded by layers of prohibitions, and then he quickly sank his mind and began to observe the evolution of the world. It still starts with the opening of the heavens and the splitting of the earth.